esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome to Omega League.
You heard his voice thunder from the Coliseum. Welcome to Omega League. That is as low as my voice can get, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. My name is Sir Action Slacks. We are here for the Immortal Division with two of the grandest gods Mount Olympus can provide. The one, the only T-Governor.
Hi, that's me. Thank you.
Yeah, and Jenkins. Welcome. Oh, a regal clap indeed. Nice.
The Queen's Wave.
The Queen's Wave.
What am I earning? Hello.
Welcome, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Are you ready?
Yeah, oh yeah. What are the teams?
The team,
Slacks?
which I have been spending all day memorizing. Our first match of the day is Team Empire and the one, the only Siberium Seed. Now, you guys are here for some CIS action to see these up-and-comers, the Tier 2 division, fight to the death, and we have the best analysts here for you. We got Jenkins, who knows every single thing there is to know about high-tier Dota, and we got our own special very smart T-Governor who has been watching a ton of Dota with these teams in the groups.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I've had to do, well, I say had to. I've been forced.
You were forced.
You are working them
All in
now.
pain.
So yeah, I worked from like tier 2, tier 3 up into now being the tier 1. Well, you guys, you got thrown into tier 1 and now having to, step backwards. So you're going to know all the good plays and then you're going to go, oh wait, this is how they do it in tier 2. So you might be looking forward to some more back and forth Dota, not so clean and, well executed.
Well, that's what we're about, man. It's like kind of the college basketball of Dota,
Exactly.
More mistakes, more fun, more interesting games, and you watching at home, you get to feel that elitist feeling of saying that I watch Tier 2 Dota, I'm supporting Dota, I'm here for Cyber Legacy and Team Empire Seed. Cyber Legacy Seed, of course. Not Empire Seed. That team doesn't exist. Welcome to the groups here. You can see how they did in the group stage. Tell us about those group stage.
Well, I think the main thing to look at is you have the entire group stage so far that's been plagued with stand-ins. As soon as these teams got into that Divine bracket, not getting to Immortal, we've seen multiple teams have replacing certain teams. Of course, you've like outside of Dota reasons, and then just maybe players not wanting to compete or something like that. But overall, HellRaisers looking up top, Cyber Legacy well, you expect them to do well. I think Bait is the only one that you'd question, but again, they had a reason 2 of their players couldn't compete due to obviously other issues, so they've had to push back their schedule. And so far so good. Teams look kind of in order.
So with Team Empire, I did do some research.
No, thank you.
And I noticed that they beat Viking GG 1 game in the playoffs to qualify.
Yeah,
and they lost. But imagine going up against Viking GG in the first round of playoffs. And there's no lower bracket. They're out after that. So, this is a serious team.
Proof they're back. They're tier 1. Done.
Yeah.
Simple.
Well,
they've won the series. Thanks.
They're on their way, for sure. I mean, taking a game off Viking, we saw them put up a hell of a fight.
Oh, yeah.
In that series, they actually nearly took the game-winning game as well. They actually kind of, in my eyes, they threw in which they were pushing into high ground. They got a little bit picked off. I think they had a Mars strategy, and he just just got jumped by a Batrider or something along those lines. And yeah, pretty much swung the game to Viking. So we could have actually been seeing Viking in this position if Empire had been a little bit more well-driven and executing in that game.
Wow. All right, so you are our resident expert on these two teams. You have seen them fighting through the dirty filth of the outer Coliseum, and here they are.
Yeah.
Who has the upper hand in your opinion, Mr. Governor?
I'll go with Empire, just because Siberian Seed, they're a little bit too ragtag for me. Their players, of course, pedigree's not really there. Empire, Hope, they've actually been a roster for like nearly a year together.
Wow.
Like this org, Empire, 2017 was the last time you really see them do anything. Like they lost to Optic 3-2 in some ROG Masters League or whatever.
Yes.
But then they pick up these lands. Yes.
Yes. The Rogue Masters. How could I forget?
PPD Optic, by the way. Never forget.
Yes. Optic Gaming, the real OGs of Dota.
They went to ESL Birmingham as well. That was our fan favorite after Payne got knocked out.
Yes.
Already got a draft.
A draft?
Look at that.
But we were just getting into it.
I was so excited.
But what about the ROG Masters? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the draft of our first game here between our two boys. You're about to see some dirty CIS Dota. As a man who has been playing Russian pubs for the last 5 days, let me tell you, this shit's gonna get lit. Sorry for my naughty language, but I've been playing a lot of pubs in Russia.
You chose between Europe, West, and Russia. You just
Hell yeah, I chose Russia.
instantly pivot in that way. All right.
I actually love Russian
You
pubs.
thrive. All right.
People are, well, sorry for EU, but there's a lot of questions that are asked. Like, can we win this fight? Or, where are we fighting? No questions in Russian Dota.
Right.
See guy, kill guy. It's fantastic. And hopefully that's what we see here today.
I think it is important to note that the Russian ping from here is significantly higher than EU West and EU East.
Oh, it is?
So, okay, right. Okay, so you didn't know that.
No.
Okay, I thought you were consciously making a choice to suffer worse ping because you enjoy the Russian pubs.
I will. I'm not going to change.
Okay, I respect that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I actually looked at your Dota buff to see, because you done that tweet about your Warlock games, right?
Yeah.
And I was trying to work out, was there a correlation between your pubs and pro games? And just to make sure we're on the
I can't
right
wait
page.
for where this is going. Yeah, go ahead.
This will be good.
Yeah, sure.
And of the 12 Warlock games that happened in the Mega League, none of them have done the patented Ags Refresher build. So your privileges to talk about Warlock on this panel are gone just because pros don't do it.
I mean,
just saying. Techies, other heroes, you're good, but so far you've lost your Warlock privilege card. Okay.
well, that's assuming pros are good.
That's true. Yeah.
I assume pros are idiots.
They're behind the meta.
They
yeah.
aren't playing in Russian pubs.
That is
like the
true.
meta's totally different.
It is different.
He's playing on ping.
Oh, that's why he has to go for these big items. He can't kick
All
a
right.
glimmer
Yeah,
or
of course.
force.
Enough
The
about
Golems
my
play the game.
horrible
Yeah, quick off.
experiences no one gives a shit about. Let's talk about these fantastic teams. Now, first off, in our draft, already, we've got some good ones. Faceless Void and Phoenix, pretty standard combo. Little bit of bowl, little bit of egg. See if we can get some scrambles.
From what I've seen, Team Empire basically play the kind of standard current meta. You know, the Phoenixes, the Venomancers, the Dooms, things like that, with the occasional odd pick. Whereas Siberium Seed.
Seed, of course.
They, of course.
Please, this is the sister team, the second team of Siberia.
The second team.
Yes.
The one that actually qualifies for things. They
Alright.
they will pick Techies, they will pick Brew, they pick
Ooh.
Timber, Zeus. You know, they pick
Ooh.
these kind of obscure heroes. We should call, I guess, cheese heroes.
I mean,
Not so obscure.
Centaur. Is that a cheese hero? I haven't seen a lot of Centaur.
It complements the potential cheese, not seed. Oof, the
Wow.
cheese that can appear later on.
It might complement this potential seed indeed.
Yeah, it's so a good one. But I think both of these teams, I think the issue, or the thing we have to be aware of is this is very much a tier 2.5 type game. And at this tier, you see them gravitate heavily towards meta. So this is why we're not really seeing anything too crazy in terms of draft. And it will just look very generic. When you watch those Immortal Division games, that's when you see drafts open up and be creative.
How strange. You would think that the lower levels would have more room to experiment because they have such
No.
little...
They're weak and fragile and
My
don't understand.
God! What happened during the group stage? I thought you would have a love for these
No.
teams. Apparently,
No.
you hate all of them.
It was a very long group stage. They had their chances to prove, like, you know, Empire they did something, right? But no, Siberium Seed, unfortunately, they were the bottom half. They were a little bit better than 5 comrades, and they also had like a 0-20 Enchantress in most games. So
Wow.
it was wild.
Well, speaking of Enchantress, here she goes. We'll see if it's a
there
not
she is.
20 in this one. Team Empire. What do you guys think of Enchantress? That's a hero that we haven't specifically talked about on my panels.
Fundamentally, it is a lane securer that can always have some purpose in the game. You think about the tankiness of the hero and how you have to value obtaining vision throughout the game indirectly. So Enchantress as a hero, after laning phase, you can always be that one running up into high grounds. How you've got creeps as well. So yeah, it's overall just a very complementing pick for most drafts.
It's basically, to me, the way I see Enchantress, it's like Chen basically, except without the healing. And then you have this added, she can run in and be a frontline tank. If you go for that build, I think as a 5, you have to itemize towards it, or you can go for the right-clicking build. And that's always cool to have that choice, where you can either scale and be a right-clicker, or also kind of scale and be a frontline tank. Yeah. Like the ability to choose that depending on the enemy team's draft is always nice, but it is also player preference.
Also the fact that you have the level creep, like you don't actually have to think about creep levels when you're Enchantress. You just kind of pick up and go, right? Chen's like,
pretty nice.
Okay, RNG boy, am I going to get my little frost? Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, well, I'm now a creep in lane 2.
Oracle picked up as well. Very popular pick for, your top tier teams. And then your rising tier 2 stars. Why is that hero so popular? Is it straight up heals, or I hear it's mostly about the the purging, the debuff
the purge is good. Honestly, in this particular game, it's good against the Void. It's good against the Phoenix. You can save somebody in the Chronosphere. You can put the magic immunity on. There's the Phoenix Egg that's going to do all the magic damage. Obviously, you're going to protect from that. But I just think generally, Oracle counters a lot of the meta. You have Doom, you have Void. All right, that's a manly boy. That's interesting picking that into Oracle, because Oracle just purges the battle hunger like you were talking about.
Yes.
So they really value this in this game.
It really depends on what you're thinking about in terms of the game, because we saw yesterday how Secret and I think Liquid as well were both doing the creep skipping. Even though they got the change to creep aggro pool, they were still getting their position forward to grab it just before it went on the tower.
Right.
So there is potential they don't care about the battle hunger strategy and they just play for this skip.
It's hard against Oracle though, like 120 damage nuke, and
it depends on the situation, because also you have the argument of if they use the hunger, Oracle has to defensively purge himself, right? So then you're not being aggressive.
This is true.
So it's like,
true. Yeah.
I use mana, you use mana, but I'm not taking damage. I still get to skip.
Right. Leave it at level 1. This is what I was concerned about though. Is just the fact that there's the carry counter pick, and I think Troll with an Oracle will do particularly well in dealing with the creep skip.
Yo, I don't want to disagree with my analyst here, but X is a pretty hype pick in this, in my opinion. You got Oracle trying to save somebody with False Promise. Culling Blade goes through that. Troll's greatest strength, not being able to die with his ult. You can Culling Blade through that. I mean, seems to me like it's good. Am I stupid here?
No, not really. You're doing well.
Well,
thanks.
The thing with Troll against these like Blade Mail, I'm gonna kill you with your own damage heroes, is if he just presses R as you jump on him, he just kills you. Because he lifesteals like a Satanic, right? So that's always a problem. But you are right. Like if Axe is ahead and if the other heroes are helping you out in that matchup, like the ult is not as effective. Yeah. But it's a double-edged sword.
I see. It is a skill-based game here, but overall, I'm pretty excited with the picks that we have here. Empire has this big team fight, a lot of damage, a lot of aggression, which will be fun. And then you can see the Seed team, of course, a little bit of a different one. No big team fight, mostly just heroes.
So they kind of have like conflicting lineups in the sense that Siberium are going to play for strong lanes because they have Troll Oracle, very strong, Rubik Centaur, very strong. In the team fight, they always have mechanisms to get out of the team fight. They have Stampede, they have Oracle ult, they have Rubik to, maybe chuck in a couple spells here and there, steal a Chrono, so they have the ways to deal with this team fight. And it's honestly looking pretty enjoyable for both drafts. With the Axe point, I was just going to say how you have so many ways to start a fight. The Axe doesn't feel pressured to start, go onto the Troll. He can wait.
That's true.
And they have so many avenues to find the Oracle or to find this Troll.
Like he can be in and out, basically.
Exactly, yeah. So
the way that I see this is it's just a big game of cat and mouse. You have one team, like you said, that can get in and out of fights, and the question is, can Siberium actually pressure when these spells are off cooldown, or on cooldown, I should say, from Empire, and then can Empire actually avoid them? Empire, the thing is, like, even if you have a Faceless Void on your team, you're fighting around this Chronosphere. If you have enough of a lead, you don't need Chronosphere.
That's true.
And so, I suppose in that respect, it comes down to lanes. Like, how do the lanes go?
I'm a big fan of Siberium's draft, honestly. I think early on, their laning phase is very strong, and they have such clean timings of, if we buy, let's say, drums plus 1 item on Troll, DP has levels, enabled by Oracle. It's so easy to move from objective to objective. Empire, they all rely on items and like their early damage. Even if they get level 6s, what's the Chrono damage? What does Axe do? Nothing. Ench normally goes for heal and the enchant. Phoenix, sure, minimal damage. Like Empire are going to be very much on the back foot. They don't have good wave clear, and they can't take early fights. So I think Siberian right now are honestly big drivers in this draft.
I feel like with a Void, you probably go for Impetus in this game. Like
I would hope so, yeah.
I don't see Enchantress being able to tank through like all of the bursts. You have DP ulti, you have Oracle burst. I feel like going the tank build on Enchantress in this game is almost griefing. Like you'd have to have such a lead to the point where you don't even need somebody to
this
tank
is the Divine Division
with that
so
lead.
they are here for a reason. Expect not.
True.
I was just gonna throw some shade for no reason.
Take it easy,
You sound so
Gabriel.
traumatized. I can hear like the shakiness in your voice when
I've been watching this
you're
for a
talking
week.
about these teams.
Like, I've been, I worked the qualifiers. I then get put back in the room. Don't come out yet. Divine Games come back on. All right, T, we need you again. And it's like, no. It's like, I don't want to watch this. Oh, and they pick Quap. That's fair. That's all right.
Quap. Okay, you know what? They banned out the Storm Spirit because, of course, they were worried about like that somebody that could get in there and disrupt this kind of, as you said, way to get out style. Now they pick up Quap, big burst damage. Looks like with that draft, EGB has decided that we are in favor of Team Empire. Governor, what do you decree in this city?
If I was a betting
correct?
man, I would probably be going for Siberium. I think Empire tried to just win 1 out of 3 lanes with this Quap pick, and I think it might fall a little bit flat. Yeah. But the players on Empire are technically better, so do you prefer better players or better draft?
Ooh, Jenkins?
I would go with Empire just because I feel like at this tier 2 level of Dota, it's not always fast enough to abuse these long cooldowns, and I think that Empire's draft is really easy when they have their cooldowns up. I think the ease of execution of the draft is incredibly high, and these are some pretty broken heroes right now. Phoenix Void, like the spells do a lot of damage when they have them up, so I would go with Empire.
Okay. Well, what about... I do want to bring up one final thing, and that is silence in this game. They did last pick that Death Prophet, which has a pretty great AoE silence. A lot of big heroes on Team Empire that are affected by that. You got a Phoenix, a Void, an Axe, a Quap.
Yeah.
Is that making...
High win rate hero too.
Yeah.
It's like 58% win rate in pro level pubs.
Yeah.
You also buy Yules, which naturally does work against Axe, so I'm going to go with Siberium Seed, just so we have a conflicting panel.
All right, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Conflicting is what we're all about here today as we see these teams go head-to-head. And who better to conflict in your cast than our 2 wonderful casters? It is Lacoste and OD. Play nice, boys.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yeah, so there should be a bit of fun. We've got Empire versus Siberium Seed. I mean, Lacoste, you were sort of saying to me beforehand, you kind of rate this lineup of Empire. You say they've done some impressive things for you. The draft a little split from the panel in terms of who they think's out on top. What do you reckon?
I'd still go with Empire. Like, they have a couple of broken heroes right now. They have Faceless Void, they have Phoenix, they have the best egg protectors in the game. Once again, Faceless Void, you have Axe on top of that, Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave pushback, so it's pretty easy to execute strat. And they also have Shachlo standing in. He was not, I believe, playing during the group stage, so
Yes,
qualifiers. Yeah.
I mean, and out of some of the players that the viewers may or may not recognize, Shashlo's name is definitely going to be one that, he's been for a lot of squads and some pretty decent level squads as well, Shashlo, over the past. So we'll see what they can do here as we get ourselves into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Empire versus Siberium Seed. And there we have Shashlo, of course, taking the axe to the top lane. Will be supported by... Well, we'll call him as he wants to be. We're going to call him So Bad if he wants to tag up like that. So Bad on the Phoenix. We'll see if his plays are so bad or if they're so good.
If you see someone named So Bad, like, what do you think? That sounds...
It's a very negative mindset,
Yeah.
It's not really helping the team.
I can sense 10 minutes in, he's going to have that Shadow Amulet if things are not going well.
What would make you think that? I mean, it's
Or if someone has, PMA or positive mental attitude.
yeah, why is it not so good? Just a nice little change to his name can make all the difference for his teammates. But we'll see. Maybe the aggression is there. And maybe it's him calling, he's sort of just putting out the message to his enemies. He's not so bad. He's calling them so bad.
Or Phoenix is so bad. I don't think that's
Yeah,
the
maybe
case.
he's blaming the hero.
Why does Enchantress look like Crystal Maiden? What's going on?
What do you mean?
Like with the set, she looks completely different.
Oh, I haven't seen
the
it. I'll have
portrait
to-
at the bottom.
I'll have to check that out when we go down to the bottom lane. Oh yeah, you're right. What is that set? That's amazing.
I wouldn't call it amazing, but I mean,
It's like
that's a
she's a
different
totally
hero.
different animal. It's like a sheep rather than a deer.
Maybe we should not start with the animals. Yesterday, you spread a
happened?
lot of lies when we were talking about Navi's
weasel.
career, Weasel turning into, what did you say, a
Well, I
parrot?
found out it turns into a crow. I mean,
Okay.
it's a bird. No, it wasn't too far off the mark. But looking at some of these lanes, mid lane, Lightless. There's Quap against the Mastermind, Death Prophet. Who wins this matchup? Quap or the DP?
Queen of Pain can't just, jump on Dead Prophet, so I think it's going to be like pretty even. Queen of Pain will start harassing. Also, Queen of Pain, if you use Spirit Siphon aggressively on her, she's just going to blink away and break it. So I don't think we're going to see too much happening. Queen of Pain, great hero against Dead Prophet. You have that burst, but you need level 6 to kill her. I don't think there's going to be a kill on the mid lane unless like both of these players want to prove something.
Heck not.
Oh.
Sal taken off him straight away. It's going to have to be a bit of a walk to base. Does still have the tangos, but very, very low on that Enchantress as he gets harassed right back by Smart Grip. Now on the Rubik. Again, not sure that's his correct tag. There's not someone called Smart Grip on Siberian Seed, is there? But that's what he wants to be called today. Oh, he's going to get it.
Lil Pleb, this is the nickname I love.
Lil Pleb?
No. Yeah, not just a pleb, Lil Pleb.
A little pleb.
I'm not sure if he's implying that Lil is pleb or what.
Or he is.
Or he is a little pleb, yeah.
No, they're very sort of cryptic, these names. A lot of things to work out. How are we looking on the CS at the moment? Nothing too wild happening. Everybody's farming. A little better by the looks of it for Siberian Seed. The Troll's in a bit of a better state than the Void down on the bottom half.
Top lane, it's really tough for Empire. They have Fiery Spirits, they have Battle Hunger, which can be dispelled easily by Oracle. But still, they're putting a lot of pressure to this lane. You can see both of them using Healing Salve and Tangos just to regen up. Now so bad, even though he's not. He's gonna pull the creep wave to the side.
Let's see if they can force him out here. I mean, hard to deal with. They're both pretty tanky.
Actually,
Maybe
need to be careful.
If they can get the hold on Shashlo, go for this one. They get the slow with the axes. There's the vision to land the root out. Shashlo's going to try and run very low. We'll start to salve up those into the shadows, and we'll get that salve off, so Shashlo will be fine. Gets himself back up to pretty much full HP.
Usually when you're playing Axe, you want to put multiple points in Battle Hunger. I don't think that's the case
They're
here.
going to go again, actually. They find him. He steps back in, and this time they'll kill him off. Siberium killing Shashlo there.
He could have just, ran back through the threes. No need to die, and we're gonna have another kill. Siberian Seed, so far so good.
Yeah, starting to get the action going on these side lanes.
We have OG Seed, we have Siberian Seed. What's the Siberian original squad?
I don't know. I mean, is there a Siberian original squad? I mean, I imagine there must be, right?
I mean, we would probably heard about them, right?
I don't know. I'd imagine there must be. There must be another Siberian. Maybe not, maybe. They just sort of settled with the Seed as the name for their primary team. Why not? On top. I mean, as we're seeing, just Lil Pleb being saved every time.
Oh, that's a nice rune for Quap. Bottle. Okay, he's not gonna wait. Bottle was just being delivered, but too far away, would lose some of the XP.
Yeah, and they had the ward down there. Siberian Seed, so Mastermind would have been able to force him to pick it up before that bottle gets delivered.
What do you think about Queen of Pain Arcana? Like, whenever she's hitting in a melee range, it looks like she's a melee hero.
Yeah, it's cool. I like it.
It's cool if you're playing Queen of Pain. If we were playing against it, it kind of looks...
these multiple different attack animations.
Looks OP, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do you think sort of psychologically as a high-level player in these mid matchups, that definitely does have an impact? Having that melee.
For sure.
Yeah. It can throw you off. Again, this bottom lane, Eknard, that's 2 times now that he has gone down here.
It's a lot of burst damage, and the Centaur Warrunner, if you look at his build, like he's cosplaying Sauron, actually has 4 rings.
He does. This is beautiful.
Is he gonna eat? Oh, if he eats that tango, I swear to God, no, he's not. Okay.
You're gonna say you don't need to when you got
he
4
got
rings.
14 regeneration per second.
You
And
saved
this is
that
the kind of
tango.
a build that we see more often coming on from a Centaur, like not getting that retaliate, just going for the burst build.
Yeah, I mean, well, ever since they took the active away from Retaliate, it's just, you know, a good player. If you're skilling Retaliate, you just don't hit him, lol.
Yeah.
And then the spell is useless. So.
It depends on the situation. Like in yesterday's game where we had Liquid against Team Secret, there was Centaur against AM. He was maxing it out because he's not gonna have mana in that lane.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's probably the one exception I would imagine where we would see it skilled up against an anti-mage. Yeah, for sure. With the courier, but still Empire not able to find any kills. Oh, dude, do you like that as well? You see at the top under the Empire tag, there's, you know, people with the banners.
Yeah,
there's 2 people in the world watching right now with the Empire banner. That's very rare. So
Back in
shout
my
out to
days,
you know, they're listening. Hopefully they're listening.
These numbers were much bigger.
Yeah,
2016 Empire, but now 2 gods. I mean, this could be worth a lot of money. You know, that token
those
or whatever
accounts,
it's called.
What is it you need? It was the banners. Was it from whatever TI it was? One of the early ones, right? TI.
You could buy. I think you could buy it as well.
If you're listening, someone go to the Steam market, buy the Empire banner, and we'll see if that 2 changes to a 3. So there's your job, and yeah, that's Gaben. No need to thank me for encouraging the sales. Somebody buy an Empire banner. Are they worth it? What's the prices on those nowadays?
Some are still worth it, like $1 or $2. The rest is just 0.03.
When that game was out, I think there was a card where there was 200 versions of it in the market. I was like, I'm going to buy all 200 and then relist them, and then no one bought them. At least the card was only worth a few cents. But that was the last I ever did in terms of economics and market.
If you don't have any money on your Steam account, take your mom's card. Just kidding.
Do not.
Do not do that.
Take the cost instead, you know. 3-0. Still very close. Nobody's sort of losing lanes at the moment. Everybody's farming. Even with those kills that Siberium Seed had, you can see that all 3 cores of Empire doing just okay. Let's see what they're going to get going on this top lane. They're going to come in with the rotation of the Rubik. Smart grip, ready to look to see if he can get a grab. He's going to look over towards So Bad. There's the telekinesis. Do they have enough damage? They do. The burst between the 3 of them works out.
That's what Rubik is good.
Yeah, he's making some good plays so far. Fair few kills being set up by Smart Grip. 3-0-0. He is ready to carry.
Securing those kills with the Fade Bolt. Queen of Pain, she needs to make a rotation. She tried to make one. Now back on the bottom lane. Oh,
they used
Speedy.
Yeah, they dropped the Chrono to attempt for that as well. Just didn't have the damage to kill off Sam. And that Chronosphere. Still, yet to see the rotations from the Quap. Like, this is level 7.
Whenever I see Queen of Pain and Faceless Void on the same team, I think, how many times are they gonna use Chronosphere and the Sonic Wave? Let's call it a combo where you push him out. Yeah.
It definitely happens. Top lane. We'll find the call in onto Little Player, but is he gonna get any sort of help? He's not. There's the dunk from Shashlo.
Well, apparently Slacks is smarter than our analysts.
Yeah, he said
he was talking about it.
Slacks knew what was up. Shashlo, the first to get a bit of blood going in favor of Empire. Smiling Knight has moved up to the top lane.
Yeah, he understands that the bottom lane is just completely gone. DP makes a rotation. With her ulti, the tower's gonna fall for sure, so instead he just TPs to the top lane. Oh, he's going for Hand of Midas. Double Raid Band, Magic Wand. Like, if you want to get a Magic Wand and the Raid Band, I still think you stop at 1 and then go for Hand of Midas. Like, you don't necessarily need to get, like, 2.
Yeah, I think definitely nowadays with Wraith Band just not being what it used to be, right?
I still feel like Raid Band right now is the best out of 3.
Well,
in the previous patch, yeah, the Bracer was the best because of the magic resistance.
Around the mid lane, Empire very much looking to fight here. I've got 4 of them looking at this.
That's a lot of overtime damage.
Gonna try and dive in, and already on top of him. Sonic Waves out as well onto the 3 of them. Jump forward with the Scream. They gotta get the kill on the Death Prophet. Puba not quite able to save him. He's also maybe going to lose his courier here. Eknart can't quite get the last touch onto it, but they putting the pressure in on mid. Shashlo just sort of leading the charge here. They are going to try and turn on to Shashlo now as he steps a little too far forward there, trying to farm the creep wave behind the tower.
I think he forgot that in this game he does not have a Vanguard hood 10 minutes in. A bit overextension, I would say. He just needs to farm his Blink Dagger. Like, they don't have the best way of initiating. You have Phoenix and Enchantress as your position 4 and 5, so you need to have like an earlier Blink Dagger.
Time is money.
Oh, back to the farm game, especially so for Smiling Knight. Needs to get that Midas online as soon as possible so we can match the farm, the pace that this Troll's going to be able to bring. So, as Lil Pleb, what's his progress look like? Gonna go for the phase into the defusal this game. So, wanting to fight, wanting to get active with the team.
Okay, like usually when you're playing against Axe, you want to get or Faceless Void, status resistance, and tankiness, so you can't be blown up. And the Berserker's call to be less time. I mean, Diffusal is fine also to 1 degree. Like, Faceless Void does not like his mana burn. Same goes for Axe and Queen of Pain. They have very limited mana pool. Not talking about Qua, but these two other heroes, you know, can use spells once or twice in a team fight. That's it.
Siberian Seed, they're trying to invade the jungle of Empire. Shashlo. It's going to be okay. They're keeping their eyes on mid, see if they get the wraparound onto the Queen of Pain. They've got the open up, straight back into the Hoof Stomp and the Silence. Again, this Rubik setting up kill after kill after kill. Now, look towards Eknart. He has got the healer going, and Mastermind's looking elsewhere. He's trying to run down Sobad, but Sobad has his 6. Not a kill that this Death Prophet could go for alone.
Our banner count's still on 2.
Yeah,
so
nobody
it
bought
like
him.
It's pretty expensive, or...
It might be a collector's item.
Yeah, it could be. Pretty even game in terms of net worth. Like
Yeah.
less than 1k gold lead at the moment, 12 minutes in. Faceless Void about to finish his Hand of Midas. Seems like they're just waiting, Axe, to get his Blink Dagger, then they have a form of initiation, setting things up, and the way of defending the egg. Like, it's gonna be very hard for Siberian to actually kill the egg. None of these heroes, except Troll, are good at actually hitting it.
Yeah, and even at that, as you look at the draft, there's just so many ways that Empire can fight around that egg and protect it. And Shashlo, very close to the blink, so that'll be the next pickup that allows Empire to start getting a bit more active in return. But yours is done on the Death Prophet, so already having that very nice way of dealing with heroes like the Axe jumping in, as long as he's not the one to get caught in the call. And mid lane, and see if they can get maybe the setup onto Sobad. Here we go, yours into the stomp, and that'll do it. Very nice catch. Smiling Knight is in though with a 3-man chrono. There's going to be a buyback from the Phoenix, trying to head over. The Sonic Wave does hit onto the 3 of them, but the false promise is there just in time onto Samsam. They pop the stab with the stolen Sonic Wave from this Rubik Smart Grip. He's just styling on them. The roots there onto the Void. They're going to be able to kill him as well. The Supernova is successful. It stunned the 4 of them, but again, the damage just isn't there to kill anyone on Siberium. They're all alive. They're chasing this down. They've got the Yules onto Sobad. They're going to be able to claim a dieback from him. Shashlo will be able to at least clean up the Oracle kill behind the tower, but that is it. Siberian with these fights, and again, I'm going to have to look up this Rubik's name, because his name isn't Smart Grip, I know that. Did you remember what his name was?
Not really, but
What
he
is
definitely
the star of
playing well.
the show. I've got to look this up.
He was, wanting to steal the Chronosphere, but it was landed on him, and Queen of Pain also needs to be careful. Like, she needs to use a spell right after using Sonic Wave. That's a lot of AoE pure damage with the pushback, of course.
So, I believe his name is Biker.
Biker?
If this is the correct roster and they're not playing with a stand-in. So Biker, also the captain. I mean, and he's playing like the captain right now, Biker. Very, very strong plays. Nice top. Little Pleb. And Pubba. I'll try for Eknart, but with that maxed heal, They've got to have burst if they want to try for that sort of kill. And there is backup from Empire here, so Siberium going to be a little wary. They do have the high ground, though. Have to watch out for Shashlo being able to get in with the blink.
When we watch these teams, you know that the team fight execution is not going to be as good when you're watching OG, Team Secret, Liquid. So there's going to be some mistakes made in the game, which other team could punish, like giving away Sonic Wave there. There's going to be a problem.
Shashlo, he tried to jump in, but he instantly got lifted by Biker. Shashlo now having to run. Should be able to make it away unless Sam wants to go in with another blink. He's got it again in a couple of seconds. There it is. He's in. Gets the catch. Gets the kill.
Centaur's insane at dealing a serious amount of damage in a short period of time, especially when he gets that hood. Doesn't care too much about using double edge constantly. Another Sonic Wave.
Why not?
Just using it, you know, I have it.
And tell you what, that initial burst off the Sonic Wave brought Eknart low enough that they were able to get in and blow him up anyway. So now this mid-tier 1 tower starting to fall. Smiling Knight's got the Chronosphere back up. So is Midas. Only going to be able to find a small camp to pop it on though. And his build, just going for the Midas into the Manta. As we saw, Troll has his defusal. Siberian more than happy to fight, and absolutely going to be holding on to this mid-tier 1 tower, making sure that Empire aren't available to push in. And oh, there we go, Lacoste.
Oh,
they've just doubled the fan base. Up to 4 there, so shout out to the people who did buy a banner.
So it actually is doable.
It is
correct.
doable.
Yep, you can buy it.
Yeah, I'll take a check in the post, Gaben, for my split share of those sales. But well done, and
I don't want my share. I just want content to be released. You know, give us the Arcanas.
Very honorable of you.
Give us Immortal Treasure 3.
Oh,
nah, he's not gonna go for it.
No,
did not want to overextend.
Oh, he might be dead for this. They have a Chrono. If they want to drop it, they will. They will. They'll make sure they get this kill. No chance for the Troll to pop his Battle Trance whilst he's high HP. Off to mid, like this. Quickly out with the blink. Sam, oh, actually gets the opener onto the Enchantress. Stampede as well. They've got the burst.
That's quite a lot damage. Purifying Flames, Crypt Swarm, and Centaur's Double Edge. Tower is gonna fall. Seems like they do not want to defend it. The vision is very limited for the Dire team. Right now, they only have 1 Observer board.
Yeah, just this... Yeah, 1 useful one at least in their own jungle. That one around mid. Just really doing an extension of the mid tower. And Roshan's up. I mean... Just need to do a Siberian. They could pop the Ghost and go for this. They're going to do so. They're going to go in.
It's a level 2 ulti, the Ghost double. So it's a lot of damage, and I see.
Spotted.
Look at the build on that Prophet. Oh, and he's going for actually Guardian Greaves. Have a way of dispelling things.
Okay.
The second thing, and you know, just the great synergy between that and Oracle ulti.
Well, we'll see if Empire want to do something about this. As I say, they had the wards down. They don't have the Chrono. They do have the Call and the Supernova, but Shashlo, he's not moving over in time. So Siberium, they're going to get away with this. Just walking into the Roche entirely underneath Empire's vision, but Empire just not having the Chronosphere, feeling that they couldn't do anything to stop it.
Empire should try to take a fight. They know there's no Dead Prophet ulti, so smoke into pickoff, possibly try to get the Aegis off, and the Chronosphere will be up once again in like 25 to 30 seconds. 50? Okay, make it 50. Best I could do was 25.
Let's see if they do something with that.
I did the math, you know, in advance.
Very quickly.
No, the team fight's gonna last for 25 seconds, the pick-off, and then they're gonna have another 25 seconds. That's what I was, you know, thinking, just didn't say it properly.
Top, Shashlo. He's going to get the jump on the backlines. We'll be able to find the Oracle, but the save there. Sam comes in with a Whoostone, keeps his Oracle alive. They turn, they blow up the Queen of Pain. Now the Battle Charge, Little Pleb committing onto Eknart, chasing down this Enchantress. He's got the heal off. Is it enough to keep him safe? The stick charges pop. Little Pleb, could he quite finish off this kill? He's struggling. Sam comes in with a double edge, but the Nature's Attendants are too strong. Eknart's able to walk away.
Magic Wand plus Raindrop, keeping Enchantress alive, but right now, like, they did exactly what they expected them to do, but the execution was just not there. Bounty runes spawning, no one's going for the bottom or the right bounty runes. Mastermind will get the double damage. Not the best rune you can get on that Prophet.
Oh!
Here's the Chrono.
Do they have the damage with that Sunray? They're certainly burning through the Centaur. They turn over towards the Rubik. They'll be able to find him as well. Smiling Knight coming in with that Chrono. Siberium just not ready for that one. Easy couple of kills for Empire to pick up as Siberium stick around, a little too split up.
There's still long cooldowns on both teams. Actually, one on both teams where you have that Prophet ulti and the Chronosphere. So whoever uses one, like the other team, should try to make a move and punish it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, so Lotus Orb on that Prophet instead. Like, she can remove the Fire Spirits, Battle Hunger, a lot of those spells. Man, Axe, he needs to be careful, and he definitely needs BKB.
Yeah, he's dying incredibly quickly to the nukes, and obviously with this Troll, this very early Diffusal Blade build-up, they have no problem killing him at all. See a bit of a chase down the mid. Blink is available on Lightless as well as the Yules, so unlikely that Mastermind's going to be able to do anything to set up on him. This Quap should be safe. So far, you know, Siberium Seed, they do have the net worth lead there. They've been looking pretty hot so far. I mean, I think it was T-Gov who did say on the panel that he did prefer the draft of Siberium, and the draft does seem to be playing out quite nicely. They're killing these heroes that, as you say, you just can't really afford to die on the front lines, like this Axe. Shashlo is getting killed pretty reliably.
This is the third time he died like that, so his BKB timing is going to be delayed. He has a Blade Mail. They can still get the pickoffs. I believe that's Axe on the ground. Dead.
Dead. Oh, no. Some beautiful shots here as we sweep through the trees. What's going on over here? Some fires? What is that?
Looks like Underlord. I don't know who that is.
Wait, what is that? The courier? Oh, it's
What is it?
Was it a Centaur? I think it was Centaur with some weird, like, cosmetic, wasn't it? Very funky.
I'm not sure, Owen. Yeah. Oh, these are just, you know, couple of bodies, Tomato and his younger brother.
Oh, it was Troll. Yeah, he had a weird thing on his back and he looked incredibly purple. Yeah, there we go. Back in.
Oh, these are the ghost neutral creeps.
Always the most annoying small camp to kill. Unless you have, unless you have nukes. It's taking that a little bit longer with that slow they apply. It's never really worth it, you know. Don't get anything for those small camps. The beautiful sounds of Meepo.
I think most people just muted those sounds now.
Yeah,
like, it was fun the first, like, 30 minutes when you try to play it, and then you just, please give us mute button.
Yeah, I didn't realize people had sort of stopped playing them, so I started to think I was a bit of a god at the game, and I'd always win. I mean, every game,
no one was
it would
playing
come up. I didn't know that.
We should have a TI for these games.
We could. Well, maybe one day. Maybe one day. Now, apologies again for the pause. Hopefully things will be able to get underway pretty soon.
A little bit of Kale always happens. Even to the best ones, you know, you have great internet, but sometimes it's not your fault. Someone's doing something.
Yeah, the internet, it's, you know, we take it for granted. No.
Back in my days.
Back in my days, it was telephone wires and, well, it was steel cans with a piece of string between them. You couldn't play Dota 2 through that.
Yeah, if you were on the internet, someone picks up the phone, the line breaks, no internet for you.
Oh, yeah. And made that beautiful sound when you were connected as well.
Oh, that's the sound.
That's the sound. When you hear that, you know it's getting good. You're like, right, we're nearly in. When the high-pitched stuff comes on. 15-6. Back in. 3K leads for Siberium, and they're ready to make a play. They're coming in with the smoke. As you mentioned, you know, Chrono's down. They want to go. They want to go whilst it's not going to be there. And down bottom, they're not going to be able to find the two of them. So bad. And Lightless out at the moment. Lightless keeping himself in the tree. Sam's in. Excellent jump there. Finding the Phoenix. Seeing some lovely blink hoof stomps from Sam this game. Whether it be the initiations or the counter plays, he's consistently getting the catches.
There's no Chrono for quite some time, so they should just try to avoid a team fight. I don't think you defend this tier 2 tower. It seems like a freebie. Troll getting some stacks, plus a siege creep unit. They still use the glyph. They want to bring that catapult down.
Haste lays waste.
We'll see if they're going to do anything about it. I mean, they look to be just trying to go for the trade, at least that top tier 2. Starting to get hit by the creeps.
That kind of feels like a wasted glyph, to be honest. Like, your tower is going to fall anyway. You maybe delay the push for 5 seconds. How much gold did you get out of the map because you farmed for 5 seconds more? I don't think it's really worth it.
Yeah. And even with that split pressure top, not quite able to find the trade either, so Siberium is continuing to extend their advantage. Smiling Knight after the Manta, so going for that Manta Diffusal build.
I'd still prefer if he gets something like Heaven's Halberd, because they have a lot of burst damage, and that's gonna give him like a status resistance on top of that, disarm against the troll, and then he can get like another damage item. Because this way, you're just Chronosphere. Like, you're itemizing to deal damage inside a Chrono, and that's it. But if you can keep fighting after the Chrono, like one of the reasons why top tier teams are itemizing Faceless Void differently nowadays.
There we go, bottom lane and mid lane starting to shove in. S and Y done on top of the Diffusal, so we're going to have a very strong troll here from Little Pleb in the fights. Empire, they've still got that Wombo. Can they actually find the chance to use it down bottom? They're hunting for Lightless. Lightless, the blinks back up in a second. He's not going to get the chance to use it. Whoa! Don't put that one in the highlights.
It's called Hoof Stomp because of the reason, you know, you remove the H and it's Oof Stomp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to turn into Keyboard Stomp as Sam has a bit of a smash. So, yeah, not getting the combo there. Lightless able to fly away.
I mean, sometimes playing it simple is the best thing you can do. Like, they try to go for 200 IQ play. I'm gonna hoof stomp while you're channeling that telekinesis, but it didn't work.
No, it didn't.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, who's getting the blame there? You blame the Rubik or you blame the Centaur?
Centaur for sure. Like, you just have to wait. Or you can blame the ping.
Yes. Yeah, we did have a pause, so maybe, yeah, ping is definitely an acceptable target to blame. X-Not, this time, will go down, not tanky enough to withstand the damage of the 4 of them. And down bottom, they're going to come over with the TPs, and Sam, nice jump this time round, able to get himself over the Fire Spirit, and on top of the Phoenix. Bounty runes up. Maybe a little bit of a bait, see if Lightless steps forward for this one. Won't be the case. Lightless is out of there. Sam, maybe seeing if he can get the stomp, even if he does. Oh, he might be able to cancel the TP. No, he stopped moving. If he kept moving a little further, he would have found him. He would have found him, but...
Because he just clicked in the lane, and that's why his hero stopped. So far, Oracle's positioning was good. Now, not as great, so he's gonna die. This is the target that Empire needs to take out.
There is a Chrono, though. If Smiling Knight wants to try and turn on this, but with the Ghosts out, he doesn't. He's going to let Mastermind go. His Midas, oh, he needs to use it. He needs to use his Midas, or don't die with the Midas unused. Oh, no. The Midas, Blink with the Midas. Oh, Shashlo's going to save him. Comes in with a Blink call. The Ghosts have come to an end. As Mastermind, left behind by the rest of his team, he'll fall. Lightless trying to charge forward, seeing if he can catch anything more. There's the Midas, will get popped.
I'd still prefer if he just uses Time Walk to the side on a neutral camp and uses Midas instead of going for a kill.
That's true. I mean, there were so many heroes there. You know, they didn't need the Void. Should have worked on that efficiency. Made sure that Midas didn't remain off cooldown any longer. A bit of a punch back from Empire, and not having to use the Chronosphere. It's still there. Interesting note as well, we did go up to 8 people, now we're back down to 5. Maybe some people did it and they're like, I'm getting a refund. Okay, it worked. We made the caster's comment on it. I want the money back. In the river. All right, Empire starting to make some sweet moves. They're, so the gank squad's online. They're moving around as 5. Starting to take back a bit of control of this game.
So he actually decided to go for Diffusal Blade. It's an extra slow, like mana burn at this point is really not that great. You're getting it 27 minutes in. The stats is okay, but still would prefer something different.
Little pleb. He wants to get in on this. Oh, Smiling Knight's going to jump forward with the Time Walk. They're going to commit onto the Death Prophet. Chrono's down as well, but the False Promise is there.
Just change the target.
They're going to go for this troll. They'll get him easily. They turn over towards the Oracle now as well. Pubba will go down. Double kill for Smiling Knight. He's charging in for more. Mastermind's up to the high ground. He'll escape. Yeah, Empire, their team fight started to look pretty hot. There is a stolen Chrono, though. We'll see if Biker can come up with some hype plays. I mean, pretty much throughout the game, he's 9-1-6 on the Rubik. It's been very, very strong. Gonna see a jump, though.
Where's the Chrono?
Where is it? Where is it? He's silenced at the moment. He can't drop it. The Sonic Wave pushing back. The two of them. There's the Chrono. It does get the three of them.
He steals the Sonic Wave on top of that.
Oh.
This is the Queen of Pain, though.
Well, he does. He does hit Eknart. Doesn't seem to matter, though. The Sunray's healing him back up. Mastermind has got any further burst to kill Eknart. He hasn't. Eknart's out with the Glimmer Cape. He'll live.
Rubik is doing so much.
He's trying.
For Siberium Seed, but the rest of the team, they're not on the same level as he is. Also, they don't have that much damage to throw inside of Chronosphere. Like, Death Prophet ulti needs to, you know, already be out if they want to get the most out of it.
Roshan's up, and so are the ghosts for Mastermind. So Siberium could look to try for that, whilst they know there's no Chrono. They're going to look to hunt the Smiling Knight. Do they get the jump? They do. Sam. In with a Who Stomp. They're able to pick him up. Do they have enough burst into the silence? Smiling Knight's able to take it off. Further Yule set up into the root of Pubba. Siberium very well coordinated there between the four of them. They needed everything. And everything they did have to kill that Void. Now they'll turn into the pit. Won't even need to use the Ghost. With the damage of this troll, they should be able to take this one pretty solidly.
That's going to be Cheese and Aegis. I believe you give your Troll Aegis and Death Prophet Cheese. Also, a lot of armor build on Mastermind's Death Prophet. Like, he has a Lotus Orb going for Shiva's next. That's interesting. Like, whenever you're playing against these Vombo combos, like Initiation that's going to just bring you down from 100 to 0 very quickly, you might want to get E on this, but this game you have Oracle, so I don't know.
And because it's not like it's a lot of physical damage from Empire, is it?
They have, what? Some pure damage coming out from Sonic Wave. They have pure damage from Impetus. Faceless Void deals physical damage. That's pretty much it.
That's it. That's all you're buying the armor against. I guess obviously the other elements of the Shiva's Guard and Lotus are nice. The slow from the active and the dispel, also very useful. Shashlo, is he really away from this? He is. He's out of there. Same time down bottom. Lightless. He's not going to get out. They'll be able to nuke him. Do you think in that kill, could the Death Prophet have run over him with the Stampede? Would it have been enough damage?
Probably. I was very close.
Okay. Yeah,
I didn't do the math, Owen, but just by the feeling, I'm going to say yes. So, Rubik's still keeping that Sonic Waves, going for Aghanim Scepter as the next item.
Oh, and can they burst this?
Yes, they can. Purge it off.
What else has he got? He's got 8-1 charges. Will 8-10 be enough? He's very tanky.
Just body blocker to death.
They can't kill him. Too tanky.
Ice Frog. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Axe is getting closer to his BKB, which means that he doesn't have to care about pretty much any of the spells. Besides Death Prophet ulti, can easily just jump in. Because he died a couple of times, his BKB timing is really delayed this game.
Yeah, his game has certainly taken the biggest hit out of the cores. You can see that Void still at the top with that help of the Midas. And right behind him, all three cores of Siberium Seed. In a very nice position. Paladin Sword, that'll be a juicy one for the Void to grab if he wishes to do so. Down bottom, Shashlo. Another death there on him, being caught out quite a few times. Over towards mid, jump in with a Who Stomp. There's the Stampede to bring Mastermind in.
She's not getting out of this.
Very hard to play your way out of this as a co-op with the Yules. There's always going to be that catch from Pubba on the way down.
We've seen this a minute ago. exact same thing happened. Now Sam knocking on your tier 3 tower. He also has a bunch of armor. Solar Crest, Faceless Void.
the wrap. Can he wrap this
push
against the Ghost? He's going to try.
I believe the answer is no. If you want to win the
They're
game.
going to need him back. I mean, he's got Chronosphere. They need the Void back home. Void, hello. He's going to get the tier 3.
Do the dial-up sound again. Call him.
Someone ring the Void. Void, your base.
Top tower has fallen.
I mean, they've just lost mid-man. They're going to lose bottom. They need a Chrono. They come back.
He's going for that range rack.
Okay. Okay, now he's going to come back.
This is it. That's the plan.
All right, as you said, he got the range racks. But they lost the full melee rack speed. Oh, that's a good Chrono. Is there follow-up?
Stolen one.
Oh, and it's going to stop the Phoenix. There's no chance of an X. Shashto tries to come over the core, but the false promise, it's already out on the Death Prophet. Finally, the ult comes
That's
out.
a big Sonic wave.
Sweeps through all of them, pushes them back. The Death Prophet pretty much back up to full HP now. Smiling Light turns over towards him, has to jump out with the time. What the 3-man silence is there. Lil Pleb coming in with a battle chance. The Roots there onto the Phoenix. They take him out.
Buyback from Rubik.
Buyback as well from Shashlo.
Man, Faceless Void, he needs to be careful. Like, you need to pop that time dilation after using Chronosphere. Otherwise, Rubik is going to get it. And the Rubik solo-handedly stopped the full combo. You know, Phoenix would use ulti straight away.
Yeah. No, yeah, that could definitely have gone a whole lot worse. We saw already, like, pretty much a 4-man Sonic Wave coming out from the Quap. I mean, if that was there with a successful Supernova at the start, then very likely Siberian would have been maybe even wiped by the full team fight. But yeah, Biker on the Rubik just able to put a stop to that initial play.
Only 30 seconds left on Aegis. Cheese was already used in the previous fight, so that Roshan that they got, they did not really achieve much with it. I mean, they got a couple of pickoffs, delaying that BKB on Axe once again. He has 6 deaths. That's quite a lot. Our analysts are coming back. Seems like they think the game is over, but they are wrong.
Shashlo. He's got the 3 of them behind him. He's going to try and jump up for the Rubik, but Rubik just quick with the reaction, lifts up Smiling Knight. The Stolen Time Walk jumps away. They do get the Diffusal slow upon him, but he's able to take it off with the Manta. There's Mastermind in from the side. Can he get any catch? Won't be the case. Empire's all out of there. But they have got the Ghosts, and they have got the Creep Waves coming in bottom. They're ready to try and push again. Still not quite back up the Chronosphere and the Supernova and that Sonic Wave. And Siberium know this. They're going to push in whilst the ults aren't ready for Empire. That'll mean a very easy second set of racks taken out by Siberium. Still got the tier 2 to worry about up top if they want to go for more. Smoke is there from Empire. Chronosphere, the only missing piece that they don't have at the moment. 25 seconds without it. Everything else is up. A TP in front of the noses of Empire will instantly get stopped there as they walk up, Yules up Mastermind. They've got to be a little careful, Siberium. About 10 seconds till Chrono.
Axe is ready to go. Smoked up. Smoke's actually going to run out in a couple of seconds. Scan. Connect, so they know something is up. They have a sentry ward on that hill. It's very important to have it. Otherwise, I've seen so many teams, especially tier 2, tier 3 teams, just losing the game because they don't have the vision and they still keep fighting on that high ground.
There we go. Can they find this big old wombo combo of a team fight that they've drafted, Empire? They need it. They're 13k down. 2 sets of racks taken away from them in the last few minutes. They've got to strike back hard now if they want to hold on in this game 1.
There's no vision for both of the teams. They have 2 observer boards combined.
He's going to jump.
Void's in.
He's into the middle of them, but the Who Stops there. Supernova comes out. He's just going to die. The Glimmer Cape, they try and save him, but they cannot do so. Void is out. Buys back straight away. The Supernova's turn hits onto Lil Pleb and the Death Prophet, but they don't care. Shashlo's jumped into his death. So bad as to TP out. Jump forward from Biker as the Rubik lifts up Lightless. They'll kill the Queen of Pain as well. Eknut, will he get away? He'll be able to. But still, the big kills. All 3 cores of Empire getting killed off there. Buyback from Smiling Knight, allowing him to stand into the game, but Lightless and Shashlo, they're out for a minute. They do not have buyback available. Of course, Shashlo's still on cooldown, and Lightless, he just didn't save up for it. He's about 1,000 gold short. Siberian, they're going to be able to clean up the third set of racks and maybe even just take the game here. Full of pistols done on the Troll, and they've got their Ghost ready.
Troll's going to go in. Whenever he sees a hero, he's just going to go in and jump on him, try to erase him from the game. There's no buybacks, as you said. The only hero with the buyback right now is that they're just going to call it.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, they know at this point, there's no turning this one around. GG is called. Siberian will take this game 1. And looking pretty nice across the board. The draft really did work out. We saw this sort of team fight that they were trying to go for Empire. It just never really worked. Shashlo on the Axe, his game, it took a bit of a hit early on, and he just never got that flow going as the Axe was dying far too often on the front lines.
Yeah, Axe and Queen of Pain died way too many times in this game. They were trying to cut the waves, but Siberian Seed, they were ready, and they really punished them.
Yeah.
This is one of the most anticlimactic endings that I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, there just was never that fight. I mean, that attempt from Empire really was the last hurrah, coming out with that smoke up towards the top and smiling that he just couldn't find the chrono. Jumps in, has to go in blind. There's no easy target. Very easy for them to react. And Siberian Seed looking hot. And this Rubik, I mean, Viker's Rubik, I think the star of the show, really. The way he was tripping him up and playing around with him, he was having an amazing time.
Yeah, he was having a great time in this game, stealing multiple chronospheres, sonic waves, whatever you need.
Yeah.
He was always in the place. So you just lock down that either Queen of Pain or Faceless Void so many times.
Yeah, excellent work from the captain there. But there we go. So far in the series, game 1 will go the way of Siberian Seed.
Welcome back to the panel, mortals, as you must now face the wrath of T-Governor and his incredible analysis. Also, Jenkins is here as well. Welcome, gods among men, back from game 1. Siberian Seed bringing in the power. What did you think, gentlemen? What?
I was just scripted. You know, we knew it from the start, from the draft.
Scripted? What the hell's wrong with you?
Like
Anyway.
you're saying there was like some sort of,
Yeah.
illegal act.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jesus.
Because like,
That's very-
the thing is, what you don't
Just calling
understand,
them out
guys.
like, just like that. All right.
You're from the Immortal division, right? You've not been part of the Divine division for too long. So during these games, when it paused Twitch chat, they just spam Mafia and stuff. We had a pause during this game. We just don't know, honestly.
Do we know what they were spamming? Because if we knew that, we would know.
Well, it'd just be Mafia. So during a pause, it's just a thing. So
Okay.
Wow, this is not going the way I predicted it. This is just a 360 turn in a very bad direction. How about we get back on the GPS and talk about what happened in the game?
I have analysis.
Here we go.
I will analyze.
Yankees, hit it.
I believe
Yes.
that Team Empire
Yes.
lost their team fights.
Great. All right. Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of those replays.
So, in all seriousness, this
Yes.
as we zoom into this this team fight here,
Zoom in.
I think what we have to look at around about the 14-minute mark, you've got Siberian Seed eventually bring in all the heroes mid. They know that they have the superior team fight in the fact that they have damage and the ability just to take a good, strong fight. There's a lack of damage on Empire. And Empire, there was a sign of life here where the Troll kind of cloud face into Chrono, was unable to really do anything and died, but they fundamentally lack that extra little bit of something. In a team fight draft where you can kill them, you need to be able to punish the objective you're next to. And when your heroes are Quap, Axe, Void, Core, you don't really instantly transition into that tower. Compare that to Siberian Seed. If they win a team fight, they can go Roshan, they have Death Prophet, they have Troll. They have ways to just move from fight to objective and just make their overall plays look a little bit better.
To add on to that, on the real about their team fighting, because that wasn't real enough.
Bring us to the
No,
real.
not really. No,
In case it wasn't.
Thank you.
I do think that Empire obviously wanted to fight. They had these crazy team fight heroes, but not really early. I mean,
Yeah.
does like the Supernova do that much damage in the Chrono early when that's your only damage source
doesn't.
for the Chrono when they don't have a Queen of Pain ult? It kind of felt like there was enough burst to get the Chrono targets to like 20% HP, but then nothing more. Because Void in the early game, he's a little bitch. He doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
So I really do think that this game could have went totally the other way if Empire had played a little bit more patient and didn't just deathball the mid lane, which is what we saw.
The important thing actually as well is if you look at how Siberian Seed played the first bit of laning phase, look at like the 8-minute mark, normally you see these tier 1 teams, they'll gravitate their supports to mid lane, pressure this tower, and try and unlock the map from taking that. Instead, Rubik TP top, got the first blood there, and Death Prophet kind of held ultimate up until like minute 14 plus. So we never really saw this DP, who was doing pretty well in lane. Quap v DP, you expect Quap to come ahead. DP was already in the lead. Like if you see here, where's the punishment from this last pick Quap in net worth against DP? Like you buy consumables, but cool,
Right.
net worth's still pretty darn good.
When you're last picking something, you
Yeah.
would expect, especially with the Queen of Pain,
Yes.
you would expect it to pop off. And I think one of the core issues with the Quap was that he sat in the mid lane for what, like 10 minutes? And I get that a lot of the action was around the mid lane, but if you're, getting levels on this hero, you can be really active. I think you can get some of these side lane towers. You don't have to worry so much about, okay, we need to get our Void to a little bit more farm before we can win these fights, because you're just popping off in the side lanes. Like, there's so much distraction for the Void, who actually was farming really well despite the total chaos that was happening in the mid lane. Like, I really do feel that this game was, it was even and it slipped away. I feel like if going late game, we could have seen a lot easier team fights from Empire. But basically, this Siberium squad, they took their advantage from the lanes and they just crushed with it. They just ran off with it.
So it's really scary to play into their lineup. Like it's just too simple to play. Like you jump Oracle, kill him, then you can argue maybe you can have a good fight. But if the Oracle is so far back that you pretty much have to keep reaching in the fight, you have to keep chasing to find the Oracle. Suddenly Troll's there as well, Centaur. It's like it's really hard to play. So
I think simple from ahead is definitely the Siberium draft. Like Death Prophet can feed from behind, Rubik can be kind of useless from behind, but from ahead, like definitely, and they just keep fighting too. Like the only cooldown is Death Prophet ulti.
Yeah, it's great lane combos.
And I think you guys mentioned it, but Roshan seemed to be a big deal on this. One team, obviously a huge advantage there, able to take two, keep that momentum. Is Rosh a big deal in Tier 1? It seems to be a big deal here with these new growing teams.
Yeah, so in terms of like the flow of a game, it will be you pressure mid between like minute 6 to 9, and then from that play, you then unlock Roshan to be around about minute 13, 14, and then with that Aegis, you're then able to sweep across the map and basically continuously play off of smokes and pickoffs, and suddenly now you're out-farmed and outplayed. In this game, this is where I think, even though Siberium Seed won, their ability to pressure mid to go Roshan, it felt like it was 4 or 5 minutes delayed. Therefore, if they were up against a better team, you would see that punishment come in. Like DP just playing in the jungle, not pressuring towers. It took till 25 minutes to take all outer towers other than top. So they have the aggressive lineup, but it took so long for them to actually kind of transition into true aggression.
Right, and definitely, like you said, like against a Tier 1 team with the lineup that they had, Void, Phoenix, you wait that amount of time and it gets tricky. It gets hard to fight.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, we have a little bit of time as our teams get ready for Game 2. But I am interested in the lore of T-Governor.
Oh
now,
my.
I want to know where you come from. What brings you to Dota? I know very little about you, Mr. Governor.
Just put
And I
this
want
away.
to know more.
Yeah, don't need
Don't
this.
need that
Tell
anymore.
us your life story right now.
So I was conceived
From
on a
childhood.
holiday.
Starting with the most traumatic event.
What's your mother's maiden name, by the way?
What street do you live on?
Okay,
Tell me your
so
tale.
I live here in Kiev right now. Safe.
Begin your tale. Go.
No, yeah. Coach Chaos last year. So for
How'd that work out?
pretty hot and cold. It was like Brazilian Chaos, you know? Like we had the boys, King RD, Tavo, HFN, and then we had Misery, and then Weehaw from the European front. Great bunch of lads. We then eventually got to TI with a European team, carried by Matumba Man. Thanks, Matumba Man. Loved the TI payout in last place. It was great.
Oh.
It was like money. No, I mean, that wasn't Flame, by the way. Like we should,
That
we
was
don't
like-
deserve. We
Wait, what-
shouldn't have been at TI. That was the clear point
What
there. Like,
percentage did you get from TI?
Tell us exactly how much you
How much
made.
money did you make?
how much money I made?
Just kidding.
Did Valve
So-
pay the taxes on that?
No one pays taxes in esports, man. Like we laundering.
Whoa, we are off camera right now. Cut.
Is there a commercial or?
No.
Yeah,
Continue.
no, but yeah. So Matumba Man basically carried our team to TI. That was what I was trying to get at.
I see.
Absolute stellar chap. Honestly, makes any team good. But yeah, no. Other than that, that's basically it. It was a coach. Got Chaos to be a little bit better than bad. Top 8. So it was like 8th to 12th was our home ground. You know,
Yeah.
we never really came last unless we played up against a Brazilian stack, and then we got scared because Brazil beat Brazil.
I see.
But other than that, yeah, we're a solid bunch of lads.
You missed something.
Mm.
You made a mango tree video,
That is
yes,
true.
The
And then-
mango tree bit.
That is
and then
true.
everybody started putting it in good places.
Yeah.
People started
But then
putting
you
it
know
in
what
the
happened?
base.
You know what happened?
What?
Some really popular guy that I think he won a TI or something said to put it in base, and then everyone put it back in base.
Now, do you agree with that decision? Because I have begrudgingly become a fan of Mango Base.
So the issue with like putting it in base is sure it gives you like mana, right?
Yeah.
But what's the map gain, right? So let's say you're a mid laner. If you put it into your tree line covering you, now your support or that ward that you could be covering you there is now pushed out deeper into the map. So you're obtaining more knowledge on the map because your observes are more spread. You're not localizing it towards a single lane that can cover it with a mango tree. Even if they kill it, the value of that 3-4 minutes it has in mid from farming, from those early ganks, pushes your mid laner to play on the map. So in base, it's kind of whatever.
But in base, you get unlimited mangoes
You
for
do.
the entire
Okay, forever.
game.
Forever. Whoa.
Forever.
But how many games? All right, be real. Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to have to talk about our pubs for a second. I'm
Sure.
very sorry, Loader. But could you tell me how many times at the end of a game you've seen like 50 mangoes there? Like that mango salesman has done no
Yes.
marketing. He's
But those
got
people are
nothing.
just stupid. I mean, as somebody who has a mango tree, whenever I TP, I take a few and I
a little
go on-
couple. Okay.
boop, boop, boop,
I mean,
especially as a support.
I play the guys that need mangoes that don't build any mana items. You know, I'm Pudge. I'm running around with Tranquil Boots, Windlace, feeding at 40 minutes into the
But
game.
that's the thing, right? As a player, you're using this mango tree in base to make you like you're bad, right? You're missing hooks. But so you have no
Absolutely.
mana. So now the mango tree
100%.
makes you feel better because you have mana. In reality,
It
you
lets-
hit your hooks. You don't need the mangoes.
It lets me miss more.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I realize that what am I doing with my life playing this game? I need to get a job.
Yeah.
I need to stop doing this
Yeah.
and making my parents just totally embarrassed
Yeah.
to have a son like
Yep.
this. And then I think I should have put my mango tree somewhere else.
No, that's meta vision. That's life
That's your next
vision.
YouTube video. Top 5 reasons mango tree made me bad at life.
I actually have that one on OnlyFans.
Oh, nice. Is there a
Finally, a
discount
reason to
code?
subscribe
Yes.
to that. Please don't sell that out. But interesting stuff. Now, I do have a question that maybe a lot of our audience is thinking. A lot of our audience thinks they're good. They go to True Dota 2 with
Oh.
the other 4 people on that site. You
Wait,
know.
is that a site?
Yes.
I'm not even
BSJ
kidding.
is 50% of the accounts on there. That guy, I don't know where he gets off.
I don't know.
Is that actually a site? I'm not even,
True Dota 2.
True
yeah.
Dota 2
I'll check it.
/reddit.com.
Yeah. See, the
Is the
normal
URL.
R Dota 2, it's too much for them. They don't like the memes. They want the real discussion with the 4
no,
other
when-
people there.
It's
But
Reddit. Oh, I
at
won't
any
look.
rate, many think that they are good enough to be a coach. What would you say to them at home? Because you, a man who has gone from such little,
Yes.
pathetic, some would say,
Yes.
beginnings, peasant-like, to rise as a coach on one of the greatest teams. Matumba Man was your bitch, for God's sakes. What would you say to them? Is coaching for everyone?
No, I think coaching no, it's not. Coaching is a very underdeveloped role in like most of esports, right? You don't really know. Like, you ask a coach what they do, they're like, "What do I do? Am I psychological? Am I like game? Am I draft?" Like, there's so many aspects to a Dota team. That
Are you psychological? I wanted to ask that. Or are you a...
I'm just a nice chap,
Game-
mate.
is
So
that
like,
it?
yeah, I just get the boys happy.
That's psychological.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
that is,
no.
yeah.
I'm more of a. I'd say draft, and then
I see.
light gameplay would be my angle. So it's just understanding what you want to do. It's very hard though,
Why is it hard?
because you need to understand. So for example, with Chaos, back when they're in the Brazil days, we've got like cultural differences between Romanian, Danish, Brazil. You've got game understanding coming from, again, like 4 different angles. And then you got the British guy that comes on like, "Hey guys, how you doing, buddy? Do you want a cup of tea?
Hello,
Sure, let's go."
chaps.
Yeah, like chaps.
Mate,
Yeah.
British.
Oh, right, yeah. Let's pick Spearbreaker in the morning. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you just can't do that. So yeah, it's really, you have to be able to be a people person, understand everyone's needs and wants while still finding a common goal. So it's a very hard job to do.
So don't take this the wrong way. But
Oh, here we go.
did the pro players actually listen to you, or were you more there as like a,
Yes. Yeah. So in terms of strategy, it's about getting the chat and the right team talk going, right? So the perception of coaches, they don't come in and say, "I am the one, listen to my strategy," right? It's
Yeah.
about just facilitating the conversation, right? So it's about everyone being able to have their input. And then eventually, captain, coach, whatever dynamic you have in the team will come to the conclusion. They're like the guys that sign it off, right?
I see.
But it's a team effort.
Huh.
From my vast experience in North America, pro Dota,
Yeah.
competitive Dota, very competitive. Hey, don't laugh.
Thank you for mentioning it was competitive.
laugh.
Dota.
What year, sorry?
One of these years. I don't want to talk about that.
No, that's fine. Don't worry.
Coaches, it's just nice to have a sixth guy
Yeah.
that's not invested. That's like, okay, I'm not emotionally invested in this game, and I can tell you, like, this guy is right. When he's arguing this, you should have done that. He's right about that. I watched the
Yeah.
whole thing, and he's right about that. I feel like that's a big element to it.
It's about just having
That's
your
why
own
they listen.
opinion as well. Like you can't just go in there and go, I need to agree with the captain just so I keep my job. You need to actually like the guy, but also be able to go, all right, I think you're wrong here, I think you're right here, and just create dialogue. Because you know what, surprisingly, Dota players aren't really good at communicating with each other outside of the game. They're not really, now and again.
True.
Yeah.
No.
You don't?
Very good with vulgarities.
It's true.
Very good.
Maybe you could get a chat wheel in real life that they could point to. That's what I would do. If I was a psychologist
Hey,
person,
Matimba, man, how are you feeling today? Well played.
well played. They would, have a little recording that yak backs. All those 90 kids out there, you can record messages like, woo, I'm having fun. That'd work. Anyway, let's get to the draft. Game 2 of this epic series of growing Dota 2 teams. You're right here supporting the next generation of Dota. All those normies going out to watch Liquid versus Secret. Oh, I'm so smart with Dota. Shut up. Okay, you guys watching right now are watching Empire versus this seed team.
Siberian.
Whatever. You're here
not
supporting
OG
real.
seed.
How
Be
many
clear,
times
guys.
have we said it?
I can't remember it, but at any rate, true Dota 2, you're watching it, you were here, and let's talk about this draft. We've got Venomancer coming out. Venomancer.
Slip through the draft. I think interesting so far is actually Doom has gone through the draft, and during the close qualifiers, Doom was pretty much in like 98% of games picked or banned first phase. So the fact that it's kind of slivered its way through is a little interesting.
I think Doom's garbage, and I know everyone
Hot
thinks
take,
that he's
hot
I
take.
real
think Doom
good.
is garbage too.
All right,
Doom
okay,
is just
guys.
legitimately garbage.
As a I need to facilitate this conversation. I don't need to know it's garbage. I need to know why. So please, one reason why it's garbage.
Every year, pro players forget that Doom exists, and they realize that Doom has a skill called Doom, and they all think, oh my god, cancel everything. This must be so strong.
Okay.
And then it's countered by the same shit it always is.
Okay, so counter argument.
Yes.
In a meta that shifts towards 4 protect 1, having Doom being able to take away that 1, opening up 4 squishier heroes that are enabling, would that not potentially make it a good hero?
Well, if Doom can make it to the 1, then the 4 protect are pretty shit at their jobs.
Okay. Thank you, Jenkins. Why do you think it's bad?
So I would agree fully with Sir Action Slack.
Thank you.
Sir, emphasis.
Right?
Yep.
I believe that we are going to see Doom fall off. And I believe we already are seeing Doom fall off due to basically Oracle and Wisp. I'm just going to simplify it. I think there are heroes that make Doom bad, no matter how good the numbers are on his spells. I think that just the way the hero plays is bad against a Wisp. And I think Wisp is coming back. It didn't exist a week ago.
Yep.
Now it's a big deal. This is a Wisp team, not making it through the draft, but we're seeing Wisp. We didn't see Wisp before.
Okay, so what you're saying is the tier 2, tier 3 teams had to basically develop meta without seeing tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
Therefore, they kind of made it look like it was better. Tier 1 teams had a little look of, well, maybe...
What the hell is
These
that?
mere Doom. Okay, so they had a little go, and then tier 1 teams are now setting the meta once again.
I mean, literally.
It sounds so smart when you say it like that.
It really does.
That was great.
Yes. This
Again,
is why
I'm just here
I
to
don't
facilitate
get
the
hyped.
conversation. Just thought I'd just try and show off my coaching job. If anyone wants a coach, I'm heavily unemployed. I'm so
Commonly, I'll
unemployed.
try to make points, and even if I'm right, the presentation is so stupid, people don't want to agree with me.
But that's the thing. Your points were technically correct. It's just you have to add that little bit of to
The
it.
best kind
whatever
of
that
correct.
was.
Let's get back to the draft here. Treant, Protector, and Tiny. We've seen a lot of Tiny. We know what he's about. We've seen a lot of Venom. We know what he's about. Tree and Phoenix. This is a classic-ass combo that nobody's running. Where's this boy been?
He's been in pubs.
Yeah?
He's been crushing it. Big win rate. Playing in multiple roles. Lots of pro players having a great time with it. Great for defending towers. It's great for holding a lane so that a Spectre or a PL or a Terrorblade can get farmed. So that's a good question. I feel like it's good. I feel like it's one of the best heroes right now.
I would say the issue with this combo opening is it just unlocks to having these big hypermobile cores being picked. Especially because Team Empire they didn't have the last pick in first phase. You could have seen Siberian Seed pick up like the anti-mage or this kind of big like Manta-style-esque mobility hero that would just pick apart this lack of lockdown. In terms of the tree and the value here, when you see this Venno, he's able to push towers, but it's very much like small chip damage.
Sure.
So that living armor, you get 2-3 points in it early on. Suddenly this Venno in the side lane, cool, he's farming, but he's never taking tower and moving into our map.
That's true.
The value for the tiny pick is Venno after level 3-4 can stay pretty much independent. Most players just gravitate towards a 0-2-2 build, not going for Gale. He can be independent, unlocking Tiny to move across the map. We saw Crit and Tiger both play exceptional Tinies because their offlaner doesn't need help. He needs help for 1 minute, 2 minutes. Now suddenly, Tiny level 2-3, you're pretty much killing anyone on the map at this point with +1.
That's the nicest thing about Venno right now, honestly, is that there's very few heroes that are picked in the meta, and this is going back to why I think the meta has shifted in Tier 1. There are very few heroes in the meta that actually are able to make it through a jungle of wards.
Yep.
Like, you can't walk through that as a tree. You can't walk through... Well, you kind of can as a tree once you get
You
level
just go
10.
like deep into the tree,
You
right?
have to
You have to
really
really, like,
deep.
yeah, you have to
And you got to be careful, though, with the Venno. It's like he just blows up on you.
Sure.
You know, Phoenix can't. Most carries can't. So it's a good patch for Venno if they pick the meta heroes.
I see. Snapfire picked out as well. Snap, we've seen her get picked up. Hasn't been too impressive yet. Do you think there's hope in this game?
It's very much like the current meta flex pick flare that's coming in. So we've seen Venno, it's gone from 3 to 5. Same with Snapfire, it goes from 3, 4, and 5. And we saw Secret running off lane. I think 5 men in one game put it off lane in the Immortal division. So right now, Siberian Seed are pretty much offering up 2 heroes that can be in either lane. Right now, you would probably argue Snapfire being in the 5 role, because against a tree, if he ever commits onto you and you cookie onto him, you kill the trees around him, therefore taking away that free pathing. And it's going to be super hard for him to then get away and then connect into a tree. So there's that very small interaction that Snap can just demolish a tree out of position.
That's a really great point. Invoker picked up here. It looks like more magical damage to complement the Phoenix. Also, pretty good partner for the Tree and Protector. Am I right?
Yeah, great. Excellent wombo combo, as well as if you ever find anybody out on the map as tree while you're sitting in a side lane or hunting in the jungle. You
AFKing with a meteor hammer.
Yeah, AFKing with a meteor hammer. You can, if you hit somebody with that and a Cataclysm comes out or a Sunstrike, that's big DPS. So yeah, it's not that bad. My concern, once again, as you were saying, is the mobility aspect. If Siberian picks something like a Lifestealer, I think it's a pretty garbage hero, but it hits the egg, it can dispel the Treant ulti, and Invoker doesn't do anything against Lifestealer.
Sure.
Or Juggernaut. I mean, Juggernaut's the other option. Is it? Let me see the bans.
Yeah,
Oh,
Empire
Jug is
did
banned.
ban
Jug
that
is
with
banned. Okay,
Jug.
that
Smart.
definitely. Yeah, you want to ban that with Phoenix and
Yeah.
Tree.
I would take a Juggernaut over the other one any day.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
afraid.
not a
Lifestealer
great.
is a real weird hero. Sladar comes out.
Okay.
Welcome, Sladar. It's been a
My-
minute.
Oh, and there goes it. There goes the notes. I just
Oh
don't
my
need
God, the
much.
notes.
I'll just, you know what? Yeah, I'll just elevate
it up.
This. No. Oh, I won't throw it. I was
Up
about to
off
just
the
yeet
ground
it in.
like the animal you are.
I think that would.
to me slash.
Continue your analysis, boy.
Yeah, so the... Why, thank you, sir. So, yeah, the Invoker pick in general, we saw how OG first faded so quickly is because it's such a good hero at, like, anti-aggression. With the Quaswex build, you can even just have the eventual Ags build just to blow up people. You have so many ways to play against... to fight. Oh, Lacoste is... Oh, beautiful. Sorry, I got distracted
Doing
by
very
Lacoste.
disturbing.
Cost
off
picked a
camera.
boogie and flicked it at us like a schoolyard bully, and we're too much.
He's a meanie!
We're too beta to do anything about it. We're just sitting here. The boogie's on his foot right now. It's disgusting. Lacoste.
I'll clean it up after Slack.
Anyway,
Sorry.
what were you saying?
Nothing much really. Just
Continue.
Oh, once again! Invoker just has nice ways in which he can either play off of the overgrowth with the Ags build, or he can just go Quaswex and just basically be that hero that once Tiny and Slardar are trying to run through you, he can disengage really easily, and then basically be the starting of the fight in a defensive capacity.
A lot of low mana guys on Siberium,
True.
but these guys they like to press the buttons, which requires mana. And so that's always really nice when you are this Quaswex Invoker. It's that you don't need to kill anybody. You just take away their mana and they can't play.
So they need that mango tree, like we said in the pre-show part.
Oh,
in base.
shit.
In the base.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Oh, Terrorblade.
Meta discussion.
Go on.
what if the players didn't get to know about what neutral items were coming, but the casters did? Imagine in the pick screen, all of the neutral items come up. Would this be good or bad?
That's a good idea. That sounds fun. That just sounds like a good time.
A good time.
But how do you like vet that? So like a random guy watching with like the 5-minute delay of draft goes, "Hey, Mr. Mid laner for X team, you're about to get a."
Oh, that's true. It is like you'll see the 40 or the 37-minute items.
Yeah.
Those are a pretty big deal.
exactly.
Are they?
Yeah.
So I appreciate you again, coaching thing. I appreciate your opinion,
I see.
but you're so bad. Don't suggest anything again.
Okay. Well, now I know why you got fired. Terrorblade going to be picked out here. Is Terrorblade a good Terrorblade a good hero, boys?
I'm so unemployed.
No, take it easy now, young one.
Terrorblade is, again, in concept, it's going to be a good hero here. For the laning phase, high armor hero against Slardar. Slardar only does physical damage. In terms of the game, he buys BKB. He doesn't really have any concerns. I am afraid of the burst potential. If it is a tiny mid, he has a good time running into that jungle with that early blink dagger, always jumping the Terrorblade. He doesn't have a lot of HP, therefore he will just die. So.
Honestly, Terrorblade's not bad against Veno, too. If they did run the Veno offlane.
Really?
It's, if he spams the Q, it's really annoying for the Veno. It means that you can't go for the max W build on Veno, the passive. Like, you could, with a lot of these high armor agi guys in the safe lane, you just max the passive and say, hey, get out of lane, you're taking magic damage, and then they're like, okay, I'm going to go jungle. But you can't do that against a Terrorblade because he just turns it back around on you.
Wow, that seems counterintuitive, because Terrorblade used to traditionally be countered by high magical damage heroes like Zeus.
Right.
And we're seeing a lot of very bursty heroes coming out here on this squad. So,
Yep.
Yeah, has it just changed now where Terrorblade's
just-
able to survive that?
The problem is just it's a passive. So he gets the passives when he creates the illusions. Like I'm saying, he presses the Terrorblade Q, whatever the hell it's called.
Yes.
Do you know what it's called?
Conjure image?
No, Conjure Image is his illusion.
No, yeah, it is. Reflection.
Reflection! Yeah.
Why did I say Conjure? I looked at you and was like, wow.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, all those guys I've been watching on YouTube.
I'm not
it hurts my...
I'm not a carry player. I'm not supposed to know this.
Yeah, again,
we don't
I
have
don't-
any carry players.
Why
on
do
the
we
panel,
even,
actually.
why do we get that wrong?
Carry players aren't smart enough to be analysts.
That's true.
I hit creep. Well, very good. Well done. Win TI now, little one. Anyway, interesting. Only real Dumbos wouldn't know that those illusions use the passives. Dumbos like me learn something new every day.
The other thing as well is you have to look at the fact that you have this laning setup, which is when TB wants to go to jungle, you're going to have this tree in the lane that can push out the waves.
That's true.
The classic answer to a TB is Arc Warden, and we're going to see a game which is basically Siberian Siege with all this early aggression, wanting to take map control, and then Arc eventually will try and win them the game. My fear is Empire, if they just play a little bit smart on the back foot, wait for their items, and then go, this Arc won't be ready to deal with the overarching team fight that they have on Team Empire.
The Arc Legion matchup too is a weird one. It's like it's double-edged. You have this.
Hey.
If Legion duels, what?
Nothing. It's just a spell name. It was neat.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I totally lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
That
Not
was
a
a
good.
really good excuse, Jenkins.
Not good as a host.
All right, now, all right. You've got the duel, right? The duel comes out. All of a sudden, you put the bubble down in the duel. No damage. But if you duel the Arc Warden, what does he do?
He summons his clone and the clone does the bubble instead.
While duel?
Wall duel, you
The
idiot.
clone, like beforehand, he prepreemptively...
Preemptively.
Oh, okay.
The clone's ready.
All right, at any rate, our
Sounds
wonderful
really
sponsor has sided with Team Empire on this one. Interestingly enough, despite the traditional counter to Terrorblade, as you called it, the Arc Warden. Gentlemen, do you agree?
I'm not a huge Arc Warden fan. I feel like any hero that plays for 7 items is not a good hero. I know the win rate's high. I think it's high because people are getting cheesed by it. I don't think it's good in that good in competitive. Even against Terrorblade, I think Terrorblade's a better hero.
Interesting.
So I'm going to go with Terrorblade.
All right.
I'm going to probably agree with you on this one. I think Seed, even though they won that last game, the kind of team choices they made were a little bit slow. And I think overall that might not go into your favor when you're against a Terrorblade when they're making the first move. When you're having to react and you're slow, you naturally lose a lot of map control. You need space for Arc Warden to farm. There probably won't be any space.
Yeah.
Gone.
All right, well, it is time to find out. No more discussion, gentlemen. We must pass it to the casters. The players are ready, and we won't keep you waiting. Once again, please welcome Lacoste and the Pixel, my friend.
Thank
Owen.
you.
Thank you, Slacks. Thank you. Thank you, Slacks. Anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop it. Okay, that's enough.
Somebody get him out of it. Thank you, Slacks. It's game 2, ladies and gentlemen, of Cyberium Seed versus Empire. What do we reckon about this? We've got this Arc Warden coming out as the last final pick. A little bit mixed on their opinions on the panel in regards to how strong it's going to be here. Do you sort of rate this hero very highly at the moment, Lacoste?
It's one of the toughest heroes to read, you know, if he goes for like items that he's not supposed to go in certain situations. We saw a lot of like misplaced items in the previous game, a lot of mistakes just from these two teams. But yeah, I feel like Arc Warden is a great hero against the TB, but I'm not sure if he can keep up with what Team Empire has. Like, you have Legion Commander that's gonna buff you up, extra attack speed, Dispel. You have Treant Protector's armor, so that's gonna be one very hard TB to actually kill.
Yeah, a lot of ways to buff him up and keep him strong in the mid-game fights that Cyberium Seed are going to look to bring to them. Let's see what sort of lane setups we get at the moment. Bottom lane, So Bad and Eknart, the two supports around here with their Legion. I mean, I imagine they're not going to stay here very long, almost certainly going to focus on keeping their Terror Blade safe in the early laning stage, especially against the pressure that Cyberium Seed could throw against him in that lane, as at the moment Slardar, Veno and Snapfire all up there.
The battle begins.
They put the Tiny on a mid lane, so that's going to be a lot of levels for Tiny, which means that the combo is going to be there much faster, like the full combo, 4 levels in Ava and Toss. So these heroes need to be very careful. You know, TB is not the hero with the high HP. Armor is not going to protect you against the magical damage, Nether's going to press the attack, protect you against that. So it seems like it's going to be Lightless Quasvex Invoker on the mid lane. They also have like Great Way once again. Same thing they did in the previous one. Ways of defending the egg. Like, you have Legion Commander duel, you have Treant Protector, the old school combo, they group up, Reflection, Invoker with Tornado, EMP. So in this kind of scenario, I think Phoenix can afford to, you know, just go in and use the egg in front of them instead of just waiting for someone to do stuff and then cast it.
Sure. I guess the only real worry is it's got to be the Snapfire, right? You've always got to be careful with the little Shredder in play.
Little Shredder just kills egg level 1, but once you hit level 12, yeah, just hit level 12 and he can't kill it anymore.
That's all you got to do.
The thing is, like, you're gonna get either dueled, like, in this scenario, you do not want to be close with the Snapfire. You want to be using that ulti. Also, they don't have like the greatest setup for the ulti. They have some slow vision coming up from Venomancer, but okay, maybe with Tiny. Maybe I'm just wrong here.
Yeah, I get it. But when sort of the blink comes out for the Tiny or the Slardar, they're going to have a good way to start things off on the front. Allow Biker to sit back and let the ult go.
I don't think this top lane is doing the job for Team Empire.
Bottom. Certainly doing the job for Cyberium, as they'll be the ones to claim first blood on Sobat. Taking him down.
Sam.
Starting to tank a little bit of the tower. He's going to get traded over to Biker.
Yeah, I don't think you want to dive Terrorblade underneath the tower. He has like 15 armor.
Yeah, not least until the levels are there on the Snapfire, so they have that additional bit of burst. And Slardar on his own isn't really going to scare these heroes at all.
Treant Protector as position 5 does not really provide that much. Like, he spent all of his regen, spent pretty much all of his mana, so what are you gonna do right now? Like, you need to bring extra regen. Slardar already used his healing salve, so he's gonna be up. I don't think TB is gonna get much farm when there's no meta.
No, very hard to step up to the wave, at least with it taking a lot of burst. It's in the mid lane, CS, 12 for 3, gets 13 for 4, continues to be a very close trade there. As Mastermind has got the bottle, we'll see around that 4-minute mark if backup comes in to make sure that Mastermind can get the refill, or if Lightless is able to mess with him. Bottom lane again, Sobat and Shashlo getting kept very low.
Do you think Mastermind's saying, I wish someone dies right now so he can TP to mid lane and refill my bottle? Yeah.
He might not be saying it, like, but you know he's thinking it. He's like, somebody die.
Do your job.
Yeah. He's open for that refill.
He's doing it. I thought he was going to die
Just
for
diving.
a second. Yeah.
Suddenly eyeing up Shashlo. Would love to have her an excuse to dive in for the Legion or the Phoenix. He's very much struggling against these two ranged heroes down here of Siberium.
The toss back. He's going to get that Invoker very low.
See up top, Cookie. Down and into the river. Micah gets himself away from that meta. Back in mid, Mastermind.
Rune spawning. It's very important that you check your runes for Tiny. Rune spawning right now. It's going to be bottom. Yeah, Mastermind.
Unlucky. Oh, yeah, they might still be able to protect it.
Yeah, you see two heroes actually checking the runes for Tiny. They understand that he needs that mana and HP refill. Invoker's not the hero that buys bottle and has high regeneration coming out from that boss. But that also leaves Arcward and Solo on bottom. So Empire almost said Gambit because I saw Shashlo. They use that info and try to play aggressive on Arcward.
Smiling Knight is dead. Samsam's able to get in and actually able to punch him down despite the high armor. Smiling Knight, he was so low HP that Samsam was able to finish him off as the TB tried to get aggressive onto Biker Snapfire, cost him his life.
So bad in trouble. He's going to TP out. Same goes for Shashlo. That just TP out of the lane.
All right.
4 minutes in, so this should secure 2 bounty runes. Pubber could easily grab 2 of those, and that's going to be like 2.5 free waves for Arcwarden.
Yeah,
Tiny dropping very low in the mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Just like, let's have the damage
He's
to quite
fine.
finish him
Fairy
off.
Fire. Doesn't even pop it, man. Mastermind.
He did the maths. He was
Mastermind.
very nice. He's got a big brain, that boy. You're right, yeah, bounty runes picked up by Pub. I mean, this is going to push this Arc Warden towards a very nice Midas timing this game. Having a very happy time down here, little pleb. With the way that the two of them, this Arc Warden Fenno combo has dealt very well with this Legion Phoenix duo. It doesn't seem to be posing any sort of threat to the safe lane of Radiant.
They have ways of dispelling the Gale. And Arc Warden's Q. I'm calling it Q because right now I cannot remember the name. Does it
Flux.
happen to you? Flux? Oh yeah, that's correct. Does it happen to you often?
I do. There's still spells that I always forget. What's the passive of Razor, for example?
Static something?
Exactly.
Or Storm something?
Exactly.
Eye of the Storm static
That's the ult.
passive, yeah. Oh, Tiny, he got the best rune. If he wants to gank the side lane with the haste. So far, so good for Siberium Seed.
Yeah, solid start. 2k lead already. At just 6 minutes in. And I think they'll be pretty happy with all 3 lanes. I mean, the top, 30 and 12, so it's free farm for the Slardar on top of the fact that they killed that Terrorblade.
Tiny will find him once again.
Has he got enough burst to kill him? Ooh. Oh, go for the blind tree throw. Ah, it's going to get blocked anyway.
He didn't need to, he could just throw it. I believe he's dead.
Or is he? He is. Oh! Granny coming in. Biker cleaning up the job. So Tiny loses his life, but hey, at the end of the day, the Terrorblade is dead. And that's always going to be good news for Siberium.
He was just going for a greedy play. Try to right-click him instead of throwing the 3.
It's top lane, Samsam. I mean, his free farm's just going to continue. Nothing a tree can do to stop him now that Samsam's hit the 6.
What if Tiny could pick up Treant as a 3 and just throw him? I mean, he is a 3.
I'd be pretty impressed.
At the end.
Oh, tree. Oh, yeah. Beautiful shot from Mastermind. Takes down the Phoenix. Now the Cookie. Biker with the setup. Pushes Pubber in onto Lightless. Lightless. He's going to have Ghost. No, he's not got the mana for it.
Pretend it's not happening. You know, the bear attacks you, you're standing still. Don't look at him. But they did not fall for it.
Siberium, and they're looking great here. 6-1. Shashlo is going to go for the TP out. Is there the burst damage in time? There is. The Spark Wraith won't quite hit him soon enough, but it's another instance where Shashlo's just having to leave that bottom lane.
And they're
not slowing down the arc at all.
And Mastermind's getting all the runes. He is level 6. Not the full combo yet, but he is chasing. And Slaughter's having an extremely good time on the top lane. Like, he's been left alone. TB right now is just jungling. He might even get Hand of Midas. I see Gloves of Haste, almost 2,000 gold on him. Yeah, I believe that's Hand of Midas flying to him.
Oh, has he? We've got the double Midas then. The triple Midas, technically, with the Arc Warden and his double. So having that in play whilst already being considerably ahead out of the lanes, you're going to be feeling pretty cozy right now if you're Siberian Seed. It's mid lane. Nothing more than a bit of harassment, but yeah, you're right. This pre-9 minute Slardar Midas. I mean, this is looking a little concerning for Empire. Bottom lane, Shashlo. It's on the run. The Plague War's down. Pubba coming in from the side. Shashlo has already used the Dispel, so nothing else to save himself. Over as well. The Cookie onto the 2, into the Avalanche.
Snap is already level 6.
Oh, this is, I mean, Biker, last game on his Rubik, this game on the Snapfire. I don't know what he's saying to the team because he's the captain, but he's making some good calls. This guy, he looks like a pretty strong leader here in Dota. Making a lot of excellent moves.
Siberian Seed with very aggressive moves all over the map. Like, they are pressuring TB in the jungle, they're pressuring the lanes. Arc Warden's having a good time. That's exactly what they need.
Look, this Biker's starting to wrap around quite deep. There's a lot of TPs coming in. You're going to get the Gale onto the TB. Cookie forward into the Avalanche. Smiling Knight's going to get blasted down by the Scatter Blast. They kill off the Terrorblade. Can Empire punish them until they're trying to chase down Mastermind? They've got the Sunray upon him. He's pretty fast.
Get that rune.
He's going to be able to pick it up and start bottling up the charges. He's fine. He gets out.
This is your position 5 Veno playing tier 3 tower 10 minutes in. What's going on in this game, Owen? Well, he feeds a kill.
Just finally kill him. But again, this is all resulting from another time where this Terrorblade is getting hunted down. I mean, this Snapfire just relentless at keeping on top of him and finding him each and every time. Even his own jungle it's just not safe.
He died 3 times already, and they're putting a lot of pressure on the other side. Slardar having a great time. Hand of Midas, pre-10 minutes. Same goes for Arc Warden. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of gold in their pocket. 6k gold lead already.
Yeah, there's this. And it's only gonna get bigger. They don't have any sort of farming tools on Empire's lineup that's gonna close that gap unless they somehow end up winning some of these fights that are being brought to them. But at this stage, that looks very unlikely. Siberium, he is looking towards Eknark, but even with the vision, hard to get to him as he keeps himself deep in the tree line. Trying to do his best to hold on to these towers. Empire, they've got to try and slow this game down, get the farm on the Terrorblade. Mid lane, Cold Snap, won't put a stop.
Stop the ulti. Or was it? It was Cold Snap, I believe.
It's a little bit deep there for Snapfire. As they'll kill him for this one. Does require all 5 of them to come in towards that mid.
It's 4 protect 1, but my question is, who are they protecting? Is it TB? Because right now he's really struggling.
It's not looking good there. Even getting that kill, as I say, just so much expended. They're putting everything into just killing off the Snapfire. The farm, the free farm, continuing for all cores of Siberium. Particularly so for the Slardar and Arc Warden with their Midases. I'm going to try and hunt Little Pleb. Supernova. And Little Pleb's going to turn, look to take it down. He gets the egg, but he will die for it. So a successful move. They'll also be able to farm at the Tempest double. Siberium, do they want to try and fight into this without their Arc Warden? Mastermind coming in with the combo from the side says certainly so.
1, 2, 3. The rest already used it. They can't tip him 5 times in a row.
They're coming in with the big tips to try and tilt Lightless out of this game. He is having a rough one. Smiling Knight, he's running. Mastermind and Pubba are chasing. A bit of a cookie forward to try and get him in range of a target. Won't be able to get the grab. So bad actually coming in with the aggressive dive. Turns over towards Pubba with the Sunray. They actually continue to run him down. That doesn't look like it. Mastermind He's still thinking about running in on this Terrorblade, smiling like we'll catch a glimpse of him as he steps down from the stairs.
I think Mastermind's playing way too aggressive, to be honest. Like, he should farm his Blink Dagger. Like, kill 3 creep waves. Eknard should fall on the top lane. Tempest double plus a hero should do the trick. Oh, some jukes.
He's hiding. He's dodging him. Little Pleb trying to do his best to find him, but won't be able to do so. So Eknard is going to live for now. Able to continue to offer up the living armor for that tier 1 tower. Getting extremely hard for Empire to make plays. They'll try mid though. Tornado onto Mastermind, but the coverage is there from the Mortimer's Kisses. Empire having to run. The Kisses bringing Lightless slow. Will live.
Once again, 4 men just sitting behind Terrorblade. And the Mastermind controlling all the runes. That's just the illusion.
Oh, they do eventually find the tree up top. Little Pleb will finally hunt him down. And these Blink Dagger timings, as you say, the Tiny's Masterminds is nearly done. Sam's already got his coming out. So they've got the double Blink, which is going to be terrifying for Gambit to play against. They don't have a lot of saves, or at least a lot of ways to remove the stuns, just that Legion. And if they get the jump on the Legion herself, they're going to just get blown up by this combo of Siberium very easily.
When their tier 1 tower mid falls, the area where they can farm is just gonna shrink. They're not gonna be able to cross the river.
What? Sam is going to try for Eknard. Eknard actually going to use the ult to keep himself safe here. Mana will be burnt as Sam toss forward there.
Flying
Mastermind
Granny
gets him in range of Eknard as Biker claims another.
You live in Netherlands. Who was Flying Dutchman? Besides the
that's
ship.
something to do with history. Yes, a ship, isn't it?
It's a ship in Pirates of the Caribbean. Caribbean.
Did you say Caribbean or Caribbean?
I don't know.
I say Caribbean.
Has been killed.
That's why I said it twice, because
I don't know which
both
one's correct.
sound fine.
I'm sure there's a correct one. Probably not the one that we say. I mean, us English, we always pronounce things horribly wrong.
So yeah, back in the game. 11k gold lead, 15 minutes in.
Yeah, it's only just
Once
growing.
it hits 1k per minute, the game just ends. That's how it is.
Oh, what's going on here? A dead Invoker, that's what's happening, and... Oh!
GG!
Oh, the tips! Dude, that guy is so tilted.
I don't think our panel is ready.
They're not
Owen.
ready. I don't think the panel even finished. They're just wrapping up the draft.
That was a quick one.
Well, he was out of there. Lightless.
Mid-air.
See ya.
Out. He was out of the game. He tossed
He
it
was gone.
out.
The tips worked. You know, we saw before that they were tipping him. It worked. You know, it ain't no joke. Tilted out of the game.
Not what we usually see, huh?
I mean, you said it, you know, when he gets to 1k a minute, the game automatically ends. It didn't quite get there, but the game did automatically end.
After you type GG,
Yeah.
game ends.
I mean, that was an early GG. There was definitely still a chance. Sure, it was very small. They were getting destroyed, but they did have a Terrorblade. I think they still had all tier 2 towers still up. You don't really see a GG that often when you still got all tier 2s still up,
Yeah,
and
you have
you've got a Terrorblade.
You have a TB to protect the towers. You have a Terrorblade
Yeah.
as your late game insurance, but yeah, that one was
Bye.
rough.
Yeah, that's.
See you guys later.
They gotta calm down their Invoker. He's probably not in a happy place right now. He was. They've got to check his keyboard, check his monitor. That was a serious case of the molding, as he was just out of there. GG, I'm gone. I'm not playing this game anymore.
Do you think he first disconnected from Discord, or he first left the game? What do you think?
I think he probably went into silent mode. Or do you think it was?
GG,
there's two
Alt
ways to go.
F4 and
isn't
just plug the cable out of the
Like,
electricity. You know, I'm out.
He's either screaming at his teammates or he's just gone into the silent. You know, sort of the.
I think it was a silent treatment.
You think the silent?
Yeah.
He just disappeared. He's out of there, and well, that is the series. 2-0. Siberium Seed will take it. Yeah. Well, easy day for us. Cheers, Lightless.
Bye.
Bye. Back over to the panel with you.
15 minutes of carnage brought to an end by Siberium Seed. Their early vacation of the game bring shame to us all. Just kidding. Great job there by Seed for a completely dominant performance, gentlemen. What'd you think?
Lots to talk about. Lots.
The panel might be longer than the game.
Like, for example, was it the silent treatment? Did he mute Discord? Did he unplug?
All right.
Did he leave Discord halfway through and he kept playing and then disconnected?
But on a more serious note,
Yes, please.
Empire as a team, over the last couple of weeks, you know, been helping out 5 men. There's been some scrims going on between these teams. Empire have noted several times that they've actually had internal issues with the team. They've actually
Really?
mentioned like they've had to potentially cancel that second game because they got a thrashing in the first game and they can't really follow through on that second scrim. They need to do team talks and stuff. It doesn't help that their off-lane player, Mastery, he wasn't playing today. Don't know why, but they've had to use a stand-in. So the combination of scrims not going well and that issue, plus this performance today, it does amount to all this pressure coming in, and they've clearly just exploded as a team and just buckled under the pressure.
Well, I mean, sometimes we've talked about this before in Dota 2, and it is sometimes just good to GG out. I mean, why stay in a game that is just going to be painful? You really don't think you have the opportunity to win it, and it could just cause more internal problems. You just gotta go. I mean, some teams that might have kept them together. So obviously, things didn't go well. But what exactly do you guys think was the major issue in that one? Any ideas?
I think being 6k down when you're an Arc v TB, the Arc naturally wants to farm, right? And you're in a counter to a TB, so like the window in which you're meant to be like, surprise, gotcha, it's like, oh, wait, we're not doing that. And yeah, just well played Siberian Seed.
I mean, you were definitely a not the Arc Warden fan there, my man. This is a pretty good example of where Arc Warden games could go wrong.
You know what? It really just seemed like they were tilted. They lost every single lane. At a certain point there, the position 5 Venomancer was taking the Terrorblade's triangle alone from him. And it's like, when that's happening, there's probably not good stuff happening everywhere else on the map.
Yeah.
When the highest priority guy in basically the Fort Knox of farming is getting harassed by the enemy 5 position, the lowest farm priority. Like, that to me is the worst thing that can possibly happen.
Yeah. That description itself was one of the most horrifying. That was like an after-action report from World War II. That was a terrible description. The position 5 is raiding the Fort Knox. Gracious me. Well, unfortunately, a 2-0 for Team Empire. Yeah, not feeling too good after that one, potentially, but we will see them again. But first, to our magic mirror. Let us regale within the game.
I hope it was the Ancient Falling. That's the only clip that we have.
Oh, come on, dude.
It didn't even fall.
Jesus.
The game crashed before then. They left.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Look at those tips. Now, that is a tilter right there, however. The, of course, Invoker getting 5-man tipped.
We've had 2 highlights, right? It's 15-minute mark.
Yeah.
We had the Tiny invading the triangle. Oh, it was 2 highlights.
Well, there you go.
Riveting stuff.
And then
guys.
they tipped him again.
Yeah.
Hey,
wait, what?
Hold on.
We've
we
gone
got
back in
more.
time. Oh, okay. We're now back at the 9-minute mark.
That's it.
We just wanted to watch the stand-in die one quick time.
I mean, legitimately, people are always saying that WePlay is one of the best production companies out there. To be able to find highlights for that game in that amount of time,
That was basically the whole game we
it's
just
a
watched.
goddamn miracle. I'll be real with you. They found 3 clips in a 15-minute game and got it ready for
The
production.
first clip was like 11k down. It's like, oh, great, yeah, cool.
Goodness gracious. Back to our magic mirror to show us these comparisons. Take it off the screen. No one wants to see this horrific sight.
Oh, God.
Thoughts?
To be fair, you got to give props to Siberian Seed, though. So, like, take away this GG in 15 minutes. Over the course of this tournament so far, they've beaten Bait. Again, they had stand-ins. They took Unique to 2-1. Unique was using 1 stand. Like, they've come across these harder teams in their group, beaten them, or at least gone close with them. And from their showing in the close qualifiers, they look non-existent. And they've kind of turned something around and actually have a little bit of, something going for them now. So it's great to watch the turnaround.
It really is. I mean, it's good to see these teams, be dominant and show their power.
Relative, but yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
And they don't draft normal either. Like, they're a team that they like the cheese. Arc Warden, I would say, is very cheesy. I would say Venomancer 5 is relatively cheesy. Tiny mid. A lot of people run that as a position 4. Like, there's, they've got the lane swaps. They've got the weird picks. If they do keep this together, they could be a pretty spooky team.
I do hope so.
Possibly even they'll become Siberium.
Nah, they've got a main team, mate. There's no way you're gonna get rid of them.
Damn. Wow.
God damn.
Someone we can talk to about that.
Only us get that.
Is actually on the line. We do have Mastermind from the winning team. Mastermind, are you there? We summon you to Mount Olympus. My boy. Welcome, sir. Incredible second game there. How you feeling after that?
Thank you. Feeling pretty good. The games were a little bit easier than we thought they would be, but yeah, we're feeling pretty good.
Absolutely.
When you, there's a lot of tips going out on the Invoker. Was that something you know this player psychologically he's going to crumble under the pressure, or was it something that you decided to do within the game?
Definitely something we decided to do within the game. I'm not sure if people tend to like tip people to totem specifically. It's just more so because of our energy, right? So it kind of boosts our morale so more so than tilting them, I would say.
As you're playing in ESL Germany's tournament as well, and on your roster you're
Right.
playing with Symmetrical, who's from the UK, can we claim your team as a UK team?
I'm not sure we could, I guess.
It seems like
not
you
for
just
sure.
don't want to be. From that
that's fine. You
response
can
was
just say
clearly,
no. Yeah.
I would like to not be a UK team.
Second question, if that's okay. For WSG 2019, Bulgaria had a roster with Power as carry and Lil Pleb as mid, of which you have now playing with Lil Pleb as the mid laner. What kind of came around in that? How did you kind of push him to carry so you could get yourself in a team with him?
Well, it was the other way around, really, because they called me to stand in, right? So
Yeah.
I didn't really. It kind of naturally happened.
Okay, nice.
All right, fantastic. I must ask the question as the host that everyone is waiting to have asked, sir. You're on the seed team. Do you think that you will soon be on the main squad? I mean, such a performance, such a destruction. You are seeds no more. You're making the baby that will grow up into a big burly man. What are your thoughts?
Well, we'll see about that. We're mostly, like, from my end, we're just focused on playing. We're not really concerned with the facts. So we'll see.
That's a badass answer, sir. Well, thank you so much for a fantastic series. It was great to see you guys kicking some butt, and we will see you again soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you go. I have to say, I've been doing a lot of interviews. Typically, I'm the one holding the interviews. That was a fantastic question, sir. How did you know all that
So
about
specific.
this?
What is this?
What did you do?
Play against him? What happened here?
How did you know that?
I just do.
How did you know any of that?
We have to show respect to the tier 2 and tier 3 teams to make sure that we give them the same platform that we give the tier 1. It's what
Right.
the DPC season's meant to do. So it's nice when they get this exposure to give them a bit of a push. Also, I didn't ask him because, it's kind of weird, but the Bulgarian team actually, fun fact, they qualified to the grand final with a roster of 5. And then at the very end for the grand final, they subbed out offlane and carry, brought in Nico Baby and Mind Control to win the grand final. And then they got removed again for the other 2 players. So they qualified for WSG, the national tournament, with like 2 super subs for the grand final. But Mastermind wasn't in the team. He was on the B team, and he played for the Romanians. There you go.
My, shit, a round of applause, please, in the chat for this man and his incredible interview and memory. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. Well, anyway, so ends Game 1. Game 2, Series 1. Series 2 coming right your way. We have a very special treat for you after the break. It is eye-casting with Lacoste, and we will be taking it down to, I believe, 2 teams that have yet to win a game in the tournament. We'll see you after the break. It's going to be a dank one.
It's in the bag.
Dodges it again. He dodges both the arrow and the fissure. So, well, at least he gets out of there. If he had been scouting arrow, hits him again.
Darkness.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Folks, welcome back. We're about to jump into another one here, and we're going to break down some of the teams that you might not know as well. It's going to be Voldemort versus Khan. Do we expect this one? I'm going to jump right into it. Do we expect this one to be another 15-minute matchup? Because that last one was absolutely brutally fast.
No, not at all.
Okay.
These are two teams that, that even though they're not in 2 in groups, they are still trying to, push through and prove themselves. Player-wise, they've all had checkered histories, good and bad. Unlike that previous series, the team that GG'd out, they just have team issues right now, psychological issues that are holding them back, I think. So yeah,
Wow.
Whole different story.
Finally, a team I can relate to. I have a question for you. Now, I'm going to sound kind of dumb asking this question, but I've never known this before, and it's probably something I should have learned at this point in my life. I don't know what checkered history means. I hear it all the time. Is it good or bad?
It's both.
It's both, yeah. Just means they win and lose.
Ups and downs, like roller coaster.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. For a second, I thought it was like checkered, like you cross the finish line. You know how they do that thing with the flag? So I thought it was...
They've already peaked.
I thought it was Tiger Blood. Like, I thought it was like Charlie Sheen lifestyle, nothing but winning, life in the fast lane. I was like, nothing but
just
checkers.
thinking like a graph thing, and it's just like, wins, losses. The green ones are like boxed as wins. The other ones are, like grayed out or something, like checkered boxes, right? I don't know. And they have like match histories.
That seems to be the right lane of thinking. But when
Maybe.
we're talking about thinking about this matchup, what do you think of these two squads?
They don't have a lot of games together, at least on the side of Voldemort. They don't have that many games with their newer players. I think they added 2 new players pretty recently, only like 3 or 4 games under their belt with them. On the side of Khan, they have some players that have been playing for quite a long time, but together, not the most. But they do have a lot more than the side of Voldemort is playing together.
Basically, Khan is the 2.5 team, tier team for CIS that always exists. Like Cheshire Cat, he'll always make a team that will be in open qualifiers, that will be scrimming the best teams, but they'll never make it to anything, right? And this guy's held down as a gatekeeper of this region from pubs to pros for years. So it's nice to see him still competing and eventually get to a tournament where he can actually earn money from failing to get to the main event, but still kind of have that safety net of the Divine League to allow him to really kind of prove themselves and get
It's
better.
kind of like the bridge troll. You can't get into the region unless you've teamed with him and paid your dues.
He played back when I played. You know that says a lot. So I used to play against Chester Cat all the time. We'd scrim against him. I still run into him in pubs and stuff like that. Oh man,
Or was it a different name earlier than that?
One of his iterations of his teams for sure. But yeah, he's always been around. Guy has good ideas about the game, and the thing I definitely do like about playing them, or at least when I watch them play, or at least when I've seen any team with him, is they're aggressive. They're never going to sit back and farm or that kind of strategy. They always try to actually make things happen.
Yeah. It kind of bodes well into look at the position 4 player, Gilga. He used to play on HellRaisers with the Funnick iteration before he got kicked for Roger. And Gilga as a player, he's very much like a go-getter. He wants to try and kind of prove himself. So if he's playing with that type of mentality in the team, then it should allow him to kind of excel.
Now, out of curiosity, because I know I just I've been checking what different time zones it is, kind of frequently being over here, and I feel like now it's starting to be early morning over in NA. Some people probably waking up, just tuning into the stream right now, maybe aren't as familiar with what's going on today in particular. What really is at stake for teams like this? How important are these matchups going to start being for the rest of the day for anybody who's just waking up and tuning in?
Well, I mean, for these teams, I think it's such good learning experiences. You're playing against teams that still aren't they're still not really built together and don't have their own sound strategy, but you can work on your own stuff a lot here. I think you can prove yourself and actually probably take most of the wins here on any of these teams, right? I feel like either Khan or Voldemort could just 2-0, and that's a huge start for them to just get themselves recognized at first.
Yeah. The important thing with the system for the Omega League is even if you don't do that well in Divine, as long as you can stay within the top portion of your group stage, you get to play against like the losers of Immortal, right? So you're going to be getting that exposure to these better teams just from surviving the group stage, getting into like the later stages of that playoff bracket for Divine. Because let's say a slip up in an Immortal team, now suddenly you're playing against, let's say, you know, a Liquid because they had a bad group stage, right? It might not, probably not going to happen, right? But you have that potential just to kind of mix with those higher tier teams.
Yeah, very important stuff to be paying attention to. And with that, the other thing that's going to be important to pay attention to is how this game's actually going to look. And we're going to start things off with the Veno yet again. I've seen this locked in the opener so much, and I think it's going to be something that we continue to see throughout pretty much the entirety of this tournament, Fog.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if we're going to see like any big variety of picks here, like just team-specific ones, or if we're just going to stick to just straight meta. Looks like it's probably just going to be mostly just meta picks here.
Yeah, that what I was saying on the previous panel was how I think because tier 1 teams want to break and you didn't really have exposure to them during the patches, the meta was initially dictated from these tier 2 teams playing in their own qualifiers. So we might see a very large shift in what heroes are actually good and not, because like last series, Doom wasn't banned, for example. It got put free. No one picked it either. It's like, all right, cool, it's just there. And we're seeing here as well, Voldemort, for example, banning Mirana. That's a Gilga classic hero, and they're respecting more the players rather than what meta is dictating for draft.
Very, very important to keep in mind. I feel like, you know, we love to talk about how metas form over tournaments, but it's not very often, at least for me, I've never actually gotten the opportunity to have one of those discussions about how different it's going to be during a league. And now we're starting to crack into those days where we start to see what that looks like.
Yeah, the big winner right now would be this Darkseer. The fact that he's elevated his game, the fact you can enable these melee fours that are coming back into the meta, so Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, Earth Spirit, Tiny, they all love playing with Darkseer. You've just got the natural surge for any core. It's just a very strong hero.
And your Veno.
And Aurabaya, it's...
Yep.
Yeah.
Aurabaya versus Veno. Surge is always going to be a pretty decent mechanic too versus the Veno throughout the majority of the game. Easy ways to get on top of Veno is always going to be the big thing too. It's just Surge. Everyone's going to be Surge, or somebody's going to be Surge to be able to collapse on top of him, which Veno can struggle with a little bit.
Yeah. I think one of the big winners is these early fights. It's less about being able to take the fight, but more having like the move speed and ability to like enter and disengage from the fight. So having these heroes that naturally have it built into their spells are very strong. And again, why Drum, for example, is a very good item because it gives you that move speed value. So this is why you're seeing these heroes just jump up.
Very important to keep in mind as we keep on moving through here.
I wonder if they're going to actually go for banning out the anti-mage here. I feel like every time I see Venomancer, it's just the biggest thing that always just comes to my mind. I'm not sure how much Khan actually plays it, though. It's
a classic carry, right? So I'm going to say that they will play it naive. He's very much one of those hard carries.
That's what I'm thinking.
Their strategy will be most likely 4 protect 1. I think for both teams, actually, you both kind of want to ban anti-mage, right? You got Venom on one team, Darkseer on the other. So
yeah.
Just because Khan doesn't have draft priority, they're going to have to ban it out themselves, just so they don't just give it away.
Definitely. Other heroes that kind of stick out is definitely like the PL, probably the other one of those just crazy fun. But that hero's not that popular anymore, actually. Every time I think naive, I actually do just think of those like super hard carries. Yeah, back when we used to watch him on like what, the Pango and Fly to Moon, I think it was beforehand. He used to, he used to always play. I feel like it was Void, PL, not Spectre because it wasn't popular at the time, but Terrorblade. So we'll probably see those specific bans coming out.
I just like the shift that the gains that we're seeing now, especially in the Mortal division, because now we've kind of got Divine just coming back for a little bit. We have super aggressive hero in mid lane or in that 4, and then you're enabling this one person to find that farm. So these teams, like for example Khan, where they have this guy who wants to hit creeps, they might have felt a little bit kind of weaker previous patches, but now we're going back to more of a classic kind of meta. We might see these teams actually elevate their game a little bit.
And I like seeing these two bans, right? The Ember Spirit and the Void Spirit. Those are two of those heroes that are just all about space creation, pressure.
Well, we saw it yesterday with the VP Na'Vi game. I think their game, they had like this tiny Ember, Veno-esque type lineup where it's just, you don't expect it to be able to do anything else on the map other than fight, but because they're fighting so much, not locked into cooldowns, then you can never farm, right? You just have no map control.
Wow, that's a lot of hard carries that are banned out. Morphling, Void, AM, TB. All taken out. Spectre, one of those big ones that's still left in the pool. Spectre.
This is an indicator from Khan that this is most likely going to be their 3-4. Yeah, there we go. Disruptor. Because once you're banning that many hard carries, it's showing that you don't have flexibility in your 4 pick to counter this carry. So they're just going for what heroes aren't able to play, what Clock can't counter there, that's a better way of wording it.
And picking to their strengths too, right? They have Darkseer. Darkseer Disruptor has always been seen as this crazy team fight synergy. Liking what they've got so far here.
Yeah, it's just very kind of just it's clean looking. I would say it's counterable by again like just mobility heroes because sure they have lockdown and teamfight, but it's very much if they make the jump, it connects. If they don't get a jump and it's a drawn out fight, then it's hard really to kind of continue locking that one hero down.
Yeah, they don't have much of, like the disable is going to be lacking. They've shown their 2 supports, right? Disruptor, Clockwork, there's actually no real like hard stuns. So if there's an elusive carry, I was mentioning the PL before, if Voldemort wants something like that, definitely a possibility. Just very limited stuns. Like,
I really hope they don't like go Naga and go for like the real classic combo. Especially with the vacuum going through sleep now, it's like, oh, I really hope they don't do it, but don't get baited by it, lads.
They might.
They might, yeah.
What?
But
Why
it's not
don't you
that.
wanna see
It's all like the lane versus Veno though, right? Naga versus Veno isn't that bad.
No,
It's
it
actually
for sure
pretty
isn't.
sweet.
Oh, that's a nice okay, so the reason why they'd want to pick it is it's a good against the Venom in lane. It's an illusion here that spams out and doesn't get pressured.
Yeah.
And also you have the big team fight setup. So because you have a lack of control, you enable the rest of your team to kind of play around her spell rather than you finding the fight yourself. And it's just a slower pace game. And in these lower tier team games, slowing down the pace so that you always can have a time to fight just means you have the better lineup. But the SD pick could be like a soft kind of go, if you want to go Naga, we've already got our like illusion hero to counter you. So sure, pick it if you want, but we've already got like a mechanism to deal with it.
I like this Shadow Demon versus... Actually, I'm kind of mixed. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I like it yet, but I can understand why people like it versus the Darkseer, right? Just that hard purge.
Oh, yeah, true.
So then nobody can actually just like... You can't just surge like a carrion or surge somebody in to just mess up the fights. It's also... It's a save versus the Disruptor ulti most of the times too. Shut up, Lacoste. He's messing with me over there.
He's trying to get in your head, man.
He's getting in my head.
Yeah, he is. The question is, where are they going with it? Because like they can either go for the they go for Spectre.
It's very safe. I think it's like one of the last super carries that's really left in the pool. Lane isn't. I mean, like, what am I getting? Spectre.
If you like Voldemort, for example, just like a cheeky little Slark. Literally no stuns.
Literally no stuns. I like Slark. Yeah. Slark looks great. Naturally builds into Silver Edge. Great versus Spectre.
You ban out like a Leshrac +1 in your last phase so that you don't have like the Darkseer Leshrac type combo, and then off you go. It's just going to be a lot of fighting, so they might kind of fall victim to not playing quick enough or not playing the map well enough to actually utilize their skirmishes. But I think, yeah, Slark does look pretty darn good.
Yeah, I like that Lesh ban too because it covers both. If they like, let's say if they don't pick the Slark here, if they want Slark or PL, Lesh, you know, if they ban out the Lesh, it can open up for both of those heroes.
Also, a thing that you guys have picked up, by the way, during the qualifiers, we looked at our iPads, and now all of you kind of look heavenly up into this kind of void of the TV, so it looks very different. I was used to us just doing this.
Yeah, I've been looking at the iPad because I'm an old man. It's so far away.
I should honestly. I'm squinting looking over there.
Yeah.
So this is going to be Voldemort trying to set the pace, right? Because Lifestealer, if he's off to a good start, he can eat Spectre. That's what it's always been looked at this hero that actually does just kind of hard counter the Spectre in the early game. If it gets to later stages, it can be quite a bit of a problem, but they do have very aggressive heroes, low cooldown as well. They have the heroes to actually play very aggressively right now.
The way that we've seen Tiny played, you have that vehicle as well for him, so you're always going to be able to blow up that one hero.
The lane's fine too. You have Sustain versus the Ion Shell. You have your Rage.
But my only concern is, depending on the itemization, your timings still feel a bit off. As a Lifestealer, you're always playing for like 20 minutes probably, right? And a Spectre, if he's not feeling pressured in the first 20, he also feels pretty good. So it forces your team play to be super good, where as soon as you get to Lifestealer, you have to instantly make the right moves. Otherwise, Spectre just laughs at you because he's like, well, now I've got Manta +1. It's like so easy to play.
So Voldemort's in a situation right now where they're really going to be playing around that 20-minute timing. Is there anything that they can do to mitigate that a little bit as we round out the draft?
I think it depends on how they set up their lanes, because right now they've got a lot of flex where it could be like Veno off lane, Tiny 4, SD5. They could easily put some weird Veno 5, SD4, Tiny mid. Like there's a lot of question marks right in their draft. I think they just need to find, they obviously will know, they need a grounding hero to make aggressive moves other than Tiny so that you can actually play the map properly. Because right now, if Tiny has a bad game, no one makes moves. Everyone just sits back.
I think they could still pick, I hate to say this one, but I think they could still go for something like a Puck. It's really good versus like the rest of the heroes. There's no lockdown at all. It gives you the delivery mechanism for your Lifestealer. I just want early aggression and fast pace.
That's true, actually.
And wave clear, right? And then like with the, I think like key items is really going to be in this game too for Voldemort. Like I feel like Lifestealer can't go for greed. You go for your armlet, you go for your Deso, and you go for just fighting, taking objectives nonstop. Don't slow the pace down versus Khan. So
I'd even argue like just Silver Edge after that, just instantly blow
that
up
even can
Spectre.
work too. Yeah, I'm fine
But
with
again,
that.
that style of build, it forces you to be able to play the map well enough that when you're being aggressed on one side, you have to have the confidence to let yourself be kind of hit a bit to then smoke to find the Spectre. Like, you need to be able to play the map really well. And if you make one bad mistake there with that itemization, you'll be so underfarmed and you just feel like a hard game.
Yeah.
I am a little bit scared for Voldemort. But this is they have run the Lifestealer before. During the qualifiers, when they had Radix as their carry, this was a hero that it would default to for this guy. So it's very much like a team strategy, I think, rather than the new carry player coming in saying, I'm a Lifestealer player. So might see some discrepancies as well with that one.
Okay.
They're taking a lot of time for this last ban. Because they banned out the Storm, great ban, because they don't have a lot of disables versus it, and there's a Lifestealer. They're probably thinking, like, what other elusive, annoying hero?
Oh, yeah.
I like that ban.
Yeah.
That actually is a really good one.
Not gonna, I just assumed it was banned at this
I
point.
did too, yeah. That hero is insane.
There needs to be like the universal ban where both teams come together and go, who are we both going to ban out? Like the one team
Yeah,
they
exactly.
meet in the middle, have the handshake, Batrider. Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Just gentlemen sim out of here. As we're going to see what
So-
the... Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking, like, I think they can take two different avenues. They can go for Puck and go for this very fast pace, or they can go for something that actually adds them a little bit more scaling, like a Kunkka.
Yeah, that does give them the team fight rebuttal. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, okay. That's
Oh,
not
this
something
is
I
great.
expected.
Slats gets to cast
Yeah.
himself a
Oh,
win
this
on a
is-
game.
Oh, like
I did not-
smiling.
He's going to be
actually did not
screaming
expect
for Khan, yeah. I didn't see that either. I don't...
You're countered by you're very countered by Disruptor, like easily actually,
think-
and Clockwork.
For reasoning, you might be able to pivot the Tiny or when you're on a both 4 and mid. So they're deciding on that kind of flex until the final point. They don't have ultimate last pick. I would argue that I want to see the Tiny mid because it sets tempo a lot better. And the double ranged offlane will be able to bully both Disruptor and Mini Spectre. Because
I like that,
Spectre
actually.
doesn't really do anything, right? So it does set themselves up drafts-wise to have a little bit of an edge. The issue is, yeah, they just get, oh, yeah, oof, crikey, Zeus. Oof. What's your thoughts on that, mate? Anyone,
Wow.
anyone take
Man,
it?
you dropped in that like that was like the instant cheeky reply. How do you feel about the Zeus here, Fog?
I mean, I'm Tiny versus Zeus is always just
Thank you.
amazing. Like Zeus
Yeah.
just feeds.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm a little worried about that Zeus pick. It provides him a ton of damage, but now I'm looking at the 4 like roaming, right? Disruptor, Darkseer, Clockwork, Zeus. Sure, they have damage to be able to like actually kill people, but you're picking Zeus into Lifestealer Tiny. I feel like Lifestealer is like, this is amazing. Like, you just picked a hero that I hard counter, and if that's a core Zeus, which it has to be, I feel like you're happy as this Lifestealer.
And as of right now, if you are going to go in on this one on EGB.com and place some bets, as you can see, the odds are very much going to be in favor of Voldemort. And I felt like you guys really liked Khan's draft up until this last pick. Why do you think that they ultimately did go for the Zeus?
Well, they have the option with Zeus. You'd expect him to go for like the W build, where he's always just trying to spam out the hero. But if you go for like the New Age build, where you go for Arc Lightning, always push the wave out, play off your range, you're able to delay these early pushes and just be really obnoxious. That you're not trying to be this assassin type guy that's doing damage. You're just keeping waves pushed out, buying time, being that high ground defender. Spectre gets his items, and eventually this kind of skirmish pick-off bomb can never find pick-offs because Spectre's on the other side of the map, they're playing the map well, and Zeus is already keeping the lanes pushed out. So I kind of like the Zeus pick. My fear is it could just get completely picked apart and have no game.
I think if Voldemort does play super aggressive, I think they could actually, like we said, that 20 to 25, 30-minute timing, they could look to close it out. However, if they make too many mistakes, Spectre's just going to start doing Spectre things, Zeus is going to spam out waves, and they're going to end up inevitably losing toward the later stages. But I'm looking for tempo from Voldemort. I think they can definitely do it this game.
I'm really excited to actually see how this one plays out, and I'm also excited to hear our casters cover all of it because they got a top-tier waifu to talk about. Let's throw it over to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the Classico, the Lacoste Suraction / cast of these two fantastic teams. Lacoste, Genghis Khan killed 40 million people. Can he manage to do 5 more in this game?
I believe so. The draft, I mean, Zeus is last pick. Usually you pick it against the illusion heroes, something like a TB when you have a good setup, but you pick Zeus into Lifestealer and Tiny. Like, these two heroes just love to play into Zeus. You have a built-in BKB, and Tiny can easily kill you every single time with just one combo.
However,
I'm surprised that Voldemort did not pick Pangolier, I would say. You know
Pangolier?
why? Yeah, I was ready with the J.K. Rowling jokes whenever he used the role.
Oh, that would have been fantastic. Well, we'll see if Voldemort has what it takes to get his revenge, much like how he murdered Harry Potter.
Fun.
Have fun! This is not about fun, gentlemen. This is a qualifying match here. This is the greatest of all time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen at home, to Khan versus Voldemort.
I stopped your joke. You were preparing it in the backstage for like
You really
30
did.
minutes.
I literally was
apologize.
rehearsing. I had my cards out and
Go
everything.
again. Like, let's pretend it
I
did not
forgot
happen.
what it was.
It was something with Harry Potter, Book 5.
There's a guy named Y coming into the. Why are you going in there? He has found a clockwork. Clockwork apparently not noticing or just.
Pretending that's not happening.
Are they friends? What's going on here? Lacoste, you're the analyst. What?
Yeah, just scouting if Roche is there. It's there.
There it
yes.
is. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy's got a pepper on him. They're going to go ahead and get those rooms and split up. Let's talk about these lane matchups here. We do have the Clockwork with the Darkseer balls, as I like to put it. You think they'll be winning this lane, Lacoste?
Yeah, maybe instead of putting the peppers in his mouth, maybe they should put something else.
My
But,
goodness.
Yeah, this lane is extremely strong. Like if you can get on top of someone with the Iron Shell plus a Battery Assault and just trap him inside the cogs, it should be a certain kill. So T-Gunner talked about a newer build on Zeus where you just don't get your W, you max your first spell and just push out the waves. I've seen that more often lately.
Now, I would like to, of course, talk about how we have a Zeus player named Pikachu going in the middle lane. I mean, the irony is just out of control here. Not only is that just disrespectful to the Wind Ranger, it's also disrespectful to most major copyright laws.
Yeah, I don't think I'm the one that should say anything, you know, considering the name I have.
What? What? I mean, what's your name referencing to?
Nothing.
Okay. Lacoste. I didn't know that. Is that a reference? Is that a
It's
book?
a brand.
It's a
I mean,
brand.
I'm just giving them free promotion.
What do they make?
They make clothes.
Cool. I don't wear any clothes except for Walmart's bargain bin, I'm afraid. Very cheap, must say.
I could never guess. I thought you were just wearing Gucci and
Yeah.
Balenciaga.
The only Gucci thing in my life is this cast, my friend. Here in the top lane, we're going to see why. And Clockwork, their strange relationship continues to bud as they don't seem to want to attack. There he is, betrayed in the back. Hit in that little cog. And meanwhile, on the bottom lane, a tiny toss. A cell under fire here from the Venomancer. Miss Spectre trying to do everything that she can to get him out of there. He'll be okay. Oh my God, she's killing.
He's actually
fine.
gonna kill him.
He's actually stop.
One
He's
more
okay.
hit.
Oh my God, she just killed that fucking guy. Why? He was fine.
Y or triple Y?
That's. Today we will find out. Oh, a little burst there coming out from this top lane. Looks like Lifestealer's having some issues. He's seeing those balls, he's seeing those cogs, and he doesn't know what to do. Voldy, he's just watching.
I'm just wondering if I'm gonna get banned after the first game, during the first game. I mean, I've never casted with you, and I think I need to have a break, you know.
Listen.
I need to stop at one point, otherwise it could be a bit tricky.
I've had a lot of casts with a lot of different people. I've casted with OD Pixel, I've casted with Bulldog, and only one of them had their career ruined by it. So you will be just fine. Remember LD? I casted with him once. Oh shit, that's not a good example. A couple years out of rotation there. Oh my God, why? He's getting attacked by Clockwork by a name I can't hope to pronounce. Gilfreer? Holy shit, and now he's being attacked by the Lifestealer. He's going to try to TP out here. No! Red Bear says no. That's a first blood, my friend. Why? Betraying Clockwork, their intimate romance has ended, Lacoste.
Yeah, the question there was, Connie TP? The answer was no.
Wow. That is why you're an analyst, my friend. Spit on that Spectre, he says. Spit on him as he runs away. Khan now trying to see what they can do here. Not really too much. That Venomancer's doing a pretty good job slowing down that Spec.
I still can't believe you did not say a single bad word against the Wind Ranger. Let's swap to the mid lane, see what's happening there.
This is a professional cast, and I gotta admit, after seeing OG's Wind Ranger performance, if even they can make that horrific hero do anything, it's possible. People are taking notes from that team. Looks like Nikwa is rolling around as our Tiny here, and Pikachu going in hard. And she blows him a kiss, which I think no one likes. Tiny doing what he can against A-Cell, the battery man himself. More electricity on a theme here. Nice power shot is what I would say if it did literally any damage, as he simply takes it and continues to hurt the Tiny. Hilariously low damage coming out from what they would call a fucking mid-hero.
Another unsuccessful TP that we've seen so far.
Wow. Why even spend the money on TP scrolls, Lacoste? They don't seem to do anything.
Oh, they don't if you use them like that.
Pikachu going down in the middle lane, looking for that Wind Ranger, and the stinky smoke being put on this top lane. Gilger, I believe that's a reference to Harry Potter. He may have took the ring to the mountain to get destroyed. He is going to go out. I believe he's one of the dwarfs.
He is. I can't believe at the end of the 5th book, as you were mentioning,
Yes.
Arya Stark actually killed Charizard.
That's right. When Pikachu went against Froders, I don't read fantasy
Frodo
books.
Baggins.
Froders Baggins, I believe was his name. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, A-Cell putting on some damage here, and we will see the Tiny try to rotate yet again. A little punch on a little booty slap, a little throwy clap. But he's not
Deny him again?
Deny him. Just start hitting him right now. Kill him. He's low enough. No, he will make it out just fine here.
He actually killed him there because he was low HP, low mana, so no need not to do it.
Should have killed him, honestly. Here we go. Taking out wards now. The most exciting thing to happen in this match. 1-1 here at 6 minutes. This is a game of Dota 2. Uh-oh. Darkseer surging away.
How would you pronounce Darkseer's name if you did not know what his name was pronounced?
Well, his name is Ishkafel. Ishkafel the Darkseer. Indeed. Yep. How would you pronounce his name?
Referring to player's name, but whatever.
Well,
but it is a Cheshire Cat.
Gotta admit that Ishkafel is more interesting as a player name. Native here, you're a Spectre player coming
Native?
Native.
Isn't he naive?
Oh, shit. Is that how you spell
And that's
naive?
his name. He is level 5, getting closer to that level 6, so they're gonna have this global presence. Zeus already has ulti ready. I just want to see the build on Pikachu. Is he... it actually fits, you know? Pikachu is the one with the lightnings, right?
I mean, he cast down the thunder. What noise does he make in Smash when he does the Thunderbolt?
I don't
can't
play
remember.
Smash.
You don't play Smash?
I have Nintendo Switch, but I don't play fighting games.
Oh.
I played Mortal Kombat. I played Street Fighter back in the day. Back in my days.
Too violent for you?
Nah, I just don't like it anymore.
I hear ya.
I played against my girlfriend, and she gets mad. It's really not worth it.
My goodness,
Like,
great.
she's just pressing all the buttons. I don't like to play against someone who plays like that.
My wife knows how to press my buttons as well, my friend. Here we go. A-Cell throwing in everything he got. He got the stink on him, though. This Venomancer's getting angry. Locked in the cogs, and here he's going to go. He will be taking out Disruptor as well. They have got the poison on him. They've got to think about what they're going to do. Tiny looking like he wants to get into position. The cogs are out. Be careful, Clockwork. This bitch murdered someone before. She'll do it to you, too. Run, Clock. Run for your life.
Oh.
Oh, my God. He made
He
it out.
almost killed his item.
Oh, my goodness
That's
gracious.
called efficiency. Slacks. He dropped the circlet just to get more region
You don't do that.
out of that stick. No.
You don't do that. That's a Wagamagaga play. We don't do that here in Pro Dota. Uh-oh, watch out. Here comes the Circle of Pain. Why am I still in this lane, he says to himself as he feeds into his old friend Clockwork. Spectre looking for another ally to deny. Full HP now as they run away. These are some bad boys here.
Spectre 002. I believe it refers to 2 denies.
Wow, she denied her own rune in one of the most cowardly moves I think I've ever seen. Wish just didn't want to go for it.
Name 10 reasons why you hate Wind Ranger.
Okay, I will literally go if we have time for that.
Nothing's happening on the map right now.
Number 10, the laugh. Have you ever had that stupid laugh spammed at you?
Yes, I
It
did.
is horrifically annoying. Number 2, they gave her elf ears randomly. Now, in this set, she has human ears, but in another set, she has elf ears, which is a complete disrespect of the lore, completely. Number 3, her voice actress is the same as Puck, and she does the exact same lines as Puck, except bored and tired and annoying. Number 4, unreliable. Here we go.
I've heard enough.
As we see yet again more action down in the bottom lane, trying to get this Venomancer once again. Put Spectre in the bubble and see what pops out. It's one of them Kinder eggs, and a goddamn ghost is coming out. Here comes Tiny, throwing the Disruptor. No help for Spectre. She walks effortlessly under the tower and lives, despite me getting excited about it.
I'm seeing it right now. They're going with the memes. Also surprised they did not pick Slardar. He's the Slytherin, right? You have Venomancer, who's a snake.
Oh my god.
Some deep memes.
Did you read the Harry Potter books?
No, I watched the movies.
You watched the movies?
Yes.
I have neither read or seen the movies.
Yeah, Dumbledore dies.
What? No!
I should have said spoilers alert.
Dumbledore! The only part of Harry Potter I saw was some kind of creature died on the beach. My wife showed it to me and she cried and I didn't even know the context. Oh my god, that guy's dead. Speaking of context, these kids are getting wrecked. Running for her life, Spectre yet again at full HP, but I'll make it sound exciting. Trying to be like OD Pixel, not working out.
If Dumbledore was smarter, he would not die and he would be called Smartermore.
Yeah, JK's probably gonna write that shit in. His older brother Smartermore, who helped Larry Fodder.
Larry the Goat.
What the hell are you talking about? Let's take a look at some items here. She's got the Javelin, what most Wind Ranger players will say is the item that they need to do stuff on the map. We'll see if that actually happens. Completely doubt that it will. A smoke has been popped. These kids are looking for this poor Disruptor yet again. That a poor, abused chicken is about to be turned into a drumstick. Meanwhile, well, I guess nothing. That smoke, they just smoked, walked over there, and then they walked back. Pikachu, however!
Well, maybe you should get that mana boots assembled. Use it to gain mana, but I think it's a full Ether Lens coming to him. Plus, he has a Keen Optic, one of the best tier 1 items he can get, just for the extra range.
Yo, real talk, this is just inefficient. I mean, make it into a mana boot and then disassemble it later. Meanwhile, Khan in the bottom lane, naive, making her way out yet again, and a Clockwork Initiation onto the Wind Ranger. This is a fully farmed mid who has taken every single last hit, and she is running for her life right now. Wish hit by the Spectre dagger. My goodness gracious, Disruptor looking for a play. He's going to get spit on by that spitty little ward. It looks like the creature from the Little Shop of Horrors. And I'm quite afraid of it.
Did you see that play from Wind Ranger? She uses Illusion Rune that she has in bottle to get out of the cogs, but Gaben says, nope, wrong one, still gets out of alive.
That's right. He says, you can't win this game, can't win it till we release the Arcana in 4 weeks from now. As Gaben just messaged me and said, keep waiting, weebs. That's an actual message from Gabe Newell that we just received. What do you think? Should the Wind Ranger Arcana have come out already, Lacoste?
At least Immortal Treasure Tree should have come out. I'm not a big fan of Wind Ranger either. I want maybe another Pudge Arcana.
Did you forget the Tiny Persona? Because I know I did.
Oh yeah, we have Pudge Persona as well. We have so much content, I forgot 80% of it.
That's right. But its day is coming. Much like Team Slytherin or whatever, Voldemort. Correct, though. They're going to arrow in and push on that middle tower, much like Harry Potter pushed onto Mount Doom to melt the ring as they go forth into their grand adventure. No, or they'll just leave, which would have made Lord of the Rings a lot faster. And
who was your favorite wizard in Harry Potter? Was it Gandalf?
I don't care about Harry Potter. I have a life, okay? I don't believe in magic, and I hate coming-of-age stories.
Another missed power shot.
My goodness gracious. Here comes a Lifestealer. Not a care in the world as that little purple man runs for his goddamn life. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we just see another missed power shot. Goodness gracious. Keep on trying, Wind Ranger. Eventually, you'll hit one of them. Very reliable here.
Back to the game for a second. 6-5, 1k gold lead. Spectre with the Hand of Midas. Oh, that's going to be a glimpse back. Where's Vena going?
That is not good. Back down there. Very shameful for that Venomancer. Lacoste, we got that Midas rolling. The bets are a-changin', and the battle is a-continuing. Top lane tower looking worse for wear. Here comes Mr. Poison. That spider-looking mother sucker. What's he gonna do? He gonna get hit in the booty by a dagger, or he gonna run for his life? At this point, typically a caster would talk about...
he would talk, say something smart, but I'm out of smart ideas.
Well, that's
you just killed the last cell in my brain.
Did you play Pokemon?
Yes, I did. I played what was it called, Sword and Shield, on my Switch.
What was your starter?
The Aqua one. I don't know his name. I know the Generation 1, Generation 2.
Well, what was your Generation 1 starter? Uh-oh, why gonna die again? We're gonna see that a lot, so I guess we won't comment on that too much.
I'm more of a Bulbasaur.
A Bulbasaur boy!
Type, yeah.
All right, Wind Ranger tossed under the tower. She is going to shackle and land that, defeating Pikachu, doing what Team Rocket has dreamed of doing for so long, beating the hell out of that electric rodent in front of his friends and family. Meanwhile, nice ultimate by Disruptor, literally going to do a lot, actually, as Clockwork makes a little bit of use of it. Dives right in, gets Clockwork killed. Here comes the dagger. He will be healed, though, with the Lifestealer jumping into his rocky body, fitting into those crevices, like they were made for him.
They have Shadow Demon for a save. They have Shadow Demon to purge the Surge, kill the Dirge.
Nice.
Sadly, he's not in the game, but never mind, I just had to say it.
I love it.
It's a very good Lifestealer game to start with, and Giannis, a.k.a. Fog, talked about his item build. Like, he's going all in. Like, he's going for that early type of build, Armlet into Deso, I believe, and then Heaven's Halberd against the Spectre. He's gonna tank you up, hype it up.
There we go. Now they in initiation from the Lifestealer, trying to go on that Spectre. Is Spectre the best target, though? Nice power shot coming out from the Wind Ranger, hitting 2 targets. Spectre just too tanky, it seems like, to get away here. And well,
too tanky? She's
tanky,
dying.
not enough. She's freaking dead. Not tanky enough. Brave moves by the Venomancer, going into those trees, nearly trapping himself in this horrific situation. Oh, wait, he's just walking out. Everything's fine. And the tower push continues. I gotta say, up 4K in a game like this with 2 of these up-and-coming teams. 4K is a lot of gold, and now a double damage room potentially going to the Lifestealer as well. Look at those graphs!
Oh, he almost has a full Deso. I'm not sure they have enough damage to actually kill the Roche here. You're wasting your DD.
No, go, hit something, hit him, hit Y. What's one more death? Do something with it. Meanwhile, up at the top lane, Darkseer trying to push the lane. They're gonna try to go on Darkseer. The ward sees him. The creeps know about him. Y.
Can't they cancel his TP?
Cancel that TP!
They can't.
TP's literally worthless. They can't. I got it. Sorry about that. I'm a little...
What about cancel?
What about what?
Cancel?
Console.
TP?
Damn, that was good. My goodness gracious. Meanwhile, Wind Ranger's doing that stuff. Let's talk about items. I remember back in the day, Caster said, you don't know what to talk about items. That guy's got an armlet. That guy's got bottles. There's a few bottles in there.
Yeah, a lot of items.
A lot of wads.
4 to 5 items in every single
Shit, that's
inventory.
a lot of items. I mean, what are we supposed to talk about? That guy's got a hood. Hood on a Veno. It's kind of counterintuitive. He makes the poison. Not this time, though. Bugatti going in on
Giljar.
Just kill him. Jesus. All right. Tiny finishing the job. Nice toss. Nice boss. Out he go.
How many times did we see someone trying to TP out and did not succeed this game? I stopped counting after 10th.
Stop trying to TP. Just walk. Just die like a man. Don't run. Just go. You think Voldemort would have TP'd away from Harry Potter? No. He would have fought him like a man. Here we go. Pikachu in a nasty situation here, being backed up by the electricity. Not going to be working again. And it looks like Wind Ranger is going to luck herself into another win that she completely did not deserve, as Tiny throws a sword at someone. Incredible.
Once Wind Ranger gets her BKB, it's going to be very hard to bring her down. Like, so far, she didn't even die once. Once she gets that, it's going to be much, much harder. The only thing they have is hookshot that goes through BKB. TP.
Oh my god, successful...
I just said it!
Another unsuccessful TP. There's nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide, nowhere to TP. You're just gonna die. Middle lane being attacked now by creeps. Unbelievable what we're seeing here today. Roshan in trouble. Taking the hits. They don't have too much damage. This will take a minute, a hot minute. But Roche will inevitably fall. Kick! Beat him, Roche! Get him! It's not gonna happen, buddy.
It's gonna go down.
Slowly gonna watch Roshan die here in a very disturbing way.
Rocket almost sniped it.
Woo!
Spectre, she got it!
What?
She got the Aegis!
My God, tip that ghost! Genghis will not let it go without a fight, and he takes what is his. The Khan himself claiming the Aegis of immortality. That's right, the Aegis. Not.
And now they're gonna go. They don't have Spectre ulti, but at least they have Aegis. Aegis, sorry.
Fight them! Nice hook shot into the tiny slap, slice, and dice! Out go Mr. Rocks, and they're looking for more. Venomancer in the middle lane, he's running away. He looks like some kind of horrific plant, and they're gonna see if they can't
This is it.
A force staff out! Fantastic job with that net, but they will try to find him as soon as they can. Lifestealer, however, on the back line, hitting that disruptor, going for the low HP supports, and he will find even more. Darkseer trying to make his way out here. Clockwork completely separated, gonna get hit by that Tiny, who did get back. Zeus, not a lot of damage fell.
Aegis gone, dropped.
My goodness gracious.
Voldy, they still have too much damage. Look at Boogie. What do you think? What kind of snake is Venomancer?
Venomancer is not a snake. He's a botanist.
He's a what?
He's a botanist. A man went to the poison jungles and he got poisoned. He laid down and he woke up as that shit. Put us a showcase view of Venomancer. Imagine going to bed on your lawn and waking up as this horrific. Oh my God! No. Would you be able to live your life like that?
I mean, it would be an upgrade for me.
Come on, Lacoste. You're right, though. Philosopher's Stone, big old Philly, coming out into the match.
Yeah, that's the second book, right? In the series. Philosopher's Stone, something.
My God, we're really just hitting it. You know what? Put a freaking UFO in here and we'll get some Star Trek references. I don't give a shit anymore. All fantasy realms are welcome within the Dota 2 canon. Let them ride. Anyway, Philosopher's Stone, what is that?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about the heroes and the memes that we can, talk about if Voldemort picks them.
Yeah.
I said Pangolier, J.K. Rowling when he uses ulti.
Yep.
A Phoenix is the one.
Oh, the Phoenix!
Yeah, Rise of the Phoenix.
I think that was the name of the movie, Rise of the Phoenix.
Curse of the Phoenix?
Who cares? That's some boomer stuff. Meanwhile, mid lane, a TP into the fight. Surprisingly, he did live through that. So he tried not to escape. It looks like they're trying to group up around this mid, seeing if they could do something, but literally no damage. He's gonna clock in anyway. Clocking into work, clocking into death. He will be able to pick up Y yet again. Spectre trying to find something here. She's gonna clumsy net. The creep able, however, to save that Limestealer as he gingerly walks away without a care in the world. Did Clockwork live through that? Am I crazy?
Yeah, he did, somehow.
He was goddamn alive. Meanwhile,
The back toss.
Pikachu taken out there.
What do you have to say about this one? Mega kill and the shackle shot.
Woo! This Wind Ranger, one good hero. Look at her go. Just like all the people that counterpick Wind Ranger in all of my pubs, surprisingly extremely good with the hero. And make me very sad. Meanwhile, we do see the disgusting botanist is healing up. The middle lane is in danger at only 22 minutes. They got 20 kills, Lacoste. I'm not too good at math, but that does not seem good.
Yeah, they need 11 more kills to be even. That's how it works.
My goodness gracious.
That's quick maths right there.
Voldemort himself would be proud at the destruction being brought upon the wizarding community here. Did you ever see Fantastic Beasts? And where?
Yes, I did, unfortunately.
Yes. Did you watch it on a plane?
Did I watch what?
On an airplane.
No, I did not.
Oh my God.
Maybe it would be a better experience, because I would not see so much shit.
Yes, that was, as someone who's never watched Harry Potter and only saw Fantastic Beasts and the sequel, anyone that likes Harry Potter is stupid. Those movies were awful.
No, Harry Potter movies are dope, but...
What? I've only seen Fantastic Beasts.
It has
Is
nothing
Newt
to
Salamander in Harry Potter 1, 2, and 3?
What's production saying? Drama?
Drama! Absolutely.
Dire are scanning.
My goodness gracious. At any rate, do they have any chance on Team Con to come back here?
It's very tough. Like, Lifestealers itemizing for early game, going for that Deso, Armlet, now getting a Basher.
Clockwork getting hit here. He is hidden. Are they going to look at that
I
fog?
mean, he was just there.
He beat out. He survived. A double damage on the Wind Ranger. Goodness gracious, someone actually had a successful TP in this series. TP sales back on the rise for the stock market. Very exciting news. You know, this Wind Ranger hairstyle stolen from, oh wow, she's actually going to steal this guy's life away.
Karen from Walmart.
Karen from Walmart? Maybe a post-apocalyptic Walmart, I hope not. Oh, I hear a hook shot, show me it! Here we go, trying to get on that Venomancer. If there's one guy you probably don't want a 5-man try to pick off, it's Venomancer as he sticks his stinky old poison on you. You walk away all slow and stupidly, and then Lifestealer bites you until you die.
That was very naive from him to go into that place
Hey-o!
after Disruptor died. What up, Buns?
Wow. Look at this guy, pointy head purple man, sprinting for his life yet again. The pages of his life book fall out, his autobiography filled with only self-deprecating jokes as he TPs out yet again with no purpose in his existence. Pikachu in the middle lane, not living up to the small electric rodent. He has not shocked anyone, and Team Rocket fights another day. So,
who was your favorite from Team Rocket? Was it Meowth?
No, Meowth is an annoying asshole. He reminds me too much of myself. You know, sad story, my favorite Pokemon was Jigglypuff when I was a kid because it reminded me a lot of myself. You know, round, high voice, and I thought Jigglypuff is a guy, and he's cool.
I don't think you can sing as good as Jigglypuff.
I actually can. Then Super Smash Bros. Came out, and all of the Jigglypuff cosmetics were bows and tiaras, and I told everyone in my middle school that Jigglypuff was a dude, and then they said he wasn't, and I had to live with that. I still love you, Jigglypuff.
What was his, like, tier 2 Pokemon called Upgrade?
Wigglytuff, in fact.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's better than a goddamn keychain Pokemon, the stuff they're trying to peddle these days. Here comes this purple man running again, slapped on that booty, stunned up, and gone down. Read that book.
Yeah, right now, Voldemort is just playing extremely fast. How many towers do they have left? Only one tier 2 tower on top for Khan.
Goodness gracious. My goodness gracious, we've just been informed by production that Jigglypuff now has 3 evolution forms. I don't consider that canon. Pokemon ended at Igglypuff. What the hell's an Igglypuff?
I have no clue.
I don't want to know. There were 150 Pokemon, and
that's it.
That's it. Everything else is not canon.
Everything else is made up. They're not real.
Some dude sitting in his office making lamp Pokemon. Look at that go. Clockwork dead yet again. Igglypuff weeps. Whatever it may be. I used to have the Pokemon song memorized, where you can name them all. You remember that? The Poke Rap? Those were the days.
No, I don't. I have no clue what you're talking about. I really don't.
What? You don't know the Poke Rap, dude? Gonna go. I don't.
Go. You said you can
I can't remember.
Like
I said I used to know.
Try to remember. I'll cast.
I know the main theme. I want to be the very best. You know that shit.
Yeah, I do.
Sing it.
But what about rap? What do you mean?
I can't remember it. It's very difficult. If I remembered the first like 3, I bet I could do it. But it's all based on like automatic memory. Anyway, suffice to say, this game is a complete stomp. Much like how Voldemort found the Horcruxes
and stomped them with Nagini.
And
Nagini ate all the Horcruxes or whatever the word is.
Much like Dobby was stomped out of existence. I think that happened. I don't know. This team.
Wait, did you watch it or did you not?
My wife literally showed me just the scene of Dobby dying. I had no idea who he was. He died on a beach and I was laughing my ass off. There was no context. No context.
I think you're a mean person if you're
I'm not a mean person. I didn't know who he was. He just died.
Like Dobby's the dude.
This little freak died on a beach. And by the way, you can't bury a magical creature on a beach. Someone's gonna, it's sand. He's gonna pop up in like 2 hours. That's the worst place to bury a body, kids. Meanwhile, speaking of burying bodies, they're about to bury one of these idiots. Clockwork getting tossed in the air. He's thrown out. Look out, Spectre! Run! Meanwhile, at the same time, Wind Ranger does die as Spectre dies as well. Looks like Team Khan
Actually, Khan
not have any hope of winning this game. 30 minutes in, almost 30 kills. They're going for the record. And Team Voldemort is taking them out as... God, to their character. Ron Weasley took out Hermione on a day. I don't even know the goddamn lore. Who cares? Meanwhile,
they're trying to go through the back door.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Trying for that back door, but he's going to get shocked. He was not ready for the damage that was there.
Nice cogs.
Nice job. Cogging the back door. And he runs for his life. Big old rock man not ready to fight that. Not strong enough.
You know what they say, even the broken clock.
Yeah?
Yeah, not this one.
No. This broken clock is just going to stay broken. Very sad. What happened to watches? Remember when people wore watches?
I do.
You wear watches?
Yeah, not right now because I can't.
You can't just continue to say the same joke. You have to change it
No.
every time.
Okay, how do I say that I cannot do something without saying the word? Like, I'm not allowed, okay. Because of our outfit, I had to take it off.
All right. Roshan, oh my goodness gracious. Clockwork in trouble yet again. There goes a Nimby trying to save his life. And look at that. Nimby actually will save him for just a little bit. Spectre almost getting herself killed. She will probably be able to make it. Oh, a pause by why saying lag. Is there even a reason to pause? Who just continue.
Just man up and continue,
Just
right?
press F. Just press it. What are they going to do? You think we'll ever see a pro game where some pros are just like actually, it's
you're
fine.
not doing it.
At this point, do we actually need the pause? Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UAV cam powered by WePlay and EGB.com. This is an actual unit in the game, a UV, I forget what they're called, the flying things.
Drones?
No. In like Call of Duty, it's like, UAV standing by.
Games, sorry.
You don't play that?
I played Call of Duty 2.
Call of Duty 4, dude. Modern Warfare was where it's at. Oh, we've got the G, and it's time to D. I for Team Khan. Spectre, dead. There she goes.
I thought chat is not gonna notice, but seems like our cameraman wants everybody to notice. Clockwork has a raid band.
Clockwork has indeed no Wraith Band. You idiot!
He has one. What do you mean?
Oh, that is a
right
Wraith
there.
Band. I've actually never bought that item. I thought you were talking about a wind lace.
It looks like Sauron's helmet.
It does! Another reference. Chalk it up.
Yeah, from Harry Potter.
Write it down. That's Sauron's tower helm. And here we go. Now the entire team will die as they put down that spell, and they all die.
They're using the different spell now, yeah.
Here comes another spell, and they die. This is Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen, what you have dedicated your life to.
And GG's called.
Okay, bye-bye. No need to hit any racks. It's over now. The game has ended.
Our panel is not here, so we have some extra time to fill.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a game where Woldy took over pretty early. Like, I think our analysts were saying that the draft heavily is favorized on their side.
Absolutely.
They're just going to keep playing aggressive, and that's exactly what they did.
That is true. I have to agree with the panel there. The Zeus not really coming through. Pikachu did not do too much there as Voldemort takes game 1. However, this is a 5-book series, and while Voldemort might win the first chapter or 2, don't worry, my friends, the heroes may return. Lacoste.
It was a pleasure. We're still here, which means we're not banned, so that's a good sign.
Not yet. We have not gone off the cast thing. We will maybe get fired after this one. If you don't see one of us, it's not because we had to use the restroom. Please help us. They will fire us and not allow us to return. But you know some guys that aren't going to get fired. Today, just fogged from the panel. Everyone else has that ability. Throw it back to them.
Yeah, it's pretty true, dude. Wouldn't be my first rodeo getting fired, but let's actually talk about that. Let's talk about the cast, because you guys really made me think. You made me think a whole bunch. I very much enjoyed that cast. I'm sure we'll get a little opportunity to talk about all that before we get into the next draft, but let's also talk about the first draft and how this one did pan out, because there was a lot of discussion when we saw those last picks, especially with the Zeus. But I feel like the main thing that we were discussing when we were actually watching the game, it kind of seemed like we were seeing Voldemort just time and time again start to get the upper hand in a multitude of ways.
Yeah, they pretty much just outplayed them. I think, simply put, they had a nice read on the game. They had the itemization. We mentioned how Lifestealer had to be able to be explosive. I think they putting the winner on a mid. We kind of forgot to mention it, but it's a Wish Comfort Hero.
Yeah.
And they allowed this Tiny just to play a bit more roaming. And overall, just their team timing was strong. I would argue there was a couple of times that individual performances probably wasn't too great to really punish, but overall as a team, they were on the same page and just completely picked apart Khan.
Yeah, they played very aggressive. I like the way that they moved around the map, going from like tower to tower. And I think there's something always to say when you're playing versus Disruptor and when you're able to make these aggressive plays. It makes the enemy team just... You're so on the back foot, and it's just so hard to make these type of plays that you feel maybe forced sometimes. Where I saw them, the Clockwork would hook shot in, where the Disruptor would drop an ulti and Static Storm, but it was actually a really bad fight for them to try to take. They'd lose 3 heroes. In particular, I think that was around the mid-early timing.
Yeah.
And from there, these small leads are going to just incrementally grow when you have good core matchups. Like we mentioned, this Lifestealer, they pick this Zeus into it, and once he starts having a good game and starts rolling, Tiny gets Blink Dagger. Zeus's game is impossible for him to go outside the base. So they constantly able to find these great fights over and over again, and you can just see their lead. It grows so much. And we kind of have to mention Cheshire Cat. I thought he'd have a better time in this game, but he ends, 0-8 or 0-9 something, gets mech at 17 minutes or something, so they don't even have an offlaner to really enable them to make plays with their 2 supports, which I feel just stops them from being able to play Dota, and Voldemort just runs them over.
I gotta give props to the drafting side of it, in which they both have Venomonster and Shadow Demon against the Darkseer.
Yeah.
When you think of the draft, you think Darkseer does well against Veno because you have the Surge to play away, and it's like, okay, cool, it's pretty good. But then you have you layer in the Shadow Demon, you basically soft counter this Venomonster, like the Darkseer counter. So now you take away the Surge, and it's like, all right, cool. So now Venomonster is just a hero again. You're not completely out of the game. And
I feel like this is just what we're experiencing, not just here in Divine, but all in all, I feel like every single draft panel, there is a Veno in the open, and so much of the discussion is just how are we actually answering this Veno in any capacity? It just seems like one of those heroes that's demanding so much in the current meta.
Well, that's why, if you look at Khan's draft, they did start countering it. They just didn't kind of expect the Shadow Demon to come in that second phase, which kind of completely turned the tables. You think about Clockwork and Darkseer, both innately are very good against Veno. Clockwork can always hook, doesn't need items to get to the backline. It's built into his skill set. He can play aggressive with the Darkseer. The issue is when you eventually find yourself against Lifestealer and then the Shadow Demon, it's like, oh, well, hold on, what are we doing? In these fights, you're watching a Spectre. Out of all the heroes in the game, Spectre does not get surged by a Darkseer in a fight. That if that's happening, you've already got an issue in your lineup for these early fights. And yeah, I think they just got completely outplayed, and I value this Voldemort draft. It was very cute, very nice.
I think this, for me, this Lifestealer pick was just so damn good. It counters the entire draft, and also even, I see the Veno first pick, and I can see the ideas that they wanted to be able to counter it. The Clockwork, all these heroes work, but they picked themselves a 5 magic damage draft into a Veno who can just build a pipe. So I saw them actively trying to go for this Veno over and over again, but their damage is actually it's very predictable. It's very just linear the way it grows. It's just right there, right? Your Static Storm, your Clockwork abilities, all these abilities, their damage is done, and then he pops Pipe, he pops the Essence Ring he has, and you have nothing else. Your whole toolkit is expended, so...
Also, I kind of like the way in which when you look at those heroes, right? Clockwork, he wants to move from lane to lane, being a bit aggressive, being annoying. But if you go into a Wind Runner, you're not killing her. If you go into a Lifestealer, you're not killing him. If you go into a Veno, you've probably already been seen by a Plague Ward. So you pretty much can't make moves. And if you can't make any moves on the map, naturally you will kind of just lose map control and be out-farmed. And this is exactly what happened. So props to them for actually playing at the tempo they needed to play. And they had a 2k lead, right? From minute 8, I think, up to 15. They weren't forcing it too hard. But as soon as it got to minute 15, 17, and they had 1 or 2 items, boom, they went. And suddenly it went from 2k to 10k within the matter of that next 10 minutes.
Yeah. All 3 cores had phenomenal games, right? I think they all ended with great kill scores. If you look at it, their KDAs, the Lifestealer, that Wind Ranger, and even that Venomancer all had really good games.
Well, you gentlemen, as always, did an excellent job covering everything that did happen in that game. We're obviously getting the next one ready, but I think it's time that we start talking about the really important things that came up in that last cast. I need right now a consensus from the panel. Harry Potter. Naming your team after Harry Potter. Being a fan of Harry Potter in this day and age.
It's a bit childish, a bit overrated. I think lack of imagination, but again, they're Dota players, so it kind of just happens.
I like it because they have some cool logo as well. You know, the snake looks pretty sweet.
Logo's really cool. I would say if you were going to continue to be a fan of Harry Potter, I think Slytherin's actually slept on. I think Slytherin's actually the only interesting house in the entire thing. Yes, there's one bad egg, but...
Dude, you're wearing like Harry Potter, Gryffindor kind of style glasses and you're going for Slytherin right now?
I think I am a Slytherin.
I think you're a Slytherin as well, actually. That's
Big
true.
old snake.
Yeah.
They did the rebrand, by the way. I think they used to be Voldemort, like that's the main name, but like they're now Voldy in the game. Because I think they were like, oh no, we're actually, in the tournament now. Oh,
I
God.
like Voldy.
Yeah, I like
actually.
Voldy a lot.
Voldy is a cool name.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
nice.
Big fan of that.
I actually, I think teams that are not named after something, but have just a team name that's completely made up and fictional, I feel like that's kind of the route to go. Yeah, I feel like naming yourself after something is you're always oh look, we can talk about this now because we have the statues. It's way, you go way back in history, that idea of the cave, right, and the prototypical thing. Like there's a prototype of a chair, and all chairs are made in its image, and they're just trying to achieve what the prototype chair is. I feel like if you have a name like that, you're evoking back to a prototypical. And like if you name yourself Voldemort, you inherently are just referencing this thing, and it's always going to. If a monkey runs into a wall, haha, right? Oh, look, it ran into a wall. Describing that is always going to have a diminishing return. The act itself is the interesting thing. It's like, why did it run into the wall? Did I think it was funny that it ran into a wall? So, whatever your preconceived notion of Voldemort is going to be, it's always going to be a derivative of that.
Help. He
Wow.
lost me. I have no
Yeah.
idea where he went with that.
It was kind of beautiful, but
Sorry, production was in my ear. They just went, if you're a Slytherin, it's Kyle Hufflepuff.
no, that's what we needed. Honestly, I think production should be able to be just jump into the stream. I
Just
think
go live.
a quick one line.
Especially with WePlay. They're fantastic. It's a lot of fun to get to work with them and make really good shows, unlike the Harry Potter movies.
See, overrated. I said it at the start.
I don't get the hype about Harry Potter. And I was sitting there and I was listening to cast, and they didn't even make Harry Potter references because they're grown ass men on the panel. Like why would you even?
They just use the buzzwords.
They
right?
talked about Pokemon.
Yeah,
which has aged very well.
That's an adult's game, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is does anybody watch the original Pokemon anymore? Like, when's the last time you watched the original Pokemon, Fog?
I never watched Pokemon.
No, because you got a lover. You don't got time for that.
I was a huge nerd back in the day. I played Magic, so I never did Pokemon. I
still
never did Harry Potter either. I never watched. I mean, I watched it eventually later on,
yeah.
but I never.
I watched a couple
Not
when
a
growing up because you kind of have to. It's kind of like a thing. In England, you're normally forced to watch Harry Potter.
Kinda have to,
Yeah, it's kind of part of the school kind of system. But no,
Crumpets
Pokemon
and such.
Yeah, Game Boy Color playing Pokemon. Oh, that was the throwback.
Yeah, that was the thing. I mean, I still play Magic the Gathering. That's a card game for adults and like brilliant mages.
Yeah, I played like Golden Sun and stuff. I didn't play Pokemon back in the day on my Game Boy.
I did play.
I played a man's game.
Wait, but I actually did play Pokemon for this was a while ago now, but I was with Frodan.
Yeah.
Man, we randomly we got kind of drunk and we ended up buying a bunch of Pokemon cards and we ended up playing for 6 hours straight. It's a pretty good game, right? It grew. Harry Potter didn't grow. It is a book that happened and then it ended. It can't evolve with the
She
audience.
made more books though, right? I think.
And maybe those are fun. Maybe those are great, right? That's
don't know,
the
man.
thing.
I don't know.
If you're gonna talk about any of that stuff, it grew with the audience. Like One Piece, that's a show for adults now. You go
We're
back
just gonna
and
start
watch.
talking about shows now.
Yeah, I honestly.
Now we're going to One Piece.
I'm not really
we're
an
just
anime
talking about
guy, so-
culture in general and art.
Sorry.
Sorry.
The UK scene's like say no to anime is kind of a thing we have. It's just how it works, man.
I mean, I just think it's important to talk about because everybody who's hung up on Harry Potter. I just think it's weird, right? It's like nobody still talks about Dr. Seuss like it's their favorite book, like a Dr. Seuss book. Nobody's like, yo, Cat in a Hat, No Cap on a Stack. That's
They
my
should
favorite
though.
book.
They should though.
Yeah.
It's really good.
that's
It is
actually
good,
better.
but like we're aware of what it is. Harry Potter is a children's book.
So in full circle, if we bring this back to Dota real quick, and it started with Voldemort's team name, what's your perception of the team then personally? Like, where's this kind of tying back in?
I like their logo a lot.
Okay.
See that? Thank you.
I do like their logo a lot. I actually think it's like one of my favorite logos. They literally took it off the screen while we were looking at it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think it's one of my favorite logos in the entire tournament. The V is kind of cool. I think that they should rebrand to Voldy or name themselves after Yu-Gi-Oh.
Again, another cultural reference.
Hey, I don't know.
I think Yu-Gi-Oh is the superior anime to name
I
yourself.
used to play that on...
that or Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Ed, Ed, and Eddie's a really good anime.
What?
Ed, Ed and Eddie.
Isn't that Cartoon Network?
That is Cartoon Network. Did you guys?
I
watch
know
that over
of
there?
it. Yeah, we had Cartoon.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, again, like come to two Americans talking about like upbringing of culture, and I'm just
I'm
like,
trying not to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Rich is
It's
just
so
going
fun.
in.
I
You
know
know,
about
about
the
the
Bake
50
Off?
different
Yeah,
shows
yeah.
in
The
like
Great
a minute.
Bake Off, anyone?
Yo, Rugrats.
oh yeah, they run around.
Well,
and
no,
they're- yeah,
here's
wow.
the thing. Like, when
Just
you
like Voldemort, you know,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
run around, they make aggressive plays.
Yeah, but the thing
Just
is,
like
like,
Khan.
you're bringing
Like kids
bringing
doing
up
nothing.
you're bringing up shows though that like don't have like real substance to them, and that's why I bring it up with Harry Potter, because Ed, Ed, and Eddie, that's a show with substance. Like, do you know what that show's about?
Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
No, that show is about purgatory.
Oh,
Did you not know this? You watched the show.
When I was 8,
yeah.
Yeah, you have to start asking those questions when you're young. So Ed, Ed, and Eddie, you ever notice Golf and Rolf, and they got like the wood as a toy,
Plank.
the
I
plank,
don't even know the names.
plank, and then Naz or Naz.
Dude, it was 22 years
All
ago.
right,
or
quick.
something.
you notice-
Can I
you-
just
did you
quickly
notice-
change this completely?
Yeah.
Please
Do you know that this has Snapchat on it with some like WePlay account?
Trust me, yeah, I added, I downloaded Snapchat.
Is this
these
you?
iPads, yeah.
Oh, because I'm like I'm getting notifications.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
getting snapped.
But the thing is like it is a show about purgatory. Like those kids, they clearly are all from different times in the history, right? You have like Great Depression, like a kid who's clearly from the Great Depression, with like wood. Rolf as the goats. It's like wow, he's clearly from a more simple time. And then you have like just from all over the place and different accents and things like that from all over the world. But they're on this cul-de-sac where there are no adults. It's clear they're in purgatory.
There is never adults in that show.
There's never, no, because they're in purgatory. And that's the thing, referencing Ed, Ed, and Eddie, that's an intellectual thing to do. You're referencing art that talks about the human condition, what we think happens in the next life. When you reference Harry Potter, you're referencing nothing.
So, from talking about Voldemort's name, we've gone from the logo to Ed, Ed, and Eddie, and then you questioning the validity of Slax's cast in his referencing.
No, Slacks is the only person who gets it.
So, oh wow. So we don't get it, but he. Well, okay, that's
No,
true.
I definitely don't get
I was gonna
it.
be very clear.
I definitely
am
don't get it.
clueless. I feel kind of bad that I can't contribute to the intellect of this conversation right now. You've taken us on a journey.
I mean, I'm just looking forward to the next game.
I'm looking forward
now I'm
to the
contemplating Purgatory about Ed, Ed, and
Existence at
Eddie,
this
and I have
point,
no
I'm
idea
just-
what's going
yeah.
on anymore.
I tried googling it, but I wasn't quick enough.
No, it's. I mean, I can explain it to you during the game.
Okay.
But I'm really excited to actually see what this next game is going to look like. If it's going to have like a draft that is somewhat similar to what we saw before, or if we're going to see a departure from what we saw in that first game. I think already we did see that.
I like how we jumped right into it there. That's nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Nice segue.
I think.
I mean, the thing is like, you know, with these teams, we have a lot of freedom today. It's really nice. Could have even thrown to a break there, but I was like, why throw to a
this
break?
is why I'm
We can
here.
talk
You know,
about-
they have a lot of
yeah,
freedom. You know, it's like let's get this guy. He can come back. And,
yeah. It's absolutely excellent. This is the first time we've actually ever gotten to be on a panel together.
yeah. I think the last time I ever spoke to you was in a Starbucks at TI when you rushed
True.
in, and I was like, "Oh wow, it's Rich."
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, I actually wait. I do remember that. That Starbucks was so good.
Yeah.
It was like actually crazy. I hate Starbucks everywhere
Yeah.
except for China.
But he goes to them.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
always
please.
goes to them, though.
No, when we're traveling, I do, right? Because it's simple.
Yeah, you know
But-
what you're gonna get there, right? You
No,
can't
there are
really-
no Starbucks in Ukraine, by the way. I always thought that was an
Yeah, that's
interesting fact. There's not a single Starbucks in Ukraine.
You really gotta find the places.
know that.
I think I've been to like 7 or 8 different coffee shops now.
We've been here like 20 times. Yeah, so
I usually don't leave my hotel or apartment or.
very true.
Excellent.
Very true. Sometimes you don't even make it there in the first place. I started telling that story yesterday on the panel.
Sometimes I don't make it. I made it.
No, to the hotel. You remember
I
the
made
first
it
time?
to the- I mean,
remember
that
the
was-
first time we met?
Yes.
We hated each other at first.
Yeah.
What?
I can
How
give.
you hate
I'll
each
give
other?
reference. So I was told by the organizers that I had a hotel and I was shared with some guy. Something
Sharing a room.
I thought his name was Andrew Campbell. To be fair, actually.
Okay.
Which it actually turns out to be Zyori. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. But
Sophisticated.
so. Yeah, I go to the LAN center that night. I'm playing a bunch of Dota games, whatever. I'm like, okay, cool. I got my hotel. I have my hotel to be able to check into later at night before I go to the airport. Perfect. So I'm playing Dota till like 5 a.m. because I'm with Jack. Degeneracy, of course. We're playing for like 12 hours straight. I call the hotel at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, hey, I'm coming in to check into my hotel, and they don't speak English because it was in China.
Okay.
So I give Jack the phone. He talks to them, and he turns to me. He goes, you have no hotel. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, they said that your roommate checked you out. So Rich checked out of our shared hotel room without me knowing, and I did not have a place to stay that night. So I had to, I had to ask around friends in China.
Yeah, wow.
I don't really have that many of.
Yeah, you're pretty darn hard.
And
to
somebody thankfully found me a place to stay.
All right.
And I hated Rich
Okay,
from
you
that
got to hear
moment.
from my
do.
side.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, can we please now? We've had your side.
That's my
Rich.
side.
Could you now maybe try and give us a bit more kind of open light?
So
Some,
we had just done WESG, right?
Yes.
And I was doing Hearthstone, and Fox was doing Dota, obviously. And I was really excited to meet everybody in Dota, first of all. And everybody, like, Sheever mentioned it like a while ago. She's like, yeah, I met you. I thought you were a total idiot. And she's like, hey, like she thought, because I was wearing some white suit or something.
You were wearing a white suit.
Yeah. So I was really excited to meet everybody. Nobody else was excited to meet me. And this was the craziest show. I don't know what it was like for you guys, but on the Hearthstone side of things, I've told the story. I think I told it like on a panel. Like I literally opened for an Adele. What would you call it? Like
The singers.
Oh, was that the
I
cover
remember
singer?
yeah, cover singer.
yeah.
It was an Adele cover singer, but it was a language barrier. So when they were telling me that I was opening for, they were just going, open for Adele, and I was like, what the heck? I have to throw to Adele right now, and I shit you not, close-up shot, camera comes on me, and I have no idea what I'm doing, and I go, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Adele, and the camera, it like slow zooms. Oh, we're in the draft. The draft. I don't have it on my panel. Here we go. Let's jump into this.
Can I just be very clear though, just for this panel and everyone watching? We started with the question of why did you check Fogg out of his room, and somehow you spun the story to be about your time at Hearthstone. I understand you might eventually get to the end, but we need a
It's
TLDR.
important. It's important.
Okay, cool. Just making sure we will.
But
get
you
to
know
the
what
end.
else is important? The
real
draft.
important things.
We got from platonic forms all the way to our ultimate form. Game number 2, Khan versus the team who shall not be named by wizards around the world.
So Khan, they picked themselves up the Void. I think that's Naiv's most played carry, right?
Yeah, it's
even
top
when he was
dollar,
playing
yeah.
before, that was one of his that he just loved, his Void, his Terrorblade, etc. So just opening with it, I mean, that's bold, right? But it is a super strong hero currently in the patch. Voldemort, though, immediately respond. They of course had the Tiny before that, but Venge in response to the Void, always going to be good for the swap out of the Chrono and the Hard Stun.
It's interesting to see the ban from Khan though. Like, of course you got the Doom, but this Clockwork, they must value it so highly. Like, even after they are in game and how weak it felt, they're still valuing it so high to ban it out.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I guess maybe you could argue the fact Darkseer was going through as well. So like, oh, if they pick Darkseer, but then like there's Earth Spirit Breaker. There's so many combos that I think the bans alone from Khan already make me feel a little bit skeptical on how they're gonna actually approach this game.
That's a good call. I like that. That's definitely strange that they. I mean, it is a super strong hero, but yeah, definitely strange. Especially if they're gonna they pick Rubik right afterwards too.
And even if they go like Void, like why do you care if you're gonna first pick a Void?
Both these heroes are good versus Clock.
Yeah, like you just exactly. That's my
Very strange.
Yeah. Also important to note that Voldemort, they have had a lot of roster instability coming in from the closed qualifier. They played with Radix and then Wish. After that, they then had a stand-in on mid, I believe, like Boroninja, and then they had Dryacho for carry. And then now they've kind of gravitated back towards Wish, who I think was on the team the entire time. And Radix, the carry player, he's like been kicked, and they are trying to find themselves a new carry player to keep. Currently using Flenmeister, who was the carry for Evil Corporation, who came dead last in the qualifiers.
He looked fine last game though.
Yeah. Again, I think the core 4 from Voldemort, they're the 4 players who played on Wind and Rain back in 2019, and they had that one showing at ESL Hamburg. So yeah, again, the core of this team have played together before, so you can see that in their execution. It's just how they get to the point in which they can execute. That's what makes a tier 2 team different from tier 3.
very important to keep in mind. And if you do actually jump back to the last game, we obviously talked about the discrepancies that came out in the draft, mostly around that last pick, Zeus. But when we watched that last game, it very much did come down to execution. It seemed like we clearly had a team finding a way to outplay the other squad. Are we going to see that again as we dive into this second game, as we move on forward in this draft?
All right, so this time Voldemort's going to be having their super late game carry rather than having that aggressive. They already have two of their first two heroes can be played very aggressively, but now going back for a Spectre here.
Yeah, right now Khan have pretty much gone for like double comfort. The Rubicon Gilga is probably equally as renowned within like this tier of scene to the Naive Void. So I think that's maybe why we're seeing Khan just go for these heroes. Okay, we kind of got ruffle stomped game 1. We need to just do something we know we can do game 2 and just kind of ignore our opponent. Just make sure that we have ourselves a draft we know how to play. Okay. Slardar naturally very good hero against most melee heroes in lane.
Whoa,
that's
new.
An interesting new pick. I think arguments for it will be laning phase against Slardar. It has natural move slows built into the hero. It's just got a lot of obnoxious things. Level 1 glaives, you get quite a lot of hits being a ranged hero. Good int. It's going to do a lot of damage to Slardar. So it's pretty cool.
Does Wish play that?
I honestly don't know. I think he might have had it a couple games, but I'm just picturing it. Oh yeah, of course, because they got Venge already. Yeah.
I'm just thinking like they don't see their mid matchup or anything. The silence is actually pretty damn good this game, and I've seen a couple core games of Silencer that actually is just insane. I know Limp's played it a couple times, not very recent, but when he did get reworked to his glaive stealing the intelligence and stuff like that, I have seen this hero, and I think he does have some untapped potential. However, he's playing versus Void, who jumps on top of you, which doesn't feel so good if you are a frontline and a core hero, so very likely to be a support. But just throwing it out there, because still possibilities.
Yeah, interesting. It's kind of the same thing though, right? In that first draft, they had a lot of flexibility with their picks, and we're seeing it again where they can put Tiny into 2 roles, Silencer into potentially 2 roles, same with Venge. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. And you know, I've got Khan going for the Undying. It means that if this Tiny will be in this side lane, he is going to have a lot of pressure into him. And he can't really do anything as a 4 into an Undying normally. You're kind of just a walking creep. You're forced into being a rotator. So if the Venge, for example, right, scenario, Venge is off lane, Tiny's 4, Silence is 5, now you can't really put the Venge off lane because this Tiny can't enable this Venge. So I like the idea of the Undying just going, okay, cool, guys, you're flexing, but we're now forcing you to go a certain path.
Something about Khan's draft looks weird to me, though.
A lot of early game damage missing.
Yeah, it's early game, and they have nothing inside of Chronosphere. They have the Tombstone to build up, like afterwards, after the Chronosphere. They only have Fade Bolt, though, inside of Chrono, which never really feels too great.
And the issue is, when you think about early damage from mid laners, you think of int heroes, and int heroes naturally squishy. Guess what? You're playing against Spectre, so all these heroes kind of fall off the potential. Like Lena, okay, she'll die. Quap, it's kind of hard for Khan to pick this last hero and feel kind of confident.
Yeah, definitely. It's just something about it. Just not liking the feel of it from Khan here. Just very difficult to actually stick onto targets. I feel like Spectre can just. I mean, this looks like a good Spectre game if he's able to just play it out. Because I'm not seeing good damage coming out from Khan.
I feel like in the last draft as well, all of a sudden you had that unsettling feeling. It was a little bit later on in the draft, but once again, it seems like Khan's putting themselves in a very hard position to be able to grab this game. Is there anything in particular that you're looking right now to go with it for Voldemort?
In terms of Voldemort, they have last picks. They've got a little bit more flex. They get to choose, right? So I think right now, if we look at Khan, it's more how do they solve their draft? You know, they look very one-dimensional with their picks, and they're going to have to pick some explosive hero. And then Voldemort, okay, so they've got a tempo setup. So now going back to your question about what Voldemort do, they need to, one, decide what their lanes are, because I think now you could easily put the Silencer mid if you really want to, right? You don't care about this Void Spirit. So 100%. Now you open yourself up to picking up a really strong offlaner to pair with this Tiny.
And it's, I mean, still 0 damage inside of Chronosphere. Void Spirit doesn't do that. You can jump across it, but not with the level 1 Astral Step. I think level 2 you're required to be able to even jump over the Chrono, and even then it's like not good. It's very awkward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Watch out for the Void Astral Stepping the Chrono.
Yeah, oh, double Astral Step through the Chrono. Yeah, it's just something that's very, very different, but it is going to be that tempo setter. But yeah, I feel like this looks like such a good Silencer game. You just pick 2 mobility cores into a global. Yeah. Like global just looks like it can potentially take out these 2 heroes pretty easily, and they have good lockdown with the Tiny and the Venge. And now their last pick.
I do need to see someone who can buy at least an aura or be that tanky front line. Because the issue with Voldemort right now, there's no hero outside of Tiny who could actually walk up high ground and feel too confident. When I say high ground, I mean like on the map, not obviously tier 3 areas, but just going into these dangerous positions and going, okay, this is the layout of the fight, this is how we'll approach it. You could argue that Spectre Haunt is that way, you just press Haunt, see everyone, but they just need that one guy to run up front, like an Underlord or just some beefy boy, just to play off lane, run around, be annoying, and to make it very obnoxious.
Yeah, definitely agree. I want some I mean, maybe not Centaur, but something like that.
Yeah,
something
exactly,
that just like runs in and just starts this fight and allows Spectre to do anything.
Okay, sure. This also works perfectly fine. Which means, yeah, the Ember can do exactly the same thing, just playing off remnants, being super aggressive.
He only has to worry about, I mean, there's an okay amount of stuns actually. Lift, Slardar, plus the Aether Remnant from that Voice Wave, but Ember Spirit can play around those. The Rubik is the only actual instant one. The other ones he can actually kind of dodge around it. And
I'm just so scared though. If you take a look at the drafts and go, okay, in the crucial team fights, look at Immortal games. The value of buyback. Khan's buybacks are so worthless. Void Spirit won't have steps. Undying won't have Tombstone. Void won't have Chrono. Voldemort, they're gonna like all their support, all their small heroes have so many small spells to take fights in. As long as it's not your Spectre having to buy back after using Haunt, you're gonna be able to take so many good fights as long as you play around these outposts and towers. And yeah, I think Voldemort's draft, they just tick a lot of boxes.
yeah,
I like it.
Looks great. It's got control. The Ember is also good versus Void, and you know he's got another form of lockdown. They have a lot of ways to hunt, a lot of ways to make plays. While I feel like on the side of Khan, it's just limited. It just looks really difficult for them to actually do stuff, and I just feel like they still have no damage. I feel like their damage is really
critical.
slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was on EGB.com right now, I'd probably be going in favor of the underdog, leading right now in the series on the side of Voldemort. And also, when you actually do look at the spread here, it looks like it's one of those times. And with this draft in particular, it seems like you guys do feel the same way. And then also, if we don't even look at the draft, right? If we were not going to look at the draft, not even look at the draft with the last game from an individual just performance level, it seems like you guys are also on the side of Voldemort.
Yeah, I mean overall they played a lot more cohesive.
I think they continue to surprise us that they can play well when they're ahead. It happened in the qualifiers. We were like, these teams are terrible. And then suddenly like, oh, wow, they can actually play Dota. Same again here. This first game, kind of doubted them. It's like, oh, wait, they can actually just, win a game quite simply. So, yeah.
All right, well, let's find out. Is Voldemort going to be able to grab the hot 2-0 as we jump down to our casters and get the second game underway?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part 2 of this game and of this historic cast between me, myself, Sir Action Slacks, and the Grand Lacoste. Lacoste, how you doing, bud?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here. I just want us to start with the game, start with the memes.
Before we start with the game, I would like to mention that Ed, Ed, and Eddie is actually a metaphor for purgatory. Those childlike wonders of those characters are trapped within a life that only you could dream of an eternal summer.
Nah, I only watched it as a cartoon, I didn't watch it for the metaphors.
Welcome to the game. We have Team Voldemort versus Team Khan yet again. And this will be a surefire game. Are you feeling it with the panel? Straight 2-0 on this one?
Definitely looks like it. Just by looking at the draft, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 melee heroes into Tiny, Spectre, Silencer. They even have extra range coming out from Vengeful Spirits. I'm just wondering who's playing the offlane. Is it the Silencer? Ember is mid, Spectre is the offlane. I saw Tiny with the boots. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be an offlane Silencer. I like Silencer as a core here. I agreed with the panel. I thought they might put him as their mid laner because they got so much value out of it. Naive, huh?
Look at that. I got to disagree with the panel. You got both of the Void heroes together for the first time, I think, ever. You've got Void Spirit and Faceless Void.
They needed Anti-Mage for Mana Void.
Well, that's not part of the lore. That's an unfortunate naming coincidence. But there you go. Faceless Void is going to be stunned up first.
Faceless Void is not going to get any creeps. Like, he's just going to wait, toss. Okay, now TP to a lane. Never mind.
Just die. Run into Roche and let Roche kill you, for God's sakes. Go get the creeps. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Silencer just eating up this Undying. Not typically something you'll see. Undying, very famous for running. This poor boy! Just kill him, you monsters! Just let him die. Oh, and she's gonna TP out. There you go. Surprised she didn't stun him. Probably no mana.
They should have just waited, Body block him to death.
Body block him to death. Just not even kill him. Just body block him till the game ends. follow him under his tower.
Has been killed.
And a courier is killed.
16 against 16.
Woo!
This is it.
Oh,
Balance.
very sad there.
16 intelligence
Uh-oh,
against
a toss
16
looking for-
decay charges. Hype it up.
Woo! 1, a 2-hoo, a 3. No, just a 2-hoo. Yep. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Spectre and the Vengeful Spirit, the Ghosty Gals, facing off against Disgusting Fishman and a puppet guy. Not Agnum's son, as we recently found out in Agnum's Labyrinth. He looks nothing like him. Meanwhile, Vengeful Spirit being beaten to death by giant disgusting fishman. She's going to go down. Even the little kitty cat dies in the bottom lane. No survivors as this ghost looks on.
Yeah, I was about to say something smart, but then I remembered this is not an informative cast.
Whoa, we can change gears.
We can change, all right. Let's shift for a second.
I could go full caster if you like. Yeah, I've watched my
Wait,
fair
what's
share.
going on a mid lane? 16-2 against 5-0. That should not happen.
Unbelievable.
Like, these are two spirits that are evenly matched. I would give, like, slight advantage to Void Spirit, but it should not be like this. Like, he has double his CS and 5 more denies.
Well, technically, Void Spirit is the elder spirit brother around even before the 3 spirits were created.
Yeah, I can already hear Ember Spirit saying, I'm telling my mom what you just did. And they have the same mother.
Did you know that Ember Spirit only says 4 lines and 4 words in every line?
Really?
That's his thing. He never says more than 4 words.
Wow, it is really an informative cast.
Yes, I bet most of the people in the Twitch chat wished that our cast was much like that. Just 4 words and then we'd finally be quiet. But not this time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see these 2 Spirit Brothers fighting and waiting for the retaliation from the much... Oh my god, Venge is dead.
Again?
What? Again, this Venge dies. I mean, Slardar just so much damage in that bottom lane that cost.
He does. I mean, Vengeful Spirit really does not have that much range. And, you know, it's a melee against melee matchup. This is what Slardar really likes.
That's right. Beating that Spectre and attacking that ranged hero. Even the top lane's looking pretty good for Team Con as they get stronger and stronger on that Undying. Mr. Tiny trying to make as many things happen, but not really the same momentum that we saw in that last game.
It's not a killer lane on top. Like, you just want to secure Faceless Void's farm. Get a couple of DKs. I mean, you can try to play a bit more aggressive and then use a big soul rip. Let's see that one.
Here's the
one more
replay.
time.
Slap that
Sick.
ghost. My goodness gracious. The Ghoul Gals are in trouble.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Up at the top lane, Tiny still looking for something. He's going to walk under the tower gingerly and then slowly walk away as he gets one little tap on the booty. That says, no, get out of here. Like
When
a
you say
bad dog.
gingerly, do you mean with no soul or what?
Yes, soulless ghosts, because that makes sense. Dummy, everyone knows about ghosts. Do you believe in ghosts, Lacoste? The
Only when
energies?
that prophet uses ulti.
Dio!
Damn.
I don't believe in ghosts, all right?
What do you believe in? Do you believe in
Nothing.
aliens?
I don't believe in anything anymore. I'm a position
What
5
if
support
Elon
player.
Musk told you that aliens build the pyramids?
If
What would you say?
Elon Musk
Yeah.
kicked open that door right now and told me that ancient aliens were real and they created the pyramids, I'd mace that old lying bastard. Did you see his hairline before he got famous?
Yeah, I did.
Shit
it
looked
was
just
something
like mine.
Yeah, I was about to say it.
And now magically he has a full head of hair. The ancient aliens did that shit, I'll tell you that. That guy's a goddamn liar. Not comfortable with your own head, not a trustworthy boy. That's what I always say.
I don't think this is the target that you want to go for, so he's just going to time walk off.
Okay.
Use the full combo. Yeah, that's going to be some harassment, but
Hi-ya.
not enough to actually kill it.
My goodness gracious. Sometimes when I watch pro games, I feel like I'm getting hit by silencer's glaives. Just draining my intelligence until I don't even know what's happening anymore.
I don't think you needed to explain the joke. Not for me, but there's a couple of guys always in the chat, you know.
There's a couple of guys who've been hit by those glaives.
Dumb. What is he saying?
There's no one hitting you with a knife. Oh. But what can you do? That's our job, my friend. It is to explain the game to the lesser people. And the pro players angrily spamming the chat with cringe. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, this guy's still taunting the Nutcracker. And being quite annoying. Spectre still doing okay, though. If you look at those last hits, she ain't that far behind. Don't look at Undying's last hits. Avert your eyes. Goodness gracious. Will they kill him under this tower?
Well, you're dead, my boy. +2.
A little bit under, too deep. No, Silencer just gonna stand his ground. Nay, what are you doing? What kind of faceless boy doesn't stay till his inevitable death? Silencer, strong boy now. Those 2 last hits from your Undying, so precious.
It's a lot of numbers when you click on Silencer. Like, he has +2 of perma.
Good Lord!
22, -4. Like, it says 4. It should be +4, right?
Oh, we almost got to 420 right there. Stoners in the chat represent. You pathetic creatures. Meanwhile, Pikachu rolling back in the middle lane. He's done with the memes. No more electricity heroes. Straight to business. The OP Spirit Brother. The Void.
In and out. It's much easier for Ember Spirit to make these kind of rotations. And now he's steeping once again. Where is he?
I don't know, Lacoste. I cannot read the minimap. There he is. What? Replay down to the bottom lane is, you can see yet again, the Ghoul Gao beaten to death by that fish.
Global silence.
Oh, not going to be long enough, however. Wait a minute, Tiny! What is this TP? My goodness gracious, we must have missed that toss. It was on cooldown. He will be back in the fountain. And meanwhile, the Spirit Brothers again having that sibling rivalry. He's going for the double damage.
He got it.
My goodness gracious, double damage on the block. Will he be able to fight? No, he runs like a coward. Shameful to your people. There he goes.
Spectre's still level 5.
That's
8 minutes in. That's kind of
pretty bad.
surprising.
It's not good.
Like, Undying's level 4.
I mean, I'm legitimately impressed. Avenge has died so many times. I mean, she's basically had that lane to herself. Undying dead yet again as these rotations continue. Where is that Spectre, though? How is that farm going?
Haunt is online.
Oh, baby, level 6. But Slardar, he's a mad little fishy. He's seen the oceans. He's seen the impact humanity has had, and he's ready to beat the hell out of all of us.
Yeah, Nagini has turned against his master.
This hot lane. Silencer going to be taken out, and here we go on little initiation on Tiny. Tiny making his way, moving in the tree. Toss up, up. This rocks on the roll, but it ain't going to happen here today. Spectre rolling in with that haunt, looking for the cuts and not going to make it. Look out, Spectre. Here comes the revenge. No! He's going to be making it out right there. TP. Why didn't you swap that guy? Because you're level 4.
I thought they're going to go for it, but they're not on the same page. Like, Spectre went back while Vengeful Spirit had that wave of terror ready, and Venge will die once again.
Woo! My goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. Not on the same page, much like J.K. Rowling and her audience. Team Voldemort. Now straying away from what worked so well in earlier editions. That was a reference to Fantastic Beasts. Again, that movie sucked in case you missed the last game. We hate it. I hope you die, Noob Salamander.
Are they planning to shoot the 3rd film? I hope
planning to shoot whoever writes it. Anyway. Production has told us there will be 5 Fantastic Beasts. Hopefully the next one will be called Fantastic Beasts and Where to Get Your Refund from the ticket booth, if movie theaters actually end up existing again one day. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Rubik, he's up there. There's a monkey with a helicopter?
I thought 2020 couldn't get worse.
There's a monkey with a goddamn helicopter. Look at his butt just hanging out. Give me that back view.
I watched Planet of the Apes. It did not end well.
Production saying we cannot get a shot of that monkey's back view. We do have an age restriction on the stream.
But can we shoot him in the back?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
I mean, honestly, he's probably going to die. Can't be a monkey on a helicopter in this game. Silencer knocked out by... Oh, my God. Nice.
Double chain.
Look at that searing chain coming out. Hey, he dies
Slaughter's
anyway.
way too tanky. He has a full hood, 2000 HP with the magic wand.
Bruh, that's a lot of damage. Look at that Venge again! Not a lot of vengeance coming out from this spirit. This is the opposite of vengeance. This is sad suffering. Slardar now diving behind the tier 1 tower for that emotional damage. He might not be hitting the tower, but he's sure hitting their poor feelings as he dances in the trees.
He's actually healing him when he hits him with the illusion.
My goodness. That doesn't even make sense. How do numbers work like that?
Magic.
Oh! Wrong team, dumbass. Genghis Khan didn't have magic unless you're watching Mulan, and I think they're canceling that movie.
No, they're not. I think the Mulan should be out in a couple of months.
Oh my god, I'm gonna make...
No, I actually read that you need to pay, I believe, like $50.
$50?
Plus the Disney subscription
What
to
in the-
actually watch the movie.
What the hell?
I'm not paying $50+ to watch it from home.
I wouldn't buy my wife a dinner for $50. You think I'm gonna watch Mulan? Get out of here. Jeez.
If I get popcorns, maybe, you know,
Oh,
popcorns are worth at least $20
I will
in
agree.
cinema.
God damn, do I want a popcorn. Here comes Slardar coming in. Oh, bitch, she's not even fighting anymore. She's just gonna, okay, maybe she is fighting a little bit. There we go, Searing Chains. They're putting everything they have on him. Nice Undying Heals as
I've
he
seen
moves
this
in.
movie before.
Woo! Imagine if Mulan ended like that. Fish just came in and slapped her in the head and gave her a concussion. She died. Make a man out of you, make a corpse out of you. Here we go, dancing into the Chronosphere. He will probably not. Oh, wait, his brother betrays him, grabs him with the lift, and he will go down. Looks like Khan on the other side, looking a lot like Voldemort in this game.
Yep.
Could it be? Is the Horcruxes found and destroyed, and Voldemort's power has been lifted?
Possibly. Oh, he gets the deny on tower. They did not fully commit. 5-man rotation, they get 3 kills. What's happening with Spectre? Also, I think we should change the stats, see the net worth instead of a KDA.
Hold
Good
up,
job.
there's a Spectre in this game? Oh yeah, there she is. Well, she's done with the Wraith Band. That's good. And look, she's almost done
That's a full Midas.
with a Midas, yeah, good.
She's waiting, does not want to hit it.
Hiya! That's great. Okay, real talk. If you had the Dota 2 Midas in real life, and you had to take a life, but it would give you $160 every time, would you?
Cash.
Cash. In your pocket.
Who would
You-
I kill? I'd shoot that monkey on a helicopter.
What a great choice. That freak does not deserve to live. Oh, gracious. Here comes Undying, getting hit up by some stuns. Will they be able to make something out of it? It looks like they're going to rotate the entire team to slap that Undying. Goodbye. Back to the dirge with you. And we will continue this heart-stopping game. 5-12. The tables have turned for Team Voldemort as the Khans make their way. Favorite iteration of Khans, by the way. Traditional historical Khans. The Khans from Fallout New Vegas. Khan from Star Trek. Any Khan you're a fan of?
Nah, just Genghis Khan.
Just Genghis.
No, I know that one. Star Trek Khan. I don't remember
Yeah,
though.
Star
that
Trek
one.
2. He goddamn killed Spock, for God's sakes. He killed him. And then Trek the new one, where he killed Kirk, and no one watched that movie. Spoiler. Incoming. A little toss from Mr. Tiny. Looking for some rocks, but we got the fish on the hunt yet again. Will they be able to find some? Here we go, a little bit of action. They're gonna swap. They're gonna, you know, that's it. They swapped, and then they ran away, and then they killed Venge for the 100th time. There she goes. But that's kind of her job. You know.
Spectre has the haunt.
Oh.
Not using it yet.
Oh.
I mean, at this point, she really does not deal that much damage.
No. Tiny in dire straits here. The tier 2 tower not really dissuading the team as they move in. They will go ahead and glyph for that extra damage, bringing in that power.
It's a
Rubik
trap.
goes down. It's a trap. And
Zoning Chrono.
not
No,
great. Oh.
he needs to TP out, otherwise he's just straight up dead. And swap.
What? Did he cancel it?
No, he got canceled by swap.
Oh. Didn't look like it to me. I thought he moved just a quarter of an inch before he was swapped, but those are my advanced play-by-play caster eyes.
And we saw efficiency on Spectre using that head of Midas very nicely. Like, For those who don't know, King Midas, everything he touched turned into gold. What do you think he died? Like, it has to do something with that.
Well, you know, ask yourself as a man.
Yeah, if you, after pooping, like...
One
problem.
fatal... Well, I mean, that's just a general problem anyway.
I think that's the way Captain Hook died. Like, how do you wipe?
I mean, you grab the toilet paper, it turns into gold, you slice. It's not a good situation, kids. If a genie comes up and says anything you touch turns into gold, surprisingly the answer is please don't do that. Meanwhile, this guy's definitely gonna die. He knows it, we know it. No reason to put more attention on it. Let him die in peace.
Yep, Silencer's getting a lot smarter, unlike me. The more time I spent
Look
with
at it!
you,
I'm telling you, he
Slacks...
cancels it himself. He cancels it. Oh!
He did.
My caster eyes! Eat shit, OD Pixel! Anyway, sounds good.
Not sure what the play there was. Can we see that one more time, please?
No.
I just want to see the cooldown. Maybe he would make it.
No, they're not going to bring that back up. They've already deleted the clip.
Bounty.
Oh, wow, they actually did. Hey, it's Philly! Yet again, Philosopher's Stone brought back into the game. I love that item. So efficient when you're constantly dead. Venge, grab that. Here we go, one more time.
We're not clicking on Faceless Void, so we don't know.
You've wasted our time yet again.
But still, you should try to do it.
Maybe.
You were halfway through the animation. Oh, that's a nice item on Spectre. Just gonna give her tankiness. He sends it back. Says, I did not want Pupil's gift.
No.
I don't want any gift.
Hey, look, Venge is dead again. If I was taking a shot every time Venge was killed, I think I'd die.
There were some gifts in Harry Potter, right?
There
like
was a
three.
what?
I believe there were some 3 gifts coming out from one of the wise guys.
I
Like,
believe that was the story of Jesus of Nazareth, not Harry Potter, my friend. I believe you might be confused with religion and stories made by
well,
hopeless...
Harry Potter is my religion.
Oh, blessed be this day where Voldemort was relegated back to hell where he belongs. Joyous me in this clasp my hands together for Khan. Looks like they might get a victory. Double damage coming out of here.
Tiny holding on to the Philly right now. That's the item that, like, you'd think Tiny deals a lot of physical damage, but he does not.
No.
Not from the position 4.
Slap!
He wants to keep that item, get the Blink Dagger, especially if you did not achieve much in the early stage.
Woo! Khan is just going nuts with this Slardar, and Big Daddy got that Philly! Still on that Tiny. I love that item. That dark dank Philly. Meanwhile, looks like back foot here. You know, a position we haven't seen Team Voldemort in before. Much like in the Harry Potter series, they were always ahead, but as soon as they got behind, they got desperate. Snape dies. Dumbledore dies.
Yeah, everyone dies, pretty much.
Everybody pretty much dies. The whole book is about a bunch of wizards dying.
Harry Potter dies, they revive him with the potion.
Well, okay, I actually didn't see the movies. A potion?
Yeah, it's a revival potion, it's called. He got the
Phoenix
age.
down? He got the Aegis? Okay, here we go. Nice steal? No, not this time. Faceless Void is able to get that Spectre on her way out. Nobody dies, surprisingly, with all very low health. Oh, I take that back. Undying is dead yet again. As these teams of Rubik trying to make his way out of there. He's got very little health, and they will pick him up as well. These are slow, painful, late deaths. Void taken out. He does have the
Another
Aegis.
zoning chrono.
He's catching a few. Void Spear trying to make something out of this. Vengeful Spirit able to survive this time. Tiny throwing out what he's got here. Nice kill on the Silencer. And it looks like things are evening up in this fight. Oh my goodness gracious!
No one's buying the book yet. This is what you need to do. It's 20 minutes. You need to steal it from your teammates.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. If they get this Slardar, it could be a complete turnaround. He is running away, running.
Dagger's ready.
Woo!
Yeah, he's gone. He's just slithering away.
My goodness gracious, like those dolphins, he has disappeared into the ocean.
Wait, what are we talking about? Is he a dolphin? Did you know that dolphins can actually get high? No, I'm serious.
Off what?
I don't know.
How do you
some
smoke
shrimps that they
weed?
smoke. They smoke. Like, it's seaweed. They're smoking seaweed.
Yo, did
Have you not
Zyori tell
seen
you this?
SpongeBob? No, it's actually true. I'm not
How
sure.
could a dolphin get high, dude?
Chat, back me up here. I know there's like at least one marine biologist in the chat right now.
My God, if there's a marine biologist in the chat, we are in major trouble. But I know that mammals can eat mushrooms and shit and get high, or like rotten apples.
Yeah.
I think if something's rotten in the ocean...
Now that's how Bambi died, right?
By eating rotten apple?
Yeah, she OD'd.
Pretty sure somebody shot her. With a gun?
The same guy that shot the monkey?
I hope so. Where's that goddamn monkey? Not working. Dolphins can get high. Wow, they truly are the most intelligent creatures. Only the dankest of mammalian species know how to smoke that
Well,
kush.
you know, it took us a couple millions of years to evolve.
Imagine if you're a god and you made a bunch of creatures and then all they ended up doing was just getting high when they got enough intelligence. I'd smite us too with the year 2020. Take them out! Anyway. Silencer, he's got 16 int. He's a smart boy. Not smart enough to win this game, though. As
They're making a comeback.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they were at 4K, now they're at 2K. We could see something crazy here. I guess early games are rough for Spectre, right? And back in the day, not so much these days, but... Smoke!
Yeah, whatever you say.
Speaking of
I agree.
smoking, holy woly, these guys are about to be Dolphin in these kids. Get ready. Cheech and Chong coming at you. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, looking like a White Castle hamburger. This Slardar's looking tasty. Grab him! Fish sticks! Who wants to eat? Rubik, not even a part of this fight and gonna die. Tosses the tiny to his teammate, murdering him, and then dies himself. A seppuku unlike anything I've ever seen.
Yeah. Before he kills him, he asks him, do you have a dying wish?
And then he said not to die, and then he tossed him anyway. In a horrific display.
Nah, you didn't get it. Voldy Wish.
What?
His name's Wish.
Oh, his name's Wish.
Pay attention, Slack.
I'm dyslexic. I saw one and I thought his name was...
One-ish.
What?
One-ish. Yeah, that's...
Whoosh.
Isn't that one of the guys from second Harry Potter movie?
Yes.
Bodesh?
Whoosh. They broke him out of Azkaban, I believe.
Yeah, that was him. Like, he was in the newspapers.
The living newspapers. Jesus. I hope... Man, what a horrible world to live in. Imagine if every picture of you was animated. How disappointed the picture would be to see what you've become. Looks at you and is like, oh, God, no. How could this happen? What is Dota, it says. Meanwhile... Trying to put some wards down. Look at this fish go. Hits that rock, gets thrown back in. Much like the coral reef, it is fighting for its life, but eventually humanity will destroy it.
Rock, paper, scissors, fish. Seems like fish is gonna win. Nope. Rock actually goes back.
Yep.
Global silence, shut up. Go.
Rock comes back in. Coral reefs under attack yet again. Somebody preserve this. The marine biologist in the chat cries. As the game continues, we've got more kills. Undying dead yet again. Where's the vengeful spirit? She's... Oh, what? What's happening?
He's chained. Swap.
My
You're
goodness.
swapping the wrong guy. You're swapping the wrong spirit.
It is confusing. There's a lot of spirits going around. And, so, you know, Venge probably was wondering why she was so alive for so long. She needed to die yet again. Incoming here, Spectre trying to make her way out. Void diving this tower,
Midas,
looking
come
for
on,
that
go
Bison.
back.
Go
Doesn't
back.
matter if you die, just use the Midas.
Use a Midas, you fool! And the aggression just does not stop from Khan. They smell weakness and they want to take this nation. Incredible.
5K gold lead for Khan. Pretty even game, I would say. Like, Slardar's causing some issues, but...
Oh,
look at
there
that
it
bot.
was. You weren't ready. You weren't ready, kids at home. Averting your eyes, it's too late, you're blind. It's like watching a nuke go off. I don't know if I can
Yeah,
recover.
chat, no, it's called pufferfish. Yeah, they get high
Oh, they
fat.
eat pufferfish.
I don't know if they eat it or just smoke it. Like, just light it up. Have you seen SpongeBob? It's actually legit to light a fire under the sea.
Yeah, you telling me that they puff out the pufferfish and then suck out the air?
Yep, and then spit it out.
My
Spit
God,
the rest
that
out.
is dank as hell. Bob Marley would be proud. Shout out to the Dolphin Bros.
Yeah, Dolphins 420.
Please, hashtag Dolphins420 at WePlay to confuse these teams greatly. As the pro players are definitely no longer staying tuned to this cast. Woo! God damn.
Gonna take a break for a few seconds left.
I'm crying. I don't. Dolphins. Woo! I've only heard horrible things about dolphins, honestly. They torture their prey. You ever hear that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Only intelligent life. The only thing we do is hurt things and smoke weed. Incoming! There's that ugly goddamn monkey. Kill it, please! It's sitting there in the lava, and there it goes. Oh my god, it gets more grotesque while it has the haste rune. Hideous creature. As we continue this heart-stopping game, a smoke has been picked up by Voldemort. Their sneaky ways, House Slytherin slithering around yet again, looking for those cool Gryffindors. But will they catch it? Oh my goodness gracious! The swap by Rubik.
Double swap. Another swap.
Swappy. Goodness, what a sacrificial guy! That guy actually knows how to use swap. Very good. And here comes a Chronosphere trying to catch out.
I don't think that's gonna be enough.
Woo!
Where's the real swapper?
Swapper Doppers, there she goes. She's waiting for the opportunity, and will it come? 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. She's dead now.
They need to kill the tombstone. Bash?
Ooh.
That was close. I saw the bash. He actually timed it.
Incredible. Does that matter, though? Spectre lives. And then what? She has 2 kills.
Vengeful Spirit was not close to actually use the swap.
Whoa.
On Ember Spirit. They caught him 2 times. I guess he was just nervous, you know, swapping the wrong spirit in the previous fight.
Can't do that
like,
again.
Maybe if I'm not there, I'm not gonna make a mistake.
Exactly. Much like, you know, me in my childhood. Never asked that girl out to prom. You know, never went for my dreams.
That's how all it started? Huh?
That's how all of it started. Played Dota to make myself feel better, and looks like I swapped myself out of a happy life. Here with you, Lacoste.
That's such a downgrade.
Hey, look, she used Midas. There you go. Giant dead bird.
Alright, so she's going for a tanky build. Manta style, Heaven's Halberd against the Slaughter, against the Faceless Void, plus the evasion. And she also wants to be able to survive in the Chronosphere now that she saw the way Venge is playing.
Okay, well, you know, she is the only person on her team not constantly dying, so I have to agree, a tanky build probably couldn't hurt. Gonna see more farming coming out from Khan. This is the big question, however. These Dota teams that are, you know, moving into Tier 1 teams, this is when things can kind of get a little tricky for them. They're ahead, they need to close out the game, but will they do it? Or will they 5-man jungle together? Well, we're seeing the latter right now, but it could end in their victory. This smoke, they are looking, hunting. Why did we go this way and not into their jungle? They're going to go ahead and use the smoke to ward, however.
I mean, if you want to use the smoke, don't bring the couriers because it just got scouted by that fort. There are literally 2 couriers on the minimap flying. He's biting them. Look at the minimap.
He's biting them, for God's sakes. Even the courier's pissed about the decision. Spectre going in on that middle tower, looking for what little money they can get. They are going to go on that Spectre. She is tanky. She will be able to go and look at that turnaround, trying to get that Void, and there we go. The silence comes out. The fight is on. Everybody casting their spells at once, and there you go. Ember Spear coming back in on that back line, looking for a kill here. Undying with the heals, trying to find something else. Nice bash on that tiny. He's a tiny, tanky boy, though.
Go back.
Nice
Hey,
chrono. That is a hell of a chrono. A swap out just in time to kill herself right before, so she can claim that she tried to do something to help the team, and everyone is absolutely slaughtered except for that spirit boy.
Oh,
just
they even
kidding.
found him. Pretty easy setup. Remnant.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's an easy roach for them. I'm not sure if they know. Yeah, they know. They're going in. With the Slaughter, it's going to be pretty easy to take it. Cheese and Aegis. Like, Slaughter's unkillable at the moment. 10-1-13.
Woo! They're going to go ahead and pause.
I don't think this pause is going to save you. Like, they're killing Roche. You can't stop them with the pause.
I think you can.
At one moment, you're going to have to unpause.
Have you ever paused, called up someone's internet provider, and begged them to DDoS the other team?
Not really. Did you?
Maybe. Spectre currently DC'd Gonna see if this team will remain paused or if it's like your pubs when the only person that has a chance DCs, they immediately unpause. Looks like they'll go ahead and keep it paused.
Now, if I'm playing pubs, you pause the game, you don't say why you pause the game, I'm spamming that F9. Like, say whatever,
Yeah.
I don't care.
Real talk,
You-
go
The
ahead.
game starts, you click ready button, right?
Yeah.
The game asks you, are you ready? You click the green button. Then you join a game, and suddenly, after the picks, you instantly join the game, and you disconnect and press F9.
So don't laugh at this, because this actually does work. As techies, if someone on the enemy team disconnects, I will immediately unpause and keep unpausing. And then when they get back, oh my god, get that thing out of my face. Oh, look at that
That's
cute
IR
cat.
Baboon.
That is the freaking baboon from that goddamn cow and chicken show. That
It's
is
not
disgusting.
red. Do not show it.
Disgusting. Look at that guy. He likes the show.
I sang the song yesterday.
Can we get a shot of the shopkeeper staring at his booty? My goodness, today's a good
Wow.
day for him. He is having the...
He's adding that as the secret shop.
Goodness gracious. That cat is having a huff right now. Anyway, so if you're in a game, you unpause all the time for the enemy team, and then when the guy comes back, you say in all chat, hey, sorry, we tried to pause, but... And then you pick someone on the enemy team, kept on pausing. And then he says, really? And then you say, yeah, he said you're a noob. Surprisingly works a lot.
Yeah, that's
Why would
something
anyone
that
do
I never tried.
You should. Let me tell you, it's part of that mental meta. If you can turn the enemy against themselves, they can't fight you.
I need to change my keyboards a lot because of the F9 keys.
Why?
Because I keep spamming it. Like, it's probably...
Oh, it's broken.
Yeah, it is.
You're one of those
Yeah.
guys who furiously clicks it. Utmost anger. I actually mapped my F9 key to my scroll wheel on my mouse. So I can just... It's very, very good. I'd highly recommend it.
Yeah, quick cast.
Quick cast.
Quick
F9.
F9, yeah.
That's... Okay, I'm actually going to use that one. Next time I unpause, I'm going to say, oh, sorry, quick cast. Look at this great music that we have in here as well. Thank you, Valve, for this endless musical chairs game that everyone played once, deemed too annoying, yet the music continues effortlessly. I hope if I'm in a coma, this is on loop. Wonderful.
Because you never want to wake up?
I sure do love the dope beats, much like a dolphin club. This is so look at a dragonfly. Wow.
What would you need to join a dolphin club? First, you need to be a dolphin, right?
I mean, that's pretty fucked up. You should have to be a dolphin to join the dolphin club. It's 2020.
What is... Wait,
We're getting too close!
Go back.
Go back! Wow, see, oh wow, are we doing some kind of like Star Fox 64 shit where we're going through the rings? This is hype as hell. Somebody
Look at Seal.
give this guy a raise! This is
Illuminati,
wow,
we're going through.
dude, we're threading
The
the
old scene
needle.
guy.
This is sick as hell, dude. Do a barrel roll. Who's your favorite Star Fox character?
Star Fox? What?
You don't know Star Fox, dude?
No.
Yo, cool lore for you. Woo! In Star Fox, Nintendo, this is canon lore, the Star Fox characters had their legs amputated and replaced with robotic parts because the G-force of the Y-Wings are so intense. They would actually not be able to pilot.
I absolutely have to agree with that one. These are one of my favorite characters of all time.
Name one character from Star Fox.
Johnny the G.
That's actually close to Peppa the Pig, but yeah, Slippy. Slippy is the
Lippy,
character.
Floppy. Younger brother.
Her younger brother, Floppy.
Paparino.
Yeah, Pepe the Paparino, Rabbit. Wow, this is a journey. I hope the game never unpauses. I feel like I'm in the David Attenborough movies. And yeah,
Name one movie.
Name one movie? Just a general?
No.
I can't.
No, name one. David Attenborough movie.
Who fucking cares? About-
Lions in the Wilderness.
Wow.
Part 2.
Wow. Caves, I believe, was on planet Earth. Who cares? The Earth is dying.
Every single time I hear his name, I was like, no shit, man. I hope he's not dead. Because I really love the guy.
David Attenborough?
Yeah,
I've never watched any of that stuff, you know?
you should.
Planet Earth, the
You
documentary.
should watch less of those Paparino the Rabbit guys and more David Attenborough.
You know, I don't like
Bro.
those films. They make me sad. I know I'm never gonna go to any of those locations and see the beauties of Earth. How do you even know it's real? Like, have you ever been inside a goddamn cave?
Yes, I did.
Oh, what was the circumstance?
The circumstance was there's this animal that lives on few places on Earth in Slovenia.
What the hell is
It's,
Slovenia?
What does it sound like?
I don't know. Is that a condition? I'm sorry, wife. I got Slovenia's. It hurts. What the hell is that?
Like, stay away from me. I have Slovenia.
I'm sorry.
Please put the mask on.
My Slovenia's acting up. I need to go to the restroom. What is that? Is that a place?
Yeah, it's a country in Europe.
Oh my God, Europe. Man, what a wild ride. Just making up countries.
Isn't Europe one country?
I don't know,
Right?
man. I'm from America. Get in the... Just fix it up already and just have Europe, combine all your nations into one, for God's sakes. It's 2020. That's one thing a lot of people are always like, oh, how are things in America? I hear it's real messed up.
Yeah, like America. No one asks, like, what's it like in Florida?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you guys all flame America. I mean, Texas is, you know, not all of America's like Texas. That's like saying, oh, how's things in Europe? I hear, you know, Greece is real messed up these days. Well, what the fuck are you talking about? It's Greece. Nothing to do with us in, you know, other European countries. I don't know. Germany's?
Germanese?
Yeah,
it's just a lot of European Germanese countries, you know.
It's a condition I got. I got the Germanese. They are.
Yeah.
Oh, he found the last barrel roll. We're going to the secret stage, boys. Woo! God damn, this has been a wild ride. Thank you so much to WePlay for this incredible technology. Wow, look at all those skulls. I didn't realize how many skulls were there. That is crap.
Yeah, what's wrong with their eyes? Look at the blue dragons.
Dude, they've been hanging out with the dolphins. These dragons seen some shit. Oh, okay. It was just far away. You don't usually see them from that angle. Goodness gracious. Where are we going? Woo! Is this a secret shop?
It is. I mean, it's not a secret shop if you can find it.
Oh, this guy's so cool. Is that the mascot for the team, the Cons? You know, funnily enough, we have lore for everyone but him. He's a mystery man. Not a single shred of lore on him.
I wonder why. It's called Secret Shop.
That's true, but we know so much about the real secret shopkeeper. Wow, this guy's fucked.
Like, what do you know about secret societies? It's not much of a secret society if people know about
You
it.
kind of do. The Illuminati.
Like, what do you know? Give me 3 facts about Illuminati.
Okay.
That's not about Triangle or All-Seeing Eye.
Well, those are 2 pretty big facts. They keep the world flat. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. Look out!
Whoa.
We're about to hit it! Oh, Jesus. We just got word that the technical pause is being worked on. Hold on, somebody taking a sip right here.
Oh, this is the best creature in Dota. Like, look at his nipple. It's gigantic. And look at that chalice, man. My man just drinking something. I don't know what it is.
God damn, he crunking. That goddamn kobold's crunking out tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's a dead-ass word. Look at this pause. It caught the word when it died. Incredible.
That's Wigglytuff right there.
That is Iggly. Whatever the hell its name was. Oh, boy. Oh, we're about to hit the pole. Careful. Nice. This is, I mean, honestly, Pro Dota's great, but this is
better.
Goddamn beautiful. Look at that butterfly.
This is like exploring the Earth with David Attenborough, bro.
Look at that. That's Voldemort right there on the flag. Very disturbing image. Thank you for that. Let's fly right by that. Are we heading towards the bunkie? Oh, we're getting a little close to that tree. Guess we should do this like an airplane, huh? Like a tour guide thing. And if you look to the left here, you'll see the Crystal Garden.
Slacks, you're the best pause caster we ever had.
Oh, really?
Yes, you are.
I don't know if I can agree with that. I believe Owen, in his premiere game with Purge for that 3-hour game, was... Oh, here comes the Blue Jay. Ladies and gentlemen, from regular show, it's Mordecai. Ben, that's a one for you Zoomers out there, you dumbasses. Tweeted that one on your selfie sticks. Here we go.
We're getting closer to the fountain.
That's right. We've made it. There's the Grand
That's Fountain
Aegis.
of Youth.
That's the Aegis of Immortality right there. Owned by OG Esports, Seb himself. Look at this. Here is the Radiant.
That's the butterfly. Just take that butterfly in the right corner.
Boom shakalaka. Here's
Free item.
That's true. A statue of Kunkka there. Very beautiful, created by one of the players. Made out of crimson blood. And now we take you down the middle lane. This is what so many people have seen before they fed your game. Their profile pictures, a question mark. Their profiles, private. 3 games in Dota 2 being matched with you who's played 10,000 hours. We're going to walk right down middle at this speed. Into the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. Hold your breath. And we're out.
Was that a pufferfish?
I'm feeling a little fucked up right now.
What is this? Plus 39?
Woo!
That's a lot of gold.
Look at that money.
I believe that's gold.
Incredible. We're swimming in riches right now, ladies and gentlemen, on this beautiful journey that we're taking. There are some creeps. If you'll notice, the creeps have giant growths coming out of them. Funnily enough, their frontal rib cage is put into their back. That is a scary creep. Don't look at him. As we go to this beautiful ward, we found another circle, baby.
Let's go through. Buckle up.
Yahoo! What's your favorite character from Mario Kart?
From Mario Kart, Wario.
Wario?
Yeah. Wait, is Wario the fat one or
Yes!
the thin one? What's the thin one name? Like
What's the thin one's name?
Waluigi or whatever his name.
Oh, Waluigi.
Waluigi.
I thought you were
okay.
talking about Mario.
Nah, I like the thin one. Yeah.
You like the thing? Wait, actually, you'd be a pretty good Waluigi cosplayer.
Really?
Better than Wario.
Oh, for sure.
I like Toad.
Toad?
Real annoying asshole.
Yeah, Toad can join Dolphin 420 Club, right?
Yeah, hell yeah. I love playing Toad just because every time he wins, he has the most tilting line. I'm the best! I used to play that all the time for my sisters. They would beat me senseless.
I'm not good at the game.
Hey,
I can beat my girlfriend.
Look at this. Oh my goodness gracious. We've got some low cosplays here.
That's Earthshaker.
That is Earthshaker, ladies and gentlemen. With an incredible
totem.
Totem. That's what we call a totem. See the toes. Hey, look at these two guys. They're having a good day. Big smiles. And we're getting close to the candles. If we get close enough, we'll light one. Oh, wonderful.
You got any more of those cosplays?
As the desperation comes out, you got any more of those cosplays for us? Anything at all? What an incredible journey. Thank God that we've had this pause music blaring. Shout out to my boys at Valve Software for this looped music. And
it's literally 3 seconds on the loop.
Yes. This is what they do to terrorists in Guantanamo. So shout out there. Passing over the Roshan pit now. As you can see, there's Rubik in the new set. He's dressed up like a bird. There's a skull in the water.
There's a lot of skulls.
Hey,
a lot of dead people in Dota.
Disturbing amount of skulls. Can we go under the water? Is this a submersible craft?
Let's visit the dolphins. Let's go.
Go down to the dolphins, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to party.
Grab some air.
Lame as hell. Sorry, everybody. Oh!
We're in.
Skimming
And
the
we're out.
surface. Much like my real life, I feel like a turd going down the water. Wow, I wonder who this is.
Farm time. He's spending time and space.
The producer asks in our ears, is such earnestly, who is this? I believe that might be Faceless Void. It's farm time, baby.
It is. Faceless Void.
Thank you so much. One of the most terrifying... Okay, hypothetical here. You're laying in your bed, 3 a.m., the door opens, and that's standing there. And it says, come with me now. What do you do?
How do you spell cum?
Listen, this ain't your typical Thursday night, Lacoste. This is an imaginary scenario.
Well, I'm gonna, please sit down, sir. Where you coming from? Please don't hurt me. That's my first line. Like, I've done bad things, but please don't hurt me. I have the explanation.
Bro, if you're getting...
Bro, this is Medusa.
That's Medusa. These are you can't...
Like, what is he holding a bazooka?
I don't know. Bro, if someone is attacking you, breaking into your house, and the first thing you say is, please don't hurt me. That's the most painful thing I've ever heard. You gotta be scary. You gotta be like, who are you?
I'm gonna tell him, I know dolphins. I'm good with dolphins, and I can hook you up with some good stuff. Like, just please don't hurt me.
I'm fucking crying. Please don't hurt me. Bro, that is not how you survive a situation like that.
What do you mean? What if he's a good guy? He just needs something. He needs to
broke
show me
into your house, you fucking idiot.
What if he broke into my house to show me his farming patterns? Like, check this out, bro.
You, Lacoste, wake the fuck up. You already know how to stack 2 cream cans. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. That's a radiant tower.
Is it?
The radiant tower. Get out of here. So easy. Give us a hard one. Oh, I'm fucking crying over here, Lacoste, you idiot. Real talk, though. In a home invasion situation, I think the best thing you can do is get completely naked.
Yeah, that's from some kind of a TV show, because I remember this.
I know. I mean, I don't know if anyone else has said this, but like, I literally have one pair of whitey tighties in my house in case I feel like there's a home invasion. I'm gonna strip down and go in the whitey tighties.
Now, I heard that or seen it on YouTube. Like, the guy starts taking his shirt off. Like, the other guy wants to punch him. They're in a fight, and the other guy just gets naked. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna touch me? Probably not. Now you see that he's an insane person.
Look who it is. We're back here. We've made a full circle around the map, and there he is. Horrifying monkey butthole man. That's great. Wow. Shout out.
What's his name?
I don't want to know. That is Oracle.
Baboon the Butler.
That's Oracle. Thank you.
You're too good at this game.
The Butler. Yeah, that's a good one. Shout out to the creative artist that made this long ago. This is a very old courier. You can tell because it looks like it has a boom boom coming out of it, and Valve would not allow that now. So shout out to the monkey creator as we remain paused, but they have finally shut off the goddamn music. So thank you for that. Goodness gracious.
I feel like we've been filming for quite some time. Those 6 minutes are very long.
Are you telling me that was 6 minutes? I hope not.
I can hold my breath for 6 minutes.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
A dolphin can't even do that.
With the help of pufferfish, I can.
Okay, let's go right now. Hold your breath, sir. I can't hold my breath for more than like 15 seconds. It's embarrassing.
Do you think you can die from that? Or the natural instinct to survive is gonna kick in?
I have a very high instinct to survive. It's very high.
Well, no wonder you can only last for 15 seconds, huh?
That's right. I must survive. Away from me, I scream. My precious fluid. What a fantastic game.
Yeah, so far.
Absolutely.
19:30, 30 minutes in.
That's right. Look at those items and scores. Actually, real talk though, that Slardar does have a Lotus Orb now. So that's kind of hype. Not like he was going to lose, but there it is. We're going to wait this one out. Voldemort's most evil plan, not to just lose the game.
Lose it with style.
He will lose it in the most evil way possible. After a 30-minute pause, and then immediately feed and die and GG out. Such is the way of Team Voldemort. Meanwhile, what do we have? What was your favorite show growing up, Lacoste?
My favorite show, like a cartoon show?
Whatever,
It's a great question.
More books if you were a weird kid?
I watch a lot of Pokemon, a lot of Cartoon Network. I didn't have like that one show that was like so dope.
Good.
I can't really pick one.
No?
What about you?
Yeah, I guess same. Watch a lot of cartoon. There's a lot of Nickelodeon kids out there. I wasn't one of those. No, thank you. I was a cartoon. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Probably the greatest show ever made because it's an adult show. It's very beautiful. A lot of classical music. And taught me a lot.
SpongeBob. I would say.
SpongeBob.
Yeah,
Good
that-
choice. Excellent choice, Lacoste.
South Park.
South Park. You know, South Park taught me to curse. I never cursed before that show. Thanks a lot, Matt and Trey.
Where did you grow up again?
Colorado, actually. Yeah, surprise. You know, I did know a counselor in my college was actually one of the characters. Yeah.
Really?
He was
Mr. Mackey?
Butters. Butters.
He is a counselor.
We did have now that you mention it, apparently when the creators of the show went to my high school and they based it off the counselor who didn't work there anymore, but the guy Butters worked at my college and he hates the show.
Yeah, that monkey can be called Butters.
Butters the butt cheek monkey?
Yeah.
Butters
the baboon.
Butters the baboon. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a spare name tag and enough money to afford that probably 2-cent monkey, please send it over to Lacoste. Name it Butters the Baboon.
Any free items, feel free to donate. I won't mind.
Yep. You know, funny story.
Did you sell your Artifact 1 cards? That's my question.
Hell no.
No?
I hoarded Axe coin like crazy, dog. Real talk. I never got rid of that garbage.
I got rid of all my cards, so I don't play it again. you know?
That's sad. Well, I know the saddest thing in the world, when Artifact came out, I streamed it on Twitch. I was one of the highest people. I had $450 in donations, and I spent every cent on
the
card
cards.
packs. Shout out to you, Gaben. You really got me on that one. God damn you.
But you didn't hear the rest of the story.
Yes?
So I can play Artifact 2.
Oh! Which is out for...
Which is out for the lucky one.
Check your emails.
Or just check your Steam library.
That's right. Join us in Artifact 2.
Someone in the chat just said, I kind of miss the music now.
What, are you stupid? I mean, yeah, sure. Everyone has a right to do what they want. You want to hear the grand loop of the 3 notes? Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Fantastic.
I'm pretty sure like Hans Zimmerman did not compose that one.
I'm pretty sure Valve spent 1/3 of the battle pass to get Hans Zimmerman.
Oh, this is our music pack. Premium content. Level 1000. Instead of Aegises, we're gonna give you this.
Boom, 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 boom. Remember when they used to have stretch goals?
Yeah.
That was the biggest con ever. I remember one of the stretch goals was like, release a comic with Axe.
Biggest con, huh?
Yeah, are you telling me that they made an
Con
entire...
versus Voldemort?
Oh, nice one. You telling me that they made an entire comic with Axe, and if we didn't reach the thing, they were just going to be like, well, fuck
You're
you.
not getting it.
Fuck you, community.
That we made it, but we're not gonna show it. We're just gonna use it for the next year.
Sorry. You should have raised $20 million, dumbasses. We're burning the...
Oh.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, wake up. Camera guy, wake up. Yo, put that shit away. Oh, my God, he had a heart attack. Camera guy, we're back. Woo, he's awake again. Goodness gracious, so much time staring at that naked monkey ass, and he lost his goddamn mind. We're back in the game. What a wonderful journey. I feel like we've grown together. Woo. Thank you so much for sticking with us.
Seems like we're becoming quite a duo, huh?
Absolutely. Hopefully we get as far as Trent and Zyor.
Oh God, please no.
I love you, Zyore! My boy! Yo, real talk, something that I've never told anyone outside of the scene. Zyori uses Zoom for his podcast, and one time he logged in on my computer and I have stolen his Zoom account. For every meeting, I show up as Andrew Campbell. No matter how important the meeting is, just in case if I really fuck it up, they'll be like, that
That's
Andrew
not me.
Campbell guy's a moron. So sorry for the missed sponsorships, Andrew Campbell. And sorry to your brother,
Rich Campbell.
Rich Campbell, who's here in the studio.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunate for all of us. He does not smell like you think he would.
I'm just looking at chat,
Yeah.
checking their favorite cartoons when they were growing up. There's some really messed up individuals in there. You know, Happy Tree Friends. Yeah,
Happy
I
Tree
watched
Friends.
that. Like, no wonder I'm like this.
Holy shit, that brings me back to the Newgrounds era. Only 90s kids will get this one. Remember when Hot Topic wasn't a meme and people actually shopped?
How did we live before the memes?
I don't know, man. The funniest
Do you-
things were America's funniest home videos. Goodness
Yeah,
gracious.
99% of those were staged. Like,
Yeah, but they didn't know they were staging them. You know, it wasn't like fake
Radiant's
Asian
bottom
gifs
tower
back then.
has fallen.
Nobody was there. Bob Saget wasn't doing quality control back in the day, dude.
did you know that memes were invented in 1998 by a French guy called Julius Mimer?
Fucking hey, look, Venge is dead again. I forgot this whole game thing was happening. As Venge dies yet again. We are back into the game here. Slardar trying to get his foothold. Going on that tiny one more time. Storega! In some trouble here. Gonna force staff away. Walk back and throw some rocks to a Blinky Dinky out. And we wait for the inevitable push from Team Khan. Brubik has stolen Avalanche.
That's a good spell to steal.
Yeah, Tiny's pretty much a plethora of dope spells.
Anything you steal from either Venge or Tiny in this game is gonna be dope.
Absolutely dope.
Unless the game is paused, then you can't steal.
Yeah, then you only steal our sanity. Here comes a
Radiant
nice
are scanning.
attack. Sleight of fist, that attack is called for you new players out there. This is Valve's promised new player experience right here, right now. Enjoy it. What a great meme that was. Remember when they said they were gonna... I can't.
What meme once again?
Remember when they said they were working on the new player experience?
Oh yeah, I mean, the keyword is working. Like it's not done.
Remember the Learn tab that came out 10 years ago and only had one thing put in it? Here's something you can learn. Shut up. There's that goddamn grotesque monkey. Sorry, workshop artist who made that. It's beautiful for someone, I bet.
If you want to invest, not in Bitcoin, not in ETH, invest in monkeys.
Invest in monkey ass right there. It never goes out of style. If Rafiki can make it work, so can you. Man, speaking about shit movies, Lion King, the new one.
Which one? Like the remake
the
of Lion
live
King?
action one.
Live action Lion King?
Yeah, you didn't see it?
No.
Disney remade the whole movie to be like realistic.
Well, I've seen that one. It was okay. That was the first movie I've seen in cinema. I thought there was like a different one.
No, I mean it was abysmal. They butchered it. I will admit though, the only thing that still makes me laugh every time I see it is Mufasa getting thrown off that cliff. I fucking bust up every time.
Mufasa or the good guy? I just want to see if you're a true psychopath.
The good guy. What do you
Yeah,
know?
well, the Simba's father? What was his name?
Mufasa.
But
You
that's Mufasa.
idiot.
No, what's the bad one?
Scar!
Scar. Yeah. I messed it up.
Brother, help me! Scar is definitely a good guy, and don't get it twisted. The Lion King is a movie about how socialism is wrong and capitalism is the only way to go. The antelopes are getting eaten every day, and society...
They're still celebrating the birth of
Society
a
only
lion.
works when the lions are in charge, who, by the way, fucking eat you. And as soon as Scar, who lets the hyenas have equal reign, everyone's equal under Scar's reign, suddenly there's no more food? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Bernie Sanders and Purge Gamers has to say about that. Here we go. As they push into the high ground. Couldn't this be the end of game 2? There goes Silencer in trouble. Swirly, thoroughly into the bottom goes. Here comes Spectre. She's pissed. She's already died once. I'm pissed about it. Spectre, she wants her Radiance back. Here's a replay. He whiffed the chrono. We didn't talk about it because we were talking about communism. Here comes the push. Will Spectre do anything, or will she watch life fade from her eyes yet again, drawn back into the endless void of suffering? She doesn't remember who she is, where she is, lost in dimensions. The racks are being taken. The PTSD. She does nothing. She throws a dagger of never-ending sorrow.
Did we actually wait 10 minutes for
She's
this
not
to
even gonna
happen?
fight! Fight, you animal! We paused for this! Here we Tiny delivers his life as well. One more cog for the machine as Spectre waits. She does nothing. There's no reward in this life.
I swear to God, if they don't buy back and fight back.
Please, Spectre, for the love of God, hit them. The racks are taken. They're backing for some reason. Rich Campbell returns to the studio, distraught and afraid as they enter the final stages of this gripping game. The death throes of Team Viper, whatever the name, Voldemort, I believe it was. It's nearly over.
I believe this game is over, Slacks.
Not Team
Maybe
Voldemort, they apparently don't.
Maybe if they pause the game, it's gonna be more entertaining.
I hope
never thought I was gonna say that, but here we are.
The double damage rune awaits. It's blistering blue, blinding the eyes of Team Voldemort. Their magics are at an end as the Khans cross over the Great Wall and begin their assault on the homeland. Any second now.
It's about to happen.
Any
13 seconds. Roche might respawn.
Voldemort is getting everyone out of Slytherin down through the tunnels to escape the inevitable slaughter. Even to that giant snake, I believe, which was in the books. It could have been Resident Evil. I can't remember. I think there was a snake. It too slithers away in fear. I don't give a shit what it was called. Here they go. They're pushing the tower. Boom, shotgun, lock, gun. Hit. Spectre in the area. Hits the tombstone, slowly starts to walk away.
Is that Spectre?
Oh, that's a swap and a crow. No. Doesn't get that.
Yes. Crow, yes.
Doesn't get that, Spectre. Spectre lives to watch again. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been asking for the new heroes. It has been premiered in this game. The new hero called the Watcher. Spectre watching. Like me in the mirror, watching my life fade away. The good years are behind me.
Never stop being yourself.
Baldness beats down my middle tower.
Rich Campbell joins the club.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of our middle towers are being beaten down by the boomer baldness. The game has finally ended. Spectre is taken out. Our childhood innocence is gone. Good game. Well played. It's a 1-1, baby. Game 3 coming up. Absolutely heart-pounding action. Lacoste, one of the greatest games ever casted in the history of Dota 2.
Yeah, the best pause casters that we ever had.
Absolutely.
The game was fun, you know. We had some T-tours with the production guys going underneath the water, swimming with the dolphins.
I'll be real, I don't remember a goddamn thing that happened in that game. Congratulations to Khan, though. They tie it up and get ready for Game 3. Let's head back to the panel and see what they thought of that magical, incredible experience. I think I tried to throw to the panel a little too early. Hi, welcome back. Don't go to the panel yet. See us, see our reactions. This is real life.
It's kind of hard to be back in the real life, you know.
It's always hard to be back in real life, brother. That's why we all escape to a game that takes 30,000 hours to get good at it. But here we are in the horrors of reality, and to continue those horrors, go back to the panel. Thank you. Goodbye, camera.
Couldn't have said it better than myself. Clear.
My fellow town has lost it.
Oh, man. Welcome back. Let's actually talk about what happened in that game, because they certainly fucking didn't.
What we've learned is that they should start a podcast. You know, this is the year of podcasts. Done. Simple.
Yeah. I think I really enjoyed that cast. They're both fucking hilarious. But let's actually talk about everything that did happen in the game.
Which part?
Yeah, we're like
everything but the giant
Dota
pause
or the.
It was funny because I think at first we all jumped into that game. I think pretty much everybody on the panel, you guys pretty much thought we were going to get it 2-0.
Yeah.
When did your mind start to get changed?
5 minutes in, I believe.
Yeah, I think when I walked upstairs and I saw that Silence was playing off lane, and I was like, okay, it's a cute idea to play into the void, but then the overall game plan, once you break into those early fights, because you're in a side lane role, you don't have the levels, not always to farm, it's hard to really feel that confidence. I think that laning setup to me just kind of shunted my kind of view on their lineup.
Yeah, and then you have Venge Spectre as your safe lane, and also it's a Venge who, if you saw like the beginning minute of the game, I know it was a long time ago for a lot of people who were watching,
this
but
game started at some point?
The first minute of the game, they actually spent the entire time chasing the void. They used all of their spells. Venge had 0 mana. He TPs to bottom to safe lane and proceeds to just die. Give first blood, give second blood. That Venge had 14 deaths throughout this game. You know, sometimes we say like Venge dying, you can still get to play your hero because you have this loom, but he died way too much, wasn't finding good swaps to save, and inevitably they lost. I think they lost all 3 lanes, or they lost 2 lanes pretty handedly. Mid lane was dominated by the Void Spirit. Bottom lane, Slaughter got away with everything. I don't know how early his hood was, but it was like a 10-minute hood treads.
You don't often see Slardars actually have good net worth. Normally they have strong laning phase, they go to gank, and then that's when they lose all the kind of the economy game. They're just playing to enable. But this guy, he kept up with farm. So Cheshire Cat, props to him there. I think Calm, the doubts in their draft was their first game, they looked a little bit like disjointed, their aggression just fell off. But this game, they were like going to a fight with 5. If they didn't bring 5, you could argue maybe they'll have a lack of damage. But bringing all 5 there, you saw in that first clip of this highlight reel, you have the Spectre top, not joining fight, can't use Haunt because they've already been overwhelmed. You know, that pick-off potential just come through from Khan. So I think props to them, playing super skirmish and never feeling like they had to try and end the game. They waited out, played around like a small lead, choked out their opponent, taking over this top tri-camp area, and then I think Khan eventually just went, well, we can't end the game, but we can just own the map.
They certainly did choke out the snakes there. But let's actually talk about, I want to talk about the Spectre, because Fog, I heard you talking constantly about that pick. How did you feel about that now that we got to watch that game?
I mean, I think the pick could have worked. I just was confused with a couple of times the way that they, like some of the plays that they were doing. Like here we even saw like that replay, right? 22 minutes, they evened the game out, which was, we were all like, wow, I can't believe they actually were able to do that. And then they proceed to take fights where the Spectre is starting the fights. He's in the front lines, and he's the one like fighting with Avenge rather than his team looking to fight with 4. And then the you know, like the way we all know that you play the Spectre is the Spectre haunts in, he joins in and tries to do some cleanup. No, it's our Flensmeister leading the charge.
It's the same as the first game. Like we've seen 2 games now of Spectre where they think that they're this unkillable machine at 15 minutes. And it's like, you're not. Like just because we see these better players coordinate around it, they actually have a setup and a system in place that this Haunt has value. When I see these guys, they've already lost their lanes, you have to adjust your playstyle and you have to kind of go back to the old style Spectre, you know? Just wait, get an item or 2, then make a play. The fact that he's trying to be like, don't worry guys, you're having a bad time, let me just start the fight for you. It's like, it's never gonna work.
Especially versus Slardar, who had a fantastic game, so he has Corrosive Haze up
big boy,
max leveled, so Dispersion's kind of counteracted from that. And Undying, 2 forms of damage amp versus a Spectre. So Spectre, you saw in that last fight, dies in like 3 attacks, 4 attacks. So not the same kind of usual Spectre that we see because of how that laning phase actually ended up progressing, because of how good Cheshire Cat had of a game.
I think this is very interesting going into game 3 now, because we're in a scenario where in that first game we talk about not only how we felt about the draft, but also just simple outplay on the side of Voldemort. In the second game, where are you guys standing on these 2 teams? Who do you really favor in this third game?
It's so hard to say because the inconsistencies we're seeing aren't coming from like one draft's better than the other. It's simply, are the players turning up when they get into the game? And like we see game 1, we've got Wish popping off on his Windrunner, everything feels to be going well for the guys. And then you look at the second game and it's like, where's this mid lane? Ember v Void Spirit is a pretty even matchup, right? Like, you're not expecting to be like 10 CS down at 2 minutes against a Void Spirit. Like, it's just the fundamentals of the game Voldemort did not bring. So they just did not win. And even with like a 20-minute pause or whatever the podcast lasted for, they weren't able to muster a plan because, again, they played so poorly they didn't even deserve a 20-minute strategy talk to get themselves back in the game because they were just so far behind.
I think for the next game, I'm not really looking at like these like teams so much. I'm just going to be looking specific at what heroes are easier to play and easier to run, because both times we've seen the Spectre Knight, and it looks like they don't really like.
The concept of it.
The concept of it feels weird, yeah. Like they're trying to take these fights rather than stall the game out as 4 and let the Spectre do what Spectre does. They're really getting it involved a lot. Like, I mean, Miracle was the one who, sure, he got it involved the other day, but it's different when those type of teams play because they understand how to push the limits of these heroes. These guys didn't seem like they knew how. So if I would look back and look at that draft again, I'd be like, oh, Void, this is much easier kind of style to play. You have this easy team fight and setup always rather than having to rely on Spectre.
It seems like on a day like today, most of the time when we are looking at the draft and what routes these players are going as far as strategy goes, we tend to look for ease of execution. It seems to be one of the things that we would definitely want to see.
A nice basic way to look at it is when you got a lineup which is the 4 protect 1-esque, think of the map as in like 4 quadrants, right? Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And good teams, they often play in the enemy's kind of quadrant, because if you take a fight there, they can never punish your side, right? This Ember pick, this last pick type here that we're meant to see them going forward, he's meant to be on the other side of the map in their quadrant, forcing out these rotations, basically preventing your Spectre from getting any pressure. But the way in which they played, Ember played on his own side, Spectre was the one trying to enter this kind of gap, whilst Ember's also having a bad game. So just the macro gameplay, the understanding of how to approach the physical game itself was just somehow, like, Voldemort went from like pretty good looking to like pub stack basically in those 2 games, it felt like.
Well, I mean, beyond pretty good looking. I mean, you guys were basically saying they were outplaying in the first game,
they were
and then
outplaying
the second
pretty
game,
long,
it seemed like there was a fundamental misunderstanding of where they should be.
Yes,
is
exactly.
what I'm hearing from you guys. So now when we do get into this next game, if they go for something that is much easier to execute, maybe closer to what they did in game number 1, you still do think Voldemort has a pretty decent chance of taking this?
Yeah, I think they're pretty evenly matched for sure. I think there's a lot of things that happen in this game that are kind of chaotic, but your 5 position can't have 15 deaths. I think that's just... He almost had more deaths than the entire enemy team.
It's a good stat, to be fair.
You know, it's... 10 deaths or something. There's some situations where, sure, if he's saving the Spectre and he's dying every time, but no, he was dying and his Spectre was dying. So I'm looking at Yol in particular to have a better game, because you can't give that much. Like, we saw how Chester Scat has the freest game ever, because he just gets so many kills
such
given
a fat
to him.
slaughter. Blink, Lotus.
Yeah.
Whew, so good. BKB. Oh.
Do you feel like we're in a situation here where both of these teams are kind of their biggest enemy right now? Because I feel like when I'm hearing a lot of the things that you guys are saying, and we're looking at, not only what went right in the first game for Voldemort, you kind of have to almost say, wait, what went wrong on the side of Khan? And then when we were in this last game, vice versa.
I think we have to understand the tier of Dota we're watching right now. And in that first game, Voldemort, they had such strong lanes with Centaur Rubik, Troll Oracle. It was so hard for them to really make a mistake in the first 10-15 minutes. So it gave them a free game to play. And these guys, they're so experienced, they know how to win a game, right, once they have a good lead. The issue is going to the second game, they didn't have such an ease of laning phase. They actually had to change it up a bit. And because they didn't make that change or adjust, they just got completely worked. And then it's the opposite team now. Now they've been gifted the first 10 minutes for free. And guess what? They walk away with the game. So in this tier of Dota, it's about... You need to understand how to get yourself through the first 10 minutes and pivot between, okay, this is our comeback and this is our how we close out the game. Right now, they're just, if you win lane, you win game. In these 2 games, that is.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Fogd?
Yeah, definitely. I think it just it allows you to play much easier. And I think Naive, we mentioned, it's one of his super comfortable carry. He played it like he was so comfortable on that Void. I don't think he really got caught out at all. I didn't really see how many deaths he had, but it was in the low single digits, 2 or something.
Any surprises with any of the players in particular for you guys now that we have gotten to see some of these games? I mean, obviously right now, this is a day where we're getting introduced to a lot of stacks that we have not had nearly as much experience getting to watch, and we're going to get to see a bunch of new stuff. But also, you mentioned their checkered pasts, which now I understand what that means. Nice. Has anybody surprised you today?
I think the first game gave me I was like, wow, these guys, they've got an understanding and a real drive and push. But then the second game, it kind of makes me falter for Voldemort. So standing out, not yet, because I think both teams are kind of equal, right? In the same, they've made mistakes and they've been able to punish. So I think this game 3, that might see some light. But again, I think both teams are 0-2 in this group, right? And it kind of comes across in this series where they can't decide if they want to win or not. And yeah, no one's stood out.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Okay. Excited to get in this draft and see what we're actually going to see in this third game. I think going into this, for a second, I thought we were going to have a 2-0, but we're going to be going the distance.
Yeah.
And for anybody who is just tuning in right now, too, if we could just talk about how important the stakes actually are here for these teams.
Well, they're not on 2. Divine bracket, I can't remember. I think it's bottom team gets eliminated and the rest go to the playoff. So it's very much if they win this series, they're going to be at least secured some continued Dota, right? Getting into the playoffs. I think, again, we're in the halfway point, so there's still going to be another 3 games or so after. So it's not like make or break right now, but it's a nice kind of, you have to change kind of direction of your tournament so far, because losing every series, it does kind of wear you down.
Yeah. Winning here is, I think, winning early on is always important because you build morale. With a new team, with players that you haven't played with too much, especially for a team like Voldemort, who just switched players around again, right? I think they need wins. Let you be confident going into the further stages so that you can actually play versus Immortal teams.
I'll correct myself. Bottom 3 of the groups actually go out.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
I thought this was a little bit more like make or break, but unfortunately for these teams, they're going to have to really decide kind of their fate. If they start now, then they can chain a couple more wins and they could maybe eke their way in. So
It's not necessarily make or break. It's kind of like, wait, we're already broken.
yeah, like broke or broken.
Pick up the shards right now and start
I didn't realize it was so
together.
Yeah, Christ.
So there is still the potential, but they're pretty much already shattered on the ground.
Yeah.
If you lose this, you are pretty much looking at a fate that is irreversible.
Correct.
So yeah, I guess in some ways that is make or break, even if already a little bit the edges have been chipped off. So we're going to have to see who is able to win this and if they're going to be able to continue to march on forward here inside of everything that's going on in Divine. And I'm sure as well, when we actually do look at everybody who is currently there, you're going to have some fiercer competition than this particular matchup. So it is important to get that victory here as well in that capacity.
Yeah, it's a rough group stage, honestly. Like you look at these teams, I'm looking at Group A, Cyber Legacy, Omega Lil, Tempo, like all these teams had glimmers of hope during the qualifiers. They actually looked pretty sturdy. Obviously not Immortal level, but still like dominant, divine kind of teams.
Yeah, we're getting a look right now at all of those standings and everything that is going on there. And these are, like you said, there are a lot of squads that are actually here that you're going to know a lot better than some of these other teams in Divine that you're like, wait, who are these guys? And it's kind of that enjoyment of figuring out who's on the stack. And like as Fog just already mentioned, even with these teams, like recently shifting a whole bunch, some of these are a lot more solidified. So keep that in mind, especially when you start thinking about how important a lot of these wins are going to be early on.
Well, they kind of just like, whoever wins here, the team that loses is screwed, right? Already?
Yeah, exactly. So, like, for example, in Group B, you got 5 comrades who are 0 and 3. Their chance to get through, they have to do some, like, miracle run of, I think, like, winning their next 2 games and still hoping that, like, their opponent, it's like, you never want to have other teams decide your fate, right?
Yeah.
So, at this point, if you're 0-2, going 3-2, that's pretty good, right? You're going to be able to maybe eke through. But going 0-3 and then winning 2, it's like,
You're still not in your fate's not in your own hands.
No, exactly. It's rough.
Worst feeling to be in. So, yeah. All right, this next game is the big one. It's everything for them.
Yeah, when we do actually jump into this next game, get to take a peek at our draft, keep in mind just how important it is going to be. One of these teams is going to find themselves in a position where they're not going to be able to go back on a run to solidify the top of that group and move on to the bracket side of play. Very important game coming up right here.
So you probably want to pick, I would say, right? You go back for your comfort. Look, I think this is where you really just, sure, you're going to still go for like what's good inside of the game, like what versus what you're playing against. But I think you look at, like, you give like a list of 3. It's just like, okay, what do you feel most comfortable with in these games? Because it's really just up to that player now at this point, because you don't have that many games on your belt as a team. So I think it's really up to individual performances now that's going to stand out.
I think the scariest thing as well is you think about, so all these teams, they normally practice in like best of 2s, right? That's kind of like the scrim mentality of most pro teams. So when you get to a best of 3 situation, you're not often conditioned to deal with that 3rd game. The pressures of what bans you go for, like you only ever really prepare for, okay, this is our game 1 strat, we might pivot for this and that, but like when you get to that 3rd game, you're not always like super confident on, you start doubting yourself, right? Let's say you win a game with your comfort picks, but you somehow lost with your other, like it's so hard to kind of keep yourself focused, and especially in that last game, this in like drawn out pause time and everything, it does draw some concerns potentially for Voldemort.
I think the trick is to just always doubt yourself constantly. Then you can never find yourself in that position.
That's my motto, man.
Yeah. Been doing it.
Never take a compliment. Always just say, oh no, take it back. Yeah.
They can't mean it.
I am small, I know.
Ooh, okay. So already, I like this.
This is the first time in a while.
What?
This is the first game that I've actually covered where we've actually seen that pick.
Snapfire?
Yep.
Good versus Phoenix. So
Yeah.
right away they're playing like either somebody that likes to play it, but also just straight up kind of counter picking that Phoenix. And I like that Voldemort, they ban out that Void. They see, like, you know, Naive. We mentioned it on the panel immediately when he was picked. It's one of his most comfortable heroes. They want to remove them from their comfort.
Yeah, I forget which series it actually was, but it was a very similar scenario where it was just like an open with the Phoenix, and somebody was like, all right, should we get the Snapfire in here? And I forget who it was, and I'm sorry that I can't remember which analyst said it, but it said something along the lines that it's not as hard of a counter anymore.
Yeah.
So what actually happened there that we're seeing that play out?
It's more the fact that, so the reason why you get Snapfire against Phoenix is because you have a spell called Lil Shredder, which makes you attack quite quickly, and it can kill the egg, because it's all about attack hits. The issue with the counter is the Snapfire has to be in position of the egg to get the egg right clicks off. If you can't connect on the egg and you're not in position, then of course you're never going to kill it. So if you only ever have this one egg killer, it's pretty bad. You see here though, they now pick up a Mirana as well, which I believe is a Wish classic on the mid lane. You now have 2 people that can always kill egg. So this Phoenix, it's not going to be as simple as I start the fight at egg, easy, you can't kill it. It's going to be so easy for Voldemort to go, both counter it,
Both counter,
it's gone.
Exactly. I like that they doubled up on it. And it's also even good like versus the Clockwork
They
too,
have
right?
They somehow have
Super
double
nice.
counter to these double heroes, right?
Yep.
Egg hitters and heroes that get out of cogs with Cookie and Leap. Like, so far it's looking good for Voldemort.
And you can farm the cogs in lane.
Little Shredder.
Little Shredder, you can kill three different sets of cogs actually in the laning phase. Little 60 gold there for yourself.
I'm yet to see pros actually get an early point in Little Shredder just for the value of the armor.
Same. I haven't.
Because
I
like
actually
pushing
was asking
towers at like
about it.
5'10", I was like, well, I think I saw Zibe do it where he went like just Q and like blast and Cookie, and it's like, well, you're pushing the tower catapult wave uncontested. That -6 armor is like, it's pretty bonkers, you know? Like you pair that with a Blightstone.
I think there's potential for 2-1-1 builds.
Yeah, for 100%.
Like, I don't see why not. Like
no
the
more
second
though.
point in the cookie isn't going to change. It's like what? I think you lose 3 seconds off of the cooldown. You get like 0.3 stun and some damage, but
Yeah, it's-
you add in a -6 armor
Yeah.
ability that works on towers and everything and benefits your carry as well.
Exactly.
I think there's always room for people just to adapt and change. Anything
Yeah.
can work in Dota,
Yeah, exactly.
right? So
That's the beauty of it.
So already on the side of Voldemort, hearing a lot of upside just based off of the lineup that Khan does have. Are we starting to see that ease of execution, though, in that lineup as well? I know that putting a lot of pressure on finding ease of execution.
That's the downside.
Yeah.
Because you have the counters to the small things that the heroes provide, but in the entire game, these type of picks, they don't like gel together. Like you're not seeing like a combo. On Khan, I see teamfight initiator plus big team fight.
Yeah.
And even though the egg is countered, you kind of force fights to go like, if I egg, I know that these heroes will have to gravitate towards it. So it's kind of like it's going to sound stupid, it's like a pseudo stun. If I egg, I know that one of these heroes is going to appear out of nowhere and try and kill it. You pair that with a Clockwork Hook, and now suddenly you've protected your egg, this guy's out of position, life's pretty good.
A little bit of a, just actually bait them into
exactly,
what you want to do.
It's like it's the classic, you play against a Rubik and your Enigma, just don't level Black Hole, you know? Just he can't steal spells. That's a classic Melini game.
don't level spells.
Yeah, exactly, just don't
No
level.
spells versus Rubik.
Only stats.
Rubik can't steal anything.
Yeah. Oh, man,
back when
remove.
stats
Oh,
existed.
yeah.
Oh, when
my
stacks
god.
existed.
As soon as we said, that
This is a very long time ago.
so good.
This is
So it-
some good stuff.
Used to when you could level, you could choose between like a spell, and if you didn't want to level a spell, you could just go for like raw stats. And they removed that, and then they introduced us. You to do levels and spells or talents now. But it was the beauty that like on some heroes, you're like, I don't care about my spell. So you become this big boy with one stun.
Your one
It's like
ability.
just stun.
Good
Just
old
great.
days.
Yeah.
Chonker rolling on.
Yeah,
through.
exactly.
Yeah.
Big boys.
Okay, so we see a tree ban out. I think that's, the Tree Phoenix, old school, amazing combo, especially versus heroes that can move themselves, heroes that can't get moved. You get rooted. If it was, like, say, that Snapfire and Mirana, they could be punished heavily. Leads me to make me think that that's a Wish Mirana, right? He looks like he wants to try to set himself up to have the best game with both of those bans. I don't think Mirana enjoys playing versus Void Spirit at all either.
He might also just have like PTSD from that last game where he got worked by a Void Spirit. He's like, no, not again. He just had a terrible game, so I can respect that ban for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, he just banned the 3 counters to Mirana. So Queen of Pain destroys Mirana mid. Void Spirit, very good versus Mirana in mid and throughout this majority of the game. And Trine as well. So yeah, he's setting himself up to have a core Mirana is what at least it looks like at the moment.
The question is, does Khan put the Clockwork 5, put the Phoenix 4, and then still pick up a strong offlaner for Cheshire Cat? Because this double opening, we saw Khan do that in the first game with their Darkseid Clock. And it felt so underwhelming because you knew exactly what it was going to do. They drafted against it. I want to see Khan have a little bit of flexibility with their heroes just so they can kind of surprise you. And now Voldemort, they pick up Rubik, another strong hero against Clockwork.
Yep.
We're seeing it in this first game we saw today, where there was like the fundamentals of Khan's draft. They couldn't move on the map because they could never move to a lane and feel strong. Lifestealer, Veno, it's like you can't do anything. And now same again. Voldemort have set themselves up that this clock, if he ever moves and tries to be active in that 4 role, he just won't be able to do anything. There's Leap, there's Cookie, and there's Lift.
And they haven't really shown their lanes, really,
No,
yet,
exactly.
right?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
still don't know. Sure, we assume like Rubik and Snapfire are going to be the supports, but we saw, of course, Snapfire coming out of from Zai yesterday in particular. We've seen a couple of different people just moving these heroes.
This is a nice pick.
Ooh.
This is a nice pick.
Okay.
The issue though, it does still kind of obviously show your draft. It now is like, okay, clock is 4, Phoenix will most likely be 5, Mars is your offlaner. Unless they do it mid, but that's such an old thing. Back in like 2-3 months ago. It's a nice block pick as well from Voldemort, just in case they wanted to do the Mars Snapfire lane, put the Rubik 5 type of thing. So yeah, it's a nice block pick.
Yeah, Mars Phoenix in this game too versus the double ranged heroes that kill the egg. If he puts the wall down and they actually don't have a way to jump inside, sure, Mirana can leap in, but Snapfire would have to like cookie in, which puts you in a really scary spot because the wall from this the wall from Mars blocks all those ranged projectiles, so he can protect the egg really easily with his team versus those 2 ranged carries that kind of counteract.
This is beautiful, actually.
Great
like,
planning, actually, from Khan.
I like Khan's draft though. Like the way, from what you were saying, and then pivoting into the fact not only have you protected your Phoenix with the Mars, you baited out a Lifestealer pick because when you see Mars, instantly drafters go Jug or Lifestealer. That's like the most basic of attempt of countering. They pick Lifestealer, now suddenly instant Morphling. Morphling is like the hard counter to Lifestealer. You just become him, still rage, and you just pop off. Voldemort are very much a skirmishy lineup without any real front line. And we're not seeing the same Lifestealer game as first game, where there's like a vehicle where you can go Armlet Deso and just pop off. You need to itemize even harder this game. It's like you really need to know what you need to buy to have a good game. And the lack of Vessel, not literally the item, but the mechanism of entering the fight, it concerns me for Voldemort.
0 team fight also really on Voldemort right now. It's just a Snapfire ult for the most part versus Mars Phoenix, two of the best team fight synergy heroes in the game still currently. So now I switch pretty hardcore, actually. I liked Voldemort's first 3, but I feel like Khan played so well to bait this Lifestealer, like you said. Morphling looks fantastic this game now, too. And they're going to start banning out those heroes that they're worried about. That Storm gets taken out like they did in the first game.
Just ban out, like, even a Puck. Just a hero that can push waves and itemize to blow up the Morphling quickly can just give you a little bit of an edge. Could just be good for Khan to ban out.
Yeah, I don't think you're worried anything about like an Ember. Yeah, I don't think you're worried about the Ember anyway, because Morph doesn't care so much about it. It's all about the Morph at the moment.
Yeah, you do have like no stuns though, so this Ember would be able to buy just enough time. We didn't see that in the second game, but if it's played a little bit better, then it would be able to create that space for the Morphling.
Yeah, I mean they might ban it anyway, right? Yeah. It's still probably one of those that they're looking at just to be a little cautious of.
Oh, Voldemort actually ban out TA, so they're scared of just a hero that can just cause all these early fights, run in, you just get Blink Deso and go.
Another hero that owns Mirana in the mid lane.
True.
I think Wish is literally just getting bans for himself to have his Mirana mid. Like those 4 bans, that's what it dictates to me at least. So,
is he like preparing for the disconnect to come in again, just so if he has to 4v5, he's just like, I've banned out all the hard counters so I can actually play a strong game?
I don't know. Those are like when I think Mirana mid, those are the 4 heroes I would not. At least 3 of those would be the heroes that I just don't want to play against in lane or in game. So.
Yeah. Luckily, Dota has that save replay feature, so if he does disconnect, we can just load up the game straight away and get him going again with a sub. Hey.
Now, as we are actually looking at everything, I know that at the beginning, like you guys were saying, you were very excited about everything that Voldemort was doing. It seems like Khan's kind of glowy-brained managed to get into this position here. What can Voldemort do to have something that gels a little bit better and actually gives them some sort of strategy that's easy to pull off?
The issue is this Mirana, because I want to say Tiny as just you need someone who can just blow up. Just vehicle the Lifestealer, get him going, and just try and play off the same style as that game 1. The issue is, if you pick up the Tiny, like, what are your lanes? Off lane Snap, 5 Rubik, 4 Tiny, like, it's so disjointed. Maybe you could argue like an Earth Spirit or something. But again, you're now putting this Snapfire in the off lane, freely giving Morphling just like this insane game. So it's hard to find that single piece of the puzzle.
And it's like I look at Centaur because Centaur Rubik, but then you're picking Centaur into Mars, who's traditionally one of the counters. You can kind of play around it though. It's not awful, but you're kind of picking into their hands, into the hands of Khan.
There's that Puck ban.
There's the Puck ban. Nice. Whew, go Voldemort. They do have last pick, so they do have like that cheese potential, but again, can't cover themselves from the cheese picks with having the Mars.
Voldemort banned the Puck.
Yeah. Because, oh wait, yeah, true. Yeah, why would they ban their own puck?
I feel like they want the puck.
They probably do. Yeah, crikey. Interesting. They might actually...
Another hero that counters Mirana. He doesn't want to play versus puck.
That's
right?
true. There we go. Simple. They could actually go for like a Kunkka on the last pick of Voldemort because they can't out-team fight Khan, so at least survive the team fight and then take the next fight after with the Mirana Lifestealer who aren't locked into spells. But it just doesn't sound great.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
I want something that's active and that can actually play. But I want like a form of silence versus Morphling, right? Like these other, like stuns are always good, but having like an instant silence is great. Now I don't know. They banned their puck. I'm not sure. It kind of confuses me.
And then they go for the Ember.
And then Khan has the Ember available for themselves.
Super
active. Is very active. Great versus Mirana. If it is a core Mirana, great versus Snapfire too. These heroes that can get into the back line. Limited disable on the side of Voldemort versus 2 elusive carries. I don't know what they pick here. I think they actually put themselves into a really weird corner.
It really feels like Khan has woken up a whole bunch here.
Their draft looks just way better.
I mean, you just got to look at the series. Obviously, this one's been a little bit longer. We listened to Lacoste and Slacks talk about Dolphins for 40 minutes in the middle of it, so it's hard to go all the way back to the beginning and actually remember what did happen. But you had a team where all of a sudden Voldemort, we expected a 2-0. Then Khan starts to outplay them. And now we see this draft and we see just a huge amount of mastery. What do you actually think about DK?
I think you just gave Ember a lane where he's amazing. Like Ember now just free farms in the mid lane versus a DK.
Well, I think this will most likely be an offlane DK because we've seen in these closed qualifiers, we've seen the DK being run offlane, and these lesser teams have been able to really pop off of it. So potentially, if it goes offlane, has a decent time against Morphling because it should do, get that early Blink Dagger, you still kind of have that timing of Tower Taker / instant initiation with Lifestealer Bomb. He goes on at Deso still. The concern is it's even harder for them. They have to go for such perfect skirmishes to then not make mistakes, go Roshan, unlock Roshan, go into tier 3s, life's good. But are they going to do that after that second game? Do they have the confidence after like game 1 performance into game 2, then game 3 having such a high skill cap for their draft to really pop off? I think Khan's a little bit too easy to kind of pull through.
Yeah, I love what Khan did in this game. I feel like they kind of read what Voldemort was going to do throughout the entirety of it, and I don't like the lanes that they're going to set up with. Like the DK offlane can work, but I feel like if this is a Mirana mid, I feel like they forced this just way too hard. Like they open with it and they ban to set him up to be a mid laner just to force the issue so hard. Like
they pick the Mirana and like, oh, they're not going to know. We'll ban all these. God. Oh, it's really not that obvious.
Yeah.
Christ,
I don't like if it's the Mirana mid, and I don't like if it's the DK mid either. I feel like this Ember just gets so much free reign on the game. Like when you pick a DK, if it is a DK versus the Ember mid, you give Ember a lane where he just is able to free farm. You don't put any pressure onto him. Reverse favor, it's like if the DK is off lane, then Mirana is mid, and then the Ember is good versus Mirana in later stages. So I'm just...
Well, odds are in favor as well of Khan on EGB.com. At first, I really felt like that. You know, you look at the first game, it's like, all right, let's go for the underdog in this one. This time, it kind of seems like that. Those very much do make sense. I do want to say, when we looked at the draft on the side of Voldemort, is it something that is it safe to say that feels one-dimensional to you guys?
I think it just feels a little bit too forced on the comfort.
Yeah, forced.
Forced is the biggest word that comes to mind for me, because opening Mirana and all their bans attribute to just making this core Mirana.
Same with the Lifestealer. It's like the most obvious reaction. It just felt wrong. Yeah.
I feel like Khan just read them in like a book and just they were just like, they're gonna pick this. Bam, haha, we got him. Bam, we're picking our Morphling. Bam, we're picking this. They got everything they wanted.
All right. Well, speaking of forced, let's jump over to the jokes of Lacoste and Slacks.
Read them like a book.
Book, Lacoste.
The
Incredible.
fifth book.
My goodness, we're doing the Harry Potter jokes already. Welcome back to Game 3. Now, according to our stats, neither of these teams have pulled out a victory yet, but one of them is guaranteed, according to mathematics, to win this game. Who will it be, Lacoste? Will it be the big old Viper boys themselves, or will it be the Khans?
Just by looking at the draft, like, I feel Khan has so much more. Ember Spirit, as Fox said, should have a good matchup no matter what. And like, you have Morphling as your late game carry. They have no burst. Like, once Morphling gets 1-2 items, you're not gonna get him. Like Dragon Knight, stun into arrow. Yeah, that's a lot of stun, but you should be able to get the spells off. Plus, also, there's a Phoenix behind you to use the Sunray. Let's see some high fives coming up from Nico and Boogie.
Very nice.
The battle begins.
And that's camaraderie, my friend. We're ready to start this game. Now, of course, we're going to check out these rune grabs. Looks like even Stevens. No one trying to
Who
step...
was Steven?
Steven?
Yeah,
He was the most even guy of the Old West. Every time he traded bullet for bullet, hangman
Evil
for hangman.
Knievel.
What?
Well, Evil Knievel.
Evil Knievel was
Like,
not...
it's just for the rhyme, right? Like, the same goes for Steven. Like, there was no guy in the history called Steven that was so even that they made this saying for him, right?
You know, weren't we just talking about this last game and you said something about some dude named something and...
Yeah,
The meme,
Julius
the French
Memer,
meme.
yeah,
The
Memer.
Julius Memer.
Memer. That's how you pronounce it if you didn't know.
And the toilet guy, Alfred Bidet. That's a real thing. Why are you laughing? I mean,
I mean, a lot of stuff that, you know, you're using the phone was called, right, the bell.
What the fuck?
Did he invent the telephone? Like the guy named Bell?
And
it rings a bell. Let me
Andrew
just
Bell?
Uh,
Whenever I make up a inventor's name, I just say Andrew, apparently. Here we go, this massive fight between these two supports. They have hated each other for 3 series straight, and it looks like that hate
yeah,
continues.
it was Bell. Alexander Graham
Thank
Bell.
you so much for that update, as this incredible battle between Clockwork and Rubik is coming to a close. He will eat the tree, then he'll walk back, then he will walk back again. This Clockwork has 0 cosmetics, very concerning.
This is so disrespectful. Axel's name, or Axel,
Yeah.
looking for team, position 5, while he's playing for a team. Like, he wants to be out of this team,
Jeez,
right?
did he change it after the last game? That's wild. He won that. All right, Voldemort, Snapfire making her way out. Alexander Graham Bell created the telephone. God, you know, they say us gamers don't know anything, but you watch a Dota cast and you learn a little history.
Oh, I can give you some more facts about dolphins.
God, I hope not. I really...
Dolphins have 2 stomachs.
That's
for some reason.
disgusting. Why, don't cows have like 5 stomachs? Do you really believe that shit, though? I mean, is it actually a stomach? Or is it just a food cavity?
It could be that. Dolphins never chew their food.
Please, for the love of God, don't read off more dolphin facts, please. You're going to get into the dark shit that we didn't talk about.
I have 418 left of those.
Fucking Lacoste is on dolphinfacts.com right now. Literally not watching the game.
I'm paying attention. So far, 0-0. We have not missed a single kill yet.
That's the goose eggs, baby. Here we go. Maybe we get a kill here. We do have the cogs. Old Dragon Knight gonna do what Dragon Knights do. Stand there stupidly and hope they run away. Luckily for him, they did.
2 points in Dragon Blood.
Ah.
You're not killing him, but I don't think they're also killing anyone. I love this combination every single time I see it. Hype it up. I'll continue later.
Here we go, here we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's how you cast these days. Just make annoying ass noises. What a great game. Yeah, I'm surprised he made it out alive, though. That's a tanky little Mars.
So what I was about to say is having Rubik and Dragonite on the same team, like Fate Bolt plus Breathe Fire, you're going to have minus damage.
Wow. That is a really good point. I never thought about it. I commonly forget that Breathe Fire does minus damage. My laning Dragon Knights get 5 points in stun and do nothing. So, great.
They maxed out stun?
I mean, stun and passive, which is just real dumb. So
let's check our Dragonite.
Yes. What does our Dragon Knight have, please? Please miss First Blood for this completely worthless request that we have. Nope, they're going to be okay. And our boys...
He's going for it. That's the build.
My goodness gracious. Please don't do this. And he stuns. The longest level 1 stun in the game except for Marana's Arrow, which are both on the same team. They might be stunned for so long, they'll have to wait longer than the community does for the Wind Ranger Arcada, which has stunned many of us, let me tell you.
It's a high paw.
Whoa, they high-five together. Are these guys playing together?
Are fortified.
No. They just high-five. What do you think about that kitty cat high-five? You a fan of that?
I prefer a normal one.
That's right. A normal one.
Yeah, the human 5.
Sorry, communities out there. I think you can have your kitty high-fives if you want. It's Speaking of kitties, there is an arrow up to the middle. Getting that free XP, Mirana. Getting a little whipped on the booty, but she'll be okay. Pikachu back to Spirit Brother. This guy played Void Spirit. Now he's playing Ember Spirit. Played Zeus before for the memes.
Yeah, if it was best of 5, he'd be out of heroes.
Well, he's got 2 more spirits, actually.
Well, yesterday we saw best of 3 going to game 4, so, you know, best of
look
5
out!
possibly. Game 7, first blood, we did not miss it.
Yep, not missed at all. Thank you very much to WePlay's camera guys out there as we see Snapfire burned down by that Phoenix. Big Bird going for the burden. Yo, that'd be a dope Phoenix persona. Big Bird Phoenix persona? She just walks around instead of flying, you know, waddling.
Yeah, if any of the creators are listening right now, like just steal that idea, make a fortune.
Yeah, a fortune, a veritable fortune from the world's 8 Phoenix players. Careful, boys. All right, as we see, getting into the near 10-minute mark, only 1 kill. And the game continues. Arcane Rune brought up right there. Oh, pretty low on that Morphling.
Low on Morphling? Like, low on Morph. Like, he used every single
He has 1
part
HP,
of the morph.
bro. Literally 1 HP. How much lower could you get? That is as low as you go. Now he's got 400, but at a point he had 1.
It's not that good of a Clockwork game. Like, Mirana can just leap out of the cogs. Who is there? Life Stealer, Snapfire can cookie, Rubik with the telekinesis can get him out.
Yeah.
So yeah, another dream Clockwork game.
Not really, but he did it pretty good last time, so see if we can do it again here. A-Cell looking for his arch nemesis Rubik on that constant
He's
hunt.
hiding. He knows how Fog of War works. He actually does not. He was just stacking.
Yo, it looked pretty good, though. All right. Now, the panel was talking a lot about Wish's Mirana. Apparently, team loves the Mirana. Their star player, their star character.
Had a great desire to play Mirana, and his wish was granted.
That's why you're such a great caster, Lacoste. Knocking out those creeps again. And look at that net worth. She's doing quite well. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, going for that Mars one more time. Mars, a tanky boy, hard to take down. The Phoenix! Will she be able to burn Grandma one more time? Grandmama escapes. Unlike my Grandmama, who was taken by, what's the name of your country again?
That's not my country, but Slovenia. She has a disease, right?
Taken by Slovenia long ago. A dual case of Slovenia and lumbago. Very sad. Anyway. Here we go. Ember Spirit attacking the Rubik. Lacoste calling now. Will he make it out?
He will not. You did not give me enough space.
What are you talking about, dude? He had time. Top lane, that guy turned into a dragon. He is fighting that living comet.
The Prime Minister of Slovenia just messaged me on Twitter that I'm in a lot of trouble because we're making fun of the country.
Where did you grow up, Lacoste?
Croatia.
Croatia! I know that one. That is a country.
It doesn't sound like any kind of medical
disease.
condition. Yeah.
Look out, Clockwork! Running out there, missed the cookie.
Did you know that Croatia shape actually looks like a dragon?
Really?
It really does.
That's super cool. What? All right. This might sound really stupid, but was it around in medieval times?
Our country?
Yeah.
Yeah, we go back to the 7th century.
Cool. Was
Unlike you guys.
Well, I mean, we were here. You know, nobody's writing any books about it, but trust me, shit happened probably. You know, cool fact. I actually went to college.
I would never believe that.
That's not the fact. But did you know that they hypothesize that America had a gigantic indigenous population, and after smallpox, it killed 90% of the people. And the Native Americans that you think of are roaming bands of survivors literally living in a fallout apocalypse. Imagine the Black Plague, but it literally killed everyone. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, the guys are living in tents, nomads, staying away from each other in different tribes. Crazy.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
What do you mean it's a possibility?
Like, was it proven?
I mean, yeah, probably.
I don't believe you. You should have just straight up said yes, then I would believe
Well,
you.
I don't know. I don't want to make a big statement like that, but I mean, geez, I don't know if I could survive an apocalypse like that, Lacoste.
Well, we are in one right now.
We're doing pretty good. I don't think we've lost 98%.
Yeah, but I mean, 2020 has not been kind to us.
That is true. We are simply halfway done with this year. Who knows? We might all be ending up looking like Lifestealer by the end. A marked improvement for some of us in the studio. But for these
Not
two
gonna name
handsome
any
boys...
names, but
T-Governor. No, but we're continuing here. Watch out, Snapfire, they're coming. Here comes your boy, the Dragon Khan himself, getting ready. There's that ugly goddamn
where's the
courier.
arrow?
There's the arrow. Goodbye, Firebird. Your broken set will not save you today.
They have a good setup for Snapfire with the arrow, with the Dragon Tail, stun, Rubik telekinesis, whatever he steals. Like, if he wants to steal anything from Mars, anything from Ember Spirit, like, the root mechanic is great against him.
Yeah.
It's a good setup just for Snappy.
Sure. Is Snappy really the person that they're putting all the focus into?
Not really. But it's a good setup.
I mean, it is a good setup. She'll be able to land those cookies and those Mortimer kisses. So that's great. I've seen a lot of kind of carry Snapfires, though, recently. There's that talent that just makes it go goddamn bananas.
People love to experiment in
Here we
2K
go!
bracket.
Arrow coming in here, and Ember Spirit in some trouble. Phoenix applying those heals in perfect setup for the Snapfire as we see the Phoenix trying to heal him out. The Mars putting down the arena. Not enough damage, though, as that Dragon Knight's
No
tanky.
Phoenix Egg. Interesting. They could easily use the combo right there.
Could have happened, but unfortunately, these eggs remain unscrambled, and they are sunny side suck as he continues to not use it. Pushing
What if
down.
I come to a restaurant and say, I want 2 eggs, sunny side sucks? What would I get?
It depends. If you're at a Waffle House, it might only cost you a few $100s, my friend. I know you probably don't get that joke as you're not from the South, but
Nope. That's why I gave you the look.
A lot of dirty stuff happens at a neighborhood Waffle House. Go in at 2 a.m. and ask for the double sides. Anyway, check out Morphling. That's a hero. He's got water coming out of him. Look at him go. Level 9, building up on that booty. He's got it. Is this going to be a shotgun Morphling, do you believe?
Yeah, I believe so. He doesn't need to get Manta style right away. They don't have any heroes that build a silence straight up, so he can afford to get the shotgun in this kind of a game.
Fantastic.
It's actually a water gun.
You think so?
Yeah.
No, water's scary, man. You can't compress it. Think about that, man. It's uncompressible. It always finds a way to escape. They breach doors with water charges.
You can't just close the doors to a water.
You can't just close the doors to a water. Some of our
If you're trapped in a car underneath the water, you can't open the door. But
yeah.
if you open up the window, roll it down, you need to have those old school cars. Otherwise, it's not gonna work since it's underneath the water. So just get yourself a 20-year-old car.
Look
if
out!
you plan to be underneath the water. All right.
Continuing here. Morphling in some trouble. You will be able to morph out and waveform out. Snapfire didn't get the setup that she was looking for. Perhaps a turnaround or just a saving out. What stunned that man? Was that an arrow?
I believe so.
Unbelievable. Stun their Murata prediction. No wonder they valued this so much. That egg is dead. That Mars is gone. And that cog is cooked. I don't think you can say that on a stream. And we're going to push the bottom tower. I tried to think of a different word, and nothing came out.
And that's the best you could come up with. That's it.
I can't. There's not a lot of good C words out there, my friend. They're all pretty bad. But continuing right along here, Ember Spirit heading back down to the bottom
What
lane.
about cracked?
And that cog is cracked. Yeah, that definitely would have been a better choice. Sorry, all you 12-year-olds watching at home. Odds for this game by EG Bet. Looks like Voldemort still very much not favored here as the Cons begin their assault. Will they find somebody down in the bottom lane? We got 4 people down in the bottom lane. Now I'm going to do an OD pixel cast. Here comes the Rap. Got himself in. They're going to find somebody and they're going to attack him. Nice. Nice things that they're doing here. Here comes the things, the beams, the non-Luna beams.
Lasers.
There they go.
Shooting from the eyes.
They got the lasers. Yeah, that's great play-by-play. And there you go. Wish TPing out.
They're doing much better than I expected on their side. Like, they're being aggressive, they're using the combo correctly. Stun into arrow, Lifestealer's getting a decent amount of farm. He's second on the net worth. But Mirana's the top one, which I did not expect. Like, one of the reasons why he wanted to pick Mirana for himself and used 7 bans just so that he can have a game.
I mean, it's working though. Sometimes you get that comfort hero and that player can just actually take the game over. Here we go, a nice blink dagger. Dragon Knights at home. Take note, this guy got a goddamn blink dagger first item. Please follow in his steps and actually do something in your games. Lifestealer inside the Rubik right now, waiting for his moment to burst out alien style and freak out an entire generation. Will he find that moment, or will he go home disappointing, much like the follow-up series to Alien, and I don't remember the name of?
Have you seen X-Files?
I love X-Files.
Like the old one.
Oh, yeah. I used to have issues.
When I had to go to sleep. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I actually slept walked. There's an arrow! Clockwork is cracked!
Yeah, because I was watching Sully's face. That's why I was having issues before going to bed.
Oh my goodness. I used to...
Oh, you thought because of the story? Well,
No.
not really.
Sully?
Was it Sully? What did I say?
It was Scully.
Yes, Scully.
You didn't like Scully?
No, I liked her.
Okay. Oh, that's why you couldn't go to bed. Anyway, I used to sleepwalk when I was a kid, and I'd have nightmares about the X-Files and being abducted by aliens, and I would wake up in my...
Why would aliens abduct you from all the people? They come to Earth.
What do you mean?
And they're just like, yeah, this is the dude we want to have on our planet.
I'm a unique species. I'm very unique.
Very unique, indeed.
I'm like an
Not in a
albino.
good way.
Structures are fortified.
I can also see you being chubby when you were a kid. So they're like, do we have enough power to actually lift him up?
Come on. Come on, Lacoste. I was a very, very attractive youth before I started playing Dota 2. This game took everything from me. But no,
I remember you talking about it in one of the interviews where you played at the Olympics.
Fuck you, Lacoste.
2 times in a row, even though it's every 4 years, but somehow you managed to do it.
No.
That's how special you were.
Oh, it was special. Well, I'm sure you were at that Olympics, Lacoste. Sweet. No, but I would wake up in my front lawn after a nightmare of being abducted. I had sleepwalking, and to this day I need a nightlight or I will sleepwalk in the darkness. Speaking of darkness, this Rubik's game, as he is... Oh wait, that's a Phoenix. It's dead. Who cares? We don't talk about those who die. They are forgotten. But yeah, X-Files freaked me out. End of story. Thank you.
So how did you fix it? Did parents just lock you in your room?
Nightlights, nightlights. If I'm in rooms of complete darkness, I will still walk around sleepwalking. Watch out, Clockwork Hook! Onto the Rubik, grabs him, but no hope of surviving. No hope at all. Thank God. And he is taken out.
Yeah, these 2 heroes need to play together until Morphling gets an item. They still have no real burst for him. Also, I want to see some kind of a basher being built, maybe on a Lifestealer. Also, I don't think Lifestealer is gonna die. Like, you have 2 heroes on both sides that are like very vulnerable to any kind of burst, and there is none.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do have those stuns that are working for him now, so
Oh, come on, Lifestealer. He's holding on to Dragon Scale. You give that to Dragon Knight.
Come on.
He has Breathe Fire.
Yes.
He has Dragon Form. He
Yes.
has Dragon Blood
Yes.
and Dragon Tail.
And now he simply needs the dragon scale. Isn't that a lot of dragon? Oh, that's all your dragons in one boat, buddy. Not typically good.
Don't put all the dragons in one basket.
Hey, look, it's our dolphin wheel. This is a new addition. What in the name of God is that? What does that mean? Here comes an arrow, look out! It's gone as soon as it came with no explanation. That was...
It was a dolphin hero.
Wow. Well, you know, spoiler alert for your...
Can we see it once again?
Please.
I just want to see the spells. I believe
Don't
those
bring
were
it up.
spells.
Don't bring it up. I've been very much avoiding talking more about dolphins because of their dark, dark history. let's just say me and my wife went down to Mexico to swim with the dolphins, and she was not able to because of...
Dolphins didn't allow her to swim or what?
No, she was a little-known fact that's very disturbing. You could look it up, but if women are on a special time, they cannot swim around the dolphins.
Oh, yeah. It rings in my head now that you said it.
Don't look that shit up. Disturbing images. Take that goddamn dolphin off the... No!
Oh, so there he is.
He's back.
Ball. I believe that's his ulti. To play with the ball. And then we have... What is that? What's the first one? You can feed him. These are like some sardines.
Hoops? Sardine skills? Incredible new hero released by Valve. Ball is his ultimate. Speaking of balls, this Dragon Knight sure does have a lot. Trying to dive this tower. Getting E-bladed though. Will Phoenix be able to survive? No, barely doesn't make it in. The rest of the team moving in. Marana double damage, trying to find out what she can, and she is knocking them out. Dragon Knight, that tanky boy, taken out. Morphling now on the other end of the spectrum. Going for him. Lifestealer, however, moving his way.
Lifestealer's unkillable.
Woo! Run, Morphling, run. E-blade yourself. Escape, escape! Like water, he flows. Lacoste, lore of Morphling, do you know?
Water pipe.
A water pipe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that was...
River. Well, what is it?
That was a guess, I suppose. Morphling is actually a comet.
A comet?
He's a comet, a celestial body made out of water that fell to the planet. So he is not the ocean. He is not a water pipe, as many would have guessed. He's actually a comet.
Wow, I can actually learn stuff from you, Slacks.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, at this point, Lifestealer feels like he's unkillable, and they don't have like the greatest hero to stop the Snapfire. Like, if she's in the backlines, you're gonna have Lifestealer plus Dragon Knight probably just blinking in, creating a lot of chaos, and he's going for that Basher straight in. You know, going for Armlet, Deso, Basher.
That's going to be a big issue.
You dislike it?
No, I love it. I mean, Lifestealer against this team with a Basher, what do? You die. You run for your life, and then you die. Just like real life. Invisible. Constant rat race, and then you die. Oh, watch out, Sapphire! Pinned! Against the tree. She's going to be beaten up and eat that cookie. Will the cookie be able to be enough for Ana ult as well? A little hookski, a little dusty, but he's going to catch that arrow himself. And here comes Daddy. He's hungry for meat. And there's the boys taking chunks. Morphling trying to get in there, doing what he can. And death for the convoys as Dragon Knight moves in on this Morphling. Their only hope. Marana ready to go. The Lifestealer popping out. The Morphling morphing, but morphing straight back into the goddamn river where you belong. Out you go, Morphy boy.
That's almost a full team wipe now. They're gonna get the Roche. Easy ages for them. I just don't see them have enough damage to bring this Lifestealer down.
Absolutely.
Like, bringing him from 100 to 0 is not gonna happen, because how you're gonna chain him? Like, they need hookshot, they need Mars Spear, plus full combo from Morph, and I don't think that's doable.
Morphling might need to call in a favor to his Comet brothers and summon one to hit Lifestealer's internet cable. You know, like Sephiroth. Summon it! And Sephiroth! Whatever his name is, I don't know. I don't speak weeaboo. Final Fantasy. Ain't got time for that shit. I'm a grown man now. Anyway. Snapfire. She is ready to roll. Why? Gotta say, big game improvement by why this game. We've seen this entire series, the butt of many jokes, but Snapfire's making it happen in this game here today.
Yeah, a lot of questions being asked for why after the second series.
I love it. But now, definitely answering those questions. And here we go, the push on the top tier tower. They are looking to end this game quickly. A repeat from the first. 19-5. Hope is fading for Khan. Will they be able to bring it back?
Dire's top tower.
And now, once Dragon Knight gets a BKB, you couldn't even bring it down before. Once he gets that, it's gonna become much harder. Almost undoable, I would dare to say. Is that a word?
Undoable? Think so. I'm not a thesaurus, but undoable it seems to be the inverse kiss of do.
Yeah, do enable plus un makes the word. Yeah, makes complete sense.
Why do you park in a driveway but drive in a parkway? Why do you do undoables? Look out! It's Snapfire. She's invisible. She shoots you with her gun. Will you run or fight? Turn to page 6 to find out. There he goes. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they're
Oh,
going...
what a dodge. He blinked over the spear.
Incredible.
Like Boogie was in Olympics 2002.
2002, a great
Yeah.
year in the Olympics. Who won that one?
Germany.
Germany? Wow, incredible. Chasing the clockwork now, going for that rune. Nice Snapfire into these stuns. They are just, I don't know how you beat this team. They're tanky.
What if there was a discipline, you know, combine running and spear throwing with jumping over the spears?
Whoa.
Could be a bit dangerous, though.
I bet they did that shit in like ancient Greece.
For sure, we had it here. Like, we're doing it right now.
It's coming out as a content piece. Kyle leaps over a spear and we impale his calf. It's great. You'll really love it. It's called We Killed Kyle, and it's coming out in a few days. Keep your eyes peeled. If you guys raise $30 million in the Battle Pass, we will release the content.
We will release Kyle.
We will release him from the box, which he has been locked in, bleeding to death. Anyway, pushing out that bottom tower, I mean, I don't know what else we really talk about here. I know a normal caster would lie to you and tell you that the game still has any kind of chance, but how do you kill Dragon Knight? How do you kill Lifestealer? How do you continue to play this game without GGing?
That's a second BKB.
That's a
on
lot.
Voldemort, +1 built-in on Lifestealer. They have no abilities besides Clockwork Hookshot, which definitely is not enough to kill him.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What if he hookshots him right in the face and kills him in one hit? What do you think about random crits for all characters? Just imagine you clock hook shots in the Dragon Knight, he just dies.
That's it?
Balance?
It was a critical strike?
It's a critical strike.
What's the percentage?
1.
I can see that happening.
Look out! This is all that they can do as Lifestealer pops his inbuilt BKB and hits their tower. Literally nothing to stop that except for the hook shot. Dragon Knight about to take his turn on hitting that tower.
I like what Phoenix is doing. Like, he doesn't want to be the one taking the blame for losing team fights, so he's not even using egg. Like, oh, they killed the egg, you know, so just don't use it.
Have we seen an egg yet? I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
Goodness gracious. This guy's on the low cholesterol diet. Well, he's doing one thing right. The diet part. The die. Anyway, they're pushing. Here we go. Will they have anything to stop them? I sure hope so. Show me the greatest turnaround in Dota 2 history. Look out, Clockwork! Oh, that's sad. That guy didn't even give a shit. He just walked right past him. He didn't even use a spell. He's become a ranged creep to him. That's the most depressing thing I've seen this entire series.
Yeah, having to use cogs and hookshot just to get away from a solo Dragon Knight does not feel great.
No, here comes Morphling, picked up. Arrow is missed, so Morphling will be just fine. The Aegis has been reclaimed by Roshan, however. So perhaps they will foolishly back and farm the jungle for 30 minutes. Perhaps.
Wait for the next Roche. You don't have to rush anything.
I mean, you don't have to. Or you could just go take all the towers and win right now. But whatever. I literally don't know how they kill any of these heroes. Well, they're going to try in Lacoste. They just bought a smoke. They're on the hunt. The Dragon Knight is wildly out of position here in the bottom lane by himself. Still with that BKB, I don't think it is quite possible for them to take him. They will try, though. Smoking as 5, hunting the Dragon Knight. I am screaming too loud. Dragon Knight might have heard me
you're
as he
screaming
immediately
for no
runs.
reason. They're not even close to Dragon Knight.
I mean...
Even if they find him, he's just going to BKB.
Yes. But what if he's trapped in cogs? Okay, entire team now on the way. They felt something was weird. Perhaps they had some sort of ward device. And Dragon Knight now back alone bottom. The smoke was not wasted. Was used.
To gank those creeps on a mid lane.
Yeah, and they got him. Look at that range creep.
They really got him.
Stupid dumbass. He's dead now.
300 gold.
Didn't see that coming. And Team Voldemort waits patiently for their time to strike. Slowly dressing all of their characters up in black. Affirming that they are the bad guys in the film. Here we go. Arrow out. Misses. But still entertaining. Many wards on the map. Careful, sweet peas.
Yeah, right now, Khan, they don't have any vision. They have one in the enemy jungle, which is not that great, and one just close to their tier 1 tower on the mid in case Voldemort wants to knock on their tier 3 towers.
Yes. Spider legs taken out by the DK. Even more ways to get out, even more mobility. They're taking it slow. This is an important game for them. They could easily run up that tower and slay their entire team. But they figure, why not? They're not farming. We will slowly take our victory all at level 30.
I believe Voldemort will just farm up, get that second Roche. Could be up in 30 seconds, which is never the right timing. Someone's lying from Valve.
Absolutely.
Well, maybe it's gonna be. Probably not. Did it ever spawn like straight away?
Yes.
You've seen it?
I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. Look out, Morphling! He is jumped upon, and here comes the ballistics. The first egg of the game, baby! The big pyramid! It's ancient aliens up in this bitch, and Indiana Jones is about to get hooked. Actually, there it goes.
Oh, no one's dying.
Nobody is dying except for
That's a godlike.
that one. Oh my god, they're actually turning it around. Could this actually be? Now, they didn't kill Dragon Knight, but they're killing every single hero that isn't a Dragon Knight or a Lifestealer. Going in on those weak supports, getting what they can. Getting that Mirana kill is a pretty big deal. Now, you don't have to kill Dragon Knight or Lifestealer if they continuously farm the jungle by themselves and never push.
Yeah, sometimes Dota decisions is that easy. Like, you see a hero, he's so farmed, ignore him.
Ignore
That's
him.
it. They have 2 overfarmed heroes, they completely ignored him, went for the rest, killed the granny before she could get any spells off, and now Roche, he's alive, they can just go in, they actually have enough damage to bring it down. But
Listen.
they don't know about it because they have no vision.
Absolutely. Kids, if you're being bullied in school, and if you're watching Dota, you probably are, just remember, just ignore the bullies. It doesn't matter how much bigger they are and what they have. All they want is attention. Right now, Lifestealer needs attention. He will not fight unless someone wants to fight him. As long as they don't ever start shit, he will simply get bored and go back home to his parents. Dragon Knight, however, he's a Chad. He's definitely going to kill people. Look at him go.
What's his lore?
Dragon Knight is an idiot. He was a dragon hunter who was hunting the last dragon. He found it, and it was dying. It was a slow old dragon, and the dragon said, come here, I have something special to whisper in your ear. And then it slit his goddamn throat, merging its blood with his.
Yeah, sounds like a great story. I can't wait to have a kid and, tell that story, especially the last part.
Okay, the entire team is dead. Incredible comeback. Well, I guess 2, but that's pretty much the entire team in this game. 2 are dead, and they back to go do Roshan. The biggest question in Dragon Knight's lore, is he the knight or is he the dragon? Did the dragon take over his human body?
Or is it the knight?
Or are they working together in conjunction? We actually don't know.
Yeah, what if we call him Dragon Khan?
Dragon Khan. That's a dope name. Also, fun fact, the dragon that he killed banged Winter Wyvern, creating Jakiro. True
Wow.
fact. True fact.
Well, Dota lore is actually amazing.
It
Makes
actually
sense.
is. It really does.
Well, maybe if they spend, more time instead of writing those stories onto the content, we'd be much happier.
Yeah, they'll get right to it after the new player experience.
Well, what if new player experience was just get good? Like, get good.
That's what it should be. Well, you should hit the tab, and then it should show a picture of you with your webcam on, and then a piece of poop flying into your face, and then it says, idiot. And that's the new player Dota experience. I mean, that's as good as it could possibly get.
Scanning.
What else could you do to really prepare someone for a lifetime of Dota? When you click on the Learn tab, it should just exit the game and call you a pussy.
Like, just play without knowing what it is. Learn while you're playing.
Learn! It should boot up League of Legends if you click on the Learn tab.
Smoke from Voldy? That was very close.
Here they go!
Bogey wants
Finally
to go
time to
in.
push that tower.
Bogey
Boom!
wants
Finally
to go
time to
in.
push that tower. Boom! Shaka-laka, hit that middle tower, tear it to pieces, destroy it like the Smurfs are destroying Herald Games. Knock it down with no mercy. Is there any hope for this team to put up any kind of defense? There comes Dragon Knight, almost hitting Pikachu. Arrow! He manages to dodge a lot of damage coming out on that Dragon Knight, though. My goodness gracious, could they turn it around? Lifestealer's first fight alone. Will anyone focus on him? They're ignoring. Don't look at him. Don't talk to him. He's hurting inside. His father hurts him, and there he goes. He runs away. They literally ignore him, and now he's back. What's going on? Why aren't you paying attention to me? I'm a cart now. Do you like this? I'm out of here. And he rolls away. What is happening? This bully is a coward. Fight!
Well,
fight, little one.
When I said that they need to ignore Lifestealer and Dragonite, I did not mean to ignore them while they're hitting your barracks. Like, you need to do something.
They did something. They just ignored him and they just left. He turned into a cart and he just left. Incredible display. Never seen anything like it. Legitimate. That is not an over-exaggeration. That entire team had full health and then they just left because they were upset they were being ignored. Incredible.
Well, that's what happens. You know, a bear is attacking you, you ignore him, he goes away.
He just goes, he stops eating you. He says, no, thank you, and he leaves. You know, you're supposed to play dead during a bear attack. That's the stupidest goddamn thing I ever heard of. Imagine you're being eaten by a bear and you...
What if he bites you the first time? Do you, like, still, like, pretend it's not happening?
That's a fucking PSA made by big bears. Just trying to get people to get eaten easier. Oh, shit, here they go. Is that a Lifestealer in the center?
That
oh,
is,
my God,
yes,
they're gonna actually
click
kill
the
him!
buttons.
Unbelievable! We're gonna have to start casting this game. It's getting hype as hell. They killed the Lifestealer. They're after Grandma. Grandma, she's running away like she's running from
Grandma's
the Lumbago.
old. She's ready to die.
Bye-bye, Grandma. No tombstone for you. We didn't save up enough money. Off into the furnace, Grandma. Now they're pushing the goddamn middle tower. I cannot believe this is a turnaround. We need to get an actual caster into this game because this is getting hype as hell. They're pushing the towers.
Middle tower
They
has
got the
fallen.
tier 1 tower on mid, finally 37 minutes in. The only 2 towers they managed to get are the bottom ones, which are not that really worth for them. Roche could respawn in 4 minutes, still a long time.
These bastards just found a timeless relic. That's a great item for them. And a magical lamp. They will summon
The genie.
the genie. Incredible. Yo, genie, 3 wishes. Hit me, Lacoste.
3 wishes.
3 wishes. Anything.
Like, someone asked you this question when you were younger, right? And then you thought, man, I'm so smart. I'm gonna say more wishes,
Yeah.
right? But I still don't have the better answer than that.
Well, more wishes, they turn you into a genie, I think. I think that's like it's like those assholes who tell you to play dead when the bear's fucking eating you. And they're like, oh, ask for more wishes, and that's how they get more genies. They gotta be smarter than that. Wish number 1. Go, Lacoste, please.
I wish I was playing Mirana.
Well,
Voldy wish. There he is.
oh, you snuck it in again, you animal. Spell Prism being knocked out into these games here. Who will hold that Spell Prism? Who will hold the power in their hands? Mirana still does not have that. Aegis of Immortality has been reclaimed, and suddenly a 5-man smoke is here. Can they create the miracle yet again? Is Disney real? Is this actually Pocahontas made life? We will find out.
Smoke and smoke action.
Smoking! Holy woly! These guys are about to team fight! Oh my God, they're killing each other, and I'm not good enough to cast what spells are being used! Here comes that egg. It's a pyramid now, and everyone's escaping. They killed the Rubik. Rubik is dead. Buyback from the
This is
clockwork.
it. This is the comeback.
Oh my freaking goodness gracious! Great balls of fire. Miracles happen. Lifestealer is fighting, but they're gonna get him with the cogs. Holy moly, they're
Got
actually...
the cheese off, but he's still gonna die.
They're doing it. Lifestealer does have buyback, now committing to Dragon Knight, trying to man up, but there's too many people. They're gonna chase out that Dragon Knight, spear him out of invisibility. He is trapped. Run, Dragon, run. You're the last of your kind. You're about to be extinct. Go the way of the panda. Eat that bamboo. Here we go, chasing another hero. Who are they looking for? They're gonna find somebody. The cogs, the scans, they're out for blood. Only one person defends the Rex. It's Grandma. Grandma's not ready for this. She needs her 401k back to the base to do her taxes.
Both of these heroes have buybacks. I don't think you want to use them straight away, but Morphling's going to put some pressure on the towers. Roche could respawn in a minute and 30 seconds, and Khan could definitely make a comeback in this game. It was almost a 20k lead for Voldy, but they're burning all their advantage.
Real talk, this is why we watch Tier 2 Dota. This is a fantastic game of bouncing all back and forth. Truly an entertaining experience. This is what Team Secret doesn't give you. Quit winning games, asshole. Nobody cares anymore. Throw once in a while, for God's sakes. Here we go, Clockwork looking for his hook. Will he be able to hook? No, he looks away. He doesn't even want that. That's somebody just died.
Another missed
Push
kill.
the goddamn Rex. I think I don't know. This Clockwork is trying to fight the Rubik. Rubik, he's hitting him. Oh my God, he's dead, and now he's TPing back. They took a Rax, by the way, while we watched those two supports fighting top. No big deal. Doesn't matter. We knew it was coming. They grabbed the rune as well. That's money.
I can't see on the minimap. How did they get the Raxes?
They got one, my friend.
They got one. Yeah,
Uno Raxio.
This is it. This is the comeback.
This is
Morphling's getting out of control. Once he gets that lifesteal, they have no Spirit Vessel. They have no Scotty, like no Shiva's Guard.
Replay! Look at Grandma die.
Gone. That's it.
Horrific flash. Oh, that was the scariest, like a horror movie. You're like I'm playing Outlast. I just got a horrible flashback. Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, this match has
they do have a Scotty. My apologies. I saw one on Mirana. Mirana's actually extremely far.
That's satanic on Morphling. Satan himself arrives to the game. Surely they prayed to someone to make this comeback happen, and it certainly wasn't God. He would not allow this travesty to happen. The devil works with Team Con. Oh my God, no, it's real. It really is the devil. Don't do this.
Last time this happened, like we talked about some random stuff.
Yo, legit, I was kidding. Please,
let's start with Find the Monkey game. Find the baboon.
Find the Monkey game, a popular game me and my wife play. And let me tell you.
She finds you 100% of the time, huh?
Oh, she finds that monkey. Given enough time. Anyway, as we take a little ride yet again down the lanes, you can see these beautiful dire creeps running to their inevitable death. That was a Siamese range creep right there. A rare find, albino version, if you will. Lacoste, favorite animal?
Komodo dragon.
Komodo dragon. Disgusting creature.
These are some like really strong animals.
They are
very deadly.
They are deadly. This Komodo does disgust me. It is simply a bite that kills their prey. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
How could...
It has so many bacteria.
Yeah. How do you evolutionarily get that ability? The stinkiest, most foul creatures are the only ones that survive?
Like you're a half dragon. Holy
shit!
Snake.
We just ran into Phoenix. Listen, guys, I love the view, but let's get back to the game. Here we go. Going on that Mirana, he is going to chain up this Mirana. This game is so goddamn hype. Mirana making it out. He's chasing her up. Ember's looking. We got another cog here. That Lifestealer has got to be careful. He's just not winning these fights. Dragon Knight caught out. Lifestealer inside of him. They take these two out. It's game over. The Phoenix comes out. Will they be able to get that egg? And they're trying to run. BKB running. Get away from him. Dragon Knight now caught in the middle of a bad place in a bunch of water. Drowning his lights out. 2 men down. Grandma's dead. Clockwork's up. And they're hunting for the final survivors. It is up to Mirana. It is up to the Rubik. And Lifestealer watch his mouth agape even more than usual. Somebody get that guy a dentist because his goddamn teeth are falling out. This guy's screwed.
Yeah, at this point, Morphling just feels oh no, go back in.
Go back in
Roche
there.
is going to respawn in a second. Come on, Clock.
Go back.
Yep.
Clock seat.
He didn't go in.
Clock, you pathetic creature. You get in there, or Daddy's gonna give you the spanking you never knew you deserved. Get your little clock ass back in that pit. Look at him running like a small child. Daddy's gonna... Doesn't matter.
Come on, at least scout it out.
Oh.
This is the third Roche. Scout it with the courier.
Could we
That's the
see-
least you can do.
Is this going to be the very rare quadruple throw as Morphling pushes into that mid lane? They do have that big Dragon Knight down. It is just a simple Rax. They'll take that Rax. They're going to look back. Look at that. Mr. Courier found it. Is it that goddamn Monkey Courier? Is he the hero? He is. It is Flat-Ass Joe. He found the Roche shot, and he's in there. Banana Slamma Jamma, the real one. Fuck you, Brian. This is the real god of the Dota scene. Flat-Ass Monkey Joe saving the game. They're going for Roche. Roshan's fighting. He's punching 1,000 deaths. He has had 1,000,000 deaths, and this will be 1,000,001.
This has to be one of the biggest comebacks in the history of Dota.
My goodness gracious. They will sing songs about Team Voldemort and the other guys who I forgot their name for the annals of time. When one day Gabe Newell approaches us in his robot body, he will scream Khan before obliterating us. You heard it here first.
Fog is losing his mind.
Fog cannot handle this anymore. He's an analyst. What about this game is analytical? What made any sense? Vogt has lost all reason.
From tactical point of view, I would say that Khan had just a better execution of the strategical point.
I've executed my brain cells. This Morphling just got a gosh darn Divine Rapier. An incredible weapon. A weapon of power. He also has an Aegis, which I forgot about. They just got that too. This man is about to pierce... He pulled out the shotgun! This guy's about to pierce this tower.
He's all in.
He's going in. Well,
Divine Rapier, level 25 more.
Go,
with
go.
Aegis and Illusion Escape.
Go, go, go! Look at that tower fall! Goodness gracious me, oh my, someone do something. Murata clicks on him so effortlessly, she does nothing. Run for your life, cat lady. Here's the initiation! Do they have it? Morphling,
They got
he's
him
down.
once.
That's only life one, though. They got a lot of work to do. Mars with the BKB, Ember with the BKB, the Phoenix Egg. Here comes Morphling, he's back. Are they gonna dive that fountain? They're going for the fountain. Mr. Dragon says no. Mr. Dragon says, get the hell out of my Rex. Morphling's scared. Oh my God, is he turning yellow? Do I see little wee-wee in that Morphling? Get the fuck out of here.
They got the Aegis.
Holy God, this game's still happening. Incredible, only 2K up. This is the greatest game of Dota I've ever seen. Everyone, call in your family members. Call up your grandma. Call up your sister who's never watched Dota and say, my life is worth something. Watch this game.
If they can catch Morphling one more time, Dragon Knight with the Shadow Blade. I mean, it could go both ways, actually.
Holy shit!
I believe there was a refresher orb on Ember Spirit. Yeah, he should definitely give that one to the Morphling. Have that double Satanic ready.
Here comes the double Satanic. A very rare move used by only the most astute atheists. The double Satan. I meant Satanist, but whatever. It works. Here we go. Gentlemen, this game could go either way. Only 3K ahead. That guy's just hitting trees! This guy's so pissed he's fighting nature itself, his own inner demons.
All right, let's tone it down a bit.
All right, we're toning it down a bit. Back to regular casting. Thank you, Lacoste. Sometimes I get so caught up in the when I see the divines, I lose it, buddy. Would you like to take over?
It's a very interesting game to watch. You don't know what's gonna happen, and this is what we all experienced in our pubs. You know, pure chaos.
This is chaos in itself, Lacoste, and it is incredible joy to watch as we see these teams pushing in. Triple arrow coming out from Mirana. She does get a hit. Will they actually go on this Mars? He's so tanky. Do they have the damage to put him down? Here comes the egg. The pyramid is out. Ancient Aliens knocked out, though. The Mirana attack speed, and we got the arena. Mars so low, but he does have that BKB. They knock out. Buyback instantly coming out from your Dragon Knight. Lifestealer holding onto that buyback, trying not to use it. They got very little out of that fight, though. Just a Phoenix. Mars is still so so low. They really want to start this fight up again, but they can't afford to.
We still have a lot of buybacks at this moment. 1, 2, 3, 7 heroes holding it. So this game still far from over. Let's just wait for the next Roche. We only killed 3 of those.
I don't think so, Lacoste. I mean, they got everything they need. They got the Divine still.
I mean, when you have a Divine Rapier, you want to wait. Like, you don't necessarily need to close out the game, but let's see. They're going in. Mirana's level 25 with the arrows cutting things out.
All right, here we go. Fortifying up. The range creeps know their time is coming. We're hitting that Rax. I think they're going to have to sack this Rax and wait for their Lifestealer. Don't want him to have to buy back. They do have to go through a tower on the bottom lane, or they could go for the push. Whoa, Morphling taking a very risky jump there. We do have a Lincoln Sphere popped on him, and they are going to go for that final Rax. Forcing the buyback coming out from Lifestealer. Lacoste, say your prayers, buddy. Here it comes.
Save the granny.
Save the
She's too young
granny.
to die.
Look, well, not technically. Here come the arrows. Misses everything. Whips the arrows. Mars is in. Pins. Shakalaka. Lifestealer just uses buyback. Will he be able to die? Yes, he is gone. And with that, I must say.
That's a dieback.
That's a dieback. That's a victory. Unbelievable turnaround from a team. Who would have ever thought? Grandma gives her final kisses as she is ripped from this world. One of the greatest Dota games of all time, brought to you by the WePlay. Incredible game, incredible life, incredible Dolphins.
Yeah, I have to say I really enjoyed the game. Like, you could not predict who's gonna win, and in the end, Khan got it.
Yeah, it was all right. Anyway, a fantastic game. Went both ways. Everything you could ask for in a Game 3, and really just the blood is flowing. What a great game by Khan. What a great series, honestly. And I cannot wait for the post-game from our panel.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you very much for that enthusiastic broadcast. Cheers to Slacks and Lacoste for an stepping in for Rich for just one game. He was apparently lost in a giggle fit. Couldn't make it to the show.
Yep.
You guys got a good front seat to that action. Break it down for me. Khan brings it back. Thoughts, Tiga?
So coming into the pre-game of this during the draft, we were basically saying how Dire, their lineup, it was meant to just be easy to execute. The team fight was insane, and this Mirana mid pick, it shouldn't really have been a surprise, and they shouldn't have been fooled by it.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it took them 30, 40 minutes to kind of get to the point of winning team fights is maybe the question mark, but again, we can't really expect high level of execution here. It was an enjoyable game of back and forth, and again, just Slack's perfect casting to mirror the game, but yeah, it was something. I think I'd put it that way.
Yeah, a lot of chaos. I feel like they didn't really... It was like the first 30 minutes, I feel like it was just Clockwork running around by himself, just dying, right? Like, he's just trying to make these solo plays. And then when they started getting backed up into a corner, that's when they started being like, wow, we actually have to use our ultis together. Yeah. They didn't have a Phoenix Egg. They didn't have a Mars ulti for like 25, 30 minutes, it felt like, in this game. And then when they finally got it off, wha-bam! It's like everything turns. They finally get their Morphling, who's farmed. He was still farming really well, right? Naive throughout the entirety was farming, but they finally got their combos together to work, and from there, boom, entire game explodes, 20,000 gold swing. They finally start gaining some momentum.
Yeah, we've discussed like the Morph versus Lifestealer almost always shades heavily in the Morph favor as the game goes late. But to your point, I was shocked because this Mars Phoenix combo, you even saw Cheshire Cat a few times, just with no ulti, putting himself near the egg with Bulwark active to take the DK range form projectiles. But it's such a broken combo. I'm surprised we don't see it more often.
Especially when you're playing versus like these ranged heroes, right? We saw the Mirana Snapfire early. That's why they picked the Mars, because they're like, oh, Mirana Snapfire, these are the 2 egg killers. You just plant the Mars wall between there, or you put the egg right on the edge that we saw a couple times there inside the game, and they actually just cannot kill the egg.
Is that how it works? If you put it on the edge of the wall, you can't hit it from either?
So we tested this actually at TI, and I know we talked with we talked with Bruno in specific about it, and there is I think the egg shifts in position as it's starting to move, right?
Does, yeah.
I think
so
you
the hitbox goes like down, right? So as it decreases, you have to kind of go into it. So depending on where it's in the wall, it could actually go like into the wall, right? So no matter where you hit it, it might bug out.
So you saw Wish at the end, one of those team fights, he actually jumped into the wall, and he tried hitting it, and he couldn't. And then he moved to the inside of the wall, and he still couldn't hit it because the egg started dropping down. So it actually becomes it feels like it's actually just unhittable.
Yeah.
When they do it perfectly like that. Like we said, that's extremely hardcore, like, hard to actually execute.
Especially
but
the speed that people are making decisions, right? You
Yeah,
notice it
exactly,
doesn't hit the egg, you shift, it still doesn't. You're not going to keep
it's
trying.
too late then. At
You
that,
saw that in pretty
especially
much
late game.
like all these fights where the Mirana's using BKB jumping in, and then just because the Mars is on the egg, you've got the hitbox of the Mars, you've got him bulwarked, plus the arena in some scenarios. Like, it's a very hard game once you get to that 30-35 minute mark where everyone's tanky enough to survive these early fights. And you can look at it two sides. Voldemort did throw this game quite heavily, but the question is, did they just take the right fights and like actually go to like, let the fight bottom? Why are they not just moving to a tower, forcing the fight at the tower, playing around like actual objective fights?
Because Voldemort should have probably gone for the win when they had that opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, Harry, disarmed, surrounded by Death Eaters, and instead they just hand him back his wand and say, no, let's 1v1, and didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, I was heavily leaning toward Khan the entirety of this game still. Like, even when it was like an 18,000 gold lead, I was just like, I was upstairs and I'm very confused.
Praying
the
for
whole
the
time.
combo, right?
Yeah, just because I was like, they're not using their spouse. They're not utilizing what they drafted in the game. Like, this Mars Phoenix the point is to team fight around it, and they never did it until the 35, 38 minutes, and that's when they were finally successful. So it's good that they won the game, but still a lot of problems that they have to fix. They can't have these, like, versus better teams and stuff like that, right? Like, if you don't start utilizing your big team fights until that point, you may have just lost the game already.
Especially for Khan, like, this is like the start of their bounce back, right? They're now 1 and 2. They actually need to win the next 2 games, otherwise you can just say you're eliminated and cool, thanks for playing Divine League. So these guys really need to, even though they win this series, it's great, but they shouldn't be like patting themselves on the back. This is very much a watch back these replays and understand we were gifted this series type of thing rather than them.
Yeah. Especially looking at the players on the squad, you know, Naive has bounced around top CIS teams for a couple of years. Cheshire Cat has been around since me and Fogg were still pro players back in Power Rangers, TI2, TI3 era. He's just been around the whole time. He's playing great. It's just finding that team cohesion, and it really feels like the more we watch these Divine League games, all the squads can win or lose against one another any given day.
Oh,
Even with the drafts, it's like we said, like sometimes the drafts might look like in favor, but it's all about how you execute.
No, yeah, exactly. It's like, where's the confident shot caller? I think, like, you say Cheshire Cat's been around for this time, but the teams have never really made it, and I think he's like the captain role, right? So like, you need to ask the questions. You need a like conviction in your calls, and right now, just the team feels a little bit off. And they eventually do win games, but it's like you just need that consistent kind of authoritative voice to be able to push you through. So hopefully in time, but not right now.
In time. Any learning moments, to anything teachable to Voldemort? You guys were a little peeved upstairs. Anything you would have changed that would have helped them find the win here?
I think the easiest breakdown is just the draft. It felt like they were trying to surprise you with the Mirana mid, like, whoa, it's not coming, and gotcha. No. We called it from the start. It's like the bans.
They banned literally every single hero to counter the mid Mirana. They banned TA. They banned Void Spirit. They banned Quap. They banned literally all the heroes that if you're a Mirana player, you're like, I don't want to play against this hero. So you knew that Wish was going to play this mid, and I feel like they could have. They weren't clever with their draft, but it almost ended up working. So I don't want to be too hardcore on.
Yeah, there were very good plays early on from the Mirana, which was like kind of amplified. Like, wow, it's actually a pretty good like pick for the game. Just.
When Wish stood in for OG, he played a couple games of Mirana as well.
Yeah. He is a very good Mirana.
Mirana, Wind Ranger, I think Tinker, a couple other ones that those are his heroes he loves. That's what he just wants to play. So.
All right, well, good for him. We're gonna have an interview coming your way in just a few moments with Gilgar.
Gilgar. Yeah, my boy. Nice.
All right, well, perfect timing because he's actually ready. Gilgar, if you're with us, congrats on the win. You hear me?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it works, buddy. How you doing?
I'm good, Kyle. It's Gilgar.
Gilgar.
Yes.
Okay. I got it. I had it right the first time.
Sure.
How do you feel, man? It was a hell of a comeback. Did you expect to win that, even though you were hiding in your own base for some time?
I mean, today's kind of rough game, and like from the beginning of the day, like we started I guess, Scream, and we started to follow in the first game. It was kind of devastating, but we made a comeback in the second game picks, I guess, and we felt pretty confident, and it boosted us. But then again, we got stopped in the beginning of the third game, So basically what happened is, I guess, we picked the correct heroes, but me personally, I'm not experienced that well with Phoenix. Like, we didn't practice him so well, and I didn't believe in the Mars plus Phoenix combo because it's rare you can see it work. and I was kind of like afraid to put an egg always, and thus we always lost the fights.
Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah.
We were wondering, actually, because it took about 25 minutes for you guys to use that first egg and Mars ulti combination. I know you're new to the hero, but you were aware that you had the ultimate skilled.
I mean, you're correct, but there's the thing about me playing against 4 counter picks, and even though Mars actually covers me a lot, there's Nyx that has passive that like hits really fast, and I was kind of afraid of putting the first egg into Nyx. Like, this was the issue for me personally.
Yeah, I understand.
Makes sense.
So sorry, Gilgit, that Carl has to ask such terrible questions. What's the team philosophy like? I know obviously when you spoke to me about like your HellRaisers run and then your time after that, do you find this seems like a good fit? Are you enjoying like the lads? Do you think you got like a future together, or is it more just you're playing a Meg League and see what will happen after that?
Oh, that's a rough one.
I know it is. Yeah.
I mean, we're just playing together. Like, I like the fact that everyone in this team is quite passionate about the game itself. So, like, they're so passionate that at some point they get angry, emotional. But it's fine. Like, it's pretty common thing in CIS, but it's fine, I guess.
Okay.
So you can, how do I put it? You can put it in both ways. It's kind of like sad and bad that people are actually passionate to the point of being angry, but at the same time, when you're that passionate, like how can you not love the guys that are so passionate about the game?
Yeah, perfect answer.
That's a great answer. I mean, I wish I had more players like you on my teams. I probably wouldn't have got kicked. That's really cool. That's nice talking to you, man. Fog, do you have anything to add for Gilgit?
Just did you guys feel confident to be able to come back in that game, or did you guys start to feel like, oh my god, this is over, or did you guys have somebody saying like, no, I can win? Like, was someone keeping you guys positive in that game?
I mean, yes, like our captain, like Axel, he like when we started to fall in off, he started just like explain us how this combo works, and we just should like go and do it, like just right now, just do it. And like he told it like 30 times in the game, like 30 times he repeated
One for every
the same
minute.
thing, like this should work. You just have to do it, and we'll eventually win. Like no matter what, don't think, just do it. And we eventually did. So yeah, he cheered us up a lot.
Okay, good, because that's kind of how we were. We were up, we were watching the game upstairs, and we were like, I'm still really, even though they're 20,000 behind, I'm still confident if they just do it, they're gonna be able to win the fights, and you guys did. So it was good to see that you actually did.
20,000 behind?
Yeah.
18,000. Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah. But in our eyes, it was always even. We had faith in you, Gil.
We had faith.
Don't worry.
We had faith.
We trusted in you. Gilgit God.
guys.
Never forget.
All right, awesome. Any final shout outs, Gilgit, before we let you go?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Like, shout out to my team, obviously, to Hans supporters, and from me personally, shout out to the Kappa Clap of Admiral Bulldog.
Oh man,
What made him, brother?
It started so well. Gilgit, thank you very much. Congrats on the win. Good luck to you and the boys at Con in the rest of the tournament. We'll be rooting for you, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, see you. That was, of course, Gilgit from Team Han. Really nice interview, man. I gotta
Good
say.
answers. I like how he was very honest.
It's cool to also hear from a player like I'd personally never heard from before. You know, for the last 3 years, I think it's been the same cast of people.
Surprise! We have actually other tiers of our scene. Surprise! Kind of crazy. These players exist. Wow.
Hey, well, speaking of players, we're going to have to jump right into our next series in just a few moments. We're going to have to do a little switcheroo on the panel. But until then, don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn. You're going to need it. We got another series coming your way in just a moment.
Welcome to Omega League.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got one more series of Division 2 Dota on the way. It's HellRaisers versus Unique. And speaking of Unique, I have two complete and utter morons with me. So happy that they could be here. It's Siraction, Slacks, and Jenkins, my analysts.
Good day, sir.
Thank you for the introduction.
Olympus to you. Begin the analyst. Oh, the draft is up.
Oh,
Begin,
all right.
Jenkins.
Oh, I thought you were going to be over here.
Wonderful,
No.
wonderful.
Okay, all right.
I'm the host. Thank you. Please.
So, you know, these are two teams. They definitely play a lot of Dota, you know, between these 10 players. I'd say there's at least 10,000 hours in the game.
I'd say at least 100,000. These are BZZ. His set alone has been in the game since prehistoric times. I think that
BZZ is in this game, as in BZZ
Yes.
Golden Pugna?
633. Like that's
BZZ.
BZZ.
Holy shit. On which team?
Golly gee.
Slacks, you see how you have one of these in front of you?
I
right
can't
there?
access it. I don't know how.
I can show you.
Jenkins,
I'll
please help him
read
out.
off yours.
Okay.
Yes, there's some big names. HellRaisers, of course, with Funnick and Maposhka.
Oh.
TI winner.
Those are big guys.
Yes.
Yeah, they're big boys.
Listen, I wasn't supposed to be on this series. Don't give me these looks. I'm covering. Okay, I didn't do my research. What am I?
This is true,
What
that's
am I,
fair.
Purge?
All
I
right.
don't memorize this shit.
I did do research.
Hey, here we go.
I did do research. So, HellRaisers, they're one of the few teams that's still picking Nature's Prophet.
Oh.
Everybody else seems to think this hero's, I don't know, B, C tier. Kind of okay.
But it was first two'd in multiple games yesterday in the Immortal Division.
Well, we'll just go ahead and ignore those. They picked Timbersaw. They picked Puck. They picked some cheese.
Can we talk about what they've already picked, not what they might pick?
We could do that.
Research.
Oh, yeah. We could definitely go for that.
Absolutely. So we'll start things off with HellRaisers. Of course, they're going to go for that meta pick of Spectre, and then that rare Magnus that we've been seeing once in a while. Now, typically we see that Magnus paired up with your right clickers, your troll warlords, or your other accelerant carries, and of course we're going to see an Enchantress. Large amount of magical damage coming out there, and we've been seeing that paired up typically with a Faceless Void, which is still on the table. On the other side from Unique, of course, we have the Void Spirit, your typical go in there and grab 'em hero, and a Rubik, which has grown in popularity in this tournament. We've been seeing a lot of really great Rubiks. Interestingly enough, I think that plays in a lot with the meta. Meta's a lot about team fight control and using big spells against you, which obviously opens things up for a Rubik pick. Now, what's interesting here is this next pick. As you guys see, we have a lot of mids, a lot of carries, but for some reason, the support heroes have really been not selected yet, which is pretty interesting, Kyle. I think on Team Unique, we might be seeing something a little crazy. Dare I say, could this be something like a Crystal Maiden game, Jenkins?
That was beautiful.
Oh, and as I said, a very unique support pick in Jakiro. A lot of lockdown, ranged stun, a lot of magical damage, being able to burst down that Enchantress. Go
Is
ahead.
there any information you could give me on the success rate of two-headed heroes in Dota? I know you're a big fan of Ogre Magi as well. I don't believe there are any other two-headed heroes with the exception of Jakiro.
I'm sorry.
You think they have an advantage?
Well, Kyle, that's
Well, Alchemist has two heads.
sort of a not serious, irrelevant question to ask for an analyst. So please refrain from your meme questions as we discuss this draft. Now, Jenkins, what do you think about the magical damage output from Team Unique against such a squishy lineup of HellRaisers?
Well, you know, they have a very potent win condition.
Potent.
They're power when it comes to tempo controlling this game is
Tempo
definitely
control.
quite high, and I think when they take fights, they can definitely push a power spike to
Power
eventually end out this game and possibly take the lead.
Fantastic. Two-headed heroes do have actually a great win rate. Ogre Magi and Jakiro, when picked in conjunction with each other, using their double neon cortexes, are extremely strong.
What exactly? What is the Neon Cortex?
The neon cortex is a thing made up in magical realms. It is actually the power of magic within the brain in celestial beings. And Dr. Neon Cortex from the Crash Bandicoot series.
Yeah,
Sorry, Fogg just walked in the room and gave quite possibly the most puzzled look I've ever seen anyone give before. Just saying, though, great win rates, and I'm excited to see this Jakiro. I think people have been sleeping on Yaki, and there comes another burst damage hero. Jenkins, is this the meta? Is it just burst damage from now on?
I don't know if it's burst damage from now on, but I definitely think Dark Willow, speaking of sleep, this is definitely a slept-on hero.
Hey,
Great pro-level pub win rate. It's been good in terms of pro-level pub win rate for about 6 patches now, and it keeps going up and up and up, and you see people like crit spamming it, so people love this hero. Very skill-dependent hero. Does a lot of burst now that she has the talent that gives her extra damage on the ulti. But it's hard. It's hard to play. There are heroes such as Void Spirit that can definitely abuse the fact that she doesn't have great. It's all pseudo disable. Like she has good disable, but it's pseudo disable. You can Yules off the Q.
What do you mean by pseudo disable?
Like it's not just some DK stun. It's not just some instant lockdown. That's just like you press this button on somebody and they're locked down for 5 seconds. Well, you don't like that term?
No, I just wanted you to explain it because
Okay.
maybe the viewers at home
You
weren't
didn't
aware.
thought you knew the word pseudo.
Okay, that's a fair.
The
fair
plebeian wouldn't understand the pseudo.
Of course.
Team Unique going out with that Necrophos. Necrophos, a very interesting pick here. Of course, that heavy burst magical damage. Going to be great against Willow. Going to be great against Enchantress and Spectre in the right situations.
You'd consider a Necrophos a burst damage hero?
Well, if you buy a Dagon level 5, yeah. With the ultimate, I'm not sure how else you play the hero if you're an idiot. Maybe you get a Blink Dagger or a Radiance and a Mechanism to be some sort of sustain carry, but that's so 2017, Kyle.
I mean, then you have no burst damage.
Where's your burst damage, Kyle?
Where's the burst come from?
There's no burst for Dark Willow, Kyle.
You need to burst Willow.
a big
How else
oversight.
do you counter it?
It's a very big oversight, I do agree. We've got the last picks and dance coming up.
Okay.
Not sure why you guys are giggling. That's pretty good analysis thus far.
Fantastic. Final bans, I'm just going to go ahead and call it right now. It is going to be PA.
Pick.
They are going to pick, yes. PA short for pick a hero. Continue, Jenkins.
I think they're going to go ahead and pick Sven on Team Unique.
Oh, Sven, burst damage.
Because every hero has some form of burst damage. That doesn't...
Anytime there's a Willow on the enemy team, you need some form of burst damage. And Necro Sven with a Dagon 5 will definitely offer that in this game.
All right, we should probably get serious and do some real analysis, though. We have a full draft here. So, Unique, though, honestly, a lot of, as we've been saying, initiation, I think. They got a lot of ways to jump on people. Magnus has traditionally been played as like a, don't tread on me, right? I mean, he goes in, but if you initiate, he's kind of your counter initiation save, if that's correct, Kyle.
Sure.
Obviously, you are the most knowledgeable person on the panel who refuses to confirm anything that we're saying. But, I don't know. We need a final hero for HellRaisers.
Okay.
Oh, it's Timbersaw.
You called it, Jenkins, from the research.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Thank you.
Regular Nicolas Cage.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yes,
Whatever you just said, I definitely heard that.
We like Timbersaw because of the following fact.
It's not great against Necro, not great against Jakiro. You definitely, in the laning phase, don't have enough damage if you're Unique to kill Timber.
Okay.
And it's a Sven counter. You're just, well, it's supposed to be a Sven counter. I don't know these days.
Is it? Because I'm not so sure. Just because of the new Sven build, you're getting like an Ags, you're hitting it really, really hard, and before the armor comes up, you can kind of just get
This is true.
When we check out the odds, HellRaisers definitely the favorites here. You guys agree with this? They do have the Mag Spectre combination. It's a pretty insane team fight, and Spectre will inevitably become the hyper carry, it feels, looking at his matchups.
I'm going to go unique. I think that from what I've seen, this is a combination of a lot of heroes that they really like to play. They look comfortable. I think the Timber isn't just a cheese last pick that's going to totally run off with the game. I think the Necro already is an answer to the Timber. It's what sometimes you would pick to counter the Timber. So I really do feel they're in their comfort zone. The draft against them is not unbeatable. Yeah, I think they're looking good.
I like other team. Other team have more hero, a bigger hurt, bigger spells, more survive. Good team. HellRaisers.
All right, so Jenkins, you're going to go for unique. Slacks, you're going to take HellRaisers. If you're at home and you've got yourself loaded up on channel points, feel free to spam GoGo Radiant or GoGo Dire. I'm not quite sure why you'd want to do that, but if you want to just participate.
Will something grow out of them? Is it like the Gadget Man? Go Dire! And then a stone appears out of their body?
We're going to eventually, that's the idea, is like,
Oh
like
my
an etch
God.
sketch.
Run,
But
children.
We'll get to that.
Okay,
But first, thank you guys very much for that. Well, just for enjoying our previous series. We had some excellent casters, and we have outdone ourselves because you'll now get a treat. It's Unique versus HellRaisers with TI Finals duo, Odie Pixel and Fog. Take it away.
Woo!
Thank you very much. Yes, well, we'll try and reach the same level that was achieved in that last series, but it's going to be very tough.
That's going to be hard.
I'm Odie Pixel here with Fog. We're getting ourselves ready for the final series of the day, HellRaisers versus Unique. What do you reckon, Fog? We've seen the two lineups, the two sort of finishes there, the Sven coming out on one side and then the Timber on the other. Where do you sort of see this game going?
I really like Unique's draft. I actually don't like HellRaisers really much at all. It looks very all over the place. I mean, the Magnus Spectre can make sense for the late game, but the Timbersaw pick for me is just strange, and the Willow too also. I think they're just really tough heroes to execute a lot of the times, and it's kind of these skill shots when they're playing versus just a very sustainable draft that looks really good and cohesive together. I see a lot of magic damage, I see a lot of physical, everything kind of ticks the boxes when I look at that Team Unique draft. Yeah, HellRaisers it looks strange to me. It really does. Like Timber is, I'm not sure what Funix, what his, the plan is really going to be for this Timber. It's probably just to soak pressure, right, for the Spectre so that he can get that farm online, but there's good heroes versus him.
There's a lot of heroes.
There's a lot of
kill
burst damage on everybody pretty much to actually go for him.
Yeah.
And if they go Dagon 5s like Slacks was talking about.
I mean, I hope they go Dagon 5s.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it like Slacks. It just doesn't work. No, I'm really curious to see how this is going to end up because we already know that they're going to dodge lane, right? They're not going to put Sven bottom versus Timbersaw. They're going to put Necro first versus Timbersaw. So it's going to probably be a pretty good lane for that Necro, and we'll see how they're able to actually react. So going to be watching a lot on this Willow and what he's able to do, but that hero's all, like they said, it's a very skill-based hero. It's just tough to actually make work. However, if there's a specialist on it, then you can. It's a hard hero.
Look at the mid lane, though. That should be a pretty solid one for HellRaisers, right?
Yeah.
As a Magnus, you're going to get more out of the mid lane and the camps around it than the Void Spirit, right?
Yeah, you should be able to farm really well. I'm not to say that Void Spirit's going to fall behind in this lane at all. He still should be able to farm pretty well.
Sure, but
you're not going to farm at that rate.
You can't get the camps.
Yes.
I guess, but you can go for the kills, right? You're going to see this Void Spirit respond to any action that does occur on the side lanes. Look at this top lane, starting with the tri-lane here. Palantimos on the Sven. Backed up by Vanscore and Illusion.
Yeah, it looks like a really strong tri-lane to put the pressure onto that Spectre. Enchantress will be able to soak a lot of that pressure with that heal. But yeah, Sven should have a really good time. And overall, I do think the same thing for this Necrophos bottom. So I think probably the mid lane, like you said, probably the bigger win for HellRaisers. But overall, I'm liking the Unique setup.
Yeah, and to be fair, so far in that mid lane, seeing a lot of denies coming in from the Void Spirit. Despite the hard hits of the Magnus, just having that quick and swift attack animation, able to utilize it nicely and get the edge in the CS for the first few waves right there in that 1v1. Ooh. Top lane, Maposhka.
Has to be a little careful there. He does have Fairy Fires to work with on top, but has to be careful how far he steps forward. Yeah, love this aggro tri-lane setup. They're even playing on the side of the lane there, so they're not sapping too much experience from the Sven. So you see he's already up to level 2. Even though they're tri-laning, they're making sure that they can at least split their experience nicely. Don't want to keep this tri-lane for too long, though, because you don't want your supports to stay as level 1. But yeah, they're just making sure, look at this, blocking the camps, make sure that Miposhka has no way to pull the lane back so that Spectre just can't farm.
And it's certainly working. But 10-4 on Palantimos in comparison to the 5 last hit
they could go for a
Spectre's
kill?
got. Let's see if they can
He's got a lot of creeps, though, behind
Yeah,
him.
it's... I don't know if they're going to have the controller burst for this. They're just trying to punch into him, but still with a Fairy Fire. Level 2 Death Pulse. A lot of burst sustained from BZZ, and HellRaisers know it. They can't get any more aggressive really onto him. I mean, they're going to try and lean in again with the Timber Chain, but yeah, still nothing more than just sort of trading harass. As BZZ, you can see, feels pretty confident with where he stands, walking right up to the wave.
Level 2 hits. This is their time to make that move with King R having his stun leveled up. Can they actually bring him down, though? He's got a Fairy Fire and a heal.
He is going to step into the root, though. That'll do it. You say,
done.
Very quick moves from King R.
They have to play aggressive in that lane, especially when the lane's so far pushed forward. They have a lot of chasing room to be able to catch that Necrophos there, so nicely done by them. They have to go for kills in that lane so that the Timber Saw can be enabled. And mid. Kasani dropped in very low. He is getting kind of smashed in that mid lane there. 19-6 to the 16-2, and he spent a good amount on regen.
Top lane, Chai lane, finally able to get a kill onto Miposhka. Heavy amounts of magical harassment from the two of them. It's Rubik, Jakira, and they've just been consistently throwing it down onto the Ench.
I mean, Kasani is getting really bullied. Constantly getting hit by every single one of those Aether Remnants, and we're seeing, speaking of getting bullied,
a second time. Yeah, even bringing down Ego to get involved in that kill.
He doesn't want to be top anymore. He's getting absolutely nothing versus that Sven, so they want to shift the lanes, but that's also not a great lane for him once the Necro does get back down their full HP, where the supports rotate. Now Palantimos has a free top lane. There's nobody that can really pressure him very nicely up there. They're probably going to have to shift their Willow and their Timber up top versus this very farmed Sven.
Got to send something up here. They cannot allow Palantimos to get complete free farm.
No.
As we've talked already about the Sven, a lot of heroes on HellRaisers lineup that's not going to have a great time if this Sven turns up 20 minutes in with an item or so.
Nope, and they don't have great ways to kind of like kite him out. They have the Enchantress enchant, and then they have Willow spells, but besides that, like this Sven he's going to have some pretty free reign on the game once he starts getting those big items, and he's going to get them pretty early at this rate. 4 minutes, 30 seconds treads. 19-teen is just landing every single one of his Aether Remnants.
Yeah, it's been a right nuisance for the Magnus in that mid, and still yet to be at quite the point where the Mag feels that he can push the lane out and hit the camps on the side. 5-minute runes come up. 19-teen able to use that haste rune to get over, maybe even look for some action if HellRaisers do step over here, but both King Art and Ego keeping themselves close to the tower. I'm going to have a pause here actually as the Void Spirit 19-teen steps out of the game.
Huh. So they shifted Palantimos down bottom as soon as they see the Spectre down there, and now Ego can't farm again. So Ego, he made that move bottom to try to get something out of it. He gets at least involved into the kill and gets the last hit on the kill, but no more last hits will go his way down here as they're all set up. Maybe they shift again.
Yeah, they might just have to do so, especially with the fact that 19-teen will certainly look to jump in if this Spectre Ego does step away from his tower.
Yeah, scary place to be. I'm really liking Unique setup. Even though BZZ has died the 2 times, he's still level 4. Like, he's getting his levels as this Necrophos that was kind of left out on his own. So, all in all, things still seem pretty damn good for them off of these first 5 minutes. And now we're getting to do the fun flying around as Slacks and Lacoste got to take it away here as their dolphin something. I don't know how they brought up dolphins during this, but somehow they did.
Yes, yeah. Let's not touch upon the dolphins again. I mean, during that, it was very educational. You know, after hearing them talk about it, I did decide to do a bit of googling, and then I decided to stop. It was starting to get pretty graphic. I was obviously looking up the wrong things, but dolphins are a very interesting animal, and potentially our superiors in comparison to us as human life. Got to watch out for the dolphins.
Yeah. I didn't know they had the music the whole time too.
Oh, that's because they've got the little game open, hasn't it?
That's true. I always forget about those, and that's why I always just like the other day I was actually so confused and it was just kept yelling Meepo in my ear. I was like, what the hell? Who keeps saying Meepo? Or no, it's the game. Yeah, I know. I felt very silly.
Honest.
I have that muted in game. I see the Meepos
Can you
popping
have
up, but I
it
have it
default
muted.
or do you have to keep clicking it, or is there actually a way to turn it off so it never pops up?
I think once you click it once, it's just automatically muted for the rest of the times, right?
Oh, whoa!
Maybe.
Oh, whoa! Did you see that?
No.
Oh, you did. Whoa. I mean, that was nothing. I mean, it's just a little casual subliminal messaging for the viewers. You saw nothing.
Well, thank God. I was looking at something else.
My goodness, we're going to be affecting people's dreams tonight. I know what half our viewer base is going to be thinking about. It's not going to be pretty. My goodness, that image.
I'm really glad that I was scratching my leg or something during it.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. Your mind is still safe, young child. Your mind is still safe from the horrors.
Oh, I never noticed that Roche has a little sword in the back of his leg there.
Yeah, he does.
He has a sword.
You don't see
There's
that.
been
Yeah,
some
it's-
future
it's-
battles. Or some earlier battles, future battles. I think Slacks and Lacoste just got to my brain. I can't even think straight right now. Maybe just Slacks. Lacoste was trying his best there.
Still.
Oh,
we're
he's
back in.
He's back in.
We're back in.
Maybe.
Hello.
2 seconds until the rune.
Come on, this is the way. Come on. Here we go. Try.
Okay.
All right, looks like
Try.
they're having a bit of the old Carlay, bit of the old lag.
Try
See if
is always
it's,
scary, though.
Going nice and smooth for him.
Let's find out. He's landed. The thing is, too, he landed every single eighth remnant. He's owning the mid lane, and he's like, wait, I'm lagging.
I mean, that's what you got to do. That's what you want to. That's the ultimate BM. Kasani tries to head over to the opposite side to grab the bounty rune, but BZZ already there to pick it up.
Yeah.
Down bottom. Looks like 19-teen. Yeah, couldn't quite find a chance to get anything going. He returns straight back towards the mid lane.
And the lanes get swapped, right? Funnick makes his move down bottom. They put the Spectre back to top lane to farm. And now they're looking to pressure Palantimos. Funnick with those high levels.
Oh, it's a lot of burst. One more spell from Funnick could do it, but not quite back up in time. Palantimos able to get underneath the tower and does have the supports by his side.
Now BZZ will have a better time, though, right? He's not versus that Timbersaw, that very aggressive lane. He should be able to actually get a little bit of farm into his side. So now we're back to what we would name as standard lanes, right? Having the hard carries in their own safe lanes.
HellRaisers really trying to put as much as they can behind that Spectre. They've got to try and pick up Ego's game. Still the lowest on the CS right now of the cores.
And he's not like it's not the easiest farm lane either. Versus a Necrophos who's already level 5, he can start to press you. So they're going to bring Kengar. They got to kill him.
They've got to get this BZZ Necrophos out of it. They're going to try. BZZ's got the backup of Illusion, but with the Curse Crown on him, they'll get one Death Pulse off into the root. BZZ falling low, they'll take him out. Smart moves here from HellRaisers. They've just got to make this game a little nicer for the Spectre. He just still sits so far behind. 21-5 compared to Palantimos' 47 and 25 CS at 6 minutes in.
Oh yeah, I think King R just has to keep following around Necrophos for, I want to say just the laning phase, but I think for the entirety of the game. That's just how you're going to have to play as this Willow. Because you are the majority of that magic damage for your team to actually be able to bring him down, especially once that, that Ghost Shroud really does start getting leveled up. Wards being double placed up, Sentry from Miposhka. Ward deny, very nicely done by Illusion, and they'll be able to get their own D-Ward shortly.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So they're giving Vanskor the lane, and Palantimos is just jungling now. He doesn't want to actually lane versus Funnick, and he knows that he can jungle just at a faster rate because of the start that he's been giving. 19-teen.
He's going to look for the jump in. Onto the Dark Willow, gets the pullback with the Remnant. BZZ stepping forward with the Death Pulse. They'll take down King R. They find any other the catch. Illusion's looking towards them, but underneath the tower. A little too deep for them to dive. They'll take out the Hellbear Smasher of Miposhka instead. Keeping the pressure on now on this top lane Unique.
Kasani trying to at least get something out of this. When the rotation does come, he's going to go toward the mid, get some damage on the tower, but Palantimos, he was in the area, so he's going to be able to get that farm. He's going to go for the Midas on the Sven this game. Going to try to match that farm speed of the Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, I like it that he's having such a good start.
Why not?
It's going to be quick.
Yeah, and he benefits. He really benefits from that attack speed on a hero like Sven. Definitely fine with that. Also always good versus Enchantress. I actually like Midas versus Enchantress because there's always going to be those pesky creeps pushing down lanes and stuff, so you have opportunities to just Midas them.
And they're slowly recovering the game of the 3 cores. It's still BZZ now, the one falling behind, the 3 cores of HellRaisers. Slowly catching up to that of 19-teen and Palantimos. As which you'd expect to see, at least from Kasani. Kasani should now just be able to start picking up the farm with that Empower as the Magnus going from camp to camp and in between that mid lane.
Yep, and he has his illusions, even farming, I believe, a medium camp at the moment. I was wondering what those sounds were. It was Magnus illusions. And Funnick is trying to assert dominance to be able to try to pressure and take this tower early on. Any type of early towers versus Sven, I feel like we always say that. These heroes that just jungle so fast, you want to get these early towers to be able to get some map control.
And there we go. So the 9-minute Midas from Palantimos.
Pretty damn good.
Very, very nice timing.
Yep, on top of the treads, level 7 as well. It's also nice to have this Midas too for so many of the reasons, right? The experience as well. He was put in a tri-lane for a lot of the time, so he did split a bit. And yeah, Funnick really going to push to get this tower here.
It doesn't look like they're going to respond to this Unique. There's Funnick, Maposhka getting away with applying the damage. Palantimos just still stick it to the jungle, keeping it safe, not wanting to turn up to any fights too early.
Sounds fine to me. BZZ is starting to get a lot more space up top, so he still can continue his pressure. Funnick is going to take this tower, and that's going to open up his game to be able to move around a lot easier and match the aggression of Unique. Unique has to try to set up at least for top tower right now, and they will.
They're going to go. Ego's going to look to jump out with the Hawk. We'll see where he does end up heading. It's going to just be over towards Vanscore. Knows that Vanscore's alone, so Ego can get himself over here without any threat of dying. Instant TP turnaround from Funnick. The Spectre's headed down bottom. Funnick's going to swap lanes, get himself up top, so they can continue to be efficient and make the most of these side lanes on the 2 cores.
Yeah, very nice moves there by HellRaisers these last few moments, fixing their slight little disparity in the net worth. Now they're actually ahead by a tiny bit because Kasani, he's jungling. Funnick has freedom of where he can move, and it opens up the map for Ego. So, nice little adjustments.
19 team. He's going to make very good timing on the Yules. We'll see what he's able to do then, as it's been 10 minutes in, just the 1 assist on this Void Spirit. May not have been as action-packed as 19 team would have hoped for, especially with that very strong start he did have in the 1v1. So we'll see what sort of moves he can make when he has the Yules complete. Because at that stage, he should be able to move around, and very hard for HellRaisers to control this slippery Void Spirit.
Yeah, in combination with the Necrophos, they can kill anybody. Even Funnick, if he's out of position. The Hood is going to make it pretty damn tough, though. He has to kind of overplay his hand with low reactive armor stacks for them to really try to get him. So Funnick, he's kind of the king right now. I feel like he's the one who's really going to be able to set the tempo and protect his Spectre. Oh, as he feeds his courier. Okay,
yeah.
Well.
All right, easy courier for 19 team. Yeah, you're right. Funnick just moving from lane to lane. Now he wants this frontline tank, getting the pressure onto the towers. There's going to be a heavy reaction, though, as they're going to come straight in with the TPs. They'll open up on the Magnus. The stun hits. Palantimos trying to get in, but he gets caught out by the root. Kasani skewers off to the side, drops the RP down to lock down 19T, but 19T can continue to chase. There's BZZ with a follow-up Reaper's Scythe. They take down Kasani. The Magnus will fall.
They're ignoring
Funnick also burning underneath the tower. The Resonant Pulse from 19T finishes him off. Palantimos throws another stun into the Remnant. They're controlling Funnick. The quick dodge with the Dissimilate gets 19T back to safety. As Unique get the 2 kills, they get out of there. Very nicely done with that Reaper's Scythe, pushing the Magnus out for that little bit longer. And also a situation where Kasani, he did use the RP, desperately just trying to stop himself from dying to the Void Spirit, but it didn't matter. There was no way they could kill that Void Spirit during the stun.
Good responses there from Unique, but I do like the move from HR to really push the issue and just force reaction. Because now look at bottom. Ego's like, thank you guys. You know, I can start recovering my game. He's got a drum treads. He's farming deep at a tier 2 because all those, pretty much everybody TP'd to the mid lane on the Unique. So they lose a couple heroes for it, but it's the right move to do to at least peel the pressure away from your Spectre.
And I feel like this is something I'm seeing a little more on, particularly like the Agi carries, this whole sort of, you grab the circle at the start for the laning stats, and you just don't finish it off because Wraithband nowadays, it's just not worth it.
It's only worth it on certain heroes that like actually benefit from the attack speed. Like I actually see strength heroes buy the Wraithbands more than, well, not, I wouldn't say more than I see Agi carries, but we see them buying it a bit more. A hero like Spectre, I feel like you don't care about those small stats too much.
No, you just
like,
focus on the,
you want to get the bigger,
the bigger mid game items, like just getting your treads drums as quickly as possible.
Like a hero like Void, you'll still buy Wraithbands because for the obvious reasons, you benefit off that attack speed inside of your Chrono. Spectre, it's kind of whatever. You're sure you'll get your Desolate build-up, but you want those bigger items. That's what that hero's about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've noticed that too. I've actually noticed it a lot in supports too. I was seeing a couple of supports, just a circlet. They don't build a null, they don't build anything. Just a circlet. They just want the stats in the lane.
Well, let's hope that 19 Teens Internet is able to hold on. It's the second pause we've had to have for him. So, hopefully things aren't getting too rough for his connection. So far, a close start between the two. Maybe more so in favor for the side of Unique with the pace that they're heading. Again, it is very close, but you do have to look at that Sven and in that top position with the quick Midas. already from the draft, it does look to be a pretty solid Sven game, and he's having that sort of free start that's going to make HellRaisers feel a little scared about his potential.
He just looks so scary. It's like when he gets BKB, sure, it might not be very early, but when he gets BKB, they have nothing for him, really. Like, actually 0 physical damage in their draft. It's going to just be like the Magnus who's empowering a Spectre, who's not that big physical damage right-clicker, so... Yeah, this Sven, I mean, Palantimos, this is definitely a really solid pick for him. He's off to a great start. He's already got Midas, like we said. He's on his way toward that Echo Saber soon.
Yep.
And the Echo Saber, it can turn into a Silver Edge eventually. He's
Very
versus
nice.
Spectre.
Yeah.
He's versus Timbersaw. It's a godly Silver Edge game for sure if he does go for that route later on.
And
he
then
might still go for
what is sort of the play? I mean, you talk about the BKB. Are you going the Echo into the BKB, or do you still get like the Ags first?
I think it'll be dependent on like how how he feels throughout the game. I think the Ags is just way too strong because then he doesn't have to worry about like the roots or anything, right? Like, oh, you get rooted by a Willow. Oh my God, you just Ag stun fly out of it.
And
Like he has so many different ways to play out of it.
He's ahead anyway, as you mentioned. I mean, the only really sort of damage output that could do a decent amount is the Timbersaw, right? And as long as he has someone keeping tabs on Funnick, making sure that Funnick can't get on top of him with the Whirling Deaths, then it's going to be very hard for the remaining roster of HellRaisers to be able to actually hurt this Sven.
Yeah, I'm cool with Echo, Ags, and then he can go back for BKB if he feels he even needs it. There's a situation where he might not even feel like he needs it if he's too big. And he's having just such a damn good start right now, and he has a good team built around him for it too, so. Because it looks like I also think BZZ, he's going to be building toward that straight pipe this game, because it's all magic damage, as we're going to keep reiterating on the side of HR. So he'll have his own different types of protection.
Oh.
Uh-oh. So we're going to put our headsets down. We're going to be bringing you back the enjoyment of Slacks and Lacoste during this part.
Oh, no. That's, it's not looking great for the Internet 19-team. He's having some issues. Hopefully things will be resolved.
He's playing really well, though, for having these issues. I got to be honest. He's making all the right moves.
Yeah.
He's rotating around the map. He did solid in his mid lane. He gets the jump onto the Magnus, too. Like, he's done everything pretty much right this game. So, just getting a little frustrated with his ping.
He's back in. I mean, clearly, yeah, just purely a network issue here, as he is, he's in and out very quickly. So, his PC's good. You know, at least we know his PC's not burning down. Let's see if they want to try. Oh no, he's off again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Let's just hope things do resolve themselves for 19-team.
Oh yeah, you can spray paint while paused. That's right. I forgot about
yeah.
that. Yeah. It doesn't appear until afterwards, but you can stack spray paints. Literally, a little
So you
PSA
can
for the people. No, you can put another one and then another one, and then when it unpauses, it just drops all of them at the same time, and it makes a really loud noise, if I remember correctly.
Still definitely one of the more unused features. I feel like there's a lot of BM potential with the sprays.
Well, Thompson did it at TI a bunch. That's for sure. He really liked the loser.
I mean, there's some really rough ones, isn't there? But there's like the loser spray.
Literally loser.
Loser spray. That's a good one. Well, what hero is it on it?
I think it was. I don't think it was a. I don't know.
No. Was it just? It's not just.
It was
loser.
just a spray. It was just a spray that you could add. I don't think it was a hero specific one.
What, he just says loser?
It's loser, and then I think it's. I think it was a Mars.
Yes. Is it like a Mars with a big grin or something?
I think so. It was something like that. Because then the Invoker's like fight. It's like a fight me one or something. I can't remember all the spray paints. I'm trying here. There's some good ones in there though. I use a fight me one all the time. I put it down whenever people start running away. All right, go try. Let's see.
See if we're good.
There's the spray paint on top of the tower as well too. Look at that.
Oh,
a little bit of
that's
decal.
beautiful.
On the tower.
Literally.
What the heck
a
happened?
dead undying.
Oh, the flower is all messed up, so it's growing along the tower. Look at that. That's lovely.
Excellent. Funnicky.
Very nice.
He always was the creative type.
It's actually true. The Moon Lord himself.
The Moon Lord. He's been there and back. He's learned a lot.
Yep. Back to the mid lane immediately. They did force Unique to respond before, but this time looks like Funnick's really going to press the issue for it there. They will lose top tower for it at the same time, though. Palantimos does go for the trade. They look like they really want to try to defend this, though.
Yeah, they already let that bottom tower go.
Funnick!
Oh!
They've got the Chakram Stone, too, the pure damage. Is it enough?
It's going to be close. He's getting low. Jump forward from 19-team with the Yule setup. They have the Remnant. Funnick's gone.
That's a big kill there.
Oh, yeah. Maybe if you spent a little less time with the paintbrush and a bit more time with the chains, he would have been safe there. But as it is, Funnick's out.
Heavy rotations again by Unique. You see how adamantly they want to defend that tier 1 and just keep fighting.
I mean, you don't want to let your tier 1 go down to a Timbersaw at 13 minutes,
No.
right? That'd be pretty rough.
Not versus the Spectre draft. You know that this draft on HR is going to be weak throughout the majority of this game, especially in the early on, so just fight every single time. If I was on your side Unique, I'd be like, let's take every single battle. And that's without Reaper Scythe, and they're able to kill him. Now they have Reaper Scythe for the next one.
Palantimos on the side, getting gone on a little bit. They're going to pop the horn as well. Skewer forward, Kasani trying to lead it, but the Yule Scepter comes in from 19-teen, stops Kasani from finding the RP. Ego still trying to chase in onto Vanskor, but they're onto the high ground. Ego continuing to commit onto this Jakiro. The Shockwave will pull him back over to mid. Illusion being the new focus. Miposhka and Funnick, they're going in for him. The chain will catch him on the side. Chakra
nice
won't
juke.
be there, though. As Illusion, he's out. They do get that tier 1 tower, though, so not finding a kill, but still going to be very happy with the pressure they're able to put on. And in fact, in the river, they're going to look towards 19-teen. He has got the haste rune, able to dodge the Cursed Crown stun with the Dissimilate.
He's pushing the limits, really.
He's just running straight back in. Underneath
He knows
all 4 of them.
You know, they don't have reliable stun on their team at all. It's Willow with those, unreliable stuns, as Jenkins was mentioning on the panel, and then an RP. That's all he really has to worry about in this game. So he can play his limits, and he is, and continues to do so.
But getting these towers, at least, HellRaisers, they are taking objectives. Still yet to slow down this Sven's game, though. Palantimos, as every moment passes with this Midas, is only going to get further and further ahead.
And I'm concerned that the Timbersaw, he's going to start to get a lot weaker as this game does progress. He's got this big spike right now because of this hood, and I believe the pipe, which is going to be... Oh, okay, this hood into Arcane Boots. He's going to have this type of strength, but you have to imagine, like, Sven is going to start eating right through him, and he always has to watch out for all the magic damage in Reaper Scythe. And I think Illusion as well, he keeps getting the Chakram. So that pure damage is always going to be something to factor in that does not get negated at all by that hood.
Now we'll see if they'll be able to put together some sort of play once Kasani's got the Blink Dagger. It's going to be good timing now after sort of the initial chaos. Kasani has been able to get his farm game on the good old path, as you'd expect, as a Magnus, second highest on the net worth. And this Echo Saber Blink done around the 16-minute mark.
He's got to be careful, though. There's a Rubik on the other team, right? You got to be careful of your RPs.
This wraparound
big
catch them by surprise here. There's the lead and onto King R. They're going to blow up the Willow, even dropping the Scythe as well to take King R out for the full 40.
Okay. No funny business. And they're even spotting Miposhka here, who's going for some dewarding.
And they're coming straight back for him. Even a TP across from 19-teen as they want to kill off this Enchantress. Setups there with Yules into the Remnant. And they should have the burst. Miposhka going to make them work for it a little bit, but the 4 of them chasing him down. This Ench is going nowhere.
He forced 4 heroes to move back for a 5-position Enchantress, though, which, I mean, that's not bad. Buys a little bit of time for his Spectre to farm, but the thing is, Palantimos is also farming at just that faster pace. So not too much time wasted for the side of Unique. Funnick,
he's
actually jumps into
confident.
them.
He went straight forward into this one. Ice Path and Macropire down. He's starting to burn the lift up to cancel the chain away. They're still bringing him down to half HPs. He is tanky with that magic resistance. Kasani actually comes in for the side. The RP grabs the 2 of them there.
There it is.
There we have it. Funnick playing the bait game, and it works perfectly. They're even going to have to look towards Vanskor. Vanskor will get away. Ego not wanting to dive tier 3s quite yet. But Funnick with the bait, it worked out. Just having that hood, they couldn't kill him quick enough.
Very nicely done there by his team to back him up. And I think from this point forward, Unique is probably not going to waste a Reaper Scythe onto a support almost ever again. I think you almost have to save it in the early game for him. We saw BZZ didn't even react to move up there to try to help his team because he didn't have it. But great plays around that Timber. They have to play around, like we said, this is the moments of strength for him. So he's going to start to fall behind as the game does progress. But at the moment, whoa, what the heck? That looked weird. Does he throw his Rubik's staff when he throws the Timber Chain? Did I just see a new thing that I didn't know?
Oh, he does.
He throws his staff? That's actually so cool.
I feel like that's something that wasn't intentional, but it just works like that. Is that intentional to look that cool, or is that like, wow, that's just how the... Because now it's not doing it.
It didn't do it that time.
I think that was, a feature. We'll call it a feature. It was a cool feature.
Add it immediately. That was
throwing out the stuff and then pulling himself towards it.
I noticed it right away. It looked so cool. I wish my Rubik staff did that. He's got a good spell, though. The Timber Chain is really nice for Rubik for the mobility, so he can look to catch people. But that's a big move of momentum there for HellRaisers. Ego getting involved, all the way up to 9k net worth, and Funnick continuing to use this strength that he still has at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Funnick really has... You know, he's been putting on the pressure. Every single tower they've taken, it's all been down to Funnick. Just knocking at the doors of it and slowly sieging these towers that Unique haven't actually been able to hold on to. They're looking for the trade up top. Palantimos pushing in onto this tier 2. Looks like it'll be the straight up trade. HellRaisers keeping themselves down bottom. Should be a tier 2 for tier 2. A 19-teen in the mid lane. Finding himself a bit of a catch. Illusion going to jump across and has the burst to bring down Maposhka.
Those Timber Chains coming into play, little extra damage, and they're actually reacting to bottom.
Oh, see if they can get a catch here. Illusion's going to look over towards Ego. Funnick's already split off to the side. Illusion having the backup of Vanscore, but there's 4 heroes here on the side
Illusion.
of HellRaisers, and Illusion, he's got in a little too deep now, or maybe not. The Timber Chain just in time to get him down to the low ground. Macropire out from Vanscore, jump forward for 19-teen, has the Yule set up onto the Magnus. Kasani dragged back into the Simulate. They crash it down on his head with the Reaper's Scythe. They get the Magnus out of this one.
Heavy reaction coming out from Unique, though, to be able to respond to that. Seeing the odds shift a little bit there.
Yeah, still feeling the slight favor towards HellRaisers, that maybe down to sort of the Spectre potential, but as I said, you've got to be careful about this Sven. You can never really write off the Sven.
Nope.
Very, very strong hero. Especially with the leader that he's getting so far.
Can he juke it? He's going to try. Oh, unable to, though. But they will be able to pick up the return kill. King R does get taken up by Illusion under the tower there, and now we're going to see those bounties. 2 for 2.
And Funny, I was looking to try and play around with Illusion, but hard to do so. Illusion holding on to that Timber Chain always has that additional way of escape. 19-teen. Investing in building up this Aghanims as quickly as possible. He's 3k into it. Top doesn't quite get the Remnant onto Maposhka with the creeps around. And Funnick, again, just instantly in reaction, continuing to just be this solid wall. It's very hard for Unique to break through right now. 2-1 and 3.
He's everywhere.
And he's just a couple of hundred off from having the completed Halberd. So a solid response to what Palantimos is going to want to do when he turns up to these fights.
He's itemizing really well. Been playing super well so far too. He's kind of the reason that they've been sticking this this close in the game, right? Yeah. It's only a less than 1k because Funnick is just
the pressure. He's
parking himself and just showing up to absolutely everything. So definite props to him. And they're looking for BZZ here.
Well, they should have an easy shot at this. Kasani's even got a DD if he needs to.
Lotus Orb moves to stun, but they got the long duration fear.
Yeah, far too much magical damage. Palantimos is going to turn up though. Gets the stun on the 2 of them. The lift up onto the Willow. The Willow will fall. Ego comes in with a horn. Kasani watching from the side. Still has the DD as well as that RP.
Gets the BKB off, but
locked down onto Palantimos. Illusion. The stolen RP. It sets up for Palantimos to turn. Palantimos beats them down. Illusion with the turnaround. As 3 dead on HellRaisers. Funnick in trouble as well now. As Unique. They'll focus him down. He is able to actually clip Palantimos off to the side. Maybe Funnick's not in trouble at all. He is tanky. Will manage to rectify the situation a little bit for his team, getting that Sven kill. They're trying to chase, but I think Unique are going to realize they cannot kill Funnick, so...
Funnick salvaged the fight, though. He got the kill on Palantimos.
It's the big one. And
if Palantimos ran any direction but that one,
to the trees,
he would have been fine, but he runs into trees and Funnick sees him.
I mean, they really want to kill Funnick. It's proven to be quite a task. I mean, Funnick, they've got to respect the Timber here. Funnick, he's eyeing up some of these low HP heroes. He's looking over what's thinking about BZZ. He'll shut him down. Scythes back up. Gets it onto Funnick. They'll jump over towards Maposhka. Maposhka continuing to juke, and now the respawns are coming in. HellRaisers, they're getting back into the game. Unique, they've got to start backing off potentially. Here's Kasani, Ego, they're ready to chase this down. Ice Path from Vanscore will slow them down for now. Dagger. Not going to initially catch them, but BZZ steps across.
He's tanky still.
It gives him some safety. In fact, the jump back from 19-teen, he's attempting to turn, but BZZ will fall. They've lost the Necrophos. Lift up from Illusion.
Palantimos, he's back.
He's ready for round 2. 15 seconds, and he's going to have the ult again. The fear will send him back. Ego being saved just by the sort of skin of his teeth there with the Glimmer Cape and the heal coming out from Maposhka. Ego will get out.
Oh, Palantimos had BKB to dodge the fear there. He would have been able to get the kill on Ego. He got greedy, didn't actually pop it. That fight lasted, all right, a minute and a half almost. I think ultis are going to
all the teams respawning. I mean, they are. Godstrength's there ready once more.
All right, what a chase forward there. They finally get Funnick. They don't get Ego, though. But Palantimos, even though he does die, he comes back in time, and he still ends up getting a decent chunk out of it. Almost level 18 on this Sven now. Doesn't go for the Ags, though, this game. A bit surprising.
No, just building straight for the DPS. Getting that full Daedalus up next. Big items across the board on HellRaisers. Diffusal done for Ego. Halberd now complete for Funnick. I mean, and they've got to be maybe a little concerned, because that fight, I mean, if Illusion didn't get that RP steal and turnaround, that would have been a total mess for Unique with HellRaisers coming in the way they did.
Yeah, they're starting to definitely have a little bit of trouble here. 19 Teen does now have that Ags finished up, so these double silences that he can play around with his Resonant Pulse, this is a time to smoke for sure. They're playing into every single ultimate, though, so they have to get an ideal catch. They should have Reaper Scythe very soon, though. They're going to find Funnick.
Let's see if they can blow him up.
Nope.
Here's a tanky target. Palantimos coming in with a BKB and the God Strength.
Oh
That'll do it.
God.
The power of the Sven cuts through the timber. Over he goes towards Meposhka. I mean, you cannot mess with this hero when he pops his ult. Palantimos, with the farm that he has, even a Timber Saw will melt.
And they have the silence coming into play, too, so Funnick can't actually play around it nicely. They save the Reaper Scythe is the big thing, too, here. So when he does respawn,
this buyback comes out. They're smoking up.
Okay.
Unique step up to the high ground, though. They know that HellRaisers is going to go for this smoke into the pit. They want to try and catch them off guard with the wraparound from the high ground.
The smoke breaks. Do they know?
We have it. Here comes Unique. They've got the side down onto the Magnus. Kasani burst out of the fight before he can get his RP off. The Fear does catch the four of them, but is there any real follow-up? The Haunts there from Ego. He's focusing down Illusion.
But Ego's dying.
He turns. Palantimos out with the stun onto Ego. Ego pulled back by the Remnant. The Spectre is gone. Unique there with the smart pull out of the Roche, get on the high ground. They knew that HellRaisers would go for that smoke in towards the pit, and Unique catch them by surprise.
Big brain right there. And they didn't notice at first, too. HellRaisers, they were smoked, but nobody...
They were like, hang on,
nobody
our
pinged.
smoke's gone off.
Yeah, they just kept moving up the high ground.
They just were not ready for it at all. There was no place in the minds of HellRaisers where they considered that Unique wouldn't be in the pit. They knew that the Sven had used his God Strength in the fight, so they're like, he absolutely must be using it to take down Roche. Wasn't the case.
Such a smart play by Unique. That's one of those where, those are game-winning plays right there, and it sets them up now for a pretty big lead, up to 5K, almost level 20 now on that Sven. Yeah, big moments there for them, finding pretty much all the kills that they need to. And they still have some decent wards on the high ground. That's just big momentum now for them. And they just had finished up a couple items before that fight too, like the Aghanims on the Void Spirit, I believe the small crit on the Sven.
The small crit,
and now he has the full Daedalus. They have 1500 extra on the Void Spirit. Yeah. And oh, lovely, an Arcane Rune. It was actually just left there by the Enchantress. Okay.
Yeah, Meposhka decided that digging was a little more important.
Oh, it's illusions.
Yeah, they're going to realize pretty quickly. Both sides, I mean, ult-wise, you have RP backup, still not quite the Haunt. And Kasani's, in the last few fights, he's really struggled to just get the chance to get in. Unique have been able to do a very good job of just locking down this Magnus, making sure that this mid-mag is not having any presence in the fight.
Not the easiest time for him. There's just so many different disables he has to worry about, and then there's always Rubik. And I believe they're building even more Yule Scepters to deal with that Magnus as well. So he's going to have to pre-pop BKB in a lot of the situations to try to get those RPs off. And now, with this time, with Spectre Haunt down, Unique, they see the opportunity, they go for the Roche, and they do it without using God Strength. So they're ready to fight now on taking that Aegis. HR has to be a little bit careful of their positioning here.
Now we'll see how hard Unique want to force the issue with this Aegis.
Arcane Rune is just so damn good when you have this set up here for Void Spirit.
Yeah, just consistent silence is going to be laid out by those pulses in the fights.
Just ruins the backline. Like playing Dark Willow versus this is so damn difficult now at this point. He's almost level 18 as well, so that Astral Step, it always will find the Dark Willow in the back. That range that you actually get from the level ups is very significant.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Mid lane Funnick playing a bit of the bait game. They are going to start poking.
Lots of damage though, as we see. Even though he has the hood.
Oh, there's a DD as well. 19T is going to be able to grab that one, so Arcane and DD good to go.
And some boots of travel. He goes for boots of travel. Okay. That's kind of cool. I feel like that then he can like split push waves and join his team just like a Spectre normally would. I don't mind that. He knows he has the hard carry of the Sven. They're going to smoke. They have good vision around this area. May have... No, actually was not spotted.
No, I think there was just a dire sentry.
Yeah.
That was it.
They have so many wards on the map right now on the side of Unique. Who are they going to find? Is it going to be the Willow in the exact same spot as earlier?
It is. And this time, as you say, PCC, he's probably going to want to hold on for his side for a bigger target. Will do so. They take out the Willow very easily. He'll look over towards Funnick. Funnick out with the chain. The space is there for Unique to take this tier 2 in mid, and HellRaisers with the deficit they're at, they know that taking a fight 4v5 just isn't an option. They've got to wait for the Willow to come back up, particularly with that Aegis in the hands of 19 team right now.
Unique has such a good window here in the game, just to be able to keep all this pressure up, and it's putting HR in a weird spot where I feel like they're not going to be able to farm well, except for on the Spectre. The map is going to start closing quick for them, and it's going to be just the Spectre farming. Magnus and Timbersaw really are starting to pass the point where they're super useful. Magnus, of course, will continue to, but Timbersaw is really going to start falling off now that they have all these different items built up.
He's coming to this, but there's 4 heroes here. They could try and turn and poke at him. 19 teams starting to think about it. There's lots of TPs coming in from HellRaisers. The Horn comes down. They look towards Illusion. Illusion's getting low. Can he burst down the Ruby? He can. The Illusion, Rubik will fall. They get the RP off onto Palantimos, but he got his BKB off beforehand, so there was no follow damage to take him out during the start.
He's on Funnick.
He's onto Funnick, and Funnick just gets taken out in a couple of crits from the Sven.
They will take out that Aegis, but now 19 team with his second life. Can he actually catch anybody? Palantimos gonna try, but unable to actually get the catch there. And the RP it was used only hits the Sven there, though.
As we saw, you know, as long as Palantimos pots that BKB, that's the entire sort of damage output of HellRaisers denied. They're never going to kill that Sven with a BKB up.
Yeah. Like we said, like their physical damage just isn't there in this game. They drafted mostly magical, so... Yeah, that BKB definitely paying off big dividends all the way up to that 9k lead now. And that was all the ults expended. That was HellRaisers pretty much using everything to try to win that fight, and they didn't really catch much of anything.
And even with this lead there still sits a couple of towers for Unique to easily take the bottom lane. Tier 1 and Tier 2 still there for them to pick up. As they'll start to get that push on. HellRaisers, what is the plan going to be if they do want to try and go for these pickoffs there? They've got to try and find them isolated.
It's just so hard for them for HR to really go for any... The only way they go for pickoffs is if they use an RP on a target, it feels like right now. King R's game has been heavily stunted. This Dark Willow is already... It's just not a reliable hero to really go for these type of setups, so...
And this is a nice
feels
one.
hard. Oh, and they steal the Empower.
Yeah, getting Empower.
Ooh,
that's lovely.
Yummy.
Especially when you have a hero like the Sven.
Oh god, Sven empowered. Oh, and he has AC finish now too.
Oh, say goodbye to your base.
Wait, how come it only says... Well, how come his armor seems so low? Why does it say 11?
Oh, it's the AC bug.
It's the AC bug. Okay.
I mean, feature.
There we go. Back up to 15 now.
Yeah,
okay.
You saw nothing.
Oh, Sven Kasani jumped in to try to go for a skewer. He's dead. Funnick.
Ooh, he's going to get out with the Timber Chain.
My god, almost dies in 3 hits. So it doesn't show the plus armor. He has 26 armor. It should be plus 15 on top of the 11.
I think it's, I believe my team has told me in the past, if you drop it and pick it up, it will fix the bug. And it is purely visual.
It's just a visual bug. Yeah, see, now he's back up to the 26. Yes. Yeah. I was just like, oh my god, what the heck is
going on? But now he's back down. The game just sort of decides when it wants to show that he has armor.
That's a little weird, though. Like, what if that actually affects his damage that he's taking?
I'm pretty sure it's been tested and it is only visual.
Okay, just...
because if it wasn't, then that would kind of be a bit of a problem.
Yeah,
but I'm sure it works fine.
Yeah.
Somebody test it.
Somebody test it,
I think it's only visual. It's only visual. And to be fair, I think it's something we only probably see on our client. I've been in games where,
I've had that before.
For me,
yep.
it looks wrong, but for everyone else, it looks fine.
I remember we had
it's a client bug.
I remember we had the 280 movement speed Underlord that only I could see, but everybody else had everybody else saw him having max movement speed.
Yeah, indeed, does do it for movement speed sometimes as well.
Yeah. So yeah, Unique continuing to grow their lead, game continuing to get harder and harder. It feels like for HR. Ego is still farming well, but it's just Ego. He's on an island, being able to actually carry this game. The rest of his core is just not able to actually get out on the map anymore. Unique's doing I mean, they're doing a damn good job this game of just playing very aggressive and just not giving any breathing room to HR. Look how they're playing. They're covering all three, kind of like all three lanes. It's like if somebody walks out, we know exactly where you are. We have ward coverage and we have heroes parked in the area. So it's real tough for HR to really make a move out right now.
Yeah, HR at this stage just holding on for the big plays really from Kasani. Gonna have to get some mighty fine RPs on the defense. And somehow sort of catch heroes like Palantimos before he can put that BKB.
Haunt?
Using the horn, trying to go in onto Illusion. BKB popped by Palantimos. He clears quickly through the illusions. Kasani does get the 2-man RP, but is there the damage? Funnick comes in with the Chakram and the Timber Chain. It's enough. They've taken out Palantimos. They've taken out Illusion, but they've lost their Spectre. Kasani getting beaten down by 19 Team. 19 Team finds the double. Funnick heads over. He's Julesed up. 19 Team incredibly low. Steps back. Buyback from Poshka. BZZ. So look at what's Funnick. Funnick's trying to clean up this Void Spirit, but the Astral step back up in time to get 19 Team to safety. BZZ trying to duke this out with the Glimmer Cape, but the sentry's down. Maposhka able to slow him. Funnick a little low on the mana. He's got just enough to throw out one more Chakra and trying to body block BZZ up in range of the Willow. BZZ
heals.
Goes Shroud up once more. Gets rooted though by the control of the Willow. King R locking him down. 19 Team turns with the Yules to hold back Funnick. Funnick still moving forward, but the Mindbreaker Silence will clip in the Resonant Pulse as well, forcing them to back off.
Ooh, they have to start backing away. Reaper Scythe, BZZ has mana.
Does get the Ice Path onto Maposhka, and with the pullback of this Remnant and the Scythe, they'll take Maposhka down. Over to Funnick they go. The roots from King R's Brambles will allow Funnick the space to back out. I mean, they do manage to get that RP and kill Palantimos, but it cost them so much. And despite killing the Sven, they just continue to slip further behind.
He's not the only problem, right? Like there's still a Void Spirit that is very, very farmed. There's still a Necrophos that's still having a very solid game too. So yeah, they get the beautiful RP at the end of that BKB, but there's still other things that they do have to be worried about. I'm gonna tip 19 Teen as he's able to find Funnick's courier. And now 19 Teen also has a Shivas, so like we said, Timbersaw, he is really all about that mid game. They're starting to get these items to really strongly counter him.
Yeah, the Silver Edge going to be a huge issue now.
And Silver Edge too?
Yeah, he's got it
He's
complete.
got both, so they have Shivas and Silver Edge. So yeah, two different factors to be able to hurt both Spectre and Timbersaw quite a bit. And yeah, I feel like they've itemized super well on the side of Unique. We didn't really touch too much on it, but the Ags on the Void Spirit, those silences, always very annoying. Lotus Orb, always good versus a team with Willow, as we saw that Necrophos build earlier. Yeah, they've ticked all their boxes and continue to grow this lead.
Yeah, and Roche is up.
Look at that.
So time to head towards the pit. We're going to see HellRaisers go for the smoke up towards it. See if Unique's got any other sort of strats and cute maneuvers to surprise HellRaisers like they did before. But for now, they're just committing to the pit. Unique sticking in there. No vision from HellRaisers around this area, so it's very hard for them to get in, and a little too scary by the looks of it. They're not trying to. Unique have, though, already backed out. Again, just not fully committing. Hoping that HellRaisers would go for some sort of play around the pit. Wasn't to be the case, though, as HellRaisers just a little too scared themselves right now to do so.
Yeah, they probably could have actually gotten away with it, but they don't know that, of course. You have the bird's eye view. Necrophos, BZ, they've picked up a lot of items. He has a Hex as well finished up on this Necrophos.
Incredibly hard for heroes like Kasani to get in and RP. So many ways that Unique can react to that Magnus jumping forth.
And Illusion also has a pretty good... Oh, is this the Spectre they just found?
They've just found him outside the base. He's going to need help. He's going to need it fast. It's not going to be there in time.
The 120 seconds. He has no buyback.
Caught outside of the base. I mean, Unique with the moves that they've just been able to catch out HellRaisers multiple times this game.
Oh, the Dream pick-off. 800 shy of the buyback as well. That's at least one Rax.
Yeah, they can get a lot out of this. It's Unique. Outside of the base, dust up onto Funnick. And Palantimos keep focusing down the objectives. The tier 3 will fall. The Rax now in trouble. BZZ leading him with a Hex. They've got the pullback. They've popped the stun. He's stepping forward. Kasani does get the RP.
It's stolen.
But again, Illusion in with the stolen RP. Locks down both Kasani and Funnick as the two cores fall. They have got buyback, but again, still without the availability of the Spectre for over a minute. What does it matter? They'll buy back on King R, but they're getting bullied right back to the fountain. Buybacks from Kasani and Funnick as well. Can they punish Unique for the dive? They do get the skewer back onto 19T, but he still has an Astral Step. Quickly steps away from the damage. They've lost that bottom racks. They're moving over towards the mid as Palantimos just focusing the objectives whilst the rest of Unique plays around with HellRaisers deep inside their base. Pull back from the Remnant onto Kasani. It's a dieback from the Magnus. Funnick will fall as well, as this should be it here in game one.
He's still dead for 40 seconds from earlier. And they call it.
I mean, they just came in with some excellent maneuvers this game, just outplaying HellRaisers. And just from the beginning, the fact that this Sven got the free farm he did, we were always worried that it was going to get out of control, and it did. They just could not deal with how thick and fast this Sven was.
Yeah, he got super farmed. All three cores, I feel like, played super well on the side of Unique, itemized really well, but I really want to give credit also to Illusion. Those two RP steals, they were pretty damn phenomenal. Kind of bailed them out of a scary situation in the top lane where maybe was a chance for HR to start turning it. So overall, I think Unique had a really good game plan, executed really well, and HR, couple mistakes really add up, and I feel like their draft is just tough, right? Like in that mid game, they don't have these reliable catches and disables. It's really so much pressure on the Magnus. So
yeah, no, as much as sort of Funnick himself tried to apply that early pressure onto the towers and was this hard hero to kill. I mean, that is the role that the Timbersaw is going to play, right?
Yeah.
He just cannot help the team with, as you said, that problem in terms of locking down and setting up. At the end of the day, they could just sort of ignore him. Or when you've got a hero as farmed as Sven, you just step up with the God Strength, take him out in a couple of hits.
Yep.
So rough one there indeed for HellRaisers. They tried their best, but Unique just staying a step ahead the whole game as they'll take the victory here in this game one.
Staying a step ahead indeed, but we got a few more steps before we do jump back into the action and have our second game on our hands. Let's talk about how we did manage to get here. Let's talk about how Unique was able to get all of that juicy farm that they were talking about. How are their cores able to find themselves in such a good position, Kyle?
I think they just had a big edge in terms of the tankability of the lineup. They had a catch advantage, and then they were just able to find pickoff so much easier because of the Sven Necro combination. You've got to commit so hard. You have a Mag Spectre draft, so effectively to make anything happen, you have to burn a big cooldown, and Sven Necro can kind of just walk at you. You don't want to solo RP one of these guys. You can't really haunt onto a Necro, so they ultimately just are always going to win these engagements when they're the ones initiating, or at least acquiring not area control. You know, they plant themselves into choke point. What do you do now?
Just the Spectre. I feel like this is the perfect Necro game. You're against a Spectre. You know, you have the dispersion, but it doesn't work with the Scythe because you're just instantly dead. You have all this effective HP, percentage damage. Timbersaw, that's a counter as well. Magnus, it's a counter as well. Like you said, they have all these cooldowns, and Necro just heals everybody up. You've got a Lotus Orb on Necro too, super tanky. So even if they use all of their cooldowns with the gold lead that they had, as long as Necro survives, he just turns around and scythes somebody with Sven's damage.
It's also really odd to see a last pick Timber against Necro, because it's one of those heroes. I think it goes back to our conversation, you know, about Synderen's big line with the Alchemist being part of the Alchemist game, yada yada. Timber thrives if there's no like pure counter to him. If there's no Pugna or Skywrath or Necro, Timber feels great.
Oh, yeah.
But playing against one of these heroes, specifically Necrophos, you're never in a position where you're unkillable, and that's the whole purpose of the hero.
Yeah, these days, that's about it.
Yeah, I just got a little bit of an update that, so it's going to be a pretty interesting thing that we'll talk about. You guys don't know yet, I just heard it, but we'll look at these key moments and then we'll get back and we'll talk about it. Not to build the excitement too much here, but it's definitely going to have an impact on the second game. But let's take a look at the first one, talk about some of these key moments, and I do want to put a lot of the emphasis just based off of what we did see Unique do right, instead of talking about anything that we didn't necessarily see the HellRaisers do. What else did you guys like out of Unique and want to see them replicate what we get in this game too, to see if we could have the potential for a 2-0 today?
Spacing, I think, in their fighting was excellent. Even just witness here, you know, BKB-RP only hitting one, and it was already a target that had been BKB'd. And I think that they just played with the right level of aggression. If Void Spirit can go in, find some lockdown, Yules into a Remnant, and the Necro Sven just collapse, there isn't really a way for HellRaisers to take a fight. You've got RP, you've got Willowalt, but where's the actual damage output? That's what's missing from this draft. You know, everybody kind of just tickles. And sure, you've got some AoE threat if you hit a multi-man RP, but, you know, you can just stay separated. Like there's no reason any time you should get hit by a 2 or 3 man RP. And the squad of Unique, they have just so much easy stun and lockdown. To quote Jenkins from the previous panel, there's no pseudo stuns. They're just stuns. Click that guy, kill him. All right, cool. Next.
I do get the idea behind this Timber mag. It's like you have the Timber run in, act like a complete madman. That sets up for the really nice mag RP. You follow it up with the Willow spells.
You don't have to pretend like it's good. You can just
I think
be
it's
honest.
good. I think it's good.
I'm not
but
surprised.
The thing is, what's the follow-up though in terms of damage? Like you were saying, I like Spectre mag. I mean, that's always the question with these 2 heroes when paired together. Like, what do they really do together? It's just that you don't want the enemy team getting Spectre when you have Magnus, so you have to pick her.
He wanted to be angry Elmo, not tickle me Elmo, and that was really the problem because all he could do was tickle. There was no real threat from the hero, even with
angry Elmo. I just had a 8th birthday party, uncle. Man, it was a bad time. Now let's see if we're gonna have a bad time when we get in game number 2 again, or if HellRaisers are gonna be able to bring this one back. Speaking of having a bad time, it seems like they're going to have a bad time, though, going into this next one. I just heard word that I'm not exactly sure what it meant, but they were in a situation where their carry was kind of forcing himself to play, is what they said. So I'm assuming he doesn't feel well, but he's not going to be here for this second game.
Okay.
So they are going to be playing without one of the starting players on their roster. That was the thing that I mentioned before we did go into the highlights. So keep that in your mind. Definitely not a position that you want to be in after you already do hold 1 L and you're facing... Oh, he was absent during the previous game is what happened. I misunderstood.
I was wondering because I saw Elmo and I was like, I don't remember this guy in the games I watched last week, but that makes sense if Nyx is Nyx coming back for this one?
Yeah, the production just told me that he's tired of Dota.
That's not good. That's not good.
That's probably the worst. That is the worst update I've ever heard.
That's not a good.
What?
He's lost his passion, is what they did.
I mean,
are we in the? Is this like a redemption arc of? Like, is this Act 3 of a Christmas movie?
I'm saying, like, I thought that like he was sick or something, and then production just came in my ear. They were like, he's lost his. He said it in like such a sad way too. They're like, he's lost his passion. He can't read the meta. He's done with Dota. He's gone.
It's a pretty tough meta out there these days. I don't know. I kind of feel it, I guess.
Dude, Nick Krabs in chat. Carry's gone. Yeah, man. Passion's gone. Carry's gone.
Well, so if we want to talk about getting your passion back, I think that the first thing you should do is take a little step back. Preferably not during the match that your team needs you for. I mean, there's like, this is a schedule. There's like 3 match days per week. Like any other day of this week is totally fine.
There's a lot of days to choose from there.
Yeah, of not playing Dota.
Yeah. Well,
wow.
I've had some really interesting experiences though. You want to talk about players disappearing on you? I once had a player literally quit the team after game 2 of a BO5 final to go to a LAN. Like we were literally playing to qualify for a LAN.
Who was that?
I don't want to get into it because I think that would be rude.
Yeah.
But the irony of it all was it was in the internet's eyes, it was my fault.
Yeah, it's par for the course.
And it was potentially a little bit my fault. It was a little bit. But
how is it a little bit your fault?
Because it's a complicated situation.
What's the worst excuse that you've heard for a poor performance in a game?
Possibly what he said after game 2, which was, "Oh, I'm sorry, I just wasn't really trying."
Okay.
And
I think I know the player actually.
Yeah.
Now that you said that.
Yeah, and my response was like, "Well, that's not gonna fucking fly. Pick one. You can stop playing, quit, or try." But there's no, I wasn't trying, so like don't even talk to me about this game. He played like garbage. Effectively, we had no chance at winning. He was like a 1-in-6 Shadow Fiend, and at the end of the game, he was like, "Yeah, I don't want to hear about it."
I definitely know who that is.
And you told him not to play, and he said, "Okay."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, because there were also challenges because like we had qualified for a major.
I mean, you gave him an ultimatum.
Well, yeah, we
He picked.
The thing is, we qualified for a major, so like kicking him wasn't possible. But at the same time, it was like we were not like I'd rather not go to this LAN than to like drag you there when you obviously just aren't interested. Because he had both lost passion and lost respect for his teammates. So it was just like a pattern of behavior that had continued to get worse. Like showing up late for scrims, not really trying, not practicing the heroes he was supposed to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You gave him the old Genghis Khan.
What?
How's
Like
it Genghis Khan?
Either you join the army, or you
don't join the army.
No.
Speaking of have you seen the U.S. Army trying to recruit on Twitch? I can't believe. I don't know how they're allowed to do that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm still hung up on the Genghis Khan thing.
Okay, let's not get into it on stream. It's just
You got to get better at your analogies, all
Okay.
right? You should watch some VODs of.
No, I thought it was a good analogy. I don't know. I feel like you're not supposed to give ultimatums in any walk of life.
Only the Sith deal in absolutes.
Very true. Very true. I think that it's like considered not even a good like negotiation tactic for the exact
It
reason.
definitely worked on me. Like I remember when I was like 6 or 7, my mom would say like, Kyle, you better clean your room or you're not going to get a cookie. And you better believe I cleaned my room.
Yeah. My mother used to fake call the cops on me.
What?
Yeah, she would, if I did something bad, she would say, I'm calling the cops on you. And I was like, you won't. And she would pick up the phone and she'd be like, hello, police. She didn't actually call. She'd be like, hello, police. And she'd be like, yeah, come get him, take him to jail. And I trusted my mother.
Mm-hmm.
She
shouldn't have done that.
Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. To this day, I by default trust mommies, even though my mom hurt me. But yeah, no, she would fake call the police. And one time, my cousin who lived across the street, I forget what happened, but the police were there at their house across the street, and I was sitting on the steps when I thought that my mother actually called the police on me. And I started hysterically crying, just, oh, please don't let me, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. And she never did it again after that. And
good.
Yeah.
When keeping it real goes wrong.
And then she couldn't stop me. And that's why ultimatums don't work. Because then I realized that she had no negotiating power.
Yeah. But that's why, you just got to call the bluff. Because it's only the one shot. If they do it, they don't do it. There's nothing left to threaten you with now.
Well, unless the ultimatum gets worse and worse every time, because then it's like, what if it's not a bluff this time?
Yeah.
This sounds so much worse. Like I'm going to call the SWAT team on you. Probably shouldn't say that on. That's but,
No, you shouldn't. But I see your logic, right? I see your logic there. It's like when you play
spirals.
It's like when you play roulette, right? And you just double each time, and then you can't lose.
Yeah.
That's what my dad said before we left.
She shouldn't have started with the cops. She should have worked the way up to the cops. Like I feel like that's at least above.
I'm gonna call your teacher or something like that.
Yeah. That's. I think.
Did mom ever make you like lick soap? I definitely had to like.
Not lick soap.
I had that problem as a kid. I would just be eating soap and.
I didn't do it because I wanted to.
No, So the whole it's a Jersey thing. You gotta wash your mouth out with soap.
Is that just a Jersey thing?
It's a very Jersey thing. I've never heard anybody from outside of Jersey talk about it, but I'm pretty sure that there's soap in our water.
Yeah, that sounds like because
there's soap in our water anyway. Like there's literally there's legitimately there's like lime in the water.
It's just like such a typical like thing to do. It's like well we can't discipline our kids properly, so let's just like I don't know we'll make them eat cleaning supplies.
Oh, my parents did not make me eat cleaning supplies.
That's probably one of the better ones you can eat.
So
tell you,
this is a weird confession.
Tastier.
You know how there are certain objects that, and I'm sure the reason that we have this break right now is because HellRaisers are looking for a new player.
Maybe an extended break. We're looking for someone with passion.
But aren't we all?
True.
But
I'm just imagining a Gordon Ramsay.
Is there
panel.
anything weird that you've ever like looked at and you've wanted to eat, even though for like every purpose,
Dude,
like you
forbidden
shouldn't
treats.
eat it. Play-Doh. Oh my God, Kyle, dude, Play-Doh, especially because they shape it like food.
Yeah.
It's
false advertising.
Oh, have you ever eaten Play-Doh?
I've definitely put in it. I mean, I was a child.
It smells like it tastes good.
Yeah.
It does smell.
It doesn't really taste bad either. Don't eat Play-Doh, kids. But
have you seen molten lava? It looks delicious.
It's the gooey.
It's gooey.
It's the gooey look, dude, and like silly putty. Silly putty though, because of the shine, makes me have another emotion, like a weird emotion. Like I actually can't even like. you know when you're hungry beyond being hungry? Like it's almost like ASMR hunger, if that makes sense.
Makes so much
Because
sense.
because ASMR, you're hearing, but like you're hearing. You know what I mean? And it's,
Yes.
it's like next level hearing.
Absolutely.
To the fact that you are enthralled. You're completely there is an emotion that is that for hunger.
Yeah.
And I think it's like why like cooking streams are so popular and like watching like the Food Network. Like I think that's why it's so popular. And I'm not talking about like the Great British Bake Off or the Gordon Ramsay show. That's good television, right? Gordon Ramsay could be having a competition for making like building tents or something like pitching tents.
And,
you know,
and then
like,
just, you a knobhead.
yeah, and it would be good.
Yeah.
But there's something about food that like without eating.
Yeah.
It stimulates that.
It's true.
Part of that is also just because it's one of the few things that like all humans throughout history and also all modern cultures share an appreciation for, right? Pretty much song, dance, and food. Like that's what links all of us, right? It's really cool because there's in different, specifically when I was reading about this the other day, in like the people from the same backgrounds, even though the languages are different, like as an example, there's certain folk songs that are sung in, I think it's Syria and Greece, that are in the different languages now, but they're the same tune. It's like the same idea because it's all from the same.
Not to break your point, but I actually saw something a little while ago about some things that are different with those, like with songs, and it was actually really interesting. It's like, it's an incredibly sad song to one culture, but if we hear it from like an American take, it sounds super happy.
How about our nursery rhymes? Those are all like really dark and like terrifying.
Well, they're dark from a content perspective, right? But like the whole thing is
like
is
ashes. What is it? London Bridge is falling down.
Ashes,
It's about
the ash,
yeah,
bucket full of
and then there's
like,
another one
But
about
when you look at
plague.
when you look at stuff like that, it actually makes a lot of sense because it's to like teach our young. Like look at like a tiger playing. Like they're practicing murder. Like, whoa, yeah, fun day in the park. Rah! You know, like what are you doing? You're literally practicing murder. But it's like that's the whole thing. You're equipping them to survive. So it's like, hey, by the way, if you light your city on fire, it's bad, right? So like that's the nursery rhyme. You know what else was bad? HellRaiser in the last game. So let's dump into the draft and see if they can fix it. Although one of their players has completely lost passion, let's see if they can not completely lose this series. One other thing that's shared between all cultures that we'll talk about a little bit later off stream is dragons. Dragons are cool, dude.
I don't want to get too into this because this is a topic I feel very strongly about, and part of the reason I'm a huge stand for Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire, as it's known in the novels. Dragons. Fucking love dragons. You know, underrated movie, Reign of Fire. Don't know how Reign of Fire doesn't get more love. It's right up there in the category of like Gladiator in my book, and all the other like old school early 2000s.
Never seen it.
Never seen Reign of Fire?
Have you
Christian Bale, Matthew McConaughey, dragons.
Christian Bale is British.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
Fuck
dude.
off.
Dude, but like, did you know?
What is that? How is that relevant?
I just had no idea. Like, I thought, like, I've never seen him play a British person. Mm-hmm. And, like, I was listening.
But he's jacked.
He's a jacked
No, that's
British
Hugh
person with,
Jackman.
like, a
It's Wolverine.
thick
Oh,
accent.
I was thinking of Hugh Jackman.
Well, he's not always jacked, too, right? Machinist is one of my favorite movies, and he's super skinny in that. He literally ate blueberries for, like, 2 years.
I
It was,
disagree.
like, wild. He looked like Asmund.
That movie-
In that movie. He literally looked like Asmund. But then in the next movie, all of a sudden he was jacked. He was, like, super beef Batman.
It's a different person. It's not the same. No one
Speaking
person.
of super beef Batman, Doom.
Yeah,
Oh, instant pick. Magnus, they know they want it. No Spectre ban. They could just get Doom Spectre.
Yeah, but that's not good, is it? I just don't like Spectre. The way people have been drafting around it, I think it's too complicated for these tier 2, tier 3 schemes to really lean on the right way, and I think they have to have more of a focus on the stacking damage reduction.
That's kind of what Fogg was talking about too. He was just like, I just don't feel like this team should be playing Spectre. I want to ask you guys if that's maybe caused from the fact that, you know, we've just watched so many of the higher echelon teams play the Spectre to such bear great fruit. Do you think it's just them being like, oh, okay, this works, this is what we should go for?
It's just too complex. It's the same reason I would always there's this rule like you ban Alchemist against inferior teams because there's just easier strategies to execute. You play Mag Jug, it plays itself. It's been played the same way for a decade. Everyone in the world knows how to play Mag Jug. The viewers at home understand the timings of Mag Jug, and the item builds all make sense. Spectre, there's a variety of different ways to play. We've seen the Midases. We've seen people going for drums. I've seen Necrobook still. I've seen Manta into Halberd. I've seen Radiance. Like, there's too many complications to really get there's too much, it's volatility. Certain lineups and strategies have almost no volatility. It doesn't matter how well or how bad you play the items, whatever, it's going to be about baseline. Spectre's all over the place. Mag, empower that guy, go hit creeps, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like Spectre's easy. I don't know. I feel like with the item build, it's a lot of it is just player preference, and people are like running Spectres into the enemies without Haunt and like playing with the Spectre. Like I think we've seen a lot of people play Spectre like it's a traditional carry, but I don't know. I don't feel like it's that hard to just, you're 4 protect 1, one guy stays on the other side of the map.
I don't think
it's Haunt off
it's not 4 protect 1. And like Spectre isn't just like the be all end all late game hero. You're not buying Radiance and the game's over. You're playing against now a Mag plus a hyper carry. That'll be a Mag Troll or Mag Jug or something like that. You can't just pick Spectre win the game.
And because of that, Troll is banned out, right?
I think, yeah, there are definitely, like, with this Sven, a big question for me in the last game was, I have no idea how this new Sven, with how Echo Saber is, and stop doing that. Stop doing that.
What?
I'm distracted. With the new Echo Saber, with an AC, with new Daedalus being buffed.
Are we gonna make you eat soap?
I'm getting harassed. Who out carries who? I don't know. I'm saying I don't know with this new Sven.
Let's check it out. We can have a lift off right now.
Well, it looks like it's like me and you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go lift this thing.
No, I got in trouble.
We got in trouble
already.
for that. We can't.
Did you?
We can't mess with the prop.
Yeah, when I karate chopped the wood, when BSJ held it with the grip of a child and caused it to not break, we got in a lot of trouble. But the question is, are either of these teams in trouble right now as we are looking at this draft and what they've already assembled?
I think HellRaisers have got to keep their stuff simple right now. I want a couple heroes. All the Ember Spirit's still in the pool. I wouldn't mind them picking that up. Something with low cooldowns that can provide catch. You've got a Doom Disruptor. It's one of my favorite combinations throughout history because Doom's just going to run in and Disruptor glimpses people back. And ultimately, the Disruptor lineup always functions better if they're on the chase, if they're on the pursuit. Much like, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli were in pursuit of the Uruk-hai that took...
Harry Potter reference? Is that a Harry Potter reference that you just made?
No, it's not. That was... It wasn't... Oh my... It was...
Did you hear production?
I did.
What do they say?
Production just came in my ear and Kyle's ear and went, Transformers is a good movie, basically. They're like, yeah, I got that Transformers reference.
I thought it was Harry Potter.
It's close. Unrelated, but Shia LaBeouf. Surprised he hasn't been around lately. He's the sort of person I imagine would just show up live streaming one day.
What's he up to these days?
Who knows?
Didn't he get arrested?
Probably.
Yeah. I thought that something like that happened. Oh, look at this.
Have you ever been arrested, Rich?
This is a what do you think about this from Team Unique? This is kind of getting in line with what you were talking about, Jenkins.
Just moving on from the arresting question.
Well, I don't want to arrest our development right now in this draft, so we'll keep on moving here, and then if we have a little bit of time, maybe I'll answer Kyle's question.
So we got the Sven. Normally, this hero's looking pretty strong right now, but with a Magnus, it's looking very strong.
That's true.
Lots of low armor heroes on HellRaisers. I think if you're a Sven, you don't really care that much about a Doom. Even if you have an Aghanim Scepter, you're trying to Superman around, you can just turn with your ulti on.
Yep.
And fight.
That's why I like the pick, because Doom typically is best when you can remove some sort of buffs from the enemy. And whereas now, as long as Sven gets his ult BKB off, maybe even empowered after the Doom would come out, you just don't care. You're still going to fight. And there's only 2 ways to play around Doom, which is to just avoid it and like Lincoln's buff, or just tank it. And Sven's is arguably one of the best carries at doing that. And it's just a now very easy, simple draft for Unique to execute. It's going to be a mega buff Sven. He's going to hit people in the face.
Yeah, definitely easy.
Love it.
And I feel like ease of execution is something that actually HellRaisers should be going for as much as possible when they're in a situation right now where they're...
you got to feel bad for the guys, because it's one thing
I feel terrible. I mean, just imagine if during like the last series, for example, the host just didn't show up.
What would happen?
just miserable.
It just put everybody in the look. That'd be awful.
Yeah,
Imagine.
So
I mean,
inconsiderate.
it's just like I've been there. That's the thing. I've literally been there. Like not just earlier today,
Right,
but
right.
in my career, and it was one of the most frustrating moments of my life because it's one thing to lose just a match, and you're like, okay, they were the better team, we got beat. It's another when you're like, wow, I'm like fighting, and I literally have a guy that just doesn't care. It just didn't show up.
I think the not caring thing obviously is like a little bit different than like not being there. Like it's frustrating enough if you have to play with a substitute to your main roster.
Well,
It's like I care a lot, but my tooth fell out. Right?
I want to stress this point because this has been grinding my gears for a while. Like I love Dota. I love my job. I love being a pro player. That doesn't mean I was always having fun. Sometimes it's work. Like you want to be a pro Dota player. It's not going to just be sunshine and rainbows. It's going to be fun. You're going to work hard. But like some days you'll have to play a match and like you won't be feeling it. You won't have your passion.
Yeah.
So what? You've got people counting on you. Show up and play the game.
And I swear, I feel like people don't respect that anymore. Maybe I'm getting old, but yeah, some days you invest in getting to do the thing that you love on other days. I think that's a really good point, Kyle.
Yeah, but shout out to Elmo for stepping in for HellRaisers. But I would just I would just drive me absolutely insane because you think like guys like you think No-Tail enjoyed every moment of his career. You think Seb enjoyed every moment? Hell no, they had to grind
when they did. And then on top of that, right, you get to the moments that you enjoy, and it makes them better when you work on it. And then also, it's like one of the greatest things in the world is actually having people that depend on you and that you can depend on in turn. And when you give that up, like even if you're not feeling it, play out the day.
Yeah,
preach. I don't fully know what happened, right? Obviously, we're hearing it secondhand, but it's one of those things like if people depend on you, like that's bigger
team
than
sport.
It's bigger than just team sport. It's about being.
It's easy. Like I'll let myself down easily, but letting other people down just like tears away at my conscience.
I genuinely will say one of my favorite things about Dota as a community, as far as I've never felt let down by anyone. Like as much as we always meme. Like I make jokes about you all the time. It's because you're one of my best friends, right? And I think that makes a lot of things worth it.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that can be applied to all aspects of life. But Kyle, another thing that you like is this DK pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big fan of DK.
Big DK fan?
One of my favorite heroes back in the day. Simple, easy to play. It's perfect for man my speed. Tough matchup against the SF in the laning phase, but I think there's a chance they might throw it either safe or off lane if they want to put the Doom mid or have carry Doom.
Yeah, they
whatever
do
they
do
want
that.
to do.
They do that.
Final point though, because I want to before I put it to bed. There's a really good Ali quote: "Suffer now, live the rest of your life as a champion." He didn't say have fun all the time and make memes and then go be a champion. That's not how it works.
Just unrealistic, right?
Yeah.
Shoutouts to HR though for finding a stand-in so quickly, because I think one of the most misunderstood things, like how hard it actually is to find people that are willing to play. It's not just a skill thing. To find an esport player. It's like people are committing their lives to being tier 2 players for
after that whole incident I was discussing happened. We were going into a major, right? And I was trying to find a 5th player to literally just scrim with us for 2 weeks and go to the major. Like you don't have to qualify. Come with us to the major. And I got turned down by 2 different people. Because they wanted
that as well. That as well. Yeah. That's the
surprisingly, neither one of them have won TI. What a shocker. But we ended up playing with Monkeys Forever because he was the guy. I messaged him in a pub like, "Yo, we need to stand in right now." He's like, "Okay, should I leave?" Boom, he's there, and he tried hard, and we almost won. We did. We didn't do a lot of winning back then.
But there's not a lot of Monkeys Forevers out there, No,
there is
very few.
Special man.
Yeah.
Good guy. Shout out to Jaren. We'll see him later in this tournament. Not in Division 2 Europe. But in our Prime NA division, minus EG, who abandoned us.
They shouldn't have done that.
No, they should have.
You think that they should? We'll talk about that in another time. I think that's actually one of the really interesting things to talk about. We should talk about what both of these teams are going to be bringing to this game. Keep in mind, if you are placing a bet right now on EGB.com, it looks like the odds are in favor of HellRaisers.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know if I would agree. I like the Drow pick. I really like Drow DK, and they have enough of a front line that it should be effective, but I am afraid that Team Unique might just, like, you initiate with supports, you grab a stun, Sven goes in, hits somebody to death. They have double BKB on the cores. What if they just get on top of the supports in the Drow? There's no real peel or save. Right. They have nothing to do with BKBs with the exception of Grimstroke ult and Doom, but that won't stop the SF or Sven from just right-clicking.
I'm a big fan of ease of execution. I think that this Magnus, Sven, SF, Jakiro, like this is so much team fight. So much of Dota is determined by these, like, I don't know, 8 to 15, 20-minute team fights. And I think that's where this draft has a huge advantage.
So a big advantage there, but when we do look on the side of HellRaisers, what does their draft bring to the table? What is their win condition?
Just get towers. Get towers, get ahead, and the game plays itself. You've got Disruptor. As long as you can shove lanes and you kill the enemy mid and safe lane towers, the game becomes real free. Roshan falls at your convenience. It's just translating cooldown usage into objectives.
Cooldown usage into objectives. Would you agree there?
Would help if I could see the draft. I forgot what heroes they picked. What do they have?
Drow, DK, Disruptor, Grimstone.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So they definitely have definitely have tower taking. I mean, Drow's a hero who naturally just plays from ahead. Like this hero looks like complete dog when behind and looks really good from ahead. So, you know.
All right. Well, with that, we're ready to jump into this game. Let's find out. Are we going to see a 2-0? Or are we going to get the series extended all of the way to a game number 3?
Yeah, let's find out, Rich. As we see, we're getting the Sven through again. This time also going to have the added benefit of having that Magnus on his side.
Indeed.
And the approach they are going for is this Drow DK. I mean, what do you sort of feel? Do you think that the Drow DK can run this lineup over, or are you a little concerned for it?
Little concerned for the Drow, but I think Jenkins nails it right on the head there, right? You can look at Drow and you can be like, wow, that hero looks terrible when she starts falling behind. But if they can keep a good pace and keep this good aggressive stance, which DK can allow you to do, because at that tempo, she could look pretty decent. Little worried, though. Sven, Magnus, lots of ways to get on top of her.
Yeah, we did see what Sven was capable of in that game 1. So we'll see if it's going to get to the same state here. As Palantimos once again will be under control of it. And I mean, they can't let Sven get that good of a start, right? We're going to have to see HellRaisers try and do something with the setup that doesn't leave this Sven in a position where he's last hitting and denying every single creep in the lane.
Absolutely, but Unique set him up for success last game, right? They put him in a tri lane, they left him on his own, they smashed that lane super hard. They made sure that Palantimos had the best game possible. So we'll see what type of approach they go for this time. Looks like it's going to be a little bit more of these standard lanes at the moment. And it is going to be the DK versus Shadow Fiend, so that's a bit scary. Not an easy lane. Usually DKs are like, whatever, it's Dragon Knight. He does fine in every matchup. Shadow Fiend is not one of those matchups. Shadow Fiend can threaten kills at level 3 constantly versus DK and kind of push him out of lane. So we'll see what type of adjustments they try to make with that. Because I feel like if they just leave this DK alone in the mid lane, 19-teen, we saw him last game run away with the mid lane.
Yeah, he was...
Could definitely look to do it again, especially on a hero like Shadow Fiend in this matchup.
Yeah, he did very well in that Void Spirit versus Magnus matchup. Easily out CSing, so yeah, the skills certainly shown. As you say, yeah, we'll see what sort of help they can bring in, maybe with a few rotations. They can try and trip up the SF early in mid. Hands caught. Hands going to check for the ward, but Poshka's going to be there to give him a bit of a punch on the way out.
Okay, oh, and I might sound a little stupid. Actually, no, I'm not going to sound stupid at all here. I'm like thinking about it more, and I'm like, they picked the Drow into Sven. Sven Warcry now is just amazing versus Drow, isn't it? Because it's plus armor, right? So it's plus 12 armor on your team, which the Drow ulti does not pierce.
No, Warcry now is only for yourself.
It's only for your. Oh, you're right. It's only for your. But still, but either way, it's the plus 8 or plus 12 for yourself. So like Sven versus Drow, it's really hard to focus fire that Sven.
But you still
now.
have the piercing from the Drow, right?
Does it pierce the plus?
It pierces everything, doesn't it?
That's where I was going to sound stupid. Thank you.
We got a laptop, right? Check it out.
I'm just making sure.
We need a little research.
I feel like
job.
I feel like I saw something changed with the way that Sven works versus the Drow, but maybe I'm stupid. It might just be getting late and I'm being stupid.
It's getting late. It's getting late for the viewers as well. Hopefully you're all tucked up. You got yourself something nice to eat this evening or morning, depending on what part of the world you're in. And if you haven't, why don't you go and order? Go and order that little pizza or burger that you said you wouldn't have. Treat yourself, you know. Get yourself ready for a nice, cozy game too. You'll have a bit of time. We've got this pause as well, you know, for for you to wait whilst your food gets delivered. Or, head downstairs, check out the fridge. Maybe you got a bit of toast that you can make. Maybe a few eggs still in the fridge that you can throw together. Get yourself something tasty.
It ignores their main armor. So I was right. Plus armor does block it. Unless I'm cool, right?
It's not all that. I thought
when proccing, the attack deals damage
armor.
ignoring their main armor.
What is... that sounds like what is main armor? You mean base armor?
Main armor, I would imagine.
What is
it's
that
the
term?
armor in the HUD.
That feels like a new term they've just made up.
That is
main
armor with your agility. Plus armor is the additive armor, which is called...
Why are they calling it main armor, not base armor?
Well, because the other one is called bonus armor, which is what Warcry gives you, which is what prevents you from taking bonus damage. Okay, I was right.
Okay,
I thought I said stupid.
So the bonus armor does indeed stop...
Yes. Unless I'm completely a fool, and maybe the tooltip was not correctly fixed or something like that.
Well, it says main armor. I've never heard that term before. What is main armor?
Well, there you go.
What website was that?
That was on the wiki. That was on the wiki.
Okay, main armor.
But yeah, so I mean, the Sven, I feel like Sven's just a good matchup versus Drow either way. But we're gonna see it all progress. Funnick, this doesn't look like a fun lane for him. A lot of damage gonna be coming out from these two. Grimstroke might be able to back it up a little bit and help, but yeah, Sven and Jakiro, very strong dual lane. I thought I was being so stupid there for a second. Oh my god, I was like, wait, what? Do I not know how some heroes work now or something?
I mean, how much do you get from the Warcry from Sven nowadays?
3, 6, 9, 12. Okay. Like it used to be. It's back to what it was in the past, but only for yourself.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see this mid matchup. We're going to see Kasani spending a ton of money onto that regen. Ooh, trying to break the salve there, SF. Looks like he was able to do so. And yeah, this matchup is going to be real hard for Kasani.
I mean, can they bring anyone over here if they got the heroes to try and push this SF back a bit, give space to the DK?
If they want to rotate like a Grimstroke in at some point, if DK gets like a stun at level 4, maybe they could try, but then it leaves Funnick totally alone. Not sure. I think it's just too tough. It's just they might have to just accept it and just play around their other lanes. Yeah, bottom with Poshka. He'll be okay. TP's to his tower to stay in the lane. And Drow is already starting to suffer a bit down bottom for a moment versus that heavy damage that comes out from the Magnus and the damage mitigation that comes out from the Rubik. Fade Bolt, still pretty annoying. Even though it's not as impactful in the laning phase, still any type of, reduction of damage sucks when you're playing as a Drow.
Now those souls starting to build up in mid, so now at the point where you're going to see the SF deny quite a bit.
He puts the tree down to block Palantimos from getting a hit on him. He actually Iron Branch pushed him away.
Yeah, saves himself, king up.
Palantimos is burning. We'll be okay.
Bottom lane.
Oh, wow.
Do actually get the kill onto Illusion. Still lies on top there. Palantimos still sitting very low.
Yeah, dangerously low.
I'm feeling that Funnick can't quite get to him. They try and catch him with the nuke from the Grimstroke, but Palantimos just out of reach.
Where's the they have no regen. This is not a great position for them either to be in. Palantimos has to be very careful how he last hits under those creeps because of Stroke of Fate, how much damage it really can deal in Surprise. Yeah, I mean, Funnick now is going to be able to continue farming up here pretty good because of how low HP they are. They get the side pull off as well because Unique can't actually contest the side pull very easily. Now they can start kind of poking up. If Vanscore gets hit by a nuke, he will just die. He's actually just dead without it.
Step forward way too far there, but maybe with the Fairy Fire? Nah, they scorched earth. It's got him. Getting a little bit lazy with his movements there. I mean, playing around as low as he did, that was always going to be kind of inevitable.
Oh, Vanscore, bless his soul. That's his name. He has that in his name.
Oh, does he? There we go. Thought you were being patronizing there. I was like, yeah, calm down.
See, look, yeah, Vanscore, bless his soul.
I see him mid. But Kasani's not...
He's not doing as bad as I thought he was going to do,
I felt like 19 Team was going to be able to deny a little bit more, but hasn't been the case. I guess Kasani just being smart with how he's prepped the creeps and finished them off with the Breathe Fire nukes.
Yeah, I really thought that he was going to get forced out, but he even has 2 bracers. It's not like he had to bring extra regen and keep salve or anything like that. No, he's done a great job of sustaining in the lane. Maposhka constantly throwing out that harassment onto Illusion. Securing that Drow a little bit of farm, and the Drow is actually farming just as well as the Sven, which I'm a bit surprised by. I thought they'd be able to pressure Ego a little bit more in the laning phase in comparison to Palantimos. Palantimos, yeah, he's only got 17 last hits.
See, over by the bounty rune illusion, able to pick Miposhka up in time, grab that bounty rune, does get trapped in by the field. Is more than likely to go down here though.
Oh,
maybe not with this rotation. Illusion will fall, but the setup's there for 19 Team to pick up the Drow kill. And go over towards Miposhka as well. They get the skewer to slow him. BZZ, he's gonna get a couple of hits in.
He's getting bottled up by his Shadow Fiend too. He'll have the shockwave to pull it back.
Yeah, very neatly done there between the two of them. Top lane, Unique also trying to get aggressive onto Funnick. Scorched Earth back up, and King Al still by his side, makes it hard for them to commit on him.
But he's got more sustain. Still farming fine. Level 5 on the Doom, level 3 on the Grimstroke. They can post kill threat onto either of these heroes right now. Whenever the Scorched Earth is up, they have the War Stomp as well. Scorched Earth, War Stomp, and an in-spell. Quite a bit of damage.
I mean, the lane setup's just worked out a lot better in the way that this Sven, he is feeling the heat early.
Oh, yeah.
We're 6 minutes in. Sure, he's farming, but it's the slowest out of the cores. He's not getting the same sort of start as he did last game.
Nice there by Miposhka, taking out that regen rune. 19 Teen won't be able to fill up his bottle. Did he end up passing it off to the Jakiro? I think he tried to for a second there on the TP, but wasn't able to fill it up. And now he's a bit low. And with that DK form popped, let's see if they're going to try to poke the tower even once or twice. It looks like he wants to at least get at least one value hit. Does get 1, 2, 3 value hits onto that mid tower out of that ulti. So at least something.
Yeah, a little bit of early tick damage. Just 6 minutes in, and yeah, continuing. Even net worth between the DK and the SF. I think you've got to be happy as that Dragon Knight.
Yep. Ooh, Illusion. Taking quite a bit of damage here. Ego, he's level 6. And it's enough. And now, BZZ.
He's still got the skewer, so will be able to get himself away, but yeah, as soon as this 6 is hit, the Drow, so the harass it becomes kind of hard for BZZ to step up as a melee hero. Especially against the controller Miposhka too. Very, very high kill potential between these two in the safe lane now.
Yeah, they haven't really slowed down Ego at all, too, with this lane that I thought maybe they could get some decent kills, right? The lift, the skewer, they have a lot of different ways to pull that Drow into a weird position. Miposhka actually crushed it down bottom as this 5 position. They're at a 2k gold lead now because of this. Kasani, he will get vision of them there for a second because of that ward. They won't be able to get the catch. And he walks away. Yeah, you have to be in a very happy position here if you're HellRaisers. Your Doom is now level 6. Sven is pushed out of lane. You're hitting towers as Drow. This early, especially in your safe lane, a lot of times when you see Drow, she actually has to leave this lane by now because she's just getting ran at by too many heroes. So, yeah, excellent start here for HellRaisers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a hard. Oh, I see mid. Kasani. Oh, no, okay. He's not going to go for trying to get on top of Vanscourt.
He's got priorities, objectives.
But for this SF in particular, like, when can he actually start turning up to these fights? Because there's a lot of heroes that will disable him. I mean, all 5 heroes of HellRaisers, they've got something to throw out at this SF in the fights to stop him from getting his Razors off, getting his Requiem off.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just going to go for, like, I mean, it's probably still going to be like the drums and then just into an early BKB. I wonder if he's going to go for something else.
Otherwise,
I think so too.
Like, how do you have any sort of presence in the mid-game fights?
Yeah.
So many stuns, so many silences. Not easy for 19 Team to play his game outside of this early lane.
Glimpse. Got
Well,
the
Ego here.
too, and oh, do they have the damage? It's close, but not quite. Don't know if he had the mana actually for the multi-shot. No, he did. He got mangoed there at the end, so I don't think he did.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, without the mango, he wouldn't have.
Yep. Might have been able, probably would have gotten the kill if they had the mana for it, but we'll be able to TP away onto BZZ. Looks like Palantimos, he's drawing his path. He's just showing, guys, I'm not turning up. I'm going to be able to farm. I'm Sven.
Yep, and there's his Sven with the Magnus, so.
Yep.
Still should have a good shot of starting to pick his farm up. HellRaisers.
You can't all jungle, though. That's the important thing. Like Shadow Fiend, and once he starts backing up the jungle, you have no presence on the map. And this is where HR, they can start playing very aggressively. I think they have to not have this Shadow Fiend really jungling once he gets his first item. And he's about to have at least the treads done for a moment. So I think he has to just start moving around with his Rubik or with the Magnus in particular so that Palantimos can get the space. Otherwise, yeah, they're just going to get ran at. They're going to get ran at by this Doom, by this Grimstroke. And it could prove to be problematic for them.
10-minute runes coming up All 5 of Unique down here. We'll get lucky with the power ring. That's 19 team. Pulls up the DD.
I knew they were going to play around Ancients, but it's 10 minutes in and they have 5 heroes.
They're all here, yeah.
They really want to make sure he gets the stack. I can imagine he has at least like a double or triple there if they were playing that defensively around the area. So he will be able to farm that one up and pull himself ahead of the Drow by a decent margin. But HR is going to take that space.
Mid lane. Get themselves in onto Illusion. Does get the telekinesis off though. One more hit from Kazani. Will find it, but the fire can save him from the poison.
It's gonna be... He's good.
He's good. And now the turnaround comes in. They get the ice buff onto Kazani. Secure 4 from BZZ. Doesn't quite clip onto it. This damage done to the tier 1 tower. They're bringing it very low in the mid. Each and every Elder Dragon form pushing it closer and closer to falling.
The Doom comes out. Oh no.
This is always going to be the difficulties as it's SF, as we said. There's just so many threats on the map for 19 team. When he comes out onto a lane, they have got numerous ways of killing this SF early on.
He can't go into lanes alone. He has to have a buddy. It's got to be a buddy system right now when they have this hero, when they have Sven just farming in jungle. He cannot go down there by himself. Versus a Disruptor as well, you're just asking to get glimpsed and get outnumbered. Does get caught out. He almost got denied too. Illusion was actually like a split second from being able to get that deny onto him. But heads up move there by HR again, making all the right moves this game.
Yep, they get the glimpse back. Set up here onto Illusion. TPing from 19 team. Telekinesis into the Razors. He hits the 3 of them. It isn't enough though. Maposhka saves himself, gets away.
What? He has the raindrop plus the stick charges, just brings him enough to survive. And they get a kill now on the other side of the map there. They find the Magnus.
A very solid opening from HellRaisers so far. 3k lead at the 12-minute mark.
Look, and DK is going to have a Blink Dagger pretty much done. So that lead where Shadow Fiend's supposed to have, or you expect to have versus a DK, it's gone. Now they have a way to get on top of the Shadow Fiend and instantly disable him. Something that something that Shadow Fiend hates to play versus.
Yeah, I mean, as we say, he needs a BKB. Before he has that BKB, he cannot fight.
I hope he doesn't go for that Yule Scepter. I think that might be really detrimental to their game plan if he does, because he had it queued up. But I really do feel like he needs that early BKB in this one.
That's mid tower. Well, finally fall. They get the glimpse back. The setup's there. They're going to go for the kill. See that earlier kill on the mid that they did find. Meanwhile, back in the live game, nobody falls. Apart from the Disruptor there on the way out, 19 team. Able to get him. And that was after a bit of a commitment from HellRaisers there. They did lead in with the Static Storm themselves, trying to go for kills onto Unique, but Unique don't lose anyone this time.
Yep, they show up with everybody. Still a 4k lead, though, for HR. Now they have another Blink Dagger, so double forms of initiation to get on top of Shadow Fiend. Like we said, something Shadow Fiend does not enjoy playing against. He is playing around his team, though, now. So a bit safer, but we see HR, they're going to make the move here. They've got Grimstroke Soulbind, they've got Doom, they've got DK form with these blinks. This is a real scary move for Unique without their God Strength. This could be a disaster for them here in this area.
Smoke will get dispelled on the side of it. Kasani tries to lead in, but the Ice Path will stop him. Vansko getting slowed by the multi-shot. Funnick turns with the Doom down onto the SF. They'll take out the Dragon. The Jakiro will fall. Glimpse back as well onto the SF. Can they help him out? They cannot. He's going to be left behind. As HellRaisers may have lost the tower, but getting 2 kills. And again, the big one. They're catching this SF consistently each and every time. Funnick able to find him with the Doom. Talking about the Doom though,
they at least get it stolen.
Still was there, so when they do have the full lineup back in the game, Unique may be able to try and sneak in and get a play done with that Doom.
And you lied to me. Warcry hits his team.
Oh, it does?
It hits his team. I trusted you, Owen.
Dude, why did I think it didn't? It didn't last patches. I swear that one keeps changing. Are you sure it's...
It definitely hit his team, yeah. I thought it did too, and then you made me doubt myself.
Why did I think it didn't?
I don't know.
Was it last patch it didn't?
I think it did too. Whatever. Either way.
Dude, it definitely didn't last patch. I'm sure. Am I really that crazy? I swear Warcry got worse because it was just one.
I mean, either way, you know, the Warcry clearly isn't pointing. Oh, he's on top of the Invis.
All right, hang on. Surprise Invis just destroys HellRaisers. BZZ with the easiest 3-man RP of his life.
Do they get the big kill, though? Funnick, he's zooming.
He's out. He'll get away.
They only get the 2 supports out of that?
It's a pretty nice freebie.
But it's
they
just
are
the
behind.
2 supports. Funnick getting out of a 3 Okay.
Radiant structures are
They have to be
fortified.
very thankful to have had their Doom survive. They will be able to back up and get the bounty runes though on Unique. So
Yeah, I'm gonna check that
Go.
walk right now. Oh, hang on. SF is
Uh-oh.
dead yet again.
Uh-oh. The Doom though that comes out from behind.
Oh, actually, wait, no, he's not. Just
No, he's
kidding.
not.
There's a twist to this tale, and wow, illusion. He turns it around. Static Storm is out onto the SF.
Okay, he is dead. There
He's
you go.
dead. We were just looking at an early forecast of the status of this SF, and now with the Soulbind linking the two of them into the stuns, they're going to lose the Jakiro and the Sven as well. HellRaisers still coming out on top, despite losing the Drow to a nicely placed use of the Stolen Doom from Rubik.
Love how aggressive they're playing. Even without their Doom available, they know they have all the other ults, so just responding very quickly, and they know how weak the Shadow Fiend really is in the early game right now, so they know they can just jump onto him and look for those kills. You gonna go through the chain log?
I'm looking at the change log.
Someone's gonna
Am I
tweet at us and be like,
insane?
you idiots. You made me doubt myself, Owen. Every time I doubt myself, you know.
Wait, maybe I'm right. Maybe does it only give the movement speed? Is that the case?
That'd be very bizarre coding for them to have it affect armor only on people.
Nah,
with
no,
not
you're right.
movement speed.
There's everyone. There's everyone. I'm just insane. I just don't know.
But you know what? I believed you, so I'm also
Dire's
Papega.
courier has been
I
killed.
bet there's probably a fair few in chat that believe me. Right there. Who am I kidding? Everyone in chat knew I was wrong.
Except for that, yeah, probably.
Everybody was like, Odie Pixel, shut up.
And they're like, Fog's agreeing with him. Fog's an idiot, 2K. Glimpse, they find the Rubik illusion. Gets spotted out here, the Inkswell. More than enough to bring him down. Continuing to make these aggressive moves. HR, they have deep wards. Probably gonna lose that one now because of that Glimpse play, but they get themselves a nice another cheeky kill. Funix, 6-0-1. Constant space making for this Drow. We have not seen Drow actually get caught in a bad position now in these last few moments because of how aggressive HR is able to play.
It did have a lot of changes. It was the fact that like it gave the armor bonus to allies, but not the movement speed. Now it does give both of the functions to the rest of your team. It's been for a lot of changes.
There's a lot of changes that happen all the
Warcry
time.
has had over 200 different iterations over the last 5 patches.
Did you know that it used to just be a passive that gave armor and cleave?
When was that?
Dota 1.
I was going to say, I don't remember that in Dota 2 days. It's always been inactive in Dota 2. Right,
It used to cost 25 mana. Now it's like 50 or 60, I think, at max.
It did
or
used to
something.
be a lot cheaper.
Yeah, so it is a little bit more expensive, but yeah, the armor is always going to be pretty nice because it's plus armor versus that Drow. So we will probably we might see that come into play. But so far, HR they've done a great job of just playing aggressive and yeah, not giving Unique time to just like back up and farm. Their Sven is not in a place where he wants to be. Sven behind a DK, behind a Doom, never where you want to be. You always want to be playing very far ahead. Inkswell,
Nothing to be found here.
not
Still
really
with the
vision.
smoke, they might get a chance to get in.
Oh, it's gonna be Van score.
Bit of dragon on dragon action here. Kasani's in. On the Van score. Funny
Doom.
does drop the Doom down onto the Rubik. He doesn't want it stolen. I mean, that is going to stop it from being stolen, but he loses his life for running in and dooming the Rubik.
Now they're gonna get turned on.
PZZ, he's going to be able to get in with the 2-man RP. On the back lines, the Dragon
Static
Ball
Storm.
focus. The Static Storm does catch the big ones, though. Both Sven and SF caught in the storm. As HellRaisers will come out on top yet again. Miposhka with that beautiful placement.
They couldn't get in range for that RP, and we're just seeing. I mean, Shadow Fiend is just looking like a real worthless hero kind of in this game because
That's
he just
rough.
didn't get the lead that he particularly wanted. He needs this BKB though. Once he gets that one, he can actually start to get more involved because he's looking so fragile.
Oh, they get the skewer back onto Miposhka. Miposhka glimpses back BZZ. Ice Path won't quite reach him. So Miposhka.
Poshka's doing work. He's actually playing so well this game. He secured his Drow's farm as a disruptor in laning phase, which is pretty impressive versus these aggressive heroes. He's gotten great static storms.
Oh, now they're going for Roche. Or are they? It's a little slow. They're little
scary.
spooks. Yeah, with Unique being all back up. HellRaisers, they're actually going to look to try and go for a kill again before they go for this as they get the drag back with a glimpse onto this poor old Magnus straight into the firing line of Ego.
They want more, but they won't be able to get any more off of that. Continuing to make these aggressive moves. Love it. Whenever I see Disruptor, all about that continuous aggression. Once you start getting yourself on the back foot, that's when the game starts to become hard. But yeah, they're getting pickoff after pickoff after pickoff. 16-7, setting themselves up for a real good Real good time. It's so nice playing Grimstroke when you have this type of game where, oh, my two paired heroes have Blink Daggers. You actually have the dream to be able to set up your Ink Swallows and your Soulbind throughout the entirety of the game. And this, I mean, DK is going to have a Blink and a BKB before Shadow Fiend has his own BKB. That's very concerning for the side of Unique.
It's time to see the neutrals getting picked up. Both squads getting hold of an Aquila and an Essence Ring out for HellRaisers. Very nice on these beefy heroes already, whether either DK and Kasani's going to hold on to it. So now, very hard to take down with the double braces, treads, and an Essence Ring.
Oh, baby.
Incredibly hard hero to burst.
Yeah, still one of my favorite items. Essence Ring and like I think the Clumsy Net are two of my favorites that you can get early on. Full
BKB for both the cores.
He actually has the BKB before the Shadow Fiend does. Gonna prove to be a big concern for Unique. Let's see how they do try to take these fights. So many easy ways for HR to just jump right on top of them. And oh, they know exactly where to go too.
Oh! And they go straight away on a Vanscore. The rest of them are just going to run out of there. They're going to leave Vanscore.
Funnick wants the bigger targets, though. He's trying to get vision for the glimpse.
See if he can get in as well, potentially for a blink. Palantir will see the trees go. Give him a Funnick! Oh, he finds him.
He's in his head.
Very, very well played there from Funnick. The tip coming out as well from Ego. He knows. Well played to his teammate there. It's down bottom. BZZ. No TP away, nothing to break it. But yeah, Funnick, he is looking pretty hot so far this series. Even in that first game loss, he was putting the work in on the Timber. This time round on the Doom, just leading the charge, 6-1 and 6, and just finding stuff like that. That's excellent. Does try and find another one here, but this time Illusion will be okay, keeping himself in the trees. TP's out.
This is looking like the Funnick of old times, where he's just insanely aggressive. Liking it a lot. Top net worth, continuing to set the pace, set the tempo for his team. And Unique just heavily on the back foot, just constantly getting ran at. No moves that they can really make.
No, I mean, they've got to find a big RP, but that's incredibly hard to do against two tanky heroes that are running at you and three ranged heroes sitting split up behind.
And they're playing into Aegis now, too, so if they do find a catch, it's going to be into that. They do have BKB Shadow Fiend now, though, so let's see what they're able to do.
He's going to get the chance to pop it, though. The Dragon Tail into the stone for the Grimstroke. This SF is going to fall. He's trying to turn a fight, gets the BKB off, but he still goes down. They lose the SF. The God Strength for the BKB comes out for the spam, but he's been doomed. They do get the Drow the once. They're going to try for it a second time. Ego tries to turn, pushes the back,
still
with the guns, the multi-shot. Ego will live as Unique lose 4. They'll also lose the Jakiro. I mean, the fast plays of HellRaisers are just destroying Unique. They're getting in on top of that SF. No chance to BKB until he was already on just like 50 HP. I mean, at that point, the fight is just at a loss.
If he's able to get any spell off in the fight, it's very likely that they can probably just win the fight there, but Kasani heads up, gets the instant stun. They get the follow-up stun as well afterwards. Yeah, 19-teen, he's just getting shut down completely this game. I don't know how many, I'm not sure how many deaths he has, but it feels quite a lot. I think it's like 5 or so. He's really struggling. He's getting focus fired. They know what they need to do. He's the majority of their damage.
Yeah, if they just continue to play fights like this, getting on top of the SF there, they'll continue to win each and every one of them.
Yeah.
11K up, 23-7.
This game's feeling real out of hand, though. The Shadow Fiend unable to really do much of anything, and there's always going to be Dooms and double Dooms coming into play. It's not going to get easier. Drow playing from ahead, DK playing from ahead with a Disruptor and a Grimstroke. They just have so many different tools that they can utilize to just get on Unique. And now, I mean, Unique's map is so small that they can't actually farm and catch back up. Sven, like we said, he never wants to be playing from behind either, and he is significantly behind all of the cores of HR. And more aggressive wards. They had the time, HR, they get 2 wards behind the enemy towers, behind the enemy line, so they can watch if Unique's even trying to set up.
Unique lives, snuck right out here to this tier 1.
Popping the drum just to get that tower. They have the presence affects buildings, so they do take those down pretty quickly. But you have to be so careful with their positioning.
Still sticking around. no real way to make the jump on mid. Working with the fact that they do have both creep waves pushed in their favor. This tier 2 tower also getting reached on the bottom lane, and they'll look to take this. TP starting to come in. First one in from the Doom, and as Unique start to be a little apprehensive with remaining, and they'll hide themselves. Maybe see if anyone shows to clear this wave, and if they do want to try and go for the surprise jump.
They want Funnick. They want one of those big heroes. Palantimos is gonna walk up.
Is Funnick gonna go for this?
This is kind of
keeping
scary.
Cool. Oh, there he is.
He's in.
He's in. Who's on BKB? They get the soul bind out. Double Doom is there.
Oh, did it catch?
2 cores gets both Kasani and this catch onto Palantimos. 19T's gonna go for the BKB TP out, but the other two, they're in trouble. As this Magnus will fall. Sorry, BZZ on the Magnus. He goes down. The Glimpse as well. They get the two of them. BZZ and Palantimos are gone.
I can't believe they showed themselves even, right? That's such a scary place to show yourself. I thought it actually didn't catch because it looked like it caught to the SF for a second, but then he split away. But nope, catches to the other 2 big cores anyway. I'm very surprised Unique like postured themselves down there. That is so
really,
scary.
Really risky place to be.
With no vision either, right? They didn't see anything. Very surprised that they continued to push down there.
I mean, Funnick's just on top of the beach and every time.
Yep.
Oops. Just these catches, these setups. This Doom being an incredible nuisance for Unique.
I'll take that.
He's just so farmed on the Doom that he can do those plays at like no risk because he has BKB, Blink, like plate mail.
Yeah.
He's so tanky. Even if they get like a disable on him, he's probably going to survive through it to be able to get the BKB off unless it just everything gets thrown on him. So yeah, Funnick just continuing to own this game and own this series.
Still trying desperately with each and every smoke to catch HellRaisers off guard. It's just not happening there. This DK is so tanky. They're gonna try and go in onto Kasani, but the static's so down. They get the RP, does catch the 3 of them. The Ice Path from the Macropine follow-up is there, but the BKB is already out from HellRaisers. They're starting to retreat. Ego's getting low. The Soulbind locks down the 2 of them into the double disarm. Palantimos and BZZ cannot continue the chase on the high ground. You have Illusion controlling Maposhka. The Shockwave will pull back King R. The stun for the Sven to follow up. They should be able to finish off the Disruptor. Illusion with the Stolen Dragon Tail will get the kill. They get the 2 supports. The 3 cores are all able to escape. It is something for Unique, but still not these big kills that's really going to help them start turning things around.
Real close to them all dying, though.
It was,
the 3
I mean, the
BKBs.
RP.
Yeah.
It was a good shot.
This is just because they have this tremendous lead. If they were even, let's say, like 6K less, right? Those 3 die in that situation. It could be a huge turnaround. So Unique's still trying to find those head-on fights. Trying to capitalize on the fact that those ultimates were still on cooldown. Now, though, Doom is back up. Support's going to be respawning soon since they're the only ones that died to that RP. And I think HR, they're probably still in fighting mode. Unique have to be careful how they posture themselves down here again. Illusion this time, though, he is going to give them a little bit of vision and information. Scouting up on the side there, so they will back away safely.
Kasani charging in. They're going to find Vanskor on the TP out. Jakira left behind once more. Vanskor continue to have quite a few deaths this game. 0-7 and 2 on the Jakira. He has been the sacrificial one each time when Unique's been backing out.
They're very adamant about actually pressuring forward, though, and going for the tower, though. A lot of teams I see, they win a fight and they just back up in jungle. They win a fight and they actually go for tier 2. So props on them to at least go for those, even if they are getting punished for them. HR. Now, like we said, they still do have all their ultis available. They have good ward coverage, too.
Funnick's got the money for the full Shiva's Guard.
My God, he's so farmed. Uh-oh. 19. Gets the BKB off, but he's doomed now.
He's trying his best to run. And he will be okay. He's able to... Oh, is he? Funnick does get another hit in. Can they get him back to the fountain so he can regen up in time? It's going to be close, but it looks like he will be safe. Able to get back in to the regeneration of the fountain, so will survive. Only just, though.
Okay, this is their timing now, though,
so
right?
Doom's down.
Doom is down. I think also DK form was used, right? I think they used both of those in that situation.
Elder Dragon form is on cooldown.
Yeah, this is big go time. They have level 18 also on the SF.
All right.
Doesn't have his BKB up, but yeah, this is when they have to make a big play here.
Let's see if they can find a jump. HellRaisers, they're backing up, grouping up as well, sticking on this high ground very safely.
They're going to do it around the bounty runes, it looks like here. So they're going to reclaim their outpost to make sure they get some experience. And they're actually going to walk up aggressively. Let's see what they can catch.
Can they find the setup as HellRaisers? They're keeping it. HellRaisers know that this is coming.
Very smart by HellRaisers to back up there, though, giving some respect.
Palantimos.
His BKB still down.
He's going to get glimpsed. He needs help, and he needs it now. Unique trying to run up. Jump for BKB. Requiem's coming out. SF pushing them back. Does catch the two of them, but the Static Storm's down. They've got to break back. Ego committing with the BKB, focusing down the SF. They'll be able to shoot him down. Double kill for Funnick. They turn their attention over towards Vanscore. HellRaisers just very carefully keeping themselves right back, and then just charging in when they're ready to do so, making it so hard for Unique to quite reach them with that smoke attempt.
So smart the way they played that too, like not playing on top of the bounty rune. They knew that Unique was trying to make an aggressive move. Great read of the map. I kind of want to see a little quick replay if we can of that fight, because I think the Magnus just completely whiffed his RP near nobody. He blinked and RP'd just like on the ledge of the high ground, and I don't think anybody was even close to it. But he was just trying to save his Sven. But either way, now they don't have RP for when they respawn. So a costly mistake. Maybe wouldn't have mattered anyway, but...
I mean, still something that you'd love to have for this high ground defense at least.
Yeah, exactly. So whipping that one, Kasani, DK form is back up available now.
Oh, he's actually going to jump in deep.
Oh.
I mean, that's how strong he
That's
feels.
Tier 4s though.
He is going in very deep. I mean, even with the BKB and the God Strength, do they have the damage to kill him? They do have the Ink Swale buffing him up. Kasani's able to get himself back to safety. But yeah, this is a man not even with an ace. The Shockwave, he's been baited in. The Magnus tries to jump forward, but Kasani puts the BKB.
The double doom.
Again, the Soulbind Doom. Funnick and King R taking down both of them. BZZ 19 out as well as Palantimos. Funnick charging over the Static Storm, cleans them up.
That's
It's
GG.
all over.
Oh, yeah.
GG is called. As HellRaisers hitting back extremely hard in this game too. Funnick just leading the way, 10-1 and 17 on the Doom here in game 2.
Yeah, he actually dominated so hard. And Kasani too, I have to give Kasani credit. We weren't staring at the mid lane entirely, but dude, Kasani came out even versus a Shadow Fiend as DK. I feel like that's pretty impressive. I feel like most of the times I see the Shadow Fiend pulls out quite ahead. They get Blink Daggers at a good early timing. They're able to just always jump on top of this SF, and 19 looks kind of just out of it this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard for him to play his game. Yeah. They had all the answers to the SF. His BKB, it just came slow because at the point where he finally had it done, he'd already died a few times and sort of his whole game just shaken up. And the Drow, you know, the panel sort of talks about it as this hero that can either look amazing or just fall behind and suffer. The fact that they were having such a good run up in that early portion, it just allowed this Drow to sit back easily and pop off with the damage. Ego was never really under any sort of threat.
Yeah, they played aggressively, they got ahead, and they actually didn't let up. That's the important thing they always see when you're playing with like Disruptor, Drow, DK, things like this. When you're ahead, you have to just keep pressing forward. And they did.
They did indeed. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1 now between HellRaisers and Unique, as both sides have had the chance to show us their strength. We'll see who's going to be able to bring it out in Game 3 right round the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, definitely don't go anywhere. You heard it from Fog. They had to keep on pressing on. Well, we're going to be doing the same thing. We got one more game coming up. But first, let's talk about everything that did happen in this second game of the series, because getting a time machine and look at what we thought about the draft, and it really did seem like you guys liked the draft on the other side. It wasn't the HellRaisers draft that you guys were talking about nearly as much.
I don't think so. I think we were both pretty big fans of the HellRaisers draft. I loved the Drow last pick.
Yeah, I'm
really
pretty sure this is one of those situations where Kyle _is_wrong_yet_get.
I disagree. I think if we go back on the tape, you'd say that I was very much in the middle of the seesaw. And now that I've seen the results, I think it's as we predicted.
Right. Like Drow snowballed, really great against a Sven because it goes through the armor.
It just easier execution. They swapped out the carry player. It was not Elmo, but rather Ego. And I think that was the big difference maker, because if you've seen Sesame Street, Elmo's all about togetherness and the importance of teamwork, whereas Ego, nothing doing. Just, hey,
I mean, Elmo's
kill stuff. He did buy drums, though. What's up?
He's passionate.
That's true.
Right?
He's here.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a big step up.
Have you ever looked at Elmo?
Their old
I mean, honestly, after the first game, I really did think that the letter of the day was going to be L, but it looks like they are potentially turning this one around. Let's see how far they are going to be able to go. In all seriousness, I do want to talk about that draft, because when we looked at the draft from Unique and you looked at everything that happened in the first game, you guys did like that draft from Unique. So what ultimately ended up playing out that caused the result to be, I mean, this was a pretty dominant win coming out from HellRaisers as well.
The tempo. They got the towers early. They got strong. Rush blinks on both Doom and DK. There's no quick method of finding kills for Unique. They've got to spend bigger cooldowns.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, you have Drow farming, shoving lanes, and then Doom DK just hunting at all times.
Yeah, man, shoutouts to King R on the Grimstrokes. I feel like
Yeah.
he was playing in the right place at all points. Not only did he completely destroy the lane, I think that lane was basically one solo by him, blocking camps. He did that cool little tree play where he survived, wasting so much time. He was also in the right place on the map. He was with the DK when he needed to be with the DK. He was with the Doom when he needed to be with the Doom. So, shoutouts to him.
It's a pretty good point, actually, because even just looking at that little skirmish in the river, the Grimstroke Disruptor did so much work. Like, that's the reason these cores are dying. And Rubik Jakiro just don't offer nearly as much utility, damage, or control. And you could really feel that difference as this game progresses, because the net worth on the support duos is about identical, but it really feels like HellRaisers got a hell of a lot more out of their duo.
This is the best Grimstroke game that you can ask for, with a Doom, so you have this long cooldown ultimate to pair up with, and then you have the DK stun as well. Both are also bubble targets. Like, you can put the Inkswell on them as well.
It's true.
So there's so much synergy just between these three heroes, and then you're snowballing, and you have the Disruptor to glimpse as well, and then a Drow to, you're kind of standing around taking towers. Typical carry.
Speaking of bubbles, I feel like blowing bubbles was just one of those activities that just, you're never going to be filled with anything but positive nostalgia for.
But right now, speaking of filling things, let's fill our beautiful viewers' ears with the knowledge of what happened in this game instead of talking about blowing bubbles.
Well, as you can see, the BKBs coming out didn't make as big of a difference for Dire as they may have hoped. And you can even see Ego, because look at the positioning, right? Doom and DK just straight up diving forwards. That allows Maposhka to play just as aggro with the Disruptor, which is constantly leading to these bonus exit kills, and Ego's just constantly protected. I love that he also still went for the BKB after Drum's Dragonlance. Just go in for the stats. If you have BKB, you just can't die. You're not going to die unless you get all in on, and that's just impossible with how aggressively his other two cores are able to play. And Funnick really loves this style of play. Going back to his TI win, he did win TI, right? TI, no, that was Light of Heaven was still playing offlane, wasn't it? And Funnick
Got second place in it.
Yeah, he got second place twice. Right?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure he got second place at TI2 and TI3.
Something like that. I was new back
Unless
then.
Light of...
Oh, first place, TI1.
But wasn't Light of...
Wait a
Light of Heaven was off lane, though. What was Funnick? But I'm being told Funnick won TI, but at the same time, Funnick wasn't on the TI1 Navi. Funnick, yeah, he didn't win. That's what I said. Production just keeps messing with me. They're trying to sabotage me, Rich.
I don't think they're trying to sabotage you at all. But,
maybe it's somebody else close by, near at hand.
Yeah, you can't
An imposter
that
among
much hair.
There's only a couple of us.
Now, as we do look forward to the next game,
Yes.
I have a big question to ask you guys. Who are you guys favoring? Because I feel like this series, if you look at either of the games by themselves, it looks like it's going to be a 2-0. And when we have a series like this, how do you guys expect it to play out?
I feel like it's going to be HR. I just think that the momentum from that game, that's got to feel good. You get somebody standing in, some new blood. I mean, I know it's one game, but one game, one person coming in, but that can change the whole mentality of a team.
It was just so dominant as well. I think Sani is one of the more underrated players in the scene right now. He's just completely slept on. Gets effectively no love, but consistently performs at a level equal to many in the Tier 1 scene. And I think that first game for HR, you can't really read too much into it. If they expected to play with a full roster and they just get told by one of their players, hey, I'm just not feeling passionate today. We didn't make it to Immortal League and I'm sad. That'd make me pretty sad too, because it kind of throws it. You don't get that time back. That's the toughest thing about building a Dota team from scratch, especially when you're on the come up, is that there's it's tough to ignore the sunk cost of all these old teammates.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, that 3 months of work you put in, well, that carry player now he's not on your team, so all of that practice is effectively washed. And now you've got to reteach the same people or new people the same concepts, and it takes you even more time just to get back to where you were.
Do you really feel like it's a complete tabula rasa anytime you add in a new player to the mix? Do you really feel like it is none of that practice is good for anything if you keep 4 of the players on your team? Because the way that you're saying it right now, it's like
It is,
okay.
but it's really tough to explain. I building a good Dota team is a lot like trying to build a band, okay? And you don't necessarily know why it works. Sometimes that's all it takes. You try really hard with the group in the garage, and it goes well, and then 6 months in, your main guitarist leaves. But then like that new guy you found in the school newspaper shows up, and it clicks and it works, and all of a sudden you're rolling. Look at Alliance with FNG. He turns up, and all of a sudden they go from like kind of middling tier 2 squad to, oh shit, like they're the real deal. They might actually challenge to win events now. They were 4th place at the last major we saw actually live on LAN. Who knows why? They had less time with FNG than they did with the previous roster, but they were immediately better.
And once again, I mean, I know obviously reading into just one game, but I think something that at least shows to me that there's an energy that whoever this gentleman is brought into the team is the fact that they were constantly smoking. They were constantly playing aggressive. Like they were looking to get incredibly active. What, you disagree?
No. You shouldn't. There's a lot of kids watching. No smoking, guys. That's all. No. Don't smoke.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Hey, kids. Besides that one time, also don't listen to Kyle. that was this one good piece of advice. You can listen to that one, but
and drink water. I think it's very important. You should drink water,
especially if you're smoking. Actually,
correct. But you shouldn't do that either.
It's dehydrating for you.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So I'm going to read something else. This is from Mark. He says, to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand the importance of ED. Oh, Ed and Eddie.
Speaking of smoking.
I'm like, nah, man.
Yeah, sure.
This is your typical Rick and Morty viewer right here. Or Ed and Eddie. You need that high IQ to really grasp the deeper complexities and the platonic molds?
Hard to understand the deeper concepts of ED. Should be told.
Okay.
Ed and Eddie, yeah, no, that is very true.
And what also is true is viewers at home, if you use the hashtag WePlayOmega across the social media platforms available to you, you have a shot at getting what your dumbass tweet says on our screens and the screens of everybody watching from home. Not to say that your tweet is necessarily dumb, but...
What percentage are dumb, would you say, of the viewers' tweets?
There's a shockingly high number of tweets per day. You mean across the whole platform or just in terms of Dota?
No, viewer tweets for Omega League.
They've been pretty good so far.
They've been good?
Yeah, they've been really good. Okay. It's been high-quality content.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it is interesting that the Ed and anything was brought up. So I was playing around. I was playing around, having a little bit of fun. The amount of really upset Harry Potter fans is so funny.
Dude,
it's so funny.
The only people that are more easily mobilized to go to battle for their fandom are
K-pop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right underneath, it's Harry Potter Twilight.
I didn't get the K-pop thing until recently. I didn't really know what it was.
Yeah.
And then a deep fake came out of me, Asmon, and S-Fan on a K-pop. And I was like, oh, I'm going to look up whose body my face was placed on. K-pop is sweet. It's really awesome. Like, it's really, really good. I actually think it's like one of the highest forms of entertainment that's ever existed.
Production level's kind of insane. If you ever saw like Psy do a concert live in South Korea?
I think that we should be looking to K-pop for future Dota tournaments. I was actually really upset. Like, I kind of wanted to go for a theme like that for this tournament, but...
Oh, don't even get started.
I had some really good ideas.
He had an entire...
Well,
I'm just going to say it. So
the K-pop idea was one of them, but the other one that was actually really solid was Anime High School. I felt like we were close there. This was almost an Anime High School tournament. Think about that. I would have been the... I would have been the... Yeah, I would have been
close?
I would have been the principal. And then, like, I'll think about, like, all the sub-arcs. It's like, oh, I got to get to the panel. You know what I mean? Like,
this is only slightly worse than your... other idea, which actually isn't terrible, which is to do a scripted Dota 2 tournament.
Oh no, I'm doing that in my free time. That wasn't for this. No, I'm making like this is gonna break people's hearts because they're gonna find out that wrestling's not real.
Wait,
Yeah. No, so I think that would be really fun for a one-off Dota tournament, though, to have a completely scripted fake Dota tournament.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's very on the nose. Like, everybody knows that's completely rigged. And, like, you already know just ridiculous stories.
We'd have to be live, though. Like, I really want to see, like,
yeah, it would be
people
like live
challenge
and in
each other.
person. You would need to have a full LAN to do it.
Yeah.
Because all the fun of it would be, like, no tail randomly wrestling somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's an esports anime, isn't there?
Like, oh my god, I can just, I
there
can
actually?
see it.
I think so. It's like a League of Legends anime.
What?
I think it's on Netflix.
Where'd that come from?
Well, it's because what you're describing is basically like it's like in tournament anime. Am I crazy here? You're talking about anime high school bullshit.
What?
Am I crazy?
Yes.
It's like they do scripted tournaments in that. Obviously, it's a cartoon.
What are you watching in your free time?
I didn't watch it.
Look, man, you got to stick to like the real high quality cartoons. Again, Rick and Morty. It's very intellectual.
No, in all seriousness, I already found out that he is a man of culture. We were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! This is not a joke at all. People, so I think one of the things is 90% of the time, everything I'm saying is absolutely not serious, right? People who know me know that. Obviously, sometimes it doesn't come off as me just messing around. Most of the time, I'm messing around. Right now, I'm 100% serious. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is legitimately a very, very well-written show with a well-architected motif and theme. The world building is fantastic, and the theme song is a slapper.
Dude, I think Avatar has been getting a lot of hype because there's this new live action series on Netflix.
Dude, no, did you see what happened with it?
Yeah, the original creators backed out because they wouldn't give them full creative
So the
control.
reason that there was a resurgence was actually because of it came back on Netflix. And it wasn't on Netflix for a really long time. I'm 90% sure. If I'm wrong, you guys can let me know. But I know, like, if it was on Netflix, and I actually just rewatched it. That's a great show. Really good show. And that caused like a huge resurgence. And then all of a sudden there were Smite skins and things like that. We're naming
Really cool.
like every other game right now. But
I just don't understand. There's like, literally never been a better time to be a content creator if in terms of like film and movies and shows, etc. Because you got like Disney Plus and Apple and Netflix and all Amazon. Everyone's just buying content. Why?
There's a lot of room on Apple right now too with the whole dude. I was real upset.
Hear me out.
I was in the middle of I was literally cranking 90s with the boys on my phone, and all of a sudden can't get on my Fortnite, man.
Yeah, shout out to Epic though. That's pretty ball. I mean, the App Store is kind of. Let's not get into that. We have a draft started, but I really want to make the point.
We're in the draft.
Why won't more multi-trillion-dollar companies just give full creative control and a little bit of money to some guy with a really cool original idea? Like, it's not where every time. Look at Star Wars, right? Like, why? When you give somebody like the reason the Marvel universe is so good is because of Favreau and what's his face, Brian, whatever the hell his name is, that have been.
Seems like you've done a lot of research on this topic, and they should really trust you with their millions of dollars. It seems like it would cause so many of these ideas to come out of the ashes.
Ice Frog
Shut up,
came
Kyle.
to S2 Games to make Han.
Shut up, Kyle.
And they said no. And then what do you know? He comes to Valve. They say, sure, Ice Frog, make this great game. What do you know? It's awesome. What do you know? Han dies. What do you know? My entire career and 4 years of my life down the drain. Thanks, Malikan. What were you saying?
I was going to say, if they listened to you, maybe it would come back from the ashes and be reborn like Phoenix, which was the first ban.
Yeah, pretty standard draft so far, you know. Banning the overpowered guys. It's a fast purple man there, and then the bird, and Doom was kind of annoying in the last game. Although I don't feel like he was supposed to win that lane. I feel like that was really supposed
I don't
to
know.
be.
Doom kind of just wins every lane, though. That's the problem.
He's got
You get free regen,
armor.
free creeps. It's kind of silly.
I really liked King R's play in that one. I feel like he was winning that lane. You know, he probably could have been anything, and I think he would have won that lane. He was just owning, just being so annoying, blocking camps, doing all the good stuff. But we'll see what he gets this time. Magnus, get that hero out of there.
I don't know how he has this much hair. Like, I don't know how you do it.
Jenkins?
Yeah.
I grew it myself.
This is, well, I wish I could do that. I don't know how to do that, obviously, but man, like, this is brutal, man.
Oh,
It's like so hot having this much hair. competition really heating up here, as you can see. HellRaisers about to make their first pick. And if you're just tuning in right now, we had a situation where HellRaisers looked not nearly as good as we thought they were going to look in game one. It looked like Unique was really hitting up. Unique then comes out with a real nice draft in game number 2 after having the victory in game number 1, but all of a sudden HellRaisers are able to take it, and not only take it, make it look like they're going to run away with the entire series. Unique going to have Veno, which I need to actually check the stats on Veno right now. This has been the hotness, to say the least, Kyle.
Yeah, it's just, we've talked about it, you know, for at length. The hero's just kind of silly. The wards do piercing damage, thus bonus to neutrals in comparison to effectively every other hero in Dota. You have your ultimate dealing, I think, the most damage per target of any spell in Dota 2, if I'm not mistaken. And then you have, you know, you spam wards and you can buy all items. I think that's a really underrated aspect of the hero, is that because you're not locked into a role, and I don't just mean that in like, oh, you're playing 2 instead of 5. It's that regardless of your actual position in the game, you can itemize however you want for what your team needs. You can go for like amp magic damage with the veil, you can buy drums, you can get tanky,
you
can
could
buy
even go
mech.
right click, like that was a thing for a long time.
Yeah, the Manta, I remember the Manta Diffusal Scotty build on Veno. That was
Maelstrom.
terrifying.
Yeah.
Ugh. But I will say I like the Furion in a sense, because it's one of those answers to Venomancer. I actually think you could get more teams are going to start doing something like just first to Terrorblade when they see Veno. Because the problem with Furion is that it gets just hard countered by something like a Spectre. And now you just feel bad as HellRaisers. You're like, oh crap, like both of these heroes just feed. And you're now behind in the draft, just off the opener.
I feel like if you give the enemy team Veno Spectre, you're just behind in the draft, regardless. Like no matter what, these heroes paired together are so incredibly difficult to deal with.
Yeah,
it's so much magic damage.
It's like you go play pickup basketball and you pick your friend, and then the other guy just picks like the 2 tallest guys, and you're like, oh crap! Like they literally have 4 inches on the rest of this game.
It's kind of how I feel when I cast with you.
I don't understand.
4 inches?
Oh,
and
Richard's always coming up short.
Now as we continue to move further and further and deeper into this draft, what are you looking for on the side of HellRaisers? As you already mentioned, it feels a little bit bad, to say the least, when you're looking at the opening of Team Unique. They're about to have another pick here. What's going through HellRaisers' mind before we even see the 3rd pick?
You gotta find, it was Viper Band, it wasn't. That's very curious to me. I think HR should be considering a 4th pick Viper in this spot. It's just the counter to Spectre. It's a carry that hates having to buy BKB, and you need to against a Viper. Because if you run into Nether Toxin and all of a sudden you have no Dispersion and no Desolate, half of your hero is gone.
Right. Mm-hmm. I was thinking like Necro for the same reason. Something to deal with this Spectre in lane. Like you've already solved the Venomancer at the very least in the laning phase with like a 5 natures. You can also run the natures in some core position. That would be totally fine. But I think in the off lane, you don't just let Spectre have free reign. Nature's Prophet does basically nothing to a Spectre. I really doubt that it's going to be a Nature's Rubik lane because they've already picked them. It just revealed. Okay, maybe I'm wrong actually. Wisp pick. Well, that could be a Carrot Wisp. Like it's
okay. All right. Here's the thing. So this is where I'll call it the OG factor, because on paper you look at this and you think, "Wow, HRs, this is terrible." But you imagine how OG played this and why it's so effective. If they can get up tempo and just collapse constantly, just draw an X on the enemy side of the map and just run at it. You can just take all these towers. Spectre will have no game because there's going to be like a 10-minute Orchid up on the Furion, and the Wisp is going to be running around hasted, tethered to a creep with Halberd up early. And they just AA'd him. All right. But into Furion, that's a bit rough.
It's rough, but man, the team fight from Unique is immense.
It's disgusting.
You have the Veno AA, you have the Veno Earth Spirit, you have the AA Earth Spirit, like all of these just dot damage with the AA Blast. It's so much damage. You have the global of the Spectre, and the AA. So if the Earth Spirit actually finds somebody, you can just basically 3-man them at any point. Like, the synergy is very nice. But I do really like the IO as a counter to the Veno, because you don't get slowed. Like, you have to gale the IO and the target that the IO is attached to because of the joint movement speed, as well as it's a sustain hero against Venomancer, who's damaged over time, and you can just relocate to Fountain if you get a bunch of spells cast on you.
I'd love to see them just go for something up again, like hit me with a Beastmaster now. Just something that more creeps, more damage, because the one thing Unique is missing right now, they have 0 wave clear. Like, they don't have a thing. You've got Dagger, sure, and a kick from the Earth Spirit, but you just can't deal with a creep army, let alone one hitting your towers like 8 minutes in with a Wisp threatening reload as well.
Right.
And this works just as well. The Terrorblade, I was hoping they would open with it. It hasn't really got any worse after the ES and AA get picked up, and that also is a pseudo creep hero because you've got those illusions providing extra targets that just aren't going to be taken down right now. Unique need a very specific mid hero to close out this draft, and I honestly just don't see anything that changes the status quo for him.
You definitely have to ban. You have to ban Zeus. I don't see how you can let a Zeus through with these heroes. You have 3 global heroes. Then you have Zeus against Terrorblade. It's just.
I think you have to ban the Bat Rider primarily though, because you cannot play against Bat as HR.
That's true. This is a tough situation, honestly, because I feel like the Zeus gives them the wave clear that they need as well.
But Zeus isn't, like, the thing is, Zeus just isn't a real hero sometimes. It feels like you just kill him. Like,
that's true.
You don't have that option against a Bat Rider because he's going to dumpster you in lane.
No, Bat's like a Trump hero. He'll just 1v5 in this game, for sure. There's no hero in HellRaisers deals with a Bat right now, period.
I guess that's my argument. Zeus you can always just kill. Bat Rider, if you can't deal with him in the lane, then it's just... That hero is so annoying, especially when you have all of these global options, because more global, it's almost too much of a good thing, right? This happens in life. Whereas Bat Rider, now you just got a hunter with, like, the what's it called? The surface-to-air missiles, the SAMs in the background, and Bat can be like, yo, I got, like, right there, get him.
Yeah, true.
And then, psh.
You do have a pick, though, still, so they could pick something to deal with the Bat. I mean, I suppose they could pick something to deal with the Zeus. It just depends on what you don't want to play against in the game. And man, a lot of couple of really good picks here for them.
What
do you ban? What do you ban?
I wonder what Fogged would think if he were here in this situation.
What would he think?
What would Fogged think? That's a really good analyst.
Queen of Pain. Neither the Zeus or the Bat. You think they're asking for it?
Fogg thinks they might tinker. I think he's very wrong. I think they're just gonna bat. Like, don't you just bat?
They
banned it themselves on Unique. That actually does kind of make sense because it's annoying for them to deal with as well. And you've got to assume if HellRaisers weren't banning it, that's because they were picking it. That's how good it is. That's why we're harping on it, because it's just a hero that can't be ignored.
Yeah, I think that's... And they banned the Queen of Pain too, which is a bat counter traditionally.
What do you think about Pugna?
For which team? For Unique?
Fogg's just screaming Pugna.
Oh, okay. I mean, he just can't get over Pugna.
He gets trapped into these heroes. Like
he's
been talking about Elder Titan for like 4 years now.
Oh my god, Elder Titan mid.
Every time. You queue a pub, and it's just Fogged hitting people with the briefcase. Like, this hero's OP. This hero's OP. Look at his Dota buff. 784 games played. Wonder why.
Legion
LC. Okay. Cleanse. Pretty nice in this spot, because if you can just sort of get away from the damage location and juke the AA blast, you're in a really good spot. It also removes the magnetize, and it's similar to the Bat in that it gives you hard lockdown to find a kill that will then allow your Fury and your Wisp and your TB to abuse the map and wave pressure more so.
Yeah. Pipe builder too. You can build a pipe, deal with the Veno spells, and the gives you something to basically protect the Terrorblade.
Dude. Core Wyvern. Damn it. Core Wyvern is so good.
Would be good against the LC, actually.
Yeah. Tiny mid? Yeah.
All right. So one of the big things that we were saying when we were looking at the HellRaisers lineup before we saw the LC come in, primarily tempo. Do you still feel the same way about this lineup? Is this just a tempo lineup?
Hard to say. It's got potential. I like the Tiny for Unique just because it gives them something to hunt with now, and they already had so much magical burst in reserve. They just needed an initiator, specifically one that was a bit beefy. So I'm a fan. I'm just concerned because HR have all the tower pressure, and if they can just kind of make the map smaller for Team Unique, it's really tough for them to get their Spectre activated and into the game.
Okay, and with that, keep in mind the odds on EGB.com are going to be in favor of HellRaisers. So if you are going to be placing bets on this one, that is the favored team, but we need to hear the final verdict from Jenkins. What do you think of these two lineups?
My gut is this Unique draft. I really think if you're going late game as a Spectre, or sorry, as a Terrorblade in this game, and this is your win condition, I think he's going to really struggle against the massive amount of magical damage. I don't think the early game of HellRaisers is, they're on the left, right, of HellRaisers is snowbally enough to get to the point where it doesn't matter that they have such overwhelming team fight on the enemy team. Like I think they're just going to win by default because their draft is incredibly easy. And I know I keep saying that, but big fan of that right now.
Yep. Ease of execution. That's all it's about.
Which is more important today, too, than I think on other days.
Yes.
Right? I think when we're looking at a lot of these squads, it makes sense that we're hearing the analysts time and time again say, okay, which of these lineups is actually going to be easy to pull off? Because we've already seen some of the teams maybe chasing waterfalls, Kyle.
Yeah.
We're not quite tier 1. We're tier 2, tier 3. These squads still got to just focus on not making mistakes. Great plays come later, but for now, just play clean. Usually that's easy to do with this simpler draft.
Well, the other thing that's going to happen right now is we're going to be jumping into the final game of this series. With great joy, I throw it down to Fogged and OD.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, game 3 now of HellRaisers versus Unique. We've seen the lineups fogged. I mean, so far in this series, the two of them, we've had a game apiece. So who's impressed you the most? I mean, who do you think is coming into this one with the upper hand this deciding game?
Kind of split. I think Phonic is probably just the biggest standout. I'm just going to use a player. I think Phonic just actually has been owning. I think him and King R were really dominant, but I don't know. I feel like they're kind of evenly matched. I'm really just curious to see how this one's going to play out because I'm loving the global potential on both sides. Right? We got AA Blast, we got Spectre. I'll count Veno ult as kind of, I mean, it's not global, but everyone takes, they tick lower while they're away. We got Io, we got Nature's Prophet. There should be a lot of battling in this game.
So we're seeing, interesting to see how the mid lane goes down. We're seeing a real back and forth between the two of them in the two matchups so far in terms of who's been able to get out on top. That last game we saw, just the fact that the DK was able to do as solidly as he did against the SF was very impressive. This time round in that matchup mid, we're going to have the Tiny versus the Prophet. So we'll see who's going to be able to get the edge there and who's going to make the most impactful moves. Both of them going to want to get very involved in the action on those side lanes with the TP, and of course Tiny, once he gets a good power rune or so, he's going to be running around looking for those early burst combos.
Yeah. Should be. I mean, I wonder how this matchup's going to actually go. I feel like Nature's Prophet should just do fine. Can he actually bully a Tiny at all? I don't feel like he can. I feel like Tiny's going to farm perfectly fine in here too. So, yep, lots of farm, lots of rotations. All right. And an old school lane, throwback. IO Legion Commander. I feel like I haven't seen this one in a very long time. When we used to hear about it so often, press the attack, the IO, you get the double heal. Very hardcore sustain lane.
An IO back to support, in an age where we've been seeing a lot of core IOs. King R ready to play it in, as you say, the old school traditional fashion.
Yeah, definitely different. Definitely going to put them into a weird place about disables and team fight. Whenever you do have IO places support, that's usually something I look at. They have Rubik and Legion Commander as their two only forms of lockdown, and it's single target lockdown. So yeah, tons of team fight on Unique, just like the panel was talking about. Lots of ease of execution for sure. Van Squad doing a great job. All he really needs to do is just hit heroes down here, try to secure Palantimos the lane.
Taking a harass their Palantimos with these nukes as they do start to...
They gotta be a little careful.
Scale up another one of those, and Palantimos is going to get pushed very low in the HP. He's got the Fairy Fire and the 3 tangos on him at the moment.
Vance was trying to break the salve so badly. He might actually pay with his... Oh, King R actually doesn't just hit him. I thought maybe if King R just turns and hits him a couple times. It doesn't matter if he gets frozen. The press the attack is a lot of damage. Phonic is trying to prep him for it, yeah.
And overall, the panel did sort of say they felt a little concerned that HellRaisers wouldn't be able to play fast enough and end it before the Spectre becomes a problem. I mean, do you sort of see that being the issue with HellRaisers lineup?
The scare really is that I don't see them actually being able to win team fights. So if they do want to play fast, they have to play fast and just split the map up and try to catch Unique split up all over the place. Because I feel like if Unique just, anytime they run into a 5v5, there's no way that HR wins that fight straight up. Just looking at their heroes. So playing fast is going to be hard, absolutely.
Yeah, whoever gets sort of hit by the output of this Veno and AA is just going to be taken out. You know, no sort of chance to sustain or heal with that Ice Blast flying in.
They've got a natural form of initiation too, right? Earth Spirit rolls in, Tiny runs in and stuns. The only form of initiation for the side of HellRaisers is a Legion Commander, who a lot of the times is kind of actually just used as a counter initiator, right?
Yeah,
you press the attack, your carry, and then you jump in and find a duel, or you just go for pickoffs.
Oh,
it's not a team fighter.
He's going to find the courier. And we'll get away as well. Straight up with the TP.
It's a long one, though.
I mean, it's a very long one. Where was he heading? Was he trying to stick out one of the towers? He must have been.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they didn't even expect it either, too.
No.
You see, Illusion was waiting. He's holding the kick the whole time. And he's like, wait, holy crap, he's actually just dead.
Alrighty.
All right, that's kind of a dream there for the two of them up at the top lane, as they're already looking to kind of own these lanes right now. All three last hits looking real solid for them.
Where was he? I mean, I imagine that because no one else had TP'd, right? He must have been TPing to what he thought was a tower, but clicked too close to an outpost, so he's getting the longer outpost TP time.
I guess he must have TP'd to. I didn't actually see which one he was TPing to.
Must have been TPing to an outpost, yeah.
Yeah. He made a mistake.
Yeah, I reckon it was that. I think he must have clicked back to try and go near the tier 1. Just clicked a little too far back behind the tier 1, so it was closer to the outpost.
He's having to hold his ground here, but they might have enough damage. BZZ's got... He's actually too much. Oh my god, is he going to get a double?
Both? Oh!
He hit the illusion!
Alrighty, easy peasy.
Illusion hit the illusion. Oh no, Ego gets a double for himself. Unique. All right, well, that's one way to come back into it, kind of.
That couldn't have gone any better for Ego. I mean, he doesn't even mind dying there. He's going to need to reset the full HP. Doesn't give away any XP.
It is his meta where he dies during, but it was going to be ending soon anyway. Yeah, it's well worth it.
Yeah. Ego's going to love that.
Oh, Illusion hit the illusion, and BCZ stuck around for a second too long. A bit too much damage. But either way, they're getting aggressive again. A very strong dual lane, especially there's no meta, so Miposhka, he's dead. And they're just going to continue to bully Ego now.
Yeah, sure. Whilst the meta's down, definitely vulnerable.
But he is level 5, which is pretty huge.
Oh, Kasani out with the TP.
Yep. So as we see, Tiny is pulling ahead in that lane. A lot of denies on the Nature's Prophet.
Probably quite
have to expect Treants.
Yeah.
Have to expect that.
Yeah.
But I think you have to be pretty happy. Either way, even if you get a couple Treants, you're going to get that little bit extra of XP advantage, so you have bigger burst damage on this Tiny. And he's already getting active. Moves into the enemy side, grabs the bounty. See where he chooses to go with that one. Miposhka, he's just throwing away his life here. See you later. Another death for the Rubik. He puts a ward down, but I wonder if they saw that. That could be a quick, easy D ward if they did.
Very nasty lane for him to play into.
Rubik can't do anything versus these two.
Bottom.
And there's the rotation.
Right, it's starting to get aggressive here. Unique 5 kills at the 5 minutes. Moves to be made from 19 team.
It's just easier for them to do this. I mean, Panel said it, right? Ease of execution. They've got these heroes that can easily walk from lane to lane and just kill people. HR, it's going to be hard for them to do so, but Wrath of Nature is now online, so that's something they can definitely exploit a little bit here, especially if Unique tries to overplay their hand. A big Wrath of Nature can just really crush these side lanes. And Ego, here it is. They're going to use the Wrath.
Okay, just going to try and go here with the Reflection. TP over from Kasani. They'll get the illusion kill.
He wants more.
And the vision on BZZ with the Sprout, but TP already going. Nothing to stop it. He is away. 19 grabbing a rune. He's going to continue to move towards that top lane as the Tiny. May see if he can find someone in the jungle.
He can likely pop anybody. He wants the Terror Blade as that meta was just used. Rubik is going to be the one that walks right into him, though, with the vision, but as bottom, looking to get aggressive in Palantimos.
Yeah, both of them low on mana. As top 19 team did come across. Actually out of mana for the moment, and Ego's still with the meta. They're going to kill him.
Oh my god. What the?
I mean, what was the Tiny do? Maybe they'll still get Ego. Ego pots the mango, goes for the TP out. He's away. 19 Teen just standing there.
What was he doing?
Empty on mana. Sure, he had a regen room, but that's not going to help you in the sort of the.
And now he loses his
thick of the
tower.
moment.
Oh no!
What was the plan?
He cleared the creep wave, but he stuck around just eating hits. Oh man, huge mistakes there coming out from 19 Teen. Now Vanscore also going down.
Yeah, Kasani not only getting the tower, but also getting in on action on bottom. 19 Teen's got a TP across. He's not going to catch any of these three.
Oh man, and he didn't skill his ult either, so he has like very limited armor. He's just going for the straight burst damage, but gets punished. He just takes so much damage from TB when he has only the 4 armor, 5 armor that's provided from the chainmail.
And he's trying to go in on Kasani. Will
Nice
get
toss
the
back.
toss back. He's underneath the tower. Kasani taking heavy hits, and it will set up for the kill.
Oh, that Wrath! Oh my god, Vanscore almost just dies to it.
19 Teen going to look over towards King R. King R quick with the tether. He's away, but 19 Teen able to redeem himself a little bit there, finding that setup on the Prophet.
At least a little bit, but he did lose his mid tower and fed their carry a kill. Level 7 on Ego at before the 8-minute mark, and he's going to get another one onto the Veno here. I feel like this is situations that should not be happening where Terrorblade is getting all these type of kills, but
Sure.
I mean, HR is going to be super happy off of all that.
Yeah, both the Terrorblade and the Prophet starting to jump ahead. 19 Teen's going to look over in the river.
Oh, they might be able to get this kill though.
See if they can
19
get Kasani. Kasani won't quite be able to finish off Illusion. There's the combo. Not enough damage on the Prophet though.
It's tanky.
As he will live. Phase boot's now done on 19 Teen.
They're considering going again.
See if there's going to be any backup. There's the TP. Sprout's going to be in onto 19 Teen, but he breaks his way out of it. Roll forward from Illusion. They're diving in past the tower, but Illusion's going to lose his life. 19 Teen will get the kill on Kasani for it though. So getting away with the aggression now, 19 Teen, a couple of times back to back that he's got that kill on the Prophet.
Can continue to be aggressive too. Oh, Courier. He's actually going to find Miposhka's with all of his items. Oh, Tranquil Boots and a Windlace. And now he might actually dive Miposhka as well. See ya. Oh, no, he actually gets the creep toss. Will not have enough damage.
Yeah, Funny coming in as well, making sure that 19 Teen doesn't stick around any longer.
He's playing super aggressive though, at least, but yeah, that one death really does hurt. Losing his tower definitely makes it a lot easier, a lot harder for him to make moves around. And Jesus, those rats.
Getting some big hits each and every time, Kasani. The horn's going to come in from Palantimos, though. He's going to get himself on top of the Prophet. 19 Teen and Illusion charging forward. Rolling boulder from Illusion. Catches Kasani. 19 Teen in with the combo onto the Terrorblade.
There's a Sunder.
He goes being silenced, but the Sunder, he's got it ready if he gets continuously pressured, and then they'll respect that unit. Starting to step back a bit from the TB. 19 Teen moving back in, but King R also around with the IO, and with the Sunder available, a very hard kill to get.
He's still missing some mana for the full combo. He's bottling up behind.
Nice bit of body blocks there. Sets up Frigo to get the kill on Illusion. They'll now look over towards 19 Teen in the trees, and he is alone now, this Tiny.
No TP available either. It's a bit speedy with this phase boot Windlace.
Reflection slow. Miposhka, can he get in range for a lift? Won't be able to do so. Too speedy with the phase boots. 19 Teen's out of there. Same time down bottom. Funnick bringing BZZ low. BZZ falls.
Chaos everywhere.
Palantimos.
19 kills.
He's trying to go for Funnick. Funnick has got the heal going. Palantimos got to stay on top. Funnick still with a Fairy Fire ready to pop, but he's not going to do so. Realizes that there's no way out. Accepts his fate as Palantimos gets the solo kill.
Just, I mean, utter bloodshed everywhere. 20 kills, 10 minutes in, with a Spectre draft. Who cares? Continue it. Palantimos getting aggressive onto Kasani.
He's just running them down one by one. Gets himself away.
Haste Rune now picked up, 19 Teen, looking to get aggressive again. He's got a ward on the high ground too, but will back away.
He's standing his ground there onto Funnick. Knows that even Funnick, if he goes for the straight up duel, very unlikely they have the burst to break through this Tiny in that mid lane.
19 Teen was trying to play along the sides of the trees up top earlier for the TB. Really good job by Ego. He stuck an illusion on him to stop the bottling the whole time. Because I think if the Tiny up top was able to re-bottle, he would have been able to re-go with the Earth Spirit when he went in and died. So it's very heads-up plays there coming out from HR and from the Terrorblade in general. Now he can start to back up, go to his triangle, and start to breathe a little bit. 11 minutes, and the TB is finally getting to go to jungle. Usually you see them opt to go there a bit earlier, but you know, the kills just kept being handed.
Man,
6-1-1.
That, not every day TB's got six kills, but before he enters his jungle.
Yeah. Aggression though, unique. This is exactly what they still need to try to do here. The stun's actually a little bit off the mark there.
And Funnick is going to get tethered by King R. King R looking to take him out, but he's already gone. They've lost the kill. King R on the way back out will live, but Mimposhka left behind. Illusion keeping the magnetize on him. Just take a few tower hits. Illusion very low. Mimposhka trying to hold back 19 team, but nothing he can do to save himself. Kasani might be able to get some cleanup kills though. Comes in with the TP. Cold Feet on him straight away. BCZ tries for the TP out, but with the meta, the damage is there from Ego. As Ego, yet again, getting involved in further kills this early on as the Terrorblade.
I feel like he's playing like a gyrocopter or something. He's just like, yes, keep running at me. Yes, I keep getting all these kills handed. And now he can actually pressure the tower too. They can probably just take this one out. With the Nature's Prophet as well as that Terrorblade up there, they're going to do a lot of damage for the time being. 19 wanted to finish up his Blink Dagger. He went to mid. But yeah, 3 tier 1s taken already by this Terrorblade Nature's Prophet draft. So off to a solid start here. And they've kind of, like we said, Ego's kind of been handed a lot of these kills, which is really good for them. As we said, they don't have that crazy amount of team fights, so in those first 12 minutes, it's been perfect for them. This is exactly what they wanted to have happen.
19 teen has an Invis rune.
It's pretty tanky though on
maybe with an Ice Blast, but still on cooldown at the moment.
With the Ice Blast, they definitely should be able to. It's flying. It's coming.
Is it gonna catch him though? Yep, it hits the target. He's in with the toss combo. That will be enough surely to bring Kasani down.
Even with the Spectre Hunt 2 coming in.
They might be able to find a second on him with Poshkin. Palantimos is trying to chase, but 19T's been left behind. The duel comes out. Won't have enough damage to kill him straight up during the duel. 19T turns with another toss combo. Illusion's there with the backup. The re-relocate does take Funnick back out to safety. Unique themselves also keeping 19 alive there as Illusion heads over, buys a little time for 19 to get out.
I think he's made up for the error that he did top. He's being incredibly active now, having this Blink Dagger so early on. And he's going to continue to do so. All that global potential we talked about is there. BZZ kind of stuck in no man's land. There is an AA blast that'll help a bit. Not going to be able to find a snag of a kill though.
His top tier 1 should be coming into deny range as well if HellRaisers want to take that away from them. Funnick, of course, still at this time, he's still trying to find his first duel victory. Yet to be able to get that first bit of bonus damage.
Yeah, he's got to find the supports really in this one. The AA is his best target. Everyone else is actually pretty damn hard for him to duel. I guess Veno too. Veno's kind of fragile still at this point.
Yeah, and it's not like he's got some insane burst follow-up. Oh,
they might be able to find him here. Oh, and they do. That's a lot of money and a lot of experience, because that is an over-leveled, over-farmed TB.
I mean, Funnick's coming. He's going to go for the duel. There's a lot of uniques still around here. The Ice Blast down on a Funnick. Funnick, he's going to go down. 19 jumps it again. Perfect avalanche toss onto the two of them. They'll focus down King R's. Palantimos chases in onto the IO. King R tethers over to the side, but he still goes down. They lose the IO. 3 dead on HellRaisers. Kasani turns with the silence onto Vanskor, but he's going to lose his life as well to this Spectre. Palantimos with the cleanup.
There's 32 kills in 15 minutes. This is just battling non-stop. I love it. The carries have more kills, I feel like, than anybody else in the game
both
now.
of these carries.
Both of them just getting unbelievably involved. 19 almost survives in that fight, walks into tower range, gets hit twice with the Blightstone active on him, so he does get brought down by that one. But Palantimos, big winner out of all of this here. Yasha used all of his drum charges already at 15 minutes, which just dictates, which is just telling us how much they have been fighting. But yeah, he's having a pretty good time here. And he's finding now the tier 1 neutral items 8 minutes after the fact too. Just shows how active the game is.
No one's had time to hit the jungle creeps. Yep. They've just been hitting each other.
And the big winner thing it really is, he survives throughout the whole fight, so he's all the way up to level 13 on Spectre. That's pretty huge. Ahead of the Terrorblade now, who was handed a significant amount of kills. And I think he's matching the Terrorblade's farm pretty much too, which is something you don't see too often on a Spectre.
Mid lane.
Another one.
Nice with the combo. They're going to try and take Kasani out, but they cannot do so in time.
Oh, and King R. Look, another one.
Yeah, they'll set up for this easily. No real way for King R to play his way out.
They got to find him a tether target.
They're trying to come in close range to allow him to do so. And the roll forward. Illusion's able to time it perfectly, and even without it, 19 would have been on top of them with the avalanche. With those kills, they'll be able to finish this tier 1 tower off mid.
we're really starting to see that power spike of Unique's draft, where we were talking about, laning phase, HellRaisers can trade some kills, but once the team fights and everything starts really breaking down, Unique's draft is so damn strong. They can pick apart anybody they find, and they can keep going. They don't really have to rely too much on cooldowns. It's only the Haunt that's the long one. So Tiny, AA, Vano, and the Earth Spirit can continue to hunt, as they are staying inside of the HellRaisers jungle looking for that battle.
See what they can do around the mid. There's going to be the jump forward, going in with the Ice Blast follow-up. It's going to come crashing down onto Kasani. No, Kasani's off to the side. The Ice Blast will not connect, and with the meta pop, Ego could turn, take down Illusion. Unique's best interest now just to disengage with that meta pop, make sure they don't fight any longer into the meta, and the Ego is limited with what he can find. I mean, I say that the Unique, they're looking for the backline. They're actually going to jump back in onto Miposhka. They do get the Rubik kill. They've still got to respect this TB a little bit.
Yeah, BZZ is going to go down here. He's going to get his ult off, though, so they're going to get a bit lower.
But they've got the sustain, and there's no Ice Blast. They'll run over, find a dual target as Funny grabs Vanscore. I mean, as I said, I really felt that Unique were going to get out. They lost one. They saw the meta come out. Sure, they get a Rubik kill. I mean, 19, he's still hanging about in this area.
He really wants to try. He saw the Terrorblade still sticking low, but the Sunder comes out. He will reset himself up to full off of his IO. I mean, you can see how aggressive they want to play, though, in this game. They do not want to let up at all to let this TB just back up and farm. But yeah, maybe a little bit more. Just hold back a little bit on those. But now, TB's mana will be ending, and we're likely going to see Unique just continue to just run at them here. DD Ruin spawns bottom for 19.
Very back and forth at this point. Lots and lots of fighting. Both carries. Not too worse for wear for it either. As Roche is up.
Oh, they've got the
Manta.
Free. Yeah, Manta on Spectre, so they can actually go for this Roche. And there's no meta. So very unlikely that Team HellRaisers can actually commit into this one.
And no sign of heading over at all.
Oh, and look at Ego. He's actually holding the Nether Shawl for the magic resist versus all this magic damage.
I mean, it is
smart.
A very good game for it.
Yeah, I think that's real smart actually this time.
Very, very little physical that you're getting affected by at all.
Yeah. He doesn't have any, they don't even really have anybody who benefits from it either, right? It's not like they have any real magic damage on their draft. They're pretty much all kind of just physical, besides just Wrath of Nature and some Legion nukes. So yeah, definitely a nice pickup for him to be able to survive a bit more.
See how much Unique can get done with the Aegis.
They still are just, I mean, they're still playing very aggressively. Their posture in the enemy side of the map. HR continue to do the same thing though. They're actually trying to split push. And they're gonna probably get this tier 2 bottom, it looks like, pretty soon. That Illusion plus those Treants. Team going for a scaling build as well this game. He's going to be going for his own Echo Saber. He doesn't want the Spectre to be on his own. But yeah, that's the tier 2. And it's, oh, do they have time? It's 5 seconds. They might be able to get the bottom outpost.
They're trying for it.
Are they going to get it?
In with the 3 of them. They're TPing in as well as the Prophet. They're going to be able to do it.
They deny the experience from Unique. Very nicely done. They get it with just like 3-4 seconds to spare.
Yeah, Kasani went for a very short range TP just to make sure he was able to get in on that last second to help with the channel.
Heads up play though. They noticed it in time. Very rare you see a team take a tier 2 between 20 minutes. Yeah.
It's
real.
I mean, it's hard already to take a tier 2 at that time, but yeah, to have sort of the coordination to be able to grab it whilst you still have your own. You know, normally, if you're getting the opportunity to push a tier 2 tab before the 20-minute, you're normally losing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, 19 just jumping in. It's an illusion though that he first sees. The Haunt for vision. Elusive by this Rubik with Spectral Dagger, but inevitably he will be the one that goes down. But that's a Haunt for a Rubik.
Still will have the time with the Aegis to wait for Haunt to come back up and do it again. Without really worrying about HellRaisers looking to fight into you.
Yeah, let's see if the thing that the panel was talking about comes into play here now, though. That wave clear. Little bit of lack of wave clear coming out on Unique, and we are starting to see HellRaisers really start to split push, especially in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Funny. Not going to be able to push that bottom lane out any further. Wants to and do their best to make sure that the tier 2s are held. The Basher done
that's
very early.
Yeah, that's
very early.
That's strange, but I mean, cool. Then he can stand toe-to-toe with Terrorblade probably if he gets a couple lucky, if he gets lucky bashes.
Yeah.
Sure, I mean.
Helps him out if he gets dueled.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Bashing the Legion, and yeah.
I think I'm actually okay with it.
And always annoying for a Prophet, trying to escape away with the sneaky TPs.
Yep.
Well, here we have, in the jungle.
In the duel.
He's going to get an easy duel. That's the dream target for Funnick. Guaranteed damage pretty much anytime he grabs Vanscore. The lift up there from Miposhka. He's got the setup on a BZZ. BZZ's going to pop the ult. There's nothing to follow it up, though, so they don't care at all here, HellRaisers, as they'll continue to run down BZZ, slowing him with the reflection. HellRaisers will get the 2 of them. They do, meanwhile, lose Kasani over towards the mid as 19-team gets in with the combo.
Like this, we didn't get to point it out, but I think Vale is just such a good item this game. So good with his team. He's actually maybe looking for Miposhka here. 19-team is in the area, too. They're going to opt against it. Okay. Unique makes it kind of okay that they lose their Veno and their AA top because they get that NP kill in the mid lane. And now they're going to be able to split push the side lanes too and deal with that. So, okay. Not so bad to lose those heroes.
And do you think if you're going for the Basher as quickly as you did after Manta, just now go full out for the Abyssal, or do you get something else in another slot before you finish that Abyssal, or could an early Abyssal be really good this game?
I like the earlier Abyssal when you're playing versus Nature's Prophet. Versus TB as well. Just that extra lockdown. You're going to be playing versus a BKB TB pretty soon. Then they're actually going to have something that pierces that BKB, right? I think I'm okay with him just full committing for it.
Mid lane charge in as Funnick's trying to find the duel opportunity. Vanscore starting to slow. They're going to pop the horn in an attempt to turn this one around. They head over towards Funnick. Funnick being cold feeder, but he's out of range of it. Illusion rolls forward. They get the silence on Funnick.
Whoa, Funnick.
Just caught on the front. King Art's trying to heal him up. Can he save the Ice Blast? He's going to come crashing over them. Funnick will fall if the Ice Blast stops him from being saved. Kasani pots that BKB, but Palantimos, he's trying to run him down. Kasani quick enough to step to the side. There's a buyback from Funnick. He's in with the duel onto the Spectre. The lockdown's there along with the damage from Ego and his Metamorphosis. They take the Spectre down the once. Can they do it a second time? 19 trying to go in on the backlines with the combo, but against the 4 of them, he's not going to be able to blow up anyone. He only ends up blowing up himself. He's dead.
Relocating in as well. Instantly pops the Manta. He's trying to get away. Illusion commits in.
He's trying to save the Spectre. He is going to end up losing his life and saving the Spectre. It's not going to be successful. The Spectre goes down. HellRaisers with a strong fight there. Did require the buyback of Funnick, but absolutely worth. This was a situation where they had the Aegis on the Spectre, but they still lose the fight horrendously. Unique.
It was a kind of an awkward situation the way they haunted and chased in, right? It's not like the initiation happened and then a haunt happened. The haunt was the initiation, so it's not like they popped somebody right at the start. Has to chase too far forward. And Ego, he was ignored in the entirety of the fight. He just popped BKB, held his ground, beat on anybody that went near him. He had the freest situation there for the Terrorblade. Damage done, pretty much what, 7,000 damage coming out from TB, 8,400 from Spectre, but yeah, not 5,000, whatever. But yeah, the TB was able to just hold his ground and do pretty much everything.
And that was with the Aegis, so maybe a bit of a worry there for Unique if they cannot win fights in that sort of situation. I mean, what sort of made that fight go as badly as it did? You know, they had this Aegis, but they still couldn't win it.
The initiation was a little botched. That's what I was talking about.
So like the early Haunt, we feel like you've got to have someone else initiate, wait with the Haunt usage, rather than trying to use it to scout things in this sort of game?
Because they were already on like the back. They were already kind of backing out, and then the Haunt came out. And before they even started turning, like let's say the Earth Spirit starts rolling in, and then the Haunt comes out, perfect. That's fine, because then they can actually get on the target right away. But instead they have to kind of chase, no one's really disabled, and then they're in a spot where TB just holds his ground. It's just a little bit of awkward initiation. It's actually going to go for the Eye of Scotty, looks like here.
Okay.
So just more stats.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, they know that Funnick brought back, so this is the extended death timer on Funnick. 70 seconds without the Legion. This is a good opportunity for Unique to try for some of the tier 2s themselves.
Yeah, still continuing to try to be as aggressive as possible. They know they still have insane amounts of team fight. They don't really have to be careful on that front at all still. Nice roll.
Yeah, very nice. Getting him right on the edge, but can they actually get anyone else in on top of Miposhka? Doesn't look to be.
No. Bottom's getting pushed in really hard right now. Even overcharging the catapult. You love to see it. Down to sub half HP on this tower now already. Something that Unique will always have to keep tabs on. Like we said, though, they're still posturing themselves very aggressively, playing around their ward vision, looking to catch up any heroes that do walk over here. Ego is scary. Almost a full butterfly now.
A smoke up from HellRaisers. It's going to get dispelled as you sit there on the high ground.
There's no Haunt available right now.
And Funny's back up. The full 5-map. And Unique not going to get caught out here. So he seems, or maybe 19-teen still sticking around.
Close. Pushka almost able to get the grab there on him. That would have been a big opportunity for HR, as there was no Spectre Haunt. Spectre ported bottom, but they can't quite find the grab, as they, like we said, they still are lacking initiation. Funnick has had to go for the pipe build for his team versus all that magic damage, and there's the butterfly.
Yeah, big items coming out in the other two cores. Butterfly, as you're saying, the Hex, it's about a couple of thousand gold away on the Prophet, so once they have these items, Kasani, the Hex and the Orchid, he's going to be able to sort of disable two of the backlines. Finding this AA at the start would be brilliant, as the Ice Blast is causing a great issue for whichever core it comes crashing down on.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I've just such a close game here in this third game. That's the 1K. And both teams with an incredibly farmed carry. Terrorblade still with that lead, but we've seen with the way that Unique have been able to get onto the backlines with this sort of just wham-bam combo of the tiny avalanche toss, Ice Blast, and a Spectre haunting in. They can sort of kill whoever they want at the start of these fights pretty reliably.
Yeah, I think they kind of have to just, like, you know, explode a hero, get the number advantage, and then start looking for that Terrorblade once his BKB starts going down. But Ego is still a big problem. They have to just play around it, though.
They go with the smoke. HellRaisers, they're looking for the jump on a Palantimos. Palantimos starting to head away. The telekinesis brings him up in immersion. Illusion rolls in straight away on a Funnick with the Ice Blast. He comes crashing down. Kasani goes for the silence onto the Spectre. Ego pots the BKB, the meta. They're looking towards Palantimos. Palantimos gets himself out of the Sprout, and he's away with the dagger.
BKBs are going down. They're both down now.
They've got to disengage now. HellRaisers, they have to get everybody out of there with the BKB TP out. One's out. Ego also taken away by the relocate. It's going to mean the IO's on the way back and will be left for dead here. As Unique, they will come out on top of this engagement. Taking the 3 and not losing anything. I mean, it was quite a desperate attempt there from HellRaisers, just charging in, trying to get the jump onto Palantimos. The whole team was sat there ready behind him.
Yeah. They were definitely really prepared. Great jump in on onto the Legion Commander in particular from the Tiny. 19-teen, just stopping that initiation instantly. And then they lose their supports almost instantly. That's the really scary thing, is like Io and Rubik, they're very fragile this game as the Spectre continues to get this farmed.
And it's going to be a second Roche for them.
Yep, Aegis and Cheese. And oh my god, they're actually also going to find Kastani during them doing Roshan. That's huge.
Painful for HellRaisers. I mean, last time we did see them win the fight against Unique with the Aegis. Let's see if they can do it against them whilst they have the Aegis and Cheese on Unique.
It's starting to get real hard for their supports to play, though. This Haunt is really starting to prove to be a huge problem. And because he's went for Scotty instead of Abyssal, he has the healing reduction, which is pretty big, too, because we've seen Ego just kind of hold his ground in a lot of it. And this Spectre is just very problematic for that Io and Rubik. While Terrorblade has a harder time actually accessing those supports on the side of Unique. The AA as well as the Earth Spirit are just playing... I mean, AA is playing too far away, and Earth Spirit has ways to play around getting away from TB.
And Ego's, as strong as he is, he really does need those supports to enable him in the fights, whether it be just the control of the Rubik, allowing him to focus someone down, or the sustain and save of the IO.
They only have 2 forms of actual... Like we said, their team fight is just not good on the side of HellRaisers. They only have a lift, single target, and a duel.
Hunting Palantimos, though, he is here alone.
He's got the Aegis.
They are going to have to destroy it, but there's no tier 2, and they've already taken the outpost, so there's no easy access for the team to get to him. He's very tanky, though, even with the 4 of them. They can't get him. Palantimos, he just turns things around with a Haunt. Meposhka, he's already out of here with the TP. Funnick will fall to the Spectre. And there's 4 heroes going on Palantimos. as I say, whilst there wasn't any way of TPs coming in to help him, it didn't matter. He's just that tanky that the 4 heroes, they couldn't even kill him. They could barely bring him to half HP.
Oh man, I think we may have now seen the point where HR may have just met their match. They cannot hurt the Spectre anymore. He's too big. That win probability really starting to climb up in these last few moments.
Yeah, it's always sort of been on the side of Unique. I think, you know, the Spectre factor definitely has to be one of the major reasons why.
Time to go high ground. They used their haunt, but they can start threatening a little bit during this time.
Yeah, but
maybe they don't have to, actually. I think they can just back up.
I mean, if that, you know, that sort of attempt there was anything to go by,
yeah,
the rest of the game's going to be like you definitely can't blame Unique for not feeling any sort of pressure there. Like, they literally threw pretty much everything they had at the Spectre. They still couldn't kill it.
Yeah, I wonder if someone queues up a Silver Edge right after that happens, and they're like, all right, guys, we need something to break this.
You gotta have, yeah, it really, at this point, you had to fully itemize to kill the Spectre.
Yeah.
There's no sort of messing around. That everything has to be with the plan of killing Spectre.
Whoa. Illusion, he knows something's up here. Oh, I think he saw him for a second.
He did. There you go. I mean, he's dead.
If they get a bash, I mean, he's not even going to try for the TP. He would have died anyway. Can he find a Sunder? He will, but he will just explode.
And that was their big old carry that was ahead, but we're just seeing how... I mean, again, you said it was down to simplicity, and it seems to be that way. It's just so much easier, it seems, for the Spectre to play her game now compared to the Terrorblade, despite the fact that the Terrorblade has just as much, if not, did have more farm than the Spectre. It doesn't seem to matter.
It's just zero team fight on HR. They can't win fights if Ego can't just hold his ground and fight and be ahead. They've gotten too much on the side of Unique, and the supports, the 4 heroes on HR just don't feel like they do much of anything besides the Terrorblade now. They're walking press the attacks and auras and tethers.
A repair kit will save the top tower for now. They'll head over to mid. No creeps, though. And it doesn't seem to matter as they're being down through the backdoor protection.
Aha, Glyph, though. Got him. They still have everything up, though. I don't know how HR wins fights. I think it might just be not fighting meta anymore for them now. Just full split push. Turn it on. Don't look to actually take any engagement. Just push out lanes. Terrorblade, start doing some sneaky maneuvers with your illusions and just try to make the map weird for them. But there's just so much global potential, too, on Unique. They have so many different things covered for themselves.
They can punish the split. And, of course, Prophet, this mid-Prophet, he's just not gone for a split push build.
No.
He's trying his best to fight with this, the more standard Orchid BKB Cypher Vice. Top lane. Have a catch outside of the base. Funnick gets punished for trying to push that wave out. Just holding them inside the base now. 10k lead, it's really amping up. Jump in with the combo haunt from Palantimos. Then Poshka is wiped off the face of the earth. This top lane, it's going down. Funnick's out for 35. Another jump in from 19-teen. Another toss back. Poshka, he brought back for this. Instantly gets eliminated a second time.
Oh, that's meta pop, too.
Frozen in position.
They're watching his meta.
Ego can't even touch them. This top Rax is gone. That's Unique.
Look, I mean, they can't do anything. They can't hurt the Spectre. It looks like they're just going to have to watch their base get destroyed. They're going to be able to maybe find the Veno. I say that.
He just turns with the combo on Kasadi. Kasadi pots the BKB, but Palantimos is in. First hit bash. Over he goes towards the IO. There are buybacks available on HellRaisers, but I think they may just start to accept that this game looks pretty impossible to turn. Illusion rolls in onto Ego. Jump forward from 19-teen again. Another combo onto the Terrorblade. Palantimos, he is just straight in there. Does get sundered, taken down to half HP, but BZZ's in, gets the Nova out onto the two of them. They do lose Defender. They actually do lose the Earth Spirit as well. All right. Cost them a couple of buybacks, but HellRaisers, they are punishing Unique for that dive after Unique took the top racks. They sure don't lose the two cores, the big ones, Palantimos and 19-teen. But something at least for HellRaisers there for their buybacks.
Good buybacks, and I think Unique getting a little too overzealous there, over-aggressive, diving into tier 4s rather than just going for those mid objectives.
That's something.
It is something for HR. They're going to need that to happen quite a few more times to be able to come back in this one, though. The Spectre still, he's the one who survives. If they got the Spectre and the Tiny maybe there, I'd be a little bit more confident, but still such a tough game. Let's see if they can make it.
They're going to try for 19-teen.
Yep, maybe.
Kasani's in with a Hex. They're going to have the follow-up silence as well. Kasani locked off by the Sprout. They'll get the Tiny kill.
All right, there we go. Box is being checked a couple more times, like we said. Now they find that big kill. Ego, 40 seconds for his meta.
We'll see how much that dive from Unique will end up hurting them. And already has given an opportunity for HellRaisers to strike back in a game where they really were starting to crumble and fall behind.
They're gonna try to push the issue here. Take any type of advantage while the Tiny is dead. Palantimos has Haunt though. And they do have the rest of their heroes available. I mean, he may still just haunt in and look to just kill those supports almost instantly. If an AA blast does go over, yeah, we see HR, they're going to give some respect to it. They're going to back up. Still so damn scary. Palantimos has committed his gold onto the Abyssal Blade.
I think he
knows.
He just feels that confident that he cannot die. He's like, I can spend up. I am literally not going to die. 15-1-10 this game.
I mean, Paladin Sword really helps too with that, right?
Yep.
Like it looks like, I mean, he's got all these like huge tanky items, but he also has the sustain because of that to really wrap it all together.
And there wasn't any sort of break being built by HellRaisers, was there?
They don't have anybody who can.
I mean, maybe the Prophet, but it's just such an expensive item to get.
And you don't benefit, like Echo Saber on ranged heroes always just feels so bad. Like, I found it doesn't have the availability this game to do it either. So yeah, I mean, they got a decent amount of gold though, right? I think they've got like a 6K plus swing there off of those last few moments. But yeah, the Spectre is still a huge issue and they don't have a solution for him still.
Yeah, they're going to need some, I guess, just some big steals from the Rubik, like a stolen Ice Blast or something to throw down on him will help out.
Look how confident he's playing up forward by
himself. They can't kill me.
Yeah, he knows they can. His own illusion can a little bit though.
Even that, not that much. He's just that tanky.
I mean, yeah, they need some type of solution for him, though. If Terrorblade can get... I even wanted to say almost Satanic Rapier, even. What was that?
Oh, I thought you were going to suggest Terrorblade just sort of killing himself and then sundering the Spectre.
Oh. I mean, that might actually be a play.
Just get yourself beat up by Roche, turn up on 10 HP, swap it with the Spectre, and bam. Stolen Ice Blast as well. Boom. That's how you do it.
Yeah, he's just dead then.
We need sort of the suicidal Terrorblade strat. He's got to hurt himself to bring down the Spectre.
That is something that you always do have to factor in is Spectre doesn't build BKB. So it's always going to be availability to target for that Sunder. So
that's pretty much going to be the most effective damage they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Most definitely will be. The Hunt comes out. He wants some supports. Uh-oh. Oh, the Flicker.
Ice Blast. It's going to catch onto the eye. They get the Abyssal in onto the Terrorblade. Ego, he is gone.
Where the hell what the? Something hit him real hard. All right.
And no Terrorblade for 80. I mean, he has buyback, but even then it will be without his IO. King Art down for a minute.
Oh, and they're hunting for Funnick.
They're chasing him. Funnick's out with a blink. They're going to look at the trees, and 19-teen's going to be able to keep vision upon him.
He's giving him the flaming high five here. No TP available for Funnick. Inevitably, Funnick will go down here. Does not hit the flaming high five back, though.
And that little bit of a turnaround that HellRaisers were starting to make. I mean, they turned that 12K into an 8K, but it's straight back to a 12.
Yep.
It's Palantimos just proving to be untouchable this game as the Spectre.
16-1 and 11. Yeah, he's having a dream performance.
Level 27 too.
Dream game for him with the way that they set up around, right? Like, sure, your offlaner, your Veno 3 and 9, but he's doing his job. Earth Spirit doing his job. All those supports really are doing their job to enable Palantimos as much as possible. They will be able to get this second set of racks during that TB's death.
Yeah, not even wanting to use the buyback in his 15 seconds. He knows that he cannot stop this mid-racks going down. There will be backup for one potential final fight, HellRaisers. And Unique actually going to give them the respect here as they'll back off after finishing off the mid lane. Roshan is up. As Unique know they can play it safe and look for the solid exit to this game.
Yeah, might as well. No point in not doing so. It's free Roche for them. Do we know which one it is? Is it the Refresher Shard or the Ags? It is the Refresher Shard. Okay. All right, double haunt. If you'd like to go for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else that's really too crazy, right? I mean, even just as things as small as double abyssal could be cute.
Yeah, I think it's best on him.
Yeah.
Yep. Tiny also has now hit level. I thought if the Tiny took the toss charges maybe, because then you refresh all the toss charges, but he went for the avalanche cooldown. And there's the hunt. So first one, kind of to scout out, see what's going on, because he has the refresher shard just in case. They're also going to find Kasani.
And that's a
That's
profit
a long
out.
one. Oh, 116 seconds.
Yeah, buyback still on cooldown for a minute and a half for Kasani.
Uh-oh.
Pop as well, Funnick.
Another haunt. There it is, the refresher shard.
And that's a dead Funnick. He's not going to be winning that duel. He goes in with the BKB. Can he actually kill anyone?
He's all alone.
With his BKB and meta, he's trying to find at least a support. He's not going to get the chance to do it. Palantimos having far too much damage. It's a dead Terrorblade, a dead IO as well, 4 dead.
GG.
And they'll tap out of this one. They've had enough. They know they can't turn this. Unique will take this third game, and with that, the series 2-1. That's the draft. I mean, it really just sort of play itself. Unique, this Spectre. They just had no answers whatsoever.
No.
As this game got to the later stages, there was nothing they could do to even hurt Palantimos.
They also just drafted themselves into, I feel like they put themselves in a corner. They had no team fight at all on their team. I think they should feel kind of fortunate that they were able to bring the fights to them for that long, just because of how many kills the TB got.
Yeah, I think he was able to hold his start.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they actually got lucky that they were able to actually have this game look as close as it did, because I thought it was going to explode much quicker. I thought this Veno, all the pressure that was going to come out was going to take over much faster for Spectre to just take over. But at the end of the day, he still was. Palantimos just really took over the whole game with the supporting cast that he had.
No, for sure, yeah. Great tempo being played by 19 team. Despite that early bit of a mess up at the start where it's like, hey, Terrorblade, have a freebie.
Here you go.
On the top lane. Other than that, excellent movements across the map throughout from the Tiny. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last series of the day comes to an end. And Unique will take the victory here, 2-1 against HellRaisers.
And although it is the last series of the night, we're still going to break it all down, and we're going to take a look at all the series that we do have in store tomorrow, because we got some good ones. But let's talk about this final game. We make it all the way to a game number 3. Kyle, what are your last impressions?
Spectre, good hero. I think that the...
Spectre, good. All right, Jenkins, how about you?
Yeah, I think Veno is also quite a good hero.
All right, there we go.
Point,
yeah,
very
good point. Yeah, both these heroes looking quite good. Let's talk about some of the players. What do you actually think? What do you make of these rosters, right? Because I feel like today, Kyle, was interesting for a lot of people to get to look at some stats that they probably weren't paying attention to.
Oh, for sure. I really enjoyed the interview we had the previous series. I think that today we are seeing... it's a weird mix, because a lot of these tier 2 teams have this combination of like old player that's been around for like literally forever, like Cheshire Cat, BZZ. Like, I can't believe these guys are still playing Dota, let alone like at this level, mixed in with some brand new names. And I really like the opportunity they've gotten to play. I think that the tier 2 league feeder system of sorts is what's missing from Dota, because right now it's, for a while, especially in Europe. Last year, if you weren't a top 3 or top 4 team in Europe, you literally just didn't play at Valve events. That was it. Like, good luck. And to go there, that means you're beating one of Secret, Liquid, OG, NIP, Alliance, I'm probably missing somebody.
Depends on the...
Enigma, I suppose. Yeah. Enigma. So, like...
Yeah.
Liquid. Did you say Liquid?
I said Liquid. Old Liquid, new Liquid.
Right.
Liquid's really just difficult to deal with. It's kind of insane. You consider that even though there's so much land, the surface area of the planet is still like 76% water.
And people are more than 80% water as well, so...
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy.
You know what? It's funny that you mentioned 80% as a number, because 80% of Kyle's jokes are bad.
And what would the percentage be for your anecdotes and humorous outbursts?
Outbursts. Yeah, I think outbursts is a much better word. And speaking of outbursts, we're going to see quite a few of them here in these highlights. People bursting with skill.
Oh, for sure. Mine's... Sorry.
It's frozen.
Yeah, I have to debug my iPad post-match. But this BKB timing from Terrorblade, I expected to be a bit more effective. But I think what's notable is look at where this fight is happening. this game is even. Sure, it's like 1K gold, 22-22, but because this fight's happening at HellRaisers Tier 2, it's not good for them. Their whole draft is kind of predicated on this idea that you can out-farm and outmaneuver the opponent because you have this Wisp, because you have Fury and Global TP. So no matter what, you represent having 3 heroes on map, literally anywhere, just because of their global mobility. But when you're taking this on so deep in your own territory, it just feels bad. Because it plays into the hands of the Spectre team. Even if you get those kills, you're not actually getting objectives off of it.
It'd be true for the opposite team, actually. Both teams having so much global, really just, and late game too, it really just depends who is the one that gets the initiation, who's the one that's actually taking the fight to the enemies. And I noticed that, like, and this is the way a lot of Dota games go, but every single time Legion Commander got off an initiation, the fight went well. Every single time the Legion didn't get initiation, the fight went horribly.
To know, it's such a hard game for Funnick to play.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Venomancer is the bane of all Blink heroes because
Spectre as well.
Yeah, it's just like you want to initiate, but it's almost like you're trying to sneak up on somebody with like a pulley attached to your leg, and if they just hit one of 7 buttons, you just get dragged back to the wall. It's just too difficult to have that powerful initiation when you're ultimately forced to play so sneaky.
God, that toss back, very nice, very nice. Not something you often see protecting against the duel, the tiny toss. It's not that effective, but in that fight, it was quite effective.
Now, overall, just I want to get your thoughts on Unique and how they played throughout the entirety of this series. Kyle, what are you thinking of this team so far?
I'm a fan of 19 or 19 or 119. I'm not really sure how to pronounce the name, but I think that he's playing the right archetype of heroes, and notably I think that when you see people that can immediately play meta stuff at a top level quickly, that's big to me. And I think Tiny is especially for a CIS player, something that's got to be in your arsenal for you to be taken seriously. Because you look at the top mids, right? Like specifically no one. Like this man will just single-handedly win games on Tiny, and I think 19's got the potential to do so. Look at his scoreline from this one. I mean, obviously the Spectre 18-1-13, not half bad, but 19-team, 13-4-18, tons of damage dealt, ends the game's second highest level. He found key kills when it counted.
Yeah, he was incredibly active early, like to the point where I was questioning, is this too much? Like he was in every single lane to the point where the Nature's Prophet actually took his tower.
Yeah.
But when you have this sort of late game lineup, I mean, you have to make space for it somehow. Like somebody's got to do that. You pick Tiny Mid to do this, so he like double, triple down on this aggression. He was basically a support with levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very, 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 very important stuff to be thinking about. And now I do want to talk just a little bit more about what the stakes were today for anybody who maybe is just kind of curious. They start watching partway through the day. Kyle, what really were the stakes for these teams as we get our first look at them?
I think they're both in contention to top out their group. So it's must win in the sense that you just want to continue to participate. The Divine playoffs will actually feature teams that fall out of the Immortal groups. So it's just the best practice you're going to get. There is no other Dota in Europe to be played until whenever the DPC leagues start up, to my knowledge. So you want to stay in this. That's why I'm so frustrated with Nyx for just not showing up for HellRaisers, right? You got to consider, like, they dropped this series.
And
right?
I think
how much of a role does that play in it?
Just like as a player too, being really active, staying practiced, staying relevant, coming into a DPC where there's a lot of money on the line. This matters.
TI, like that's got to be the burning, like you can't forget it. It's 33 million already just waiting.
That's
true.
We
don't know the information, but we do know that there's going to be a different way to qualify for it, right? We're going to have these DPC leagues come up. Like, who knows how many points from the past are going to matter? Maybe your new stack will still have 3 months.
Yeah.
And you see what you're playing for up ahead.
Definitely a lot up in the air. But luckily for us, one thing that we do know is who won this series. And luckily, we get to talk to the winner. We're going to be jumping in right now with Illusion. Illusion, thank you very much for giving us a little bit of your time. First, just want to ask, how was the series for you going all the way to game number 3?
This game going without plan, but we did do some mistakes in mid game, and but actually this game easy it was. You hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Fine.
Loud and clear.
about second game, we got some plan, but we do mistakes, and then we just can't press our buttons well in fights. That's why we lose.
I know how that feels. I always don't press my buttons right. That's why I just talk bullshit. It's great. How have you guys been training for the Divine League? How often you guys been scrimming?
We screaming with EG, Liquid, and some other CIS teams.
Andrew, how's your record?
Don't wanna tell you, but it's well, 50-50.
What is your favorite? Oh, sorry.
Today we played with EG, BO3. One game we lost, one game we win. That's how.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Not bad.
That's pretty
Taking
good.
down the American boys. But which server were you playing on? Luxembourg or Moscow?
Yeah, Luxembourg.
Okay. Steve, what was your question?
I was going to ask, what's your favorite game to play outside of Dota?
Maybe Rust and Rust. I'm playing it a lot.
Rust? That's good.
Yes.
Does it help you practice for Dota in any way?
No. I'm cheating,
Not at all.
in this game.
Okay. So
Hey,
not at all.
So I have a Dota-related question. Apologies for my partner.
That is Dota related.
That is not Dota related. What is the player you look up to the most? Whose replays do you study? Like who would you really want to play at LAN and beat?
Creed. My
Crit?
favorite player. Yes. Sometimes FI.
Okay. Good choices.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also we want to say congratulations on that win. We're excited to see a lot more from your team. Thank you very much for hopping in and having this interview with us.
Thank you too. Goodbye, guys.
Hope to talk to you soon. Yeah, it's always really cool to
Dude.
man.
I heard Rust is a good game, actually.
Guys, it's so cool to get interviews like this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Illusion, and thank you to Gengar from the previous series. It is like pulling teeth trying to get tier 1 players in interviews. This is what happens when people get all this money from Valve. Just here you go, teams.
And then
Come
imagine-
to TI, get your millions.
Imagine only having a couple minutes with them and then going, "Hey, what's your favorite mobile game?"
Oh, come on. Listen, sometimes these other games are important in the development of a player. Okay?
You're going to be... I want to see 10, 20 years from now, Jenkins is going to have kids. He's going to develop obscure obstacle courses in the backyard. Like, no, son, you don't need to learn trigonometry. Come out in the backyard. We're going to build a swing set. That's going to be what you do.
I mean, that's a very valuable life skill.
That
Maybe
sounds like
for
a
an
good life skill. I don't understand. What's wrong with that?
Teaching your
That actually would
child
probably
how to
teach you
build is,
trigonometry
like,
as
pretty,
well.
Yeah.
It's actually probably the better way to parent because it's like practical applications of knowledge instead of just like, hey, read this.
I think that ultimately, if you tried to raise a child that way, you would have some pretty good results. And we have some pretty good results as well. Let's take a look at the results from the day and see where our teams have fallen. We got Team Empire getting just absolutely obliterated, to be completely honest. It was the only 2-0 of the day. The Khan Voldemort matchup was a lot of fun to watch, a lot of back and forth, but I have to give it to Team Unique and HellRaisers. I feel like these were the two teams that coming out of today, I feel like we really do want to be paying the most attention to.
Yep.
But as we see the overall standings, Kyle, who are your top picks in Group A and Group B?
I mean, for A, you got to look at the squads that are already 2-0 in Cyber Legacy and Omegalo, but that group has just been so close. So many 2-1 series. In fact, every single series has been 2-1 from Group A. Group B, I think we've already seen the clear favorites. Siberium Seed, HellRaisers, Team Unique. That's why this win was so big for Unique. They're now going to take sole possession of first place. I'm looking ahead to tomorrow because I want to see Dendy. I want to see Bait perform. They're on that fringe right now. I believe only the top 3 actually make it out into the next phase of play. And I think that it could be Dendy and the boys. But thus far, they've certainly not looked like one of the best 3 sides. I'd say HellRaisers and Unique both look a bit better.
So you're saying, though, that you do think if they are going to make it through, it's probably over HellRaisers then?
It's got to be at this point. Maybe they would be able to take down Seed, but I just don't know if I see it. They already lost to Seed, actually. So, yeah, that's definitely not possible.
Definitely going to be a tricky thing to do, but an exciting one to watch. But when we're thinking about what we want to watch, we should think about what's coming up tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule for the first time to see what series we will have in store throughout the day. It's going to be Team Empire versus Team Unique, and we are going to have that matchup to wrap up the day. And we'll see if Dendy's going to be able to do it against 5 comrades. This is a pretty interesting day of matches, truth be told. I'm excited to see more of Voldemort as well, Jenkins.
Yeah, that was an interesting, very Dolphin-related match that was going on today. For me, I would like to see Empire. That's the big team for me. That watching the Viking series that they played,
They're really going the way of the Roman Empire. Right
now. I feel like they have a lot more to offer, and I think Unique, after watching them just play right now, will be an interesting, battle to take a look at.
Unique are just a special team. They've got a very specific method of playing Dota.
Good name.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Who would have thunk it?
Look at us.
Man, I'm so happy to be here. I really am. And that's why this makes this a little bit harder that we're at the end of the day. But I'm very excited to wake up and see all of your beautiful, smiling faces in the chat yet again. We will see you tomorrow for plenty more Dota action. Sleep well, and we'll see you then.